Why not? You know how popular your fiancé is in Chomping City. Countless young and beautiful ladies are drawn to him. Linji boasted with a grin. If I spread the word, our general's residence might be flooded with visitors tomorrow, and marrying 10 or 8 wouldn't be a problem. Just bragging. Li Qingyue snorted coldly. If you really had 10 or 8, could you handle them all? Hey, are you questioning my abilities? When it came to a man's dignity, Linji certainly wouldn't back down. The two bickered. By now, Li Qingyue was completely appeased. She suddenly realized, oh no, Miss Yu is still standing outside. I almost forgot. Linji remembered too. The two immediately stood up. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the general's residence, Yu Luoyu stood nervously. Surrounded by the princess's guards, although they didn't make any sudden moves, their presence was intimidating. Even Yun Songfeng felt tense. Miss Yu, don't worry. There must be some misunderstanding between Princess and Brother Ji. They're usually very nice people. Today must be an exception. A short while inside, her attitude had changed 180 degrees. She even wanted someone to prepare food and clean a room for her. Even Yu Luoyu was bewildered by this drastic change. She felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Just leave already. I didn't hold it against you earlier. Now you won't listen to the princess's orders. Linji casually said. The guards were speechless. This wasn't the princess's order. It was clearly the young general's. Everyone was even more astonished. They knew the princess's personality well. Back in the palace, not many dared to provoke Anning Princess. Not only because of these guards, but also because the princess was a stubborn person. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it, except for Emperor Li Jingzhen. Never had they thought that the young general could so easily influence the princess's judgment. Truly, one thing counters another. This world is indeed full of wonders. Although they didn't know what method the young general used, they could guess that it was because of Linji that Li Qingyue's attitude had changed so drastically. Indeed, it's still the young general who has the upper hand. Then, the guards left one by one. Li Qingyue approached Yu Luoyu. Gently said, Miss Yu, I didn't know your identity earlier and was too abrupt. Please forgive me. No. It's my fault for disturbing the princess. I truly deserve no such treatment. Yu Luoyu kept apologizing. This princess's temper was too unpredictable. She really couldn't afford to offend her and just wanted to leave quickly. Chapter 87. The Valiant General Yu Yin. Unexpectedly, Princess Li Qingyue was extremely enthusiastic, seemingly trying to make amends for her previous actions. Miss Yu, your brother has dedicated his life to our great Xia. As a daughter of a military family, you naturally deserve to be treated with great honor. How can family status may not be high, but my status in other areas should be decent, right? Lin Ji narrowed his eyes, making Yun Songfeng's back go cold. Princess, I haven't eaten either. Could the kitchen prepare another portion? All you think about is eating. Don't you know to prepare a couple more portions? I cover for you in everything. Lin Ji followed after them. Meanwhile, 200 li away from the capital, on the official road, a majestic general rode a horse, followed by a contingent of about 1,000 men. The general was young, appearing to be in his late 20s, exuding a noble and robust aura, resembling a fierce tiger. His soldiers were also spirited and valiant. The passing civilians couldn't help but praise them. No wonder they are the Yu's army. Their spirit is unmatched by ordinary soldiers. Joking aside, do you think anyone can join the Yu's army? I heard that to join, one must first go up a mountain alone and kill a jackal. How many people can do that? It's a pity that the Yu's army is underutilized, always assigned to guard the White Wolf Pass. Yu Yin paid no heed to the civilians' discussions, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. How could he not know? The Yu's army, each a man 10 times as strong, would surely be a sharp weapon in defending the borders. But unfortunately, the Yu's army was not favored by the emperor, relegated to guarding the insignificant White Wolf Pass. This time, returning to Chongping City, Yu Yin aimed to report his duties and participate in the military drills around the capital, hoping to showcase the Yu's army's combat prowess and secure a chance to move them from the White Wolf Pass. Only then could the Yu's army regain its former glory. Suddenly, a fast horse galloped towards them. General Yu. The rider was also a military officer, albeit of a lower rank, a military advisor. Wang Yuan? Why are you here? Yu Yan was curious. The two had been comrades for a time, later separated due to transfers, but they remained good friends. Yet, it wasn't enough to warrant a ride of over 100 li to greet him. General Yu, I've come to deliver a message. Wang Yuan reined in his horse. A message? Yes, General Yu, the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, is forcing your sister to marry his son, Zhu Zheng. The wedding is taking place today in the city. This is a serious matter. If you can't swallow this, don't return to the capital. The Minister of War, Zhu Biao, is not to be trifled with. Wang Yuan sighed, knowing he had done all he could, given their past camaraderie. Yu Yan's anger flared. Yu Luoyu had always been his cherished sister, pampered and protected by the entire family. To think she was now being exploited by the Minister of War, even forced into marriage. Insolent. Does he think being the Minister of War grants him the right to act recklessly and tyrannically? Yu Yan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury, yearning to return to Chongping City immediately. General Yu, I rode all night to warn you, not to send you to your death. Wang Yuan hastily tried to stop him, earnestly advising, I know this is hard to accept, but the situation is beyond our control. The Minister of War, Zhu Biao, wields immense power. Even the Emperor gives him some leeway. What can you do against him? Your 1,000-strong Yu's army? If you're branded with insubordination, you may never clear your name. Yu Yan's eyes flashed with deep despair. His own frustrations were one thing. But why must fate torment the unfortunate, striking where it hurts most? Yu Luoyu's plight was a fatal blow to Yu Yan. But I must go to the capital, as this is my duty to report. Yu Yan said, his emotions in turmoil. I only came to warn you. In the capital, do not act rashly. Thank you. The next day, in the court, officials gathered as usual for the morning court. After the routine reports, the eunuch was about to announce the end of the court session when Minister of War Zhu Biao stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a petition. Speak, Minister of War. Emperor Li Jingzhen nodded. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the garrison commander of the ferry, Lin Ji. Lin Ji? The officials were astonished. Emperor Li Jingzhen was equally perplexed, unaware of any trouble Lin Ji had caused in the capital. Why would the Minister of War suddenly impeach him? Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Ji acts recklessly, disregarding the laws of Great Xia and the norms of ethics. Minister Zhu Biao ranted, unable to contain his anger. The officials were baffled. Lin Ji had always been like this. Was it necessary to impeach him specifically? Emperor Li Jingzhen also didn't understand. Minister Zhu, could you be more specific? What exactly has happened? Chapter 88. The villain accuses first. Your Majesty, Lin Ji is taking advantage of his power to bully others. Yesterday was my son's wedding day. Lin Ji showed up uninvited. Initially, I thought that since he came, he was a guest, so I kindly invited the young general to join the feast. But I never expected this scoundrel to harbor malicious intentions. Not only did he create a scene at the wedding, but he also brazenly abducted the bride in broad daylight. I can bear this slight grievance, but Lin Ji has an engagement with the princess. Isn't this indirectly humiliating the royal family? I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice. We absolutely cannot let that scoundrel continue to run rampant and act recklessly. Zhu Biao spoke tearfully. He did not mention forcing Yu Luoyu to marry at all. The entire court was filled with righteous indignation. Gao Feihu, the vice minister of the Grand Court of Revision, couldn't help but sneer coldly. He didn't believe a single word from the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Although Lin Ji was naturally unrestrained and unruly, he was a man of propriety. There must be more to this story. Li Jingzhen was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Absurd. Truly absurd. What does Lin Ji take Chongping City for? He's just a young general, not even a prince consort yet. How dare he abduct a civilian woman in broad daylight, and even cause trouble at the residence of the Minister of War? Does he even put the law in his eyes? Your Majesty, young General Lin has always been eccentric in his behavior. When he first entered the capital, his actions were already unusual. But now, this matter is extraordinary. If it spreads among the common folk, it could cause extremely bad repercussions. Chao Tianyuan took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. The matter between him and Lin Ji hadn't been settled yet, and this was the perfect chance to turn the tables. As long as Lin Ji was in trouble, Chao Tianyuan felt at ease. Someone, pass my order, immediately arrest young General Lin Ji and detain him in the Grand Court of Revision's prison. Strictly watch over him. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Gao Feihu, the Vice Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, stepped forward immediately. This matter might be more complicated. As far as I know, the bride sought by Minister Zhu's son is the sister of General Yu Yan, who guards the White Wolf Pass. With the parents' consent and the matchmaker's words, since Yu Luoyu's father has already died in battle, her elder brother is the head of the family. This marriage, however, was not approved by Yu Yan. It seems Minister Zhu is forcing the issue. In other words, the fault lies with Zhu Biao, not Lin Ji. In the past, Gao Feihu would never have dared to contradict Zhu Biao in court. After all, the latter was the Minister of War, while he was just the Vice Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, a clear difference in rank. But now, to protect Lin Ji, Gao Feihu couldn't care about anything else. Oh, is that so? Minister Zhu, is this true? Li Jingjin frowned slightly. Although he had a strong bias against Lin Ji, he wasn't completely unjust. If the fault lay with the Minister of War, at least he couldn't be accused of deliberately favoring one side. This? Zhu Biao hesitated. Then he explained, Your Majesty, I did this to take care of General Yu's family. While General Yu Yan is defending the country outside, his relatives in Chongping City are neglected. It so happened that my son, Zhu Zheng, fell in love, so I took the liberty to facilitate their marriage. When General Yu Yan returns to the capital, he will surely be very happy to hear this news. Indeed, a seasoned politician, his ability to twist the truth was extraordinary. Li Jingjin found the explanation reasonable and nodded in agreement. So it seems Vice Minister Gao misunderstood Minister Zhu. Your Majesty, if you want to know the truth, you can summon the parties involved to the court for questioning. Gao Feihu quickly said. He absolutely wouldn't allow Zhu Biao to spout nonsense here. If this version of events stood, then all the blame would fall on Lin Ji. The young general already had many enemies in court. If they found an opportunity, they would surely strike a heavy blow to Lin Ji. Vice Minister Gao, aren't you just quibbling? The court is a place to discuss state affairs. General Yu's sister has no position, nor is she a noble. What right does she have to enter the court? Aren't you trying to shake the dignity of the great Xia? Zhu Biao spoke with righteous indignation. He even put on a big hat. Gao Feihu was shocked. He quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, I absolutely have no such intention. All right, no need to argue. Since both sides have their reasons, let the Grand Court of Revision investigate the matter thoroughly. Lu Mo, the Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, originally didn't want to get involved, but with the Emperor's order, it was hard to disobey. He could only bow in submission. I obey the decree. Is there anything else? If not, let's adjourn. Li Jingjin waved his hand. After the court session ended, Minister of War Zhu Biao found the Prime Minister, Chao Tianyuan. Prime Minister, please stay. Minister Zhu? What is the matter? Prime Minister, Lin Ji is becoming more and more reckless. I heard that he had a falling out with you before. Why don't we find a way this time to make him suffer, so he can behave himself in the future? Zhu Biao's gaze was cold. Minister Lu Mo of the Grand Court of Revision was always impartial and incorruptible. If he were to investigate the truth, it would definitely be unfavorable for the Zhu family. The only way now was to ally with Prime Minister Chao Tianyuan and together teach Lin Ji a lesson. Minister Zhu, are you trying to recruit me or use me as a pawn? Chao Tianyuan smiled meaningfully. In the court, factions were rampant. At the big level, there were civil and military officials. At the small level, the 6 ministries, the cabinet, the prime minister, and the generals outside each formed their own factions. Usually, everyone was polite on the surface, but not in heart. Once there was a conflict of interest, turning against each other was common. How dare I play with Prime Minister Chow? Zhu Biao said meaningfully. It's just that this Lin Ji is really infuriating. I really can't stand him causing trouble in Chongping City. Chow Tianyuan smiled thinly. He didn't believe a single word the other said. When he was so badly dealt with by Lin Ji, Minister Zhu Biao pretended to be deaf and dumb. Now he can't stand it? It's just that Lin Ji has offended him. Minister Zhu, this young general is extraordinary. Not only is he well-versed in both literature and martial arts, but he also has the support of the princess and will be the prince consort in the future. Last time I suffered enough, I really don't know what method can deal with him. Chow Tianyuan sighed with pretended regret. Prime Minister Chow, don't worry. I have a plan that can make Lin Ji lose all his reputation through the hands of the Grand Court of Revision. Chapter 89. Unusual movements in the city. Chow Tianyuan and Zhu Biao believed their secret plotting to be flawless, unaware that it had already been observed by Gao Feihu from a distance. Although he knew that his direct superior, the Grand Court of Judicial Review's Minister Lu Mo, was upright, the treacherous waters of officialdom were fraught with dangers. Various schemes and intrigues were endless. Lin Ji might not be able to emerge unscathed. Seeing the Minister of War and the Prime Minister discussing and leaving, Gao Feihu pondered. What sinister thoughts are these two hatching to target the young general? Too far away to hear their conversation, Gao Feihu could only speculate wildly. Seeing no clear path, he quickly left the palace. Straight to the general's residence. In no time, Gao Feihu arrived at Lin Ji's home. Young master. The steward welcomed him familiarly. Where is the young general? Still in his room, probably preparing to go out. As he spoke, Lin Ji emerged wearing his official robes. Gao brother? So early you're here. Young general, I have important news to tell you. Gao Feihu directly pulled Lin Ji to the study and recounted everything that had happened in court today. He thought Lin Ji would be on high alert upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, the reaction was very calm. That's it, okay. I got it. What does okay mean? Gao Feihu blinked. This was completely different from what he imagined, so he had to emphasize the importance again. Young general, this matter is no small issue. If the Minister of War and the Prime Minister collude, their methods will surely be vicious. If the Emperor mistakenly believes the young general has committed treason, there could be mortal danger. Many in the court already couldn't tolerate Lin Ji. Once imprisoned, countless hidden hands would strike. Gao brother, thank you for helping me gather information, but as the old saying goes, what's destined will come. Lin Ji smiled lightly. After rescuing Yu Luoyu from the minister's residence yesterday, he guessed the matter wouldn't end there. He just didn't expect the Minister of War Zhu Biao to be such a coward. Such a small matter had to be reported to the Emperor. It's like two kids fighting. The one who loses runs home to tell their parents. Shameful. Young general, aren't you afraid they'll really go wild? Gao Feihu was astonished. Don't worry, after all, they're the Minister of War and the Prime Minister. They'll still care about their reputation. Lin Ji said lightly. Moreover, Miss Yu is now in my general's residence. Even if they want to harm her, they'll have to break into the general's residence first. Gao Feihu widened his eyes. Wow, this is really pushing it to the limit. Not only did he snatch the bride, but he also moved her directly into the general's residence. In the whole world, only the young general could do such a thing. All right, then I'll go back to gather more information and immediately contact the young general if there's any unusual movement. After all, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the Grand Court of Judicial Review. Gao Feihu can easily get first-hand information. Then I'll trouble Gao brother. Next time when I'm free, I'll treat Gao brother to wine. It's my duty to serve the young general. If not for General Lin's patronage back then, how could I become the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Judicial Review today? Gao Feihu took his leave. As night fell, Chongping City transitioned from the daytime's bustling to the night's tranquility. As if the noise was cut off from the world, Except for a few main streets that were still lively, the rest of the people had already gone to sleep. This moment, outside a residential area, a group of mysterious black-clad men gathered. Is everyone here? The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke in a low, fierce voice. Brother, everyone's here. How could we miss such a good opportunity? A skinny man beside him replied. He had a black cloth covering his face, only revealing a pair of cunning, excited eyes. Good, remember. Tonight brothers don't hold back. Do whatever you want. But one thing, if anyone asks, just say it's for Lin Ji. But brother, how could Lin Ji appear in so many places at once? Someone couldn't help but ask. Any sensible person would surely notice the problem. You're stupid. He's the young general of the northern garrison. We'll say we're his old subordinates from the northern army. The leader slapped him directly. The man nodded repeatedly. Quickly, move out. Yes. In the darkness, everyone infiltrated the residential area. Soon, the entire area was in chaos. Cries of countless women and curses of men. All kinds of noise and disorder. Things were smashed and scattered everywhere. A scene of chaos. The next day, just as dawn broke, Minister Lu Mo of the Grand Court of Judicial Review was at home tidying up his clothes, preparing to go to work. Unexpectedly, the deputy minister of the Grand Court of Judicial Review rushed in, panicked. Minister Lu, it's bad. Something big happened. Take it slow. Lu Mo frowned. He felt an inexplicable unease. Hearing such news so early in the morning, it's an inauspicious start. Minister Lu, there are over 100 commoners gathered outside the Grand Court of Judicial Review. Each one wants to lodge a complaint, hoping the Grand Court of Judicial Review will uphold justice for them. What? Lu Mo was dumbfounded. From the time he took office until now, he had never heard of over 100 people coming to the court to file a complaint together. What's the reason? Are these commoners from out of town? The Grand Court of Judicial Review usually handles major cases in the capital and the court, including cases that cannot be resolved by local authorities that are reported to the Grand Court of Judicial Review. So ordinary commoners' grievances are usually handled by the magistrate of Chongping City. This time, the situation is so unusual. What's the mystery behind it? They're all local commoners of the imperial city. It's said that last night their residential area was attacked by bandits. Overnight, 28 young women were violated. More than 40 households were looted and destroyed. Even 10 elderly people died because of this. What? Lu Mo was dumbfounded. He was so shocked he almost jumped up. Such a major case occurred in the imperial city, under the emperor's very nose. Its nature is extremely heinous. If the truth cannot be uncovered in time, not only will it have a severe impact on the populace, but it may also jeopardize my position as the Grand Court of Judicial Review's chief. Even his own position as Minister of the Grand Court of Judicial Review might not be secure. Which scoundrel dares to be so audacious? Minister Lu, you'd better go and see. If those commoners continue to gather outside the Grand Court of Judicial Review, it will surely become known to everyone today. The deputy minister said helplessly. If the situation were not so serious, he wouldn't have come to Lu Mo's residence specially. Lu Mo had no appetite for breakfast. He put on his clothes and hurried out. When he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Court of Judicial Review, he was still shocked by the scene. Many women looked haggard, their expressions scattered. Some even had disheveled clothes. Moreover, there were several commoners' bodies lying nearby. Countless people knelt on the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 90. A Crime Against Humanity. Oh my goodness. Lu Mo wished he were just an ordinary passerby at this moment. If news of this situation reached Li Jingzhen, the Minister of Justice, would he still be able to keep his position as the Chief Justice? Losing his hat would be minor. Perhaps his head would be at risk. Dear citizens, please rise. If you have any grievances, please tell us the truth. The Grand Court of Justice will ensure justice for you. No one can escape the law in this imperial city. Lu Mo said earnestly. Your Excellency, you must uphold justice for us. The leading elder wept bitterly. His voice was filled with grief. Rest assured, please all of you come into the Grand Court of Justice first. Don't block the street here. If any further incidents occur, it will be bad for everyone. Luomo helped the elder to his feet. Then he arranged for the court officials to escort these people into the courtroom of the Grand Court of Justice to settle them down. Afterward, he went to the back hall of the Grand Court of Justice. At this moment, Gao Feihu, the Deputy Chief Justice, also arrived upon hearing the news. Your Excellency Lu, what exactly happened outside? Why are there so many citizens gathered? How would I know? Don't just stand there. Quickly change into your official robes. We have a busy day ahead. If this matter is not handled properly, both of us are in grave danger. Luomo said and hurried to the courtroom. At this moment, the citizens' emotions had stabilized slightly. Seeing Luomo appear, there was another wave of wailing. It was so loud it hurt the ears. Everyone, if you have grievances, please tell them one by one. With all of you talking at once, I can't understand anything. Luomo said helplessly. The elder also stood up to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said with grief, Your Excellency, last night, after nightfall, our neighborhood went arrest as usual. We never expected anything to happen, but around midnight. Suddenly, a group of black-clothed men invaded our neighborhood. These guys were truly like beasts. They beat up any man they saw and dragged any woman into houses to humiliate. My poor granddaughter, who just turned 18 this year. Yesterday, she was tortured by those scoundrels until she lost her mind. Towards the end, the elder choked several times. His voice was filled with unbearable grief. Many women around also seemed to tear off their last veil of shame, covering their faces and weeping. Luomo was filled with rage upon hearing this. Beast. Monster. They were utterly devoid of humanity. The crimes they committed were shocking and outraged both gods and men. Such incidents had not occurred in the imperial city for at least 30 years. At this moment, Luomo was no longer just worried about his position. As the Deputy Chief Justice, he also had his own principles to uphold. He would not allow such evildoers to go unpunished. Old man, do you know the names of the perpetrators and where they came from? Judging from the current situation, these people were likely backed by extraordinary power. Ordinary ruffians would never dare to act so brazenly. Nobles would have no reason to harm the common folk. Doing so would only cut off their own escape routes. So Luomo guessed it might be some henchmen of the powerful, or even people from the martial world. Only these people would act so recklessly. According to those people, they are former soldiers of the Northern Border Army, coming to the imperial city to seek refuge with their young general. Lin Ji? Luomo's gaze sharpened instantly. His heart was filled with rage. Yesterday in the court, he had just heard about this man abducting the fiancée of the Minister of War's son, and today he learned of his subordinate's atrocities. This man was truly beyond redemption. Old man, did you hear clearly? Are you sure they said the Northern Border Army? The matter was of great importance. Luomo had to confirm carefully. Of course. The elder nodded repeatedly. Not just me, all the citizens in our neighborhood can testify. Luomo's lungs were almost bursting with anger. He had never heard of such monstrous acts. Pass my order. Immediately go to the general's residence and bring the young General Lin Ji back to the Grand Court of Justice for interrogation. Gao Feihu, standing beside him, turned pale upon hearing this. Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with the young general. Why bring him in for interrogation? Deputy Chief Justice Gao, I know you have deep ties with the Northern Border Army, but this matter is extraordinary. You are to recuse yourself and not participate in any part of the trial. Luomo commanded sternly. Your Excellency, the matter has not been fully investigated. There are many suspicious points, and I have never heard of any Northern Border Army soldiers coming to the imperial city. How could this be their doing? Gao Feihu argued forcefully, his heart even more anxious. Once this matter is confirmed, no matter how eloquent Lin Ji is, he will likely be unable to defend himself. At that time, the entire general's residence, including himself, might be implicated. Deputy Chief Justice Gao, the Northern Border Army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can you guarantee that all of them are in the north? Can you guarantee that no remnants escaped the battlefield and returned to the imperial city to seek refuge with Linji? Luomo said firmly. But there is no but. If this matter has nothing to do with Linji, I will investigate the truth. But if it is indeed the act of his soldiers, as the young general, he is not without blame. Luomo interrupted directly. Seeing this, Gao Feihu had no choice but to shut his mouth, his heart unable to help but sigh. Young general, this time you are really in big trouble. At this moment, in the general's residence, Linji had already woken up. He was stretching in the courtyard. As his practice of the divine Dragon 100 Elephant technique progressed, he could feel his body becoming healthier. At any time, he could maintain full energy. He believed that in a short time, his strength would improve further. At this moment, Yu Luoyu walked over. Young general, you are up early. Aren't you too? Did you sleep well last night? Linji said with a smile. Having another beautiful scene in the general's residence was indeed better than facing a cold beauty every day. Yu Luoyu could always smile. The feeling of being bathed in spring breeze was refreshing. If not for his engagement, Linji might have considered pursuing Yu Luoyu. This girl was truly a rare beauty. Thanks to the young general and the princess's care, I no longer have nightmares these past 2 nights and slept very soundly. Yu Luoyu smiled sweetly. Her dimples were particularly charming. But what kind of martial art is the young general practicing? Why have I never seen it before? Born into a military family, Yu Luoyu had read extensively about martial arts since she was a child. Although she did not learn them, her knowledge was no less than those military commanders. This is my family's secret technique. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Could it be the famous divine Dragon 100 Elephant technique of the Lin family? Yu Luoyu asked curiously. This surprised Linji. You've heard of it? Of course. The Northern Border Army is a formidable force in the Great Xia. When my brother was at home, I often heard him praise General Lin of the Northern Border. But I never had the chance to see the true face of Mount Lushan. Since learning of General Lin's disappearance, my brother has always been quite regretful. She actually found it more comfortable to be around someone like Linji, who was straightforward and honest. He said what he meant. Unlike the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, and his son, Zhu Zheng, who put on the appearance of gentlemen but behind the scenes engaged in underhanded dealings. They even tried to force her into marriage. As they were chatting, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. The steward came running in, tumbling over himself. Young general, something terrible has happened. Someone is causing trouble at the general's mansion. This commotion also alarmed Xiaolian, who quickly stepped in front of Linji. At the same time, countless fully armed constables flooded in, surrounding the entire mansion. Who dares to cause trouble at the general's mansion? Xiaolian shouted. Although Linji had already practiced the divine Dragon 100 forms technique, Xiaolian, as his personal maid and bodyguard, naturally had the responsibility to protect his safety. How dare you, you little woman, speak to me? The leading captain of the Grand Court of Revision bellowed. He then looked at Linji expressionlessly. Linji, you have allowed your subordinates to commit atrocities and oppress the people. This act is abhorred by gods and men, a heinous crime. Today, I am here under the orders of the Grand Court of Revision's Luda to take you back for trial. Nonsense. Xiaolian stood her ground. My young master would never do such a thing. Linji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Allowing subordinates to act? Where did that come from? The only people under Linji's direct control were the constables at the ferry. These guys were busy collecting money every day. When would they have time to cause trouble? Moreover, they would have to have the guts to do so. Based on Linji's understanding of them, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they might not dare. Little girl, I warn you for the last time. This is an order from the Grand Court of Revision. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The captain of the Grand Court of Revision thundered. As the institution in the imperial city with the highest level of security, the Grand Court of Revision also had its own troops. These men were all elite soldiers handpicked from the military. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Lian was taken aback, but still stood in front of Lin Ji. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a cold voice rang out. "This is the general's mansion. Who dares to cause trouble here? Don't you know that the young general is the future son-in-law of the royal family? You are showing no respect for the royal family." Before the words had fully left her mouth, 3,000 royal guards surged out. Their momentum had already overwhelmed the constables of the Grand Court of Revision, who were now surrounded by the guards. Princess Li Qingyue, accompanied by Sui Bai, walked out from the back courtyard. Her presence was extraordinary, making everyone else seem inferior. This was the aura of the royal family. Even as a woman, ordinary people could not compare. "Greetings, Princess." The captain of the Grand Court of Revision knelt and bowed. "Rise," the princess said coldly. "Why has the Grand Court of Revision come to my general's mansion to arrest someone without any reason?" The captain of the Grand Court of Revision was still worried about offending a royal family member and answered respectfully. "Your Highness, yesterday, there were incidents of humiliation and several elderly people dying unexpectedly in the city. Rumors suggest this is related to the young general. We were ordered by the deputy of the Grand Court of Revision, Lu Da, to bring the young general back for investigation." "Investigation?" Li Qingyue frowned. "Is this how you invite someone? If I hadn't come out, would you have taken Lin Ji away directly?" Although she was usually cold and distant, in crucial moments, Li Qingyue still stood by Lin Ji's side. She couldn't argue with Emperor Li Jingzhen, but would she be afraid of a mere captain of the Grand Court of Revision? "I am under official orders. Please forgive me, Your Highness." The captain of the Grand Court of Revision hesitated. "Good. You say this is related to Lin Ji. Do you have any evidence? If you can't produce evidence, to take him away, let Lu Mo come to see me personally." Li Qingyue said coldly. She didn't believe Lu Mo had such a big official presence. "Guards, escort them out." The 3,000 royal guards stepped forward in unison. Their momentum was extraordinary. The captain of the Grand Court of Revision couldn't help but be shaken. Was this for real? If he returned empty-handed, he would not be able to report to Lu Da. But if he really fought with these people, he had no chance of winning, and if he offended the princess, he wouldn't be able to stay in the imperial city. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Lin Ji suddenly stepped forward. "Wait, you just mentioned that yesterday, citizens of the city were harmed? What exactly happened?" "Young general, why pretend you don't know?" The captain of the Grand Court of Revision's eyes showed disgust. He felt this matter must have been ordered by Lin Ji. "I just want to hear what information the Grand Court of Revision has. Is that not allowed?" Lin Ji said meaningfully. Originally, he thought it was the people under the Minister of War and Chao Tianyuan who were causing trouble. Unexpectedly, it was the Grand Court of Revision. According to Gao Feihu, the Grand Court of Revision's Lu Mo was always upright. This large-scale action must have its reasons. The captain of the Grand Court of Revision recounted the incident from last night in the civilian district. Everyone was shocked upon hearing it, especially the women like Li Qingyue, who were filled with righteous indignation. Therefore, Lu Da suspects this matter is related to the young general, which is why we were ordered to come. Impossible. My young master would never allow his subordinates to act recklessly, and besides, how could the northern border army have reached the imperial city without us knowing? Xiao Lian argued forcefully. Li Qingyue also nodded in agreement. If it were a few months ago, she might have suspected, but now she had a good understanding of Lin Ji's character. This matter must have other intricacies. Everyone, words are not enough. I only hope to take the young general back to fulfill my duty. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. The captain of the Grand Court of Revision still tried to reason. Unexpectedly, the 3,000 royal guards were glaring at him. Don't even think about taking anyone. Just a slight move forward and these people would draw their swords. He dared not refute it. Princess Li Qingyue also stepped forward. I won't stop you from going, but please return as soon as possible. If anything happens, you can directly report to Minister Lu of the Grand Court of Justice. I believe he will uphold justice and clear your name. Lin Ji nodded. Then he grinned. No need to be so tense. Your man is just going to the Grand Court of Justice for a visit. I won't be missing any limbs. Just stay at home and take care. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. But remember, if anyone comes to the door, be very careful. Don't reveal any flaws. Li Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. In front of everyone, there wasn't much she could say. She instructed Suebua to select a few strong personal guards to accompany Lin Ji. Let's go, Lin Ji said, leading the way. The Deputy General of the Grand Court of Justice followed with the officers, and the group set off in a grand procession towards the Grand Court of Justice. Watching their distant figures, Yu Luoyu couldn't help but worry. Who could be framing the young general? I think it must be related to your matter, Li Qingyue pondered. What? Yu Luoyu widened her eyes. Could it be that the Minister of War is allowing criminals to run rampant and harm the people? Such a grave sin. How can he still be the Minister of War? Li Qingyue shook her head. This matter is not yet clear, and I cannot draw conclusions. However, the general's residence might become unsettled. Miss Yu, you should stay in the residence these days and not wander around. To avoid falling into someone's trap. Yu Luoyu nodded nervously. Li Qingyue then instructed Suebua to strengthen the patrols and guard the residence with utmost vigilance. In the Grand Court of Justice, Lumo's expression was grave in the back hall. He had already sent someone to the general's residence to summon Lin Ji, but this move was quite risky. Lin Ji was not only the young general of the northern garrison, but also the future son-in-law of the great Xia kingdom, currently living with the princess. Bringing him back would not be easy. Yet, to appease the common folk outside, Luomo had no choice. Your Excellency, this matter cannot be the doing of the young general. Please reconsider. Gao Feihu had already come for the third time. Luomo was already vexed, and seeing Gao Feihu buzzing around like a fly only fueled his anger. Gao Feihu, what do you want? Can't you understand what I'm saying? This matter is very complicated. Whether or not it's the young general's doing, we need him here. Look at those common folk outside. They can cause a ruckus here today, but what if they go to the 6 ministries tomorrow? All right, if what you say is true, and your young general is indeed innocent. But where is the evidence? Luomo clapped his hands, enunciating each word. Our Grand Court of Justice always values evidence. Without evidence, he is under suspicion now. Gao Feihu opened his mouth, wanting to help defend, but had nothing to say. At that moment, an officer came to report. Minister Lu, the young general and the deputy general are on their way back. Luomo was pleasantly surprised. He had expected this trip to be very difficult. To his surprise, it was so smooth. Have them come to the courtroom immediately. Yes. Wait. Luomo suddenly interrupted. Let them enter through the back door. Why? Do you want these common folk to tear the roof off our courtroom? Luomo was exasperated. Lin Ji was already widely despised by the common folk. If they saw him, they would surely be enraged, wanting to kill him. The supervisor nodded repeatedly and went to make arrangements. Seeing this, Gao Feihu quickly ran to the back door to greet them. Soon, the Deputy General and Lin Ji arrived at the Grand Court of Justice. Gao Feihu rushed forward. Young General, what are you doing, Gao? The Deputy General frowned, thinking someone was trying to rob them, almost drawing his sword. The Deputy General, I just want to have a few words with the young general. Don't worry, I won't delay your time. Gao Feihu said, pulling Lin Ji aside. Young General, this matter is extraordinary. When you are in the courtroom, you absolutely must not admit any involvement. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. He patted Gao Feihu's shoulder. Brother Gao, I know you care about my safety, but this matter has nothing to do with me. Why would I take the blame? Besides, I also want to see who could do such a heinous act. Lin Ji walked towards the courtroom. Gao Feihu was slightly stunned. He truly didn't know whether to describe the young general as fearless or simply unaware of the gravity of the situation. Arriving at the courtroom, the common folk were still gathered there. Luomo sat in the main seat. Who stands before the court? State your name. Lin Ji. Upon hearing this name, The surrounding common folk erupted like a pack of wild cats, with men jumping in fury and women glaring with a mix of hatred and sorrow. "So it's you, you scoundrel. You shameless wretch. I want your life." A few agitated common folk waved their fists and charged at Lin Ji, ready to fight. Lin Ji stood with his hands behind his back. His body moved swiftly, easily dodging them. Luimo was shocked. He immediately ordered the Grand Court of Justice guards to separate the common folk. "Everyone, please calm down. I have summoned the young general to investigate the matter thoroughly. Acting this way will not yield results and will only disrupt the courtroom." "Minister Liu, what more investigation is needed? Dozens of families have been violated. All are ironclad evidence. This scoundrel, relying on his status as the young general, can do as he pleases. Is Minister Liu going to protect his fellow officials?" the elder said, his whole body trembling with excitement. Luimo was both shocked and angry. He slammed the gavel and shouted, "Old man, every word and action in this courtroom must be cautious. If you continue to speak nonsense, wait outside." Seeing this, the elder stopped talking, but his eyes never left Lin Ji. If looks could kill, Lin Ji would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows from these common folk. "Lin Ji, I ask you, have any former subordinates of the northern garrison come to Chongping City recently?" "No, they have not." Lin Ji stood firm. His answer was resolute. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Chapter 93, Deadline, 3 days left. "Have you heard about the incident in the civilian district yesterday?" Luimo continued to ask. "I only learned about it today. I deeply regret the plight of the local people, but this matter has nothing to do with me," Lin Ji said without changing his expression. These words immediately enraged all the civilians present. "Nonsense. You didn't know? They all reported your name." "Exactly, Lin Ji. You must pay with your life. So many girls have been violated, and we must hand those guys over, or we will not let this matter rest. As the young general, you also have to take responsibility and pay the price for allowing your subordinates to act recklessly." The crowd was indignant, pointing fingers. If it weren't for the guards of the Grand Court of Justice holding them back, they might have rushed up to fight by now. Lin Ji turned to look at the civilians, especially the few girls who looked disoriented and mentally unstable, feeling a slight twinge in his heart. Before this, he only knew about the incident in the civilian district but never imagined it would be this severe. Even the usually indifferent Lin Ji felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. The person who did this is worse than an animal. After a moment of silence, he bowed respectfully. "Lord Liu, this matter truly has nothing to do with me. I was in the general's mansion last night, and everyone there can vouch for me. Of course, I know you won't believe this, but I swear to heaven that the perpetrators last night have no relation to me or the Northern Border Army." Lin Ji spoke with conviction. Although he was carefree, he had a deep understanding of the Northern Border Army. This well-trained army never overstepped with the civilians. Even on the northern border, when the Northern Border Army went on missions, they never disturbed the civilians at night or picked up things along the way. These were military regulations. Any violation would be dealt with by military law. Even Lin Ji, who often acted like a playboy, would not dare to insult virtuous women. Such actions could lead to extinction. "What good is your oath? Can your oath restore my daughter's innocence? You beast!" An old man spat at him. Lin Ji showed no anger, instead calmly saying, "I will help you investigate your daughter's case. Whoever dares to commit such acts must pay the price. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your business." With that, he turned to Luimo. "Lord Liu, I know you are fair and incorruptible. Today you called me here only to calm the civilians and investigate the truth. But I assure you, my words are absolutely truthful," Lin Ji said seriously. Luimo fell into silence. From the testimony provided by Lin Ji, it indeed had little connection to the case. He also realized that the matter was too bizarre, likely with hidden truths. But how to deal with these civilians? They were convinced that Lin Ji allowed his subordinates to act recklessly, and without an explanation, today would not pass. After pondering for a moment, Luimo had a flash of insight. "Lin Ji, Your words are meaningless. You cannot absolve yourself of suspicion with so many civilians accusing you. In the next 3 days, I will search for evidence one by one. If you cannot prove your innocence by then, I will report to the emperor for his judgment." The civilians' emotions slightly calmed down. "Thank you, Lord Liu, for upholding justice for us. As the chief of the Grand Court of Justice, it is my duty. Everyone, please return home first. I will send people to collect evidence from your homes. Remember not to miss any important evidence." Liu Mo repeatedly reminded. The crowd nodded and left, still glaring at Lin Ji as they went, as if they were waiting to see him executed. Lin Ji felt a bit helpless, but could understand. After all, these civilians were different from him. They only believed what they saw and heard. Unless there was irrefutable evidence, they would not believe others. "Lin Ji, follow me to the back hall." Liu Mo lowered his voice as the civilians dispersed. Lin Ji nodded and followed. In the back hall, Gao Feihu had been waiting for a long time and immediately approached to ask, "Young General, how is it?" Seeing that Lin Ji did not answer, he turned to Liu Mo. "Lord Liu, you are so clever. Can't you see the strange parts of this? The young general is definitely being framed. Who would report their master's name while acting recklessly outside? That's suicide." Liu Mo glanced at him and no longer wanted to speak. Lin Ji said meaningfully, "What Lord Liu is truly worried about is how to appease those civilians outside." "What?" Gao Feihu was stunned. Liu Mo was also quite surprised. This was his first time dealing with Lin Ji, and he didn't expect him to see through his dilemma at a glance. "I'm sure Lord Liu has noticed that there are many unreasonable aspects. If it were truly my doing, no amount of explanation could make up for the shortcomings. Even if Lord Liu believes me, it's useless if the civilians outside don't. They now believe it's my doing and want me dead. If not for Lord Liu's mediation, I would have already become a prisoner." Lin Ji smiled lightly. Words can be like a dragon's fountain, killing invisibly. The power of public opinion, where 3 people can make a tiger, is the most terrifying. Even baseless accusations can be turned into undeniable truth. Liu Mo was very surprised. He didn't expect this young general, whose reputation in the court was mixed, to have such a clear and insightful mind. He even pointed out the key issue at hand with one sentence. "Young general, you don't need to thank me. Doing this benefits both of us. Rather than protecting you, it's more about upholding justice and protecting myself." Liu Mo sighed. "But now, how to investigate this matter is really headache-inducing." 3 days are enough," Lin Ji replied. "What 3 days?" Gao Feihu, who had been avoiding the situation, was unaware of everything in the courtroom. "Hee, young general, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grasp even these minor details. No wonder your business in Chongping City is thriving." Liu Mo couldn't help but show appreciation in his eyes. Although this seemed to be a way to calm the civilians, it was actually a subtle hint to Lin Ji. "I've given you 3 days. Whether you can prove your innocence is up to you. If nothing is found by then, the Grand Court of Justice will have to sacrifice you to appease the public anger. Lord Liu, after all, I am also a descendant of an official family. If I didn't have this level of thinking, how could I survive in this officialdom? Otherwise, I would only become someone else's lamb to be slaughtered." Chapter 94. Flaunting in Public, Mercilessly Accused. Since the young general is also a smart person, let's speak frankly. Liu Mo cut to the chase. This matter was no small issue. He didn't want too many complications. If handled poorly, it could escalate to the cabinet or the 6 ministries, and eventually reach the emperor's ears, making the Grand Court of Judicial Review culpable. Moreover, although Lin Ji's status as the young general of the Northern Border Army didn't hold much sway in the capital, he was also the fiancé of Princess Anning. This relationship couldn't be jeopardized. In my opinion, this case, though seemingly simple and crude, is actually full of loopholes. Firstly, if it were truly the Northern Border Army that had arrived in the capital, they would undoubtedly seek refuge with Lin Ji. Being unfamiliar with the place, even if these people were naturally reckless, they wouldn't dare to wreak havoc in Chongping City. Besides, The Northern Border Army was renowned for its strict discipline, yet from the accounts of the common folk, the perpetrators clearly behaved like bandits. Secondly, as Gao Feihu had mentioned, who would use their own young general's name to cause trouble outside. This was the capital. Unless those guys had their brains kicked in by a donkey. Otherwise, they would never do such a thing. But now, with no leads, even knowing the many loopholes, we have no starting point, Lu Mo sighed, feeling helpless. Lin Ji, however, smiled calmly. There's no need for the Lord Lu to be disheartened. We can apprehend all the criminals tonight. What? Both Lu Mo and Gao Feihu were stunned. The criminals had seemingly vanished into thin air. They didn't even know where to look. The young general was boasting of capturing them all in a single night? Is that true? Lord Lu, this matter concerns our very lives. How could I speak idly? Lin Ji said meaningfully. However, I need to borrow the Grand Court of Judicial Review's troops. All right, Lu Mo blurted out. If they could catch the culprits, he would even take the field himself. That's settled then. Lin Ji then whispered a plan to Lu Mo. Lu Mo's face showed shock. This is a risky move. As the saying goes, either succeed or perish. Not everything in this world comes with a tenfold guarantee. Lin Ji was full of confidence. All right, I'll trust you once. Lu Mo nodded. The two then discussed further. Finally, Lin Ji pulled Gao Feihu aside. Brother Gao, today might require your company for a stroll around the streets. At a time like this, the young general still has the leisure to stroll around? Gao Feihu was stunned. His heart seemed too carefree. Let's go. It's not like it's illegal to walk around. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. The two then left the Grand Court of Judicial Review. The warden watched their departing figures. Unable to help but ask, Lord Lu, does the young general really have a unique method to capture the criminals? Lu Mo shook his head thoughtfully. I'm not sure, but I just hope this time we can give the wronged civilians an answer. Thinking of the innocent deaths and the dishonor suffered by the virtuous women, Lu Mo's heart burned with anger. Under the emperor's nose, someone dared to act so brazenly. Truly unforgivable. On the streets of Chongping City, Lin Ji walked with a dignified air. The surrounding civilians whispered among themselves. The incident in the civilian quarters yesterday had now spread far and wide. Countless civilians knew it was related to the young general of the general's mansion. Who would have thought? You can't judge a book by its cover. The young general looks like a fine gentleman, but his actions are so shameless. But the young general has done many good deeds for us common folk recently, and he wasn't involved in this incident. How can you blame him for everything? It's a problem with the Northern Border Army. The young general is part of it, so he should take responsibility. The civilians whispered and pointed, with varying opinions. Gao Feihu felt extremely uncomfortable, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. Seeing Lin Ji's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Young general, your mindset is truly remarkable. What's there to it? When the wall falls, everyone pushes. It's not the first time, and there are still clear-sighted people speaking up for me. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. At the peak, one sees the hypocritical followers. At dusk, the true believers. Only over a long journey can one know the strength of the horse. Over time, the heart of man. Old sayings really hold true. Hee, the young general's mindset is indeed broad. Gao Feihu's lips twitched. He felt utterly shocked by these words. What puzzled him was that knowing the rampant rumors in the city, why did the young general still flaunt in public amidst such a storm? Wasn't he just inviting criticism? Brother Gao, are you curious why I would take such actions? Gao Feihu nodded, then shook his head. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Gao, are you playing charades with me? Young general, I really don't understand, but I believe you have your reasons. No matter what, I will support the young general. Lin Ji sighed inwardly. Indeed, these were the ones who truly cared for him. No matter what happened, they never gave up. They were the ones he could absolutely trust in this capital. Brother Gao, this matter is easy to understand. Why did those criminals push all the blame onto me? They just want to trip me up? But if they see me unscathed now, what would they do? Gao Feihu blurted out, of course, they wouldn't be happy. Exactly, and if they aren't happy, what would they do? Then they would act again. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Then our opportunity wouldn't come? Gao Feihu suddenly understood. Everything was within Lin Ji's calculations. Even bearing the unjust accusations and the civilians' criticism in the capital, it couldn't stop him from moving forward steadfastly towards his goal. Was this the young general? In an instant, Gao Feihu seemed to see the shadow of the northern general Lin Jinxiu on Lin Ji. Back when the northern border was in peril, the northern barbarians were at the gates. Everyone thought the northern frontier of the Great Xia would fall. Even the emperor had given up, sending troops only symbolically for support. But Lin Jinxiu led the northern border army soldiers in stubborn resistance, lasting for 2 months, firmly keeping the invaders out of Great Xia's territory. When the reinforcements arrived, Great Xia counterattacked with a thunderous momentum, forcing the northern barbarians back 300 miles. Thus, the north enjoyed 5 years of peace. Hashtag Chapter 95. Another crime. In the residence of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao sat triumphantly in his study, a smug smile plastered on his face. Father, what brings you such joy? By now, Lin Ji should have been arrested and thrown into the prison of the Grand Court of Judicial Review, right? Zhu Jing asked, his face full of astonishment. Why would you say that, father? Although Lin Ji was detestable, the Grand Court had yet to release any information regarding the abduction incident. Why would his father make such a conclusion? Yesterday, I discussed with the Chief Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan. We selected a group of death row inmates from the prison outside the city and instructed them to wreak havoc within the city. Not only that, but we also had them act under Lin Ji's name. By now, the citizens of the imperial city must be filled with hatred for the northern general and his northern army. How could he not be arrested and imprisoned? Just thinking about it made Zhu Zheng feel immensely relieved. Finally, he had vented his anger. Opposing him? Did Lin Ji think he was invincible just because he was a young general and had Princess Anning backing him? He even dared to come to the Minister of War's residence to abduct a bride. Truly audacious. Zhu Zheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Father, you truly are formidable. That man could never be your match. Does this mean I still have a chance to marry you, Luoyu? Zhu Zheng's face darkened at these words. He slapped his son across the face. You good for nothing. All you care about is that woman. Even if she is beautiful, what good is it? She's just a piece of clothing. There are countless more beautiful women in the world. Ultimately, if not for his son Zhu Zheng's insistence on marrying you, Luoyu, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. But now, it had become a personal vendetta between him and Lin Ji. Zhu Biao would not allow Lin Ji to live comfortably. At that moment, a trusted subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. Minister, something terrible has happened. What is it? Lin Ji hasn't been arrested. He's still strolling around the streets as if nothing happened. What? Zhu Biao straightened up, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Given the crimes committed by those death row inmates, beheading would be lenient. According to the laws of the Great Xia, they should be subjected to the breaking of the waist and even be punished with the annihilation of their entire clan. As the northern general, how could Lin Ji remain unscathed? What exactly happened? Have you found out? What did the Grand Court say? Zhu Biao demanded coldly. He refused to believe that Lin Ji could be so lucky, escaping unscathed from such a situation. I inquired at the Grand Court. It seems that the Grand Court's chief, Magistrate Liu, has set a 3-day period to gather evidence. By then, with irrefutable evidence, no one can absolve him of his crimes. This Liu Mo is so stubborn. So many citizens have already filed complaints at the Grand Court, yet he still insists on gathering evidence. Zhu Biao's anger flared upon hearing this. Seeing Lin Ji's carefree demeanor made him furious. Father, it seems this guy won't have many days left. Let's wait for 3 days. Perhaps by then, I can still marry the princess. Zhu Zheng's heart swelled with joy at the thought. Both Yu Luoyu and Princess Anning were peerless beauties. If he could have both, enjoying the pleasures of a double life, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Shut up, Zhu Biao scolded harshly. At such a time, all his son could think about was women. What an incompetent. 3 days? Zhu Biao didn't want Linji to have even one good day. He smirked coldly. Gathering evidence, huh? All right, this time, I'll catch him red-handed. Let's see how he can argue his way out of this. He wanted Linji to suffer endlessly. Preferably, to be executed by dismemberment. Only then could he quench his thirst for revenge. He beckoned his subordinate over. Go and tell those men to do as such? Understood. The subordinate nodded. He couldn't help but sigh. The Minister of War was truly ruthless. Not content with harming so many ordinary citizens, he was now escalating his actions. But he was just a messenger. He couldn't interfere with such matters. As night fell, Chongping City gradually quieted down. Due to the events of the previous night, the populace was on edge. Citizens tightened their defenses, fearful of falling victim. Even within the imperial city, where the Grand Court of Judicial Review upheld justice, suffering such misfortune was still a personal torment. Who would want their lives to be ruined? In the outskirts of the southwestern residential district, shadowy figures once again gathered. The leader was the same middle-aged man as before. Brother, who would have thought such a good opportunity would come again? A skinny man beside him, with a lecherous gaze, was extremely excited. He was already eager to get started. We're just doing our job. Anyway, our superiors have instructed us that if we do well this time, we won't have to return to prison and can live a carefree life. The middle-aged man's voice was low and grave. So, brothers, stay sharp. Tonight, we must do it perfectly. Ideally, we should make the citizens of this city hate Lin Ji to the core. With that, he donned a mask and led the way by scaling the wall into the residential area. The others followed eagerly. But when they reached the outside of the houses, they found something unusual. Strange, why can't I unlock this door? Mine too. Let's try climbing over the wall. Ouch! Who put shards of iron on this wall? One of the black-clad men had his hands pierced and bloodied. Seeing this, the others grew suspicious. They regrouped around their leader. Boss, something's not right here. How could ordinary houses be so difficult to enter? Are you idiots? After last night's uproar, the common folk must have taken precautions. The leader's face was filled with disdain. But they're just ordinary houses. If you can't handle this, don't think about doing those dirty deeds. Remember, make a lot of noise. He reiterated. The group nodded. They no longer hesitated. Some kicked down doors, others leaped over walls. Ordinary houses couldn't stop these men. The lecherous skinny man chose a house that looked relatively well off. His excitement grew when he found women's clothing hanging in the courtyard. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. What kind of beauty is inside? Let me take a look. But as the skinny man pushed the door open and stepped in, 2 figures darted past in the darkness. The skinny man blinked, thinking he had imagined it. The next moment, he felt an icy chill around his neck. Chapter 96. The Perfect Capture Plan. The skinny man never expected that the ordinary civilian residence he had entered would be waiting for him with 2 cold, sharp, long swords. In the darkness, the gleam of the swords emitted a chilling brilliance. It made one's heart tremble with fear. Who are you? The skinny man blurted out. How amusing. You come here to cause trouble, and now you ask us who we are. A voice rang out from a corner. At the same time, someone lit an oil lamp. A well-dressed, handsome young gentleman with a profound smile on his lips appeared. His gaze, however, was extremely cold and sinister. The skinny man inexplicably swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his spine. You were waiting for me here? Of course. Since you've set up such a grand performance to frame and implicate me, if I didn't come, wouldn't it be a bit disappointing? The gentleman stood up. The skinny man's mind suddenly went blank upon hearing this. He blurted out, Are you the young General Linji? I didn't expect you. Who looks so despicable and acts so vile, to be quite clever, Linji said proudly. Seeing that your actions yesterday didn't harm me, you're now adding more innocent lives to the tally? You really are something. The skinny man felt an intense sense of unease. At the same time, he subtly moved his wrist. In the next moment, countless white powders were scattered. The two guards holding him instinctively retreated. Seeing an opportunity, the skinny man turned and ran without hesitation. But as soon as he moved, he felt shadows flickering before him. Turning back, Linji had somehow appeared behind him. What? The skinny man was so scared that he fell to the ground. This agility was simply too nimble. He hadn't even seen it clearly. Do you really think you can come and go as you please in this house, as if it were a wilderness? Linji said coldly. The skinny man's face turned pale. If he were trapped here, his life would be in grave danger, and he might even ruin something important. He steeled himself, directly pulled out the dagger from his waist. No matter how skilled, one is still vulnerable to a knife. What does it matter if you are the young general of the northern garrison? Without a weapon, you're still just a pig or dog waiting to be slaughtered. But to his utter disbelief, before he could make a move, Linji kicked him directly, sending him crashing into the earthen wall. The guards beside him reacted immediately, swarming forward to restrain him once more. Overconfident, Linji dusted off his shoe. Then he picked up the white powder that the man had scattered. This is just ordinary quicklime. Be careful not to get it in your eyes. It's very troublesome. Linji cautioned. Indeed, these bandits from the martial world. Their methods are so despicable. The two guards nodded gratefully. If not for the young general's intervention, they might have ruined the entire plan. Linji turned to look outside. Many black-clad men had already entered the residence. He pulled out a bamboo tube from his waist and shot it into the sky. A dazzling firework soared into the air. In this quiet night, it was exceptionally bright. At the same time, all the black-clad men were startled. What's going on? Why would someone be setting off fireworks outside? No, that's a signal. We've been tricked. There's a trap here. The leading man shouted angrily. All the black-clad men wanted to retreat at the first moment. However, Princess Anning's 3,000 personal guards had already been fully deployed here. Not to mention, all the officials from the Grand Court of Revision were stationed outside. Once this net of heaven and earth is stepped into, no one can escape. Take them all down, just leave one or two alive. If anyone resists, kill them immediately. Linji's voice was like thunder. At the same time, flames erupted around. Countless torches appeared in the darkness. The black-clad men finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They couldn't help but curse loudly. Which bastard actually set a trap here? How did they know we would come? Could it be that the Minister of War wants to silence us? This guy is too shameless. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and find a way to escape. The leading middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Countless doubts flashed through his mind. But at this moment, he had no time to think deeply. If they were trapped here, there was only one outcome: being captured. Whether they confessed or not about Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War, the result would be the same: death. Just based on the crimes they committed last night, it was enough to sentence each of them to death several times over. Upon hearing this, the black-clad men no longer hesitated and immediately scattered in all directions. They had only one goal now. That was to get out of here as quickly as possible. Absolutely not to be caught. Over here. There are 3 over there. Follow me to surround them. Stop if you run again. I'll shoot. Various shouts rang out one after another. The momentum was overwhelming. The 3,000 personal guards were in full force, and no one would be allowed to escape. Meanwhile, on a high platform not far from the residential area, Lu Mo, the minister of the Grand Court of Revision, had his hands behind his back. He had already seen the flickering lights in the residential area from afar, as well as the constantly darting figures. It's done. Minister Lu, the young general, has succeeded. Gao Fei, who beside him, was excited. He was afraid that these people wouldn't fall for it. Unexpectedly, everything was unfolding as predicted. Indeed, the young general was superior, a prophet indeed. Don't be in a hurry, we haven't received the signal yet, Luo said meaningfully. He was also secretly surprised. When he first learned of Linji's plan, he didn't have much hope. After all, there were still 3 days left. If tonight failed, they still had a chance to start over. But, unexpectedly, Linji could calculate everything so precisely. This young man is truly extraordinary. No wonder he is the young general of the northern garrison. Indeed, those rumors in the martial world are not to be believed. Gao Feihu nodded upon hearing this. At the same time, he was secretly cheering himself on. This time, he must catch all these people. He wanted to see who was behind this, using such vicious and ruthless means. Soon, another firework rose in the residential area. This was the signal to inform Luo that it was time to close the net. He waved his hand. Gao Shaoqing, inform everyone to move out immediately. Do not delay the battle. Yes. Gao Feihu was excited. As soon as he agreed, he rushed out first. When the officials from the Grand Court of Revision arrived at the residential area, the scene had already been controlled by the princess's personal guards. All the black-clad men were lawfully bound. There was no escape. Although most still resisted to the death, how could they be a match for the princess's personal guards? Some died, some were injured. The rest were all captured alive. Not a single one was allowed to escape. Young General, Gao Feihu rushed over excitedly. Seeing the current situation, he was even more greatly shocked in his heart. Indeed, it still had to be the young general. If it were him, he certainly couldn't have devised such a perfect plan. Chapter 97. All the thieves captured. Elder brother Gao, all the men have been captured. Linji stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm and composed. He had anticipated this outcome from the beginning. Now, he felt he had lived up to the expectations placed on him by the Grand Court of Judicial Review. Impressive. Gao Feihu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Luo followed suit. Looking around, he saw the black-clothed men and felt a deep-seated hatred. You bunch of scoundrels, daring to wreak havoc under the very nose of the imperial city, truly ignorant of the heaven's height and the earth's depth. Take them back, keep them under strict surveillance, and interrogate them one by one. They must confess to everything. Yes. The officers of the Grand Court of Judicial Review were also excited. They hadn't encountered such a big case in a long time. What's more, this one was solved unusually smoothly. It hardly took any effort. It was just a matter of coming over to make an arrest. Who would have thought such a good opportunity would fall into their laps? Seeing the black-clothed men being taken away one by one, Luo couldn't help but ask, Young General, how did you determine they would attack here tonight? This question had been lingering in his mind from the start. It was also the main reason Luo couldn't fully believe. With hundreds of thousands of people in the imperial city and over 100 residential districts, if someone planned to harm the civilians, there was no way to prevent it. This was the most perplexing issue when Luo learned of the incident. Unexpectedly, Linji calculated so accurately? If it was just a lucky guess, he really wouldn't believe it. Minister Liu, it's actually quite easy to analyze. Linji said with a meaningful smile. You preconceived that they were related to my northern border army, but in my view, these people were deliberately trying to frame and incriminate. So when I paraded through the city today, it was bound to attract attention. I didn't expect them to be so impatient and attack tonight. Luo nodded. His eyes showed admiration, turning passivity into initiative, luring the enemy step by step into their trap. The plan was meticulous, bold, and detailed, truly extraordinary. Linji was indeed a standout among the younger generation. These things, even Luo couldn't have done. Then how did you determine they would definitely come here? This, I have to thank the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Due to the horrific incident in the city, it was bound to cause panic among the people. Linji took the opportunity to find Yun Songfeng during the day, asking him to get his father, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, to issue a notice in the city. The general content was that certain areas would be under martial law tonight. These criminals, for the sake of convenience, would naturally choose the area with the weakest defense. Moreover, among the many residential districts, this area was relatively secluded. Even if it were Linji, he would choose here. After hearing this analysis, Lu Mo couldn't help but inwardly sigh. What a lad. Coarse on the surface but detailed within. It seems unpredictable. In fact, it's full of calculations. Such a person is truly rare. His future is limitless. Young General, since we have now found the criminals, solving the case is just around the corner. The rest is our business at the Grand Court of Judicial Review, so please do not act rashly. We will definitely uncover the truth. If the young general is innocent, we will absolutely give the young general and all the suffering civilians an explanation. Lu Mo said solemnly. Linji nodded upon hearing this. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Lu to be busy. All right, we're packing up and leaving. Lu Mo turned and left. Before leaving, Gao Feihu comforted a few more words. Only after all the officers of the Grand Court of Judicial Review had left the residential district did Linji turn around. But he did not leave. Instead, he returned to another residential district. Due to tonight's special circumstances, all the residents had been temporarily relocated to other places in secret. Now that the Grand Court of Judicial Review had left, no one knew what would happen here. Linji zigzagged and arrived at the backyard of a civilian residence. At this moment, 2 personal guards were stationed here. Young General, did anyone from the Grand Court of Judicial Review come by? Linji asked in a low voice. No, the people from the Grand Court of Judicial Review only reached the alley entrance and didn't come in. Good. Linji nodded. Open the door. Yes. Entering the backyard, there was a man tied up with ropes and a cotton cloth stuffed in his mouth. He was the thin man Linji had captured first. At this moment, the man's eyes were filled with panic. All the others had been taken away, leaving only him, which was not a good sign. Perhaps out of the instinct of a bandit. The thin man felt something extremely terrifying might happen. Linji ordered someone to remove the cotton cloth from his mouth. Wanna live? Young General, spare my life. I'm just a messenger. The thin man immediately gasped for breath, pleading incessantly. It seems you don't understand. Now, I'll ask you a question, and you answer one. If you say one extra word, I'll have someone cut a wound on your body. If you don't want to suffer, be honest. Linji's tone was extremely cold. It seemed completely different from his usual self. But those who knew him well knew this was a sign that Linji was truly angry. Whether at the general's residence or the port, many people thought the young general of the northern border was a very amiable person, casual and without airs. Not like a playboy, but more like a dandy. But only a few knew that Linji was an extremely principled person. When someone touched his bottom line, no matter who it was, they would pay a heavy price. Young General The thin man was eager to explain, but before he could say it, 2 personal guards had already stepped forward, their bright sabers drawn. Slash. For bloody wounds appeared on the thin man's arms. He let out a pig-like scream. Shut up. Linji frowned slightly. I'll tell you, no matter how loudly you scream in this area, no one will come. Thanks to you, all the residents here have been moved to other places to stay tonight. Don't say I kill you, even if I torture you to a state of being neither human nor ghost. No one will know. The thin man was terrified to the extreme. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He thought he had seen many ruthless people in the rivers and lakes. Especially as a bandit, they were all reckless. But today, he had truly seen the world. Compared to not being afraid of death, there was an even more terrifying kind of person, usually called a madman. At this moment in the thin man's eyes, Linji was a madman without emotion, with extremely terrifying and cruel methods. Good. Linji's face showed satisfaction. He didn't feel he had gone too far. These people had harmed so many civilians last night, even causing many girls to lose their innocence. Chapter 98. What goes around comes around. Had it not been for Linji's insistence on keeping one person alive, the man before him would have already been reduced to a pile of bones. I ask you, did you defile the girl's innocence last night? Lin Ji asked calmly. No, I didn't, the scrawny man stammered, not daring to tell the truth. He figured, since no one knew, what harm could a lie do? Lin Ji raised his hand slightly. His guard stepped forward and slashed the man again. The man let out another heart-wrenching scream. The pain of being sliced was far more agonizing than a quick death, as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. I ask again, did you or did you not? Yes, the scrawny man replied tremblingly, no longer daring to hide anything. How many? 1. Are you sure? Yes, I am. Seeing that Lin Ji did not delve further into this matter, the scrawny man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard Lin Ji continue to ask, who sent you to do this? I don't know. Let me tell you, my patience is limited. Don't test it repeatedly. Lin Ji's voice remained steady, his face expressionless, yet the aura of authority he exuded was suffocating. I'm not lying to you, young general. I really don't know. Before this, we were all locked up in the outer city prison. We were supposed to be executed in 2 months. The scrawny man no longer dared to hide anything and spilled the beans, detailing everything. The night before, someone suddenly came to the prison to bail them out, promising freedom if they completed a task. The leader was their former bandit chief. Hearing the chance for freedom, how could the bandits refuse? What they didn't expect was that the task would involve harming the citizens of the capital, with no restrictions on methods. The man said there was only one condition, to mention young General Lin Ji's name. The scrawny man didn't dare to look up, fearing Lin Ji's gaze. So last night, you attacked the residential areas of the city and harmed the citizens? The scrawny man nodded. Lin Ji's gaze had turned ice cold. He could tolerate frame-ups and political struggles, but there were always limits. Involving innocent civilians was already unscrupulous, let alone harming their lives and defiling their honor. Especially for the girls, their lives would be plagued by gossip, and even if they survived, few could live peacefully unless they fled far away. Thank you for cooperating and letting me know everything. However, since you don't know the mastermind, you are of no use to me. Lin Ji took a deep breath and signaled to his 2 guards. Handle him tonight. Make sure to carve 3,600 cuts on him. After he's dead, throw the body to the dogs. The scrawny man was thunderstruck, and even the guards were stunned. They had seen many bloody scenes on the battlefield, but carving 3,600 cuts on a person was beyond cruel. Young general, are you sure? Of course. This man is guilty beyond redemption. Originally a death row inmate, he dared to wreak havoc. A single cut won't make up for his crimes. Lin Ji, death by 1,000 cuts, is the only way. Lin Ji said slowly. If possible, he would have even turned the man into a human pig, but that was too troublesome. Lin Ji was the best method. No, please, young general. The scrawny man shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with despair. He would rather be killed than suffer. Lin Ji. Do it. Lin Ji turned away. Just as the guards were about to strike, the scrawny man screamed desperately, I know. I know. What do you know? If I tell you, can you spare me? The scrawny man pleaded. To survive, he was willing to sacrifice everything, including his dignity. He no longer had the arrogance from before, only one thought, to escape at any cost. Do you think you are in a position to bargain? Lin Ji smirked. Even if you don't say, I can't investigate. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The scrawny man's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot with fear, looking grotesque. The man who bailed us out that night was from the court, and it seemed he was working for a high-ranking official. The guard's hearts skipped a beat. The mastermind was a court official? There are hundreds of officials in the capital. Do you expect me to investigate them one by one? Lin Ji said meaningfully. The Ministry of War. The man said he was from the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War? Lin Ji sneered. As expected, it was Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. The scoundrel. Being one of the 6 ministers, he still abused his power and disregarded the law. If this matter wasn't dealt with, Lin Ji would not rest easy. You two, prepare to act. No need for 3,600 cuts now, just make sure he doesn't have a good night. Dispose of everything before dawn. Linji turned and left without hesitation. The guard's eyes also showed cold killing intent. Unforgivable. Truly deserved to die. The scrawny man was utterly desperate. He now understood the kind of terrifying person he had provoked. The most ridiculous part was that before, they had never taken Linji seriously, considering him just a useless drunkard. Now, even though they knew better, it was too late. In the deserted residential area, the sound of a desperate cry pierced the night, faintly heard even in neighboring districts. ##### Chapter 99. It's definitely you. The next day, Linji arrived early at the Dali Temple. Young General Luo and all the officials below him had dark circles under their eyes, looking exhausted. They seemed drained. Oh, Luda, Gaogo, what happened to you? Linji looked surprised. Hee, young general, aren't you asking the obvious? We brought back so many people last night. Of course, we had to interrogate them overnight to bring justice to the local people and the young general. Luo said sourly. It seemed Linji had a good night's sleep while he was stuck with a big problem. Thank you for your hard work. Linji had his attendants place the breakfast and pastries they brought on the table. This is just a small token of appreciation and a gesture of goodwill from the general's mansion. The officials at the Dali Temple were delighted. They had been working all night and hadn't eaten yet. They immediately wolfed down the food. Not to mention, the general's mansion had a royal chef brought by the princess from the palace. The pastries were exceptionally delicious. Much better than what they could buy in the civilian shops. Hey, watch your manners, won't you? Don't forget to thank the young general. Luo sighed inwardly, seeing his subordinate's lack of manners. So embarrassing. It's fine. If this matter is resolved, Luda, if you could be honest with me and become friends, it would be a good thing. That might be difficult. Luo said meaningfully. How so? Young general, you know very well. Although this matter is likely not related to you, the emperor previously ordered me to investigate the incident of you snatching the bride from the son of the minister of war, Judah. Is that also a misunderstanding? Linji was candid. No, it was indeed me. You. Chapter 99. I insist it's you. The next day, Linji arrived early at the Grand Court of Justice. Young General Luo and all the officials under him had panda eyes and weary faces, looking as if they had been drained. Oh, Luda, Brother Gao, what happened to you? Linji asked in surprise. Hee, young general, aren't you being deliberately obtuse? We captured so many people last night. Of course, we had to interrogate them all night to bring justice to the local people and to you. Luo said sourly. It seemed that Linji had gone back to sleep well, while he was stuck with a big trouble. You've all worked hard. Linji had his attendants place the breakfast and pastries he brought on the table. This is just a small token of appreciation from the general's mansion. The officials of the Grand Court of Justice were overjoyed. They had been busy all night and hadn't eaten yet. They immediately started wolfing down the food. The pastries from the general's mansion, made by the royal chef brought by the princess from the palace, were incredibly delicious. Much better than what they could buy in the civilian shops. Hey, watch your manners, don't forget to thank the young general. Luo sighed inwardly, seeing his subordinates being so uncouth. What a disgrace. It's fine. If this matter is resolved, and if you can be honest with me, becoming friends wouldn't be a bad thing. It's unlikely. Luo said meaningfully. What do you mean? Young general, why ask when you already know? Although this matter is probably not related to you, the emperor had previously ordered me to investigate the incident of you snatching the bride of Minister Zhu's son. Could that also be a misunderstanding? Linji was candid. No, it was indeed me. You. Luo was Totong. Both incidents were related to Linji. Resolving one would still leave the other. So they were still in the relationship of prosecutor and the prosecuted. Luda, there's no need to be agitated. I can explain. I snatched the bride because Minister Zhu forced General Yu's sister to marry against her will. As the future son-in-law of the emperor and a citizen of the Great Xia, How could I stand by and watch such oppression of the people? The situation was urgent, so I had to resort to this measure. Linji spoke eloquently. Luimo inwardly lamented. He had taken the opportunity to understand the details of the incident. Now Linji had explained it clearly. But the problem was, the other party was Minister Zhu. Luimo, though always impartial and incorruptible, knew that the Ministry of War, as the head of the 6 ministries, had great power in the court. The faction was deeply entrenched, from the nobles in the capital to the generals and officials stationed in various places. To move against the Minister of War? Unless it was the emperor himself granting Luimo the imperial sword, specially appointed as an imperial envoy, with the authority to execute the emperor and the treacherous ministers. Otherwise, he really had no confidence. Young general, you'd better stay in your mansion for the time being, lay low, and make plans after the wind has passed. Luimo couldn't help but sigh. It was only because Linji was truly talented that he didn't want such a young talent to perish in the court's vortex, thus giving advice. For others, there was no need to say more. Luda, this isn't like the rumors about you. Is it because it involves the Minister of War that you can't uphold justice and discern right from wrong as before? If so, what's the difference from those corrupt officials? Linji said meaningfully, catching the intention of the other's stalling tactic. Young general, this matter is no small affair. You haven't been in the capital long, so you might not understand the position of the Minister of War. Luimo said thoughtfully. The Prime Minister and the First Premier of the Grand Secretariat are the heads of the civil officials. In other words, they are the most powerful under the emperor. The Marshal and the Princes are the heads of the military officers. These people usually have remarkable military exploits and are the pillars of the entire country. Even Linji's father, the northern garrison General Linjinchio, is second to them. And since ancient times, the struggle between civil and military officials has been continuous. Almost every dynasty has such a situation. But there is one person who can connect civil and military officials. That is the Minister of War. The Ministry of War manages all the troops in the world, and the minister can even command all the troops in the world in critical moments on behalf of the emperor. Zhu Biao can reach the position of Minister of War. It shows that his importance is extraordinary, even if Luimo wants to move. There are countless people in the court who will not agree. The Grand Court of Justice is just one of the 3 legal departments, responsible for handling cases and supervising functions. How can it compare to the Ministry of War? In short, if the young general wants to confront Minister Zhu Biao, it really is courting trouble. Even with Princess Anning, it may not be enough to protect you. Luimo said earnestly. This time, the Minister of War only filed a lawsuit with the emperor and did not pursue it deeply. If the young general survives the storm, he will surely be safe. Linji couldn't help but smile inwardly. Luda, you are still too naive. Not pursuing deeply? The shocking case in the court in your hands was orchestrated by Minister Zhu Biao. But there is no evidence. Linji has no evidence to prove that Zhu Biao is the mastermind. Even if he says it now, he will only be countercharged. He believes that Zhu Biao dared to send someone to do this, leaving himself a way out. By the way, Luda, have these people confessed to their mastermind? Linji suddenly asked. Luimo shook his head. These guys are really stubborn. No matter how I ask them, they insist it was the young general who ordered them. His face was full of helplessness. Luimo now believed that Linji was not involved in this matter. Otherwise, why would he personally lead the arrest yesterday? If it was really a thief calling the police, he would have killed all these people long ago. Why create more trouble? To give the people an explanation, we still have to make an effort. Luda, since they say it was me who ordered them, let them point me out in court. Linji suddenly said. What? Luimo was puzzled. He couldn't understand what Linji meant at all. They are clearly framing you, and you are letting them point you out? That's not self-inflicting the blame. At that time, you would be beyond defense, and the people would not believe it. He insists, which means he knows me. In court, with so many people, it shouldn't be hard to find me out, right? Both incidents were related to Linji. Investigating one meant the other remained unresolved. So they were still the examiner and the examinee. Luda, don't be agitated. I can explain. I snatched the bride because Minister Zhu Biao, using his position as minister, forced General Yu Yan's sister to marry. As the future son-in-law of the emperor and a part of Xia, how could I stand by and see such oppression of the people? The situation was urgent, so I had to take this measure. Lin Ji spoke eloquently. Lu Mo, however, was inwardly groaning. He had taken the time to investigate and understood the situation. Now Lin Ji explained it clearly. But the problem was Zhu Biao, the Minister of War. Although Lu Mo was always just and incorruptible, the Ministry of War, as the head of the 6 ministries, had significant power in the court. The factions were deeply rooted, from the high-ranking officials in the capital to the generals and local officials. To move against the Minister of War? Unless Emperor Li Jingjin bestowed the imperial sword and appointed Lu Mo as a special envoy, with the authority to execute the corrupt and the treacherous. Otherwise, he had no confidence. Young general, you'd better stay in your mansion for a while, keep a low profile, and wait for the dust to settle before making any plans. Lu Mo couldn't help but sigh. He only advised Lin Ji because he truly valued his talent and didn't want such a promising young man to be crushed in the court's vortex. For others, he wouldn't bother. Luda, this doesn't sound like you from the rumors? Is it because it involves the Minister of War that you can't uphold justice and discern right from wrong as before? If so, what's the difference from those corrupt officials? Lin Ji said meaningfully, catching the others' delaying tactic. Young general, this is no small matter. You haven't been in the capital long, so you might not understand the position of the Minister of War. Lu Mo said thoughtfully. The Prime Minister and the Chief of the Cabinet are the leaders of the civil officials. In other words, they are the most powerful under the emperor. The marshal and the princes are the leaders of the military. These people often have remarkable military achievements and are the pillars of the nation. Even Lin Ji's father, the northern general Lin Jinqiu, is secondary. Since ancient times, the struggle between civil and military officials has been continuous. Almost every dynasty has had such situations. But there is one person who can connect civil and military officials. That is the Minister of War. The Ministry of War controls the world's troops, and the minister can even command all the troops in the world in critical moments. Zhu Biao's position as Minister of War shows its extraordinary importance. Even if Lu Mo wanted to move, there would be countless people in the court who would not agree. The Dali Temple is only one of the 3 legal authorities, responsible for handling cases and monitoring functions. How could it compare to the Ministry of War? In short, if the young general wants to confront the Minister of War Zhu Biao, it would truly be courting trouble. Even with Princess Anning, it might not be enough to protect you. Lu Mo said earnestly. And this time, the Minister of War only sued the emperor and did not delve deeper. If the young general weathers the storm, he will be safe. Lin Ji couldn't help but smile inwardly. Luda, you are still too naive. No deeper investigation? The shocking case in your hands was orchestrated by the Minister of War Zhu Biao. But there was no evidence. Lin Ji had no proof that Zhu Biao was the mastermind. Even if he said it now, he would only be accused. He believed Zhu Biao had left himself a way out by sending people to do this. By the way, Luda, did these people confess their mastermind? Lin Ji suddenly asked. Lu Mo shook his head. These guys are really stubborn. No matter how I ask, they insist it was the young general who ordered them. He looked helpless. Lu Mo now believed Lin Ji was unrelated to the case. Otherwise, why would he have led the arrest yesterday? If it were really a thief calling out thieves, he would have killed them all and avoided further complications. To give the people an explanation, we'll have to put in some effort. Luda, since they say I ordered them, let them point me out in court. Lin Ji suddenly said. What? Lu Mo was confused. He couldn't understand Lin Ji's meaning at all. They were clearly framing him, and he wanted them to point him out? That would only smear himself. It would be hard to defend, and the people wouldn't believe it. If he insists, it means he knows me. With so many people in court, it shouldn't be hard to point me out, right? Chapter 100. Accusation in Court. Luo Mo was utterly taken aback when Lin Ji made such a request. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude and the fact that he could indeed understand the case, Luo Mo decided not to argue further. Young general, you must think this through. If they only recognize you, then this dirty water will be impossible to wash off, Luo Mo warned. Thank you for your concern, Lu Da. But I, Lin Ji, have always been blessed by heaven. I believe I can turn this danger into safety, Lin Ji said calmly. This case needed to be resolved quickly. Prolonging it would benefit no one. The people might start rumors, and the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, would likely stir up new trouble. Lin Ji did not want to waste too much time and energy on this. The next day, in the public court of the Grand Court of Justice, all the affected civilians were present to witness. Besides Lin Ji, there were also several others, including officials from the Grand Court of Justice, members of the Lin Trading Company, and even ordinary citizens from the city. Dressed in official robes, Luo Mo slowly walked out from the back hall. The civilians were excited and bowed in respect. Lu Da, why have you called us here today? One of them asked. Today, I want to investigate the case thoroughly and also hope that you all can be witnesses, Luo Mo said calmly. In the presence of everyone, I believe they framed Lin Ji, but they didn't even know him personally. Now, in court, if they pointed out the wrong person, it would be self-incrimination. Brother, what should we do now? One of the prisoners whispered to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged leader was also troubled. They never expected to be caught again and hadn't prepared at all. Among the crowd, they spotted Lin Ji. Brother, isn't this guy the one who caught us last night? Since we don't know anyone else, let's just point at him. If it doesn't work, we can say he's pretending to be the young general, the prisoners said, ready to throw caution to the wind and take someone down with them. No! The middle-aged leader rejected the idea outright, especially when he saw Lin Ji's smug expression, as if hinting for him to point at him. These officials were all cunning and deceitful. Who knew what tricks were hidden here? I feel like he's setting a trap for me. Think about it. Lin Ji is the young general of the northern garrison and the future son-in-law of the emperor. How could such a person personally lead troops to surround us? He reasoned. The others nodded in agreement, finding his logic sound. But brother, we only know him. We don't know anyone else. The middle-aged leader was troubled. There was no other choice. We'll have to take a gamble, he said, scanning the people in the court. Luo Mo questioned, what are you whispering about? Aren't you supposed to be the Northern Army? Is it that hard to point out your young general? Your Honor, we've been on the run in the Northern Territories for a long time and have long been separated from our main force. We've endured many hardships to reach the capital. We just want to take a good look. Is that not allowed? The middle-aged leader retorted boldly. Luo Mo secretly laughed. These people were really stubborn, still spouting nonsense at this point. On the surface, he remained serious. Hurry up. Are you guessing? Then I have reason to suspect you are framing the young general. The middle-aged leader's heart skipped a beat. He then pointed at the most burly and imposing man among them. It's him. Are you sure? Luo Mo probed. The civilians outside began whispering, their expressions complicated. The middle-aged leader even felt he had hit the mark by chance and became even more confident. Yes, he is the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji. As a young general, he should be extraordinary in presence, and among them, this man looked the most like a martial artist. So the middle-aged leader placed all his bets on this man. Luo Mo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Good. Since you are sure, then everything is settled. Guards, torture these scoundrels severely. We must force them to reveal the mastermind behind this. The prisoners were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Your Honor, we have already pointed out the mastermind. Why are you still doing this to us? Yes, we said it's the young general of the northern garrison, didn't we? You are beating a confession out of us. Even if we did something wrong, what's the difference between you and us? They argued boldly, as if they were truly wronged. At that moment, the deputy minister of the Grand Court of Justice, Gao Feihu, stood up, a triumphant smile on his face. Looks like you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. You really don't get it. Since you say he is the young general of the northern garrison, Let me ask you, when was the last time you saw the young general? 7 months ago, the middle-aged leader replied without hesitation. After all, it had been over half a year. Any impression would have faded by now. Ha ha ha. Lao Han, I never thought you'd end up like me one day. Lin Ji couldn't help but burst out laughing. The prisoners looked at each other, confused about what was happening. The man they pointed out was actually a businessman from the Lin Trading Company, someone who had traveled far and wide and done all kinds of physical labor, hence his relatively robust build. I'll tell you the truth. I am the real young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji, he declared. What? It was impossible. The middle-aged leader couldn't believe it. Chapter 101. Cleverness misleads the clever. The middle-aged man stared dumbfounded at Lin Ji. He never dreamed that the answer had been right in front of him all along. Cleverness misleads the clever. He had been smart his entire life, only to be momentarily foolish, thinking everything was within his expectations. You are actually Lin Ji. Indeed, but it's too late to say that now. Do you think I led the team personally last night for no reason? Lin Ji said with a profound smile. He knew that if he caught these people, they would surely turn the tables on him. So from the very beginning, Lin Ji had already started plotting. But these people still hadn't figured out where they went wrong. I'll tell you the truth. I know who is behind you. Lin Ji whispered into the middle-aged man's ear, the volume only they could hear. If you don't want to suffer, it's best to confess now. Otherwise, the instruments of torture in the Grand Court of Justice will let you taste the cruel punishments of the Great Xia again. The middle-aged man finally saw the truth, fuming with rage. You scoundrel! You dared to set a trap for us. Humph! Lin Ji snorted coldly. You were the ones who set the trap for me first. I'm just repaying the favor. The middle-aged man was furious. Even with shackles on his hands, he wanted to rush and fight Lin Ji. Naturally, this was noticed by the nearby officers. They immediately stepped forward to restrain him. Luo shouted sternly, "Take these men back to the prison. Interrogate them harshly. We must uncover the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, the case cannot proceed." Let me go. You bastard. You'll get what's coming to you for opposing him. Just wait and see. The prisoners kept shouting, but now they were just spin arrows. There was no threat. The courtroom returned to silence. All the commoners looked at each other. No one expected this outcome. Seeing this, Luo announced loudly, "Dear citizens, before this, you all thought the young general was behind this. But now the facts prove that he is not involved. So the young general's innocence has been cleared. However, we will continue to investigate the real mastermind until the case is completely solved and justice is served to everyone. But during this time, we hope you can give us some time and trust. I, Luo, swear by my official cap. I will definitely bring justice to everyone." The citizens were momentarily speechless, even ashamed to face Lin Ji. Many citizens in the city had been helped by Lin Ji during this time. If not for him, the 4 major merchant houses would still control the entire market. The citizens would have no way to make money. Now, the Lin family's merchant house is very people-friendly, with most of the profits going to the citizens. Thinking about how they had wronged Lin Ji, many felt utterly ashamed. After a long silence, the elder who had led the group earlier finally walked up to Lin Ji. He said with great shame, "Young General, we're sorry. We misunderstood you before. Please don't take it to heart. We are willing to apologize for our previous actions. Please forgive us, young General." As he spoke, the elder was about to kneel. Lin Ji quickly helped him up. "Grandfather, this matter was never really your fault. You don't need to take it to heart. If these people hadn't gone too far, I'm sure everyone wouldn't have been blinded by anger. What's most important now is to cooperate with the Grand Court of Justice to find the real culprit. So if you find any clues or suspicious people around you, you can report them to the Grand Court of Justice at any time." He hadn't really taken the matter to heart. Now, these ordinary people's literacy levels were negligible. Those with a bit of family background might have studied for a few days. Most could barely recognize their own names, let alone understand complex matters. Why expect them to be reasonable? Besides, he had already cleared his name. There was no need to vent all his anger on ordinary citizens. Hearing this, everyone was deeply grateful. The young general is indeed better. Yes, the young general's reputation in the capital is so good, yet we still wrongly accused him without distinguishing right from wrong. Now thinking about it, we really didn't think carefully at the time. Luckily, nothing serious happened, otherwise, we really wouldn't know how to make amends. The citizens discussed among themselves, both guilty and grateful for Lin Ji's magnanimous heart. It's fine, since the misunderstanding is resolved, everyone can go home and wait for news. If Magistrate Liu has no other instructions, I don't think you need to stay in the Grand Court of Justice. After all, with so many of you, it would be embarrassing for everyone if this got out, wouldn't it? Lin Ji said meaningfully. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then they began to disperse towards the exit of the Grand Court of Justice. Seeing this scene, Liu Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He even stepped forward. Young General, this time we really owe you. If you hadn't personally involved yourself, this misunderstanding would have been hard to clear up. Liu Mo could now guess. Lin Ji was so invested, partly to clear his own name, but also to prevent the people from making too much of a fuss. After all, if this got out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. It's nothing. Since we are both in the same court, it's natural to support each other. Besides, Magistrate Liu has a good reputation, so of course, I should give my full support. Lin Ji said casually. But secretly, he was gloating. Up until now, his relationship with the Grand Court of Justice was only very close with the Deputy Minister Gao Feihu. But this time, thanks to Minister of War Zhu Biao, he had come into contact with Liu Mo. Lin Ji believed that after this incident, his relationship with Liu Mo would be closer. This would be helpful in the future. But young general, there's one thing I don't understand. Magistrate Liu, please speak freely. I will answer without reservation. Since these men didn't recognize the young general, but last night the young general led the arrest, why did the young general think they wouldn't use this opportunity to frame him? This was a question in Liu Mo's mind. If he didn't figure it out, he felt like ants were crawling all over him. Very uncomfortable. Perhaps this was a professional ailment from working in the Grand Court of Justice. Magistrate Liu is really that interested? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Of course, if the young general doesn't want to reveal it, that's fine too. Liu Mo straightened his attitude. Chapter 102. One crisis after another. How could that be? Actually, I was just improvising. However, choosing to have them identify me in court also had an element of gambling. Lin Ji said with profound meaning. Firstly, they don't know me, and secondly, I appeared at their illegal place last night, so naturally, they would instinctively seek revenge. These people aren't foolish enough to pick a fight with me at this time. They know that only by choosing the right person can they confirm my guilt. Unfortunately, that guy was too smart for his own good. If they had decided from the beginning to seek revenge on me, I might not have known how to explain. Although it seemed coincidental, only Lin Ji knew that accurately grasping others' psychology was also a skill. In his previous life, as a sales manager, he had seen all sorts of strange characters. Various tricks were endless. To be honest, in the Great Xia, even those bandits and outlaws, let alone the ministers in the court who deal with various power struggles every day, all seem benevolent. They at least have their own so-called bottom lines. They have to consider their reputation. But the people he used to deal with had no limits. Compared to that, dealing with a few bandits and outlaws was still manageable. How did you know they definitely didn't know you? Liu Mo pondered. He found Lin Ji's plan seemingly full of loopholes, yet it could be executed smoothly. Truly baffling. These bandits and ruffians are just some vagabonds. When I arrived in the Imperial City, they were still locked up in the prison. Do you think the mastermind would really give them my portrait? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Unless the target was to have these people directly come to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, there was no need to complicate things. Liu Mo suddenly understood. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young general, I didn't expect you to be meticulous and thoughtful, Truly admirable. No wonder the young general could make a name for himself in Chongping City. It's truly worth learning from. Linji waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. If it comes to learning, I should be the one learning from Minister Liu. After all, there are still many places in Chongping City I'm not familiar with. When dealing with these officials, one must be humble when it's time to be humble. If one always has a casual attitude, it will eventually drive away those around you. We learn from each other. The younger generation surpasses the older. The young general is indeed much more capable than I was. Luomo originally wanted to chat more with Linji, but at this moment, an official came over. Your Excellency, there are some documents that need your attention. Young general, I'm afraid I can't accompany you any longer. Please make yourself at home. Public matters come first. Seeing that his suspicions had been cleared, Linji prepared to leave the Grand Court of Justice. Gao Feihu saw him out. Young general, although I don't know why such a big incident happened this time, the mastermind behind the scenes seems to be trying to frame you repeatedly. Even if these people are caught, they won't give up easily. So young general, you must be very careful and not fall into their traps. Linji smiled lightly at this. All right, you should worry about yourself first. These guys have such tough bones, it won't be easy to get them to talk. Don't worry, the Grand Court of Justice is unparalleled in handling cases throughout the country. If we can't deal with these few, then I, as the Deputy Grand Justice and Minister Liu as the Grand Justice, would really be in vain. Gao Feihu said confidently. Good, then I'll wait for your good news. After bidding farewell, Linji went straight back to the general's mansion. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the butler in a panic. The guards also looked grave. Even the princess's personal guard, Sui Bo, had drawn his weapon. What's going on? Linji was shocked. This posture of being on high alert. If someone didn't know, they might think it was an enemy invasion, the city under siege. Young general, you're finally back. Something big has happened. The butler said in a panic. Don't rush. Take your time and explain. In the imperial city, everything is about following the rules. Linji comforted. He hadn't broken any laws. Who would dare to come to cause trouble? Even the chief minister of the Grand Secretariat, Chao Tianyuan, wouldn't dare to do so. General Yu Yin, who returned from the White Wolf Pass, is leading his troops towards the general's mansion. Yu Yin? Isn't that a good thing? Linji grinned. He had been waiting for General Yu for a long time. Now that he heard the general was coming, he immediately had the guards around him put down their weapons. Don't be so tense, it's not a big deal. Young general, this time it really is a big deal. The butler looked helpless. That General Yu is probably coming to cause trouble for us. Why? Linji was bewildered. He couldn't understand. Although he hadn't had any conflicts with Yu Yin, there were no grievances either. After all, he had saved his sister. Why would he now seek revenge? General Yu learned on the way that his sister, Lady Yu, was forcibly married off by the son of the Ministry of War and rushed to the imperial city. Before entering the city, he learned that you disrupted the wedding of Zhu Zhang, the son of the Minister of War, and found out that Lady Yu was in the general's mansion. The butler wailed. Right, speaking logically, he should thank us. Why do you look like he's coming to seek justice? General Yu mistakenly thought that you disrupted the wedding scene to snatch Lady Yu, especially after learning that you brought her back to the general's mansion that day. So now he's coming to demand an explanation from us. Sui Bo's lips twitched. At his age, he had seen all sorts of scenes, but he hadn't expected to encounter this today. If it were ordinary ruffians, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. But the other party was the renowned general of the Yu family army, Yu Yin. Rumor had it that he could lift a cauldron. He had incredible strength. Skilled in military strategy, he was a fierce general. It was just that Emperor Li Jingjin deliberately distanced himself from the Yu family army. Otherwise, with Yu Yan's abilities, he could have been a marshal, even standing shoulder to shoulder with the northern garrison general, Lin Jinxiu. What the hell? Linji finally caught on. This was even more unjust than Dou Yi. Is there some mistake? Which bastard is spreading rumors? Young General, there's no time to investigate this now. We learned that General Yu has already entered the city. Although he only has a few hundred men with him, each one is a fierce warrior. I'm afraid he's already at the gate. Chapter 103. The prestige of the Yu family, well deserved. As soon as Sui Bo finished speaking, a hurried and heavy knocking echoed from the gates of the general's mansion. Accompanying it was a furious roar. Open up, you coward. Have the guts to open the door. Even the princess's 3,000 personal guards shuddered at the sound. Though they were born in the imperial court and were elite soldiers, the reputation of Yu Yin was extraordinary. In a one-on-one duel, even Sui Bo might not be a match, let alone them. Young General, what should we do now? The steward was already in a state of panic. Don't panic. It's just Yu Yin. If we haven't done anything wrong, we don't have to fear ghosts knocking on the door at midnight. We've never harmed anyone, so why should we worry? Lin Ji slightly adjusted his appearance and walked towards the gate with composure, though he couldn't help but gulp nervously. Opening the gate, he saw that the street was already blocked by soldiers, each clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons. The leading general exuded an imposing presence, his thick eyebrows and large eyes giving off a fierce aura that made people tremble. Tell your young General Lin Ji to come out. The general bellowed with fury, causing even Lin Ji to feel a tremor in his heart. Wow, the name of Yu Yin is indeed well-deserved. Such a man was actually sent to guard the White Wolf Pass. Could Li Jingjin have a screw loose in his head? Might you be the general of the Yu army, General Yu? Lin Ji asked calmly, his face carrying a faint smile. Yu Yin scoffed, let your master come out to speak. I don't want to bully the younger generation. Isn't General Yu looking for the young general? I am he. You are Lin Ji? Yu Yin couldn't help but take a closer look. He had heard of the young general of the northern garrison from White Wolf Pass, but he didn't expect to see such a young and refined gentleman today. He looked like a noble and humble scholar, far from the reckless and carefree image of a young general. Since you are Lin Ji, that saves a lot of trouble. Hand over my sister. General Yu, you come here with such aggression. Even if I originally wanted to hand her over, I wouldn't do so now, would I? Lin Ji looked at the other's overbearing manner and felt a sudden competitive spirit. Although he genuinely wanted to get closer to Yu Yin to solidify his own strength and position, if he handed over Yu Luo Yu so easily today, he would surely be looked down upon in the future. What basis would he have to negotiate cooperation with the other party then? What do you mean? Are you not planning to hand her over? General Yu, if you speak kindly, I naturally wouldn't refuse. But now, General Yu comes with such a fierce demeanor. This is the capital, under the Emperor's very nose. Even if I really don't hand her over, do you intend to go to war? Lin Ji said with profound meaning. Ha ha ha. Yu Yin laughed loudly. The young general of the northern garrison is really a rogue. I thought you had a backbone, but it turns out you're just relying on the Emperor's grace. But let me tell you, even if this is the capital, forcibly marrying my sister is against the law. What can I do? Lin Ji, I'll ask you one more time. Will you hand her over or not? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. General Yu, I've made myself very clear. Do you want me to repeat it a few more times? Very well. Yu Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. This young general of the northern garrison had some backbone, but among warriors, it was always strength that spoke. Then don't blame the Yu army for being impolite. Brothers, form up. Kill. The few hundred Yu soldiers moved in perfect unison, their long spears aligned, their battle cries loud and powerful. Lin Ji inwardly praised them. I've long heard of the elite soldiers of the Yu army. Today, seeing them indeed lives up to their reputation. In that case, I'll take the opportunity to test the skills of General Yu. Close the gate. Lin Ji waved his hand, and the personal guards and steward behind him were stunned. Young General, you're still outside? Yes, just me alone. Lin Ji declared proudly. He certainly couldn't let the princess's 3,000 personal guards clash with the Yu army. That would change the nature of things entirely. But if he fought alone, it could be defined as a friendly match, leaving room for retreat and avoiding giving the Emperor and the court officials a handle to criticize. Lin Ji's situation was not optimistic, so every step had to be taken with caution. Young General, the Yu army is extraordinary. Let me assist you. Sui Bo leapt forward, wielding twin blades and standing beside Lin Ji. At the same time, a graceful figure appeared. Xiaolian had somehow arrived at the gate. If you want to hurt my young master, you'll have to get past me first. Lin Ji was quite surprised. Not because of Xiaolian, but because of Sui Bo. This man had never looked at him properly and only cared about Princess Li Qingyue's safety. Yet now, he stepped forward. Sui Bo, your enthusiasm is quite unfamiliar to me. Lin Ji teased. If the young general were up to no good, I would naturally pretend not to see it. But today's matter is extraordinary, and I also want to test the strength of the Yu army. Sui Bo looked ready to go. Lin Ji was left speechless. It turned out this guy was also here for personal gain. Yu Yin was surprised by the three of them. He couldn't help but sneer, "You really do have courage, but if my hundreds of soldiers were to fight you three, it would be criticized as bullying the few. Then let me and my deputy generals test your mettle." With that, he dismounted, and his deputy generals also drew their weapons. The two sides were poised, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Just as things were about to erupt, a sweet voice rang out. "Brother, please spare them." "Sister." Yu Yin relaxed his stance, looking at Yu Luo Yu coming out of the general's mansion with concern. "Sister, did Lin Ji bully you? If he so much as touched a hair on you, I would make him pay dearly." "Brother, you're mistaken. The young general didn't bully me. On the contrary, he saved me. Do you really want to fight him now? Isn't that being ungrateful? He saved you?" Yu Yin frowned, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. "Brother, the only ones who bullied me were the Minister of War and his son. If not for the young general, your sister would have lost her honor today." Yu Luo Yu then recounted everything that happened in the minister's mansion. Yu Yin finally understood, his face full of embarrassment. "So that's how it is. I misunderstood. I truly apologize. I am at fault here." Lin Ji smirked. He had wanted to test the strength of the Yu army, but Yu Luo Yu had come out so quickly. He maintained a calm smile on his face. "I didn't realize there was such a misunderstanding. It was indeed hasty of me." Chapter 104. Experiencing the Imperial City. Lin Ji didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he laughed it off. "Miss you, you came out too early. At least wait until I have a few rounds with your brother before calling a halt." "Ha ha ha." Yu Yin burst out laughing. "So the young general wants to spar with me. This time I'm in the Imperial City, and I'll be staying for about 20 days, plenty of time. There's always tomorrow." "All right, don't go easy on me just because I saved your sister." Lin Ji was eager to test his current skills. In the general's mansion, the only ones who could really spar with him were Suebua and Xiaolian. But because of their status, they couldn't really go all out against Lin Ji. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Lin Ji knew that money alone wasn't enough. He also needed skills and abilities. All three were indispensable. To establish himself in the Imperial City and restore the Lin family's prestige, he had to forge ahead against the tide. "General Yu, no need to stand on ceremony. I've long heard of your reputation, and today I see it's no ordinary one." Lin Ji's face was full of smiles. In the Imperial City, he had seen many generals, big and small, but there was really no one like Yu Yin with such a presence. In his view, perhaps the legendary Xiang Yu was about this level. Such a great general, sent to guard the desolate White Wolf Pass. Truly a waste of talent. "Let's eat and chat." Yu Luo Yu enthusiastically recommended dishes to Yu Yin. "Brother, try this. It's the young general's unique creation, called Hot Pot. It's only available in the young general's hot pot shop in Chongping City. Countless people flock to it. Even if you have money outside, you might not have the chance to eat it." Yu Yin was seeing this for the first time. He was quite curious. After looking around, he tasted it under Yu Luo Yu's guidance. So fragrant. "What is this? I've never eaten anything so delicious." "This is beef tripe," Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Nowadays, Many people eat beef, but offal is generally discarded. It was only after the opening of the Lin's hot pot shop that everyone in the imperial city realized that offal could also be so delicious. Beef tripe? Yu Yin seemed to understand. It's the offal of a cow. He immediately understood. To make such a cheap food so delicious, the young general indeed has unique talents. Admirable. Ha ha ha. You flatter me. If you like it, I can give you the recipe for hot pot, and you can make it yourself when you go back. If not, I can send a chef to teach you. Lin Ji was very generous about these things. He never thought of sugar and hot pot as the foundation of his business empire. After all, these things would eventually spread. Lin Ji, having crossed over, had countless pieces of knowledge in his mind. Making food was a piece of cake, and this was just the beginning. In the future, he even planned to replicate other modern things. Not only could it consolidate his position, but it could also cultivate a very powerful army. Not to mention the nobles in Chongping City. Even Emperor Li Jingzhen would be helpless. At that time, he could return to the northern border, find his old man, strike back at the enemies, and restore the Lin family's glory. Thank you, young general. Then everyone feasted. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone was a bit tipsy. Princess Anning and Yu Luoyu felt bored and decided to take a walk in the garden. Watching the two leave, Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that one day, a woman of the Yu family could be so close to the princess. General Yu, you don't know that these 2 days, Miss Yu has been inseparable with Princess Anning in the general's mansion. It's like they're a couple. Lin Ji joked casually. Perhaps because Li Qingyue was too lonely in the palace before. There were very few people she could confide in. Yu Luoyu was understanding and clever, and in just an afternoon, they had become close. Living in the same mansion, they saw each other every day, and in a few days, they had developed a deep bond. It's good. If my sister can be under the princess's protection in the future, she won't be bullied by those scoundrels in the imperial city. Speaking of this, Yu Yan's eyes showed anger again. That scoundrel Zhu Biao. He took advantage of his position. Knowing she was my sister, he still forced the marriage. He's not fit to be the Minister of War. General Yu, although I can help you save Miss Yu, that Minister of War won't just let it go. He might still trouble your sister in the future. To truly make him back off, it seems you, General Yu, will have to take matters into your own hands. Yu Yin laughed bitterly at this. Young General, although I come from a noble family, in this imperial city, my words carry little weight, and I'm only a 5th-rank general now. I'm not even as high-ranking as the deputy generals outside the city. The Minister of War is even my direct superior. How can I deal with him? If it were a few years ago, the young and hot-blooded Yu Yin, upon hearing this, would have undoubtedly stormed into the Minister of War's mansion, even causing a ruckus to demand an explanation. But times have changed. The years of experience at White Wolf Pass had made Yu Yin understand that court affairs were not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps he would only be an ordinary general for the rest of his life, with no other achievements. This doesn't sound like something General Yu would say. Lin Ji was quite surprised. Young General, you and I are both from noble families, but at least you have an engagement with the princess, while I'm just a lonely man. Yu Yin shook his head. Lin Ji immediately understood. This was a compromise after being brutally beaten by reality. Chapter 105. Let Zhu Biao run wild? General Yu, are you just going to bow your head like this? Lin Ji probed cautiously. What else can I do? Yu Yin replied with a bitter smile. Even with a reputation, a hero without a place to showcase his skills is like a sharp red spear in the hands of a farmer, just a stick for burning firewood. A great man born in this world cannot be content to live under others for long, Lin Ji suddenly said. General Yu, if there was an opportunity, would you want to restore the prestige of the Yu family? Yu Yin looked up, his face full of surprise. What do you mean, young general? You said it yourself, both of us come from distinguished backgrounds. You are now guarding White Wolf Pass, which is truly a waste of talent, but I am not much better off than you. I was once a prominent young general in the northern border, where my father held absolute authority. Wherever we went, people would give me face. But since my father and the Northern Army disappeared, my situation has plummeted. On the way to Chongping City, I was repeatedly ambushed. Yet, here I am, still living well. My goal is to restore the reputation of the Lin family. General Yu, why don't we join forces and make a name for ourselves in the Great Xia dynasty? We won't have to look at anyone's face in the future. Lin Ji timely extended an olive branch. What, young general, do you mean to rebel? Even though I have fallen to this state, I consider myself a loyal descendant and would never betray my country or break my word. Yu Yin was greatly shocked. Lin Ji was speechless. Was this guy really missing a screw? How did he hear any intention of rebellion from him? The entire Great Xia has 2 million troops, heavily garrisoned in all 4 directions. Although foreign tribes have repeatedly harassed the border in recent years, no one has dared to confront the Great Xia dynasty head-on. General Yu, I didn't mean that. I'm saying that someone like you should have great achievements and shouldn't be confined to White Wolf Pass. Actually, this time I saved Miss Yu not only because I couldn't stand Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War using his power to bully, but also because I wanted to get to know you. I believe that with our combined efforts, making achievements in the Great Xia dynasty is not difficult. These words were clear enough. Any sensible person could understand. Yu Yin came to his senses. But young general, what should we do? Without the emperor's recognition, no matter how hard we try, it's like drawing water with a bamboo basket. You don't have to worry about that. I've gradually built some foundations in Chongping City recently. And this time when you return, you will definitely participate in the military competition, making a name in the capital. At the very least, the emperor will pay more attention. Yu Yin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. If young general really has a way, of course, I hope so. But remember, don't do anything illegal or against the country. Don't worry, you are a loyal minister, and so am I. Besides, I am the future son-in-law of the emperor. I wouldn't rebel against my own father-in-law, would I? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. Yu Yin also smiled. That's true. Come, let's drink. Meanwhile, in the Grand Court of Judicial Review, Minister Lu Mo was handling documents when Gao Feihu hurried in. Your Excellency, those criminals have confessed that the one who ordered them was Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. What? Lu Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. The worst he feared had come true. Your Excellency, what should we do now? We've found the mastermind, but we can't easily move against the Minister of War. Zhu Biao has deep roots in the court and is entangled with many factions. This move could set off a chain reaction, and the Grand Court of Judicial Review might not be able to handle it. Gao Feihu couldn't help but sigh. He already knew this matter was likely related to the Minister of War, but there was no way to proceed. Gao Feihu understood that to protect young General Lin Ji, they had to make the Minister of War wary. Only then would he be cautious and not act recklessly. The problem was, the 6 ministers each held significant power. If they really acted, it would surely cause a stir in the court. Whether they could uphold justice for the people was uncertain, and their own situation might become perilous. Lu Mo remained silent, his heart filled with torment. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with Minister Zhu Biao. This man came from a noble family with extraordinary strength. Did he really think that just by merit, one could become a minister of the 6 departments? Throughout history, aristocratic families have had extraordinary control over the court. Many emperors have tried various methods to weaken the power of these families, but have never been able to eradicate the problem. The interests of everyone are intertwined. A clean cut would only lead to bad results. Yet, if they ignored it, Lu Mo, as the Minister of the Grand Court of Judicial Review, would feel uneasy. Your Excellency, since this matter is so difficult, why don't we report it to the Emperor? Let the Emperor decide? Gao Feihu suggested. No. Lu Mo rejected without hesitation. The Emperor relies heavily on the 6 ministers, especially the Minister of War, who oversees all military forces and has countless informants in the court. Even the majority of the imperial guards in the palace are under the command of the Ministry of War. Any slight movement would not escape Zhu Biao's notice. By the time they reached the palace to report, Zhu Biao would already be informed. And there is no solid evidence in this matter. The confessions of a few criminals can be easily refuted by Zhu Biao. What about the forced marriage of Miss Yu's family? That's ironclad evidence. Young General and Miss Yu herself can testify. Gao Feihu blurted out. Lu Mo's face darkened. Watch your words. Do you have evidence? You know that it was Zhu Biao who first impeached young General in court. Now we're saying he was in the wrong first. How do you think the emperor would view it? He knew Li Jingzhen too well. The emperor would never easily admit mistakes in front of his ministers. Li Jingzhen still needed to maintain his dignity. Lu Mo had originally speculated that there was something fishy about Zhu Zheng's marriage, and now it seemed they had indeed harmed the girl first. Lin Ji was not at fault at all. The only thing that could be criticized was his method of handling things, too simple and crude. But for the Grand Court of Judicial Review, this was a fatal flaw. Your Excellency, are we just going to let this pass? Not to mention the damage to young General's reputation. So many common people in the city have suffered because of this. Can we only endure in silence? Gao Feihu was shocked. Hashtag Chapter 106, The Cost of Justice. Lu Mo was in a state of turmoil. He was unsure of what to do next. Let's not rush into things. After all, we promised the common people, but we didn't set a deadline. So we still have time. Maybe we can change the situation, he said, pausing for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Go and inform the young general. Tell him to be cautious in his actions recently. Since Zhu Biao has already tried to frame us with poison twice, he will likely repeat his tricks. Lu Mo was most worried about more innocent people being implicated. Even the northern garrison's young general, Lin Ji. Gao Feihu hesitated, eventually swallowing the words that had almost left his mouth. It couldn't be helped. In the imperial court, one's actions were not entirely in their control. They were ultimately just officials in this court, unable to change fate with their individual strength. Remember, make sure to remind the young general. He must not act impulsively again, or if he angers the emperor, it will truly be beyond redemption. Understood. Gao Feihu took the task and hurried out. Soon, he arrived at the general's residence. The banquet had just ended. Yu Yin had left just moments before, and Gao Feihu entered right after. Young general, did you have guests today? Didn't you know? General Yu Yin came with a fierce demeanor, almost dismantling my residence. Lin Ji joked. What? Why would General Yu act like that? That's a story for another time. What brings you here today? Lin Ji noticed the urgency in the other's expression. The criminals have confessed. The mastermind behind it all is Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. Remembering the main task, Gao Feihu immediately conveyed Lu Mo's message. It's a pity that we can't continue investigating Minister Zhu Biao, so Lu Mo sent me to remind you to be extra careful these days. I see. It's thoughtful of Lu Mo. Lin Ji said meaningfully. But I don't need him to worry about my situation. I just want to know how the Grand Court of Revision will handle these two cases. One involved the murder of citizens in the city. The other was his act of intercepting a marriage. On the surface, they seemed black and white. But in reality, both were caused by the Zhu family's misdeeds, affecting others. We're also struggling with how to handle it. Gao Feihu couldn't help but sigh. Why do you seem so down? Since you entered, you've been sighing nonstop. Is it really necessary to be so pessimistic? Lin Ji asked meaningfully. You don't know, young general. Our Lu Mo has indeed considered finding an explanation for the entire case, whether for you or for those suffering citizens. But the problem is, we can't touch Minister Zhu Biao. This was an unchangeable reality. Justice, in the face of power, can sometimes be very small and fragile. Not everyone can bear the cost of upholding justice. Not everyone has the courage to truly confront power. At this point, Gao Feihu also looked ashamed. After all those years of studying, hoping to serve the people of the great Xia dynasty, in the end, we still have to bow our heads. It's truly lamentable. Lin Ji felt a pang of sympathy. He patted Gao Feihu on the shoulder. You don't have to be so disheartened. Everyone has their limits. Sometimes, not being able to achieve something isn't an individual's fault. But young general, if we don't teach Zhu Biao a lesson this time, he will continue to target you. What about the citizens who have suffered in the city? Gao Feihu spoke with righteous indignation, feeling deeply troubled. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it. He understood Gao Feihu's concerns. After all, Gao Feihu's entire family, including Lu Mo's, lived in the capital. If they were retaliated against by Minister Zhu Biao, they might all be doomed. But Lin Ji didn't care. Firstly, he was a lone wolf, even though he had an engagement with the princess. But they hadn't married yet. Even if something happened, it wouldn't affect the princess's future. Secondly, Lin Ji had confidence. What was a minister of war? A true strong man dares to confront even stronger opponents. Only the weak keep bullying the weak. Young general, do you have a plan? Gao Feihu looked up in surprise. If that was the case, why had they always been on the defensive? Yes, the time has come. Even if I can't truly topple the minister of war, I'll make him taste my methods. Lin Ji's eyes gleamed with sharpness. A gentleman avenges 10 years too late, but he wasn't a gentleman. He wanted instant retribution. Zhu Biao had repeatedly come after him. If he tolerated it any longer, the situation would only become more complicated. Young general, you must not act impulsively. Zhu Biao's influence is extraordinary. In the imperial city, although he doesn't cover the sky with one hand, there are very few who can truly deal with him. Gao Feihu hurriedly advised, afraid that Lin Ji would sink deeper into the mire. Even among the other ministers, none dared to offend Zhu Biao easily. Only the Grand Secretariat's chief, Chao Tianyuan, and the Prime Minister had the ability. Besides them, there was Emperor Li Jingzhen. In terms of status and strength, Lin Ji was still somewhat inferior. Even if Northern Garrison General Lin Zhenxia were here, without the tens of thousands of northern border troops, he wouldn't be able to speak up. Don't worry, I have my limits. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Isn't it just Zhu Biao? If I can't swallow him whole, I'll deal with him bit by bit. One day, I'll gnaw away at his foundations. A dike can collapse from the erosion of ants. Don't you understand this? Gao Feihu blinked. That phrase didn't seem to fit the context of using small means to achieve big results. If there's anything I can do for you, young general, just say the word and I won't hesitate. All right, after this matter is resolved, I'll treat you to a drink and also invite Lu and Mo. You two have been working hard these days. Lin Ji smiled lightly. Then, the two briefly chatted. Gao Feihu, having official duties to attend to, hurried away. After seeing him off at the door, Lin Ji turned around and saw Princess Li Qingyue standing not far behind. Are you really going to do this? Li Qingyue asked coldly, but concern was evident in her eyes. Did you hear everything we talked about? Lin Ji blinked. He hadn't intended to involve Princess Anning in this matter. He hadn't even told her the detailed circumstances of the citizens suffering in the city. Even if I didn't hear it, I can guess. Li Qingyue said meaningfully. You've never been one to let a slight go, even with women. Chapter 107. Confrontation in the court. Hey. Isn't that a bit too much? It sounds like I've taken advantage of you or something. Lin Ji quickly distanced himself. Although he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he certainly didn't want to be branded as a shameless scoundrel. Really? Haven't you taken advantage of me plenty of times? Li Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, she realized her words might have been ambiguous. Her cheeks flushed slightly. You don't mean that time, do you? I just looked, I didn't touch. We're still as pure as snow between us. Li Qingyue's face turned crimson to the tips of her ears. She was referring to her usual care for the general's mansion, not any sort of personal advantage-taking. Being reminded of past events by Lin Ji, she was both embarrassed and indignant. I said no more talking about it. Fine. Wasn't it you who brought it up first? Lin Ji muttered. You. Li Qingyue was once again exasperated. In the past, she would have left without hesitation. Now, Li Qingyue was gradually getting used to Lin Ji's ways. His loose tongue, his casual demeanor. But when it came to serious matters, this young general was incredibly earnest, as if a different person. It was this very aspect that Li Qingyue admired. That's why she supported him from behind the scenes. If you really want to deal with Zhu Biao, you'll need a long preparation. In my opinion, now is not the best time. Why? Lin Ji tilted his head and asked. Because their power is immense, and you've only established a business in the city. A business challenging a powerful clan is like hitting a stone with an egg. If you insist, I can't stop you, but I can only plead on your behalf to my father. Li Qingyue softened her tone. Although she didn't want to face Li Jingjin, she didn't want Lin Ji to get hurt even more. If it came to that, Li Qingyue would have to set aside her pride and face Li Jingjin under immense psychological pressure. Hee hee, Your Highness, never thought you'd say that? Could it be that you've really fallen for me? Lin Ji grinned teasingly. If that's the case, we should think about when to get married. The wedding night is one of the 4 great joys of life. A moment of spring worth 1,000 gold. Can't waste it. Li Qingyue, surprisingly, didn't object. Instead, she turned her head away. All you think about are such things. What's the difference between you and those dirty men lingering in brothels? Right, I'm just a dirty man. Why should the princess worry? I've already made my plans, so all the princess needs to do is stay in the general's mansion and live your little life. The rest, don't worry about it. Lin Ji said and strode away. Li Qingyue looked at his back, somewhat taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Ji to not refute at all. This guy, treating good intentions as donkey liver and lungs. After a moment of silence, Li Qingyue suddenly realized Lin Ji didn't want her involved, so he deliberately said that. A knowing smile quietly curved her lips. Indeed, that's just your nature. The next day, morning court. Hundreds of officials gathered in the Taiji Hall. Department heads reported current work and the state of the world. Li Jingjin sat on the dragon throne, listening carefully. At that moment, a guard reported, Your Majesty, the young general requests an audience. This announcement startled the entire court. What's going on? Why is Lin Ji here at court? Although Lin Ji was rising in fame within the imperial city, his official position was merely a dock warden, even less qualified than Yu Yin, who guarded the White Wolf Pass. He had no right to attend morning court. Li Jingjin frowned slightly. What is Lin Ji up to now? Coming to morning court every few days. Does he treat the palace like his own home? Coming and going as he pleases. We are discussing important court matters with the officials. Let him wait outside. After the morning court ends, Li Jingjin said emotionlessly, Your Majesty, the young general says there's urgent business to report. He must see you now. Li Jingjin's heart was filled with anger. This guy is here to make him uncomfortable, isn't he? If it weren't for the engagement with Lin Zhenxiu, how could he allow Lin Ji to stay in Chongping City? He would have sent him back to the north to fend for himself. All right, let him in. Yes. Moments later, Lin Ji and Yu Yin entered the Taiji Hall side by side. Your servant pays respect to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. Lin Ji, you have no right to attend morning court. Today you come to court to make trouble. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will imprison you for disrupting court. This statement surprised many. Minister of War Zhu Biao and Chief of the Secretariat Chao Tianyuan were secretly delighted. They had been resentful for not being able to deal with Lin Ji. Now this guy, overestimating himself, had offended the emperor. He was bound to self-destruct. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji remained calm. Instead, he answered loudly, Your Majesty, I come today to respond to the decree Your Majesty issued that day. What decree? Li Jingjin was a bit confused. He didn't remember giving Lin Ji any decree. Even when he was transferred to the dock, it was a routine procedure of the 6 ministries, unrelated to any decree. Your Majesty, I heard that on that day in court, in front of the entire assembly, Your Majesty ordered the Grand Justice Liu to investigate the matter of me abducting a bride. That's right. Li Jingjin nodded. That day, Minister of War Zhu Biao impeached you in this court. To this day, The matter has not been investigated clearly. You took matters into your own hands? Do you want to confess in front of the assembly? Your Majesty, that's too harsh. I've never done anything wrong. Why should I confess? As for the abduction, it was out of necessity. It's all because Minister of War Zhu Biao abducted a common girl, forced Yu Yin, the sister of General Yu, to marry his son Zhu Zheng. As a court official, breaking the law knowingly. That's the first crime. There's another crime. It's Zhu Biao's frame-up. He put me in a position of being disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous. Please, Your Majesty, uphold justice for me. Lin Ji finished by kneeling and bowing. The entire hall was shocked. No one expected Lin Ji to directly tear off Zhu Biao's veil in broad daylight, even exposing all his misdeeds. Zhu Biao was trembling with anger, his face ashen. The venomous fire in his eyes was about to burst out. Lin Ji, don't spout nonsense here. You say I abducted a girl. Do you have evidence? Understood. Catch the thief with the stolen goods. Catch the adulterer with the couple. Don't you know such a simple principle? Chapter 108. Go all out. Your Majesty, today I have specially invited the sister of Miss Yu, the general who guards the White Wolf Pass, General Yu Yin, to testify that what I said is true. Lin Ji spoke calmly, without any fear of Zhu Biao's threats. Under the scrutiny of the entire court, could he really send someone to silence him? Li Jingzhen's expression was equally complex as he pondered over Yu Yin. General Yu, you have been stationed at the White Wolf Pass and have returned to the capital this time for reporting duties. Are you truly well informed about the events that have transpired in the capital? Your Majesty. Yu Yin spoke with vigor. Although I was not in the capital, my sister has informed me of all the details. On that day, Minister of War Zhu Biao used coercion and enticement, even threatening my future, to force my sister Yu Luoyu into marrying the Zhu family. If Zhu Zheng was sincere, I would have no complaints, but this man is fickle. He has repeatedly abandoned his wife, and my sister, though furious, could only endure in silence. Fortunately, thanks to the assistance of the young general, a tragedy was averted. In the court, all the ministers were too shocked to breathe. They never expected such a scene today. Lin Ji, who is known for his lawlessness and capricious behavior, was one thing, but Yu Yin joining in? Could he not fear losing his sister and his own position? Zhu Biao was both shocked and furious. If it were outside the court, he would have had them subdued. But in the court, he dared not be too reckless. He immediately knelt and wept bitterly. Your Majesty, these two are clearly slandering me. I serve the country wholeheartedly, with no personal motives. Everything I do is for Your Majesty, yet they twist the truth. I am truly at a loss for words. Please, Your Majesty, uphold justice for me. His words were filled with grief, making it seem as if he had suffered great injustice. Li Jingzhen felt an inexplicable irritation. He didn't want to get involved in such matters, but since Lin Ji brought it up in court, he had to maintain his image. After a moment's silence, he looked at Lu Mo, the minister of the Grand Court of Revision. Lu, I have asked you to investigate this matter. What is the truth? Who is right and who is wrong between Lin Ji and the Minister of War? Lu Mo's heart sank. The worst had happened. Knowing that the incidents of civilians being wronged were all orchestrated by Minister Zhu Biao, he knew this case was extraordinary and extremely difficult to handle. To his surprise, the young general didn't play around. He went straight for the jugular. Now, Lu Mo found himself in a difficult position. Seeing this, Gao Feihu decided to take the plunge. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, a major case has recently emerged in the capital. The public is in an uproar, and my department has exhausted all resources to investigate. The case of the Minister of War being accused of forced marriage has not yet been thoroughly examined. Gao Feihu, what are you doing? Lu Mo was shocked. Why was he causing trouble at a critical moment? The case of civilians being wronged hadn't even been reported yet. Now bringing it up would only add fuel to the fire. Minister Lu, I understand your concerns. Since you are hesitant, let me take the blame. Gao Feihu spoke calmly. Lu Mo almost had a stroke. The laws of the Great Xia were strict. Unless the emperor showed mercy, it was rarely just the individual involved who bore the consequences. What major case? Li Jingjin frowned. Just as one issue was resolved, another arose. Couldn't they have a few days of peace? Gao Feihu then detailed the case of civilians being wronged. The entire court was shocked. Most had only heard rumors, not knowing the specifics. Now, learning about dozens of girls being wronged, any man with blood in his veins would be enraged. Li Jingjin was furious. Who dares to commit such outrageous acts? Right under my nose. Do they not place me in their eyes? The ministers prostrated themselves, many trembling. A commoner's rage might lead to bloodshed, but an emperor's wrath could result in millions of deaths. This was no joke. Your Majesty, according to the confessions of the criminals, Minister Zhu Biao is the mastermind behind it all. This statement sent shockwaves through the court. No one expected Gao Feihu to publicly accuse Zhu Biao. Even Zhu Biao was taken aback, secretly cursing. Didn't they find more reliable people? Now they've sold me out. Truly, they are incompetent. Now, Zhu Biao had no time to worry about anything else. He had to resolve the current issue. Otherwise, if the emperor were to punish him, even as the minister of war, he would end up a prisoner. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have never committed such heinous acts. Zhu Biao cried out in protest, his words seemingly sincere. Li Jingjin was equally shocked and furious. Such a matter could not be ignored. If it were indeed the minister of war, he would only give a symbolic punishment. Zhu Biao controlled all military movements in the Great Xia and was Li Jingjin's trusted right-hand man. A few civilians suffering couldn't compare to the stability of his reign. But openly protecting Zhu Biao would have severe consequences. Gao Feihu, do you have evidence? Your Majesty, I have the criminals' confessions. I mean direct evidence. What if these criminals are framing him? Li Jingjin said indifferently. Zhu Biao's heart leaped with joy. This clearly indicated the emperor was willing to turn a blind eye. He looked triumphantly at Lin Ji and Gao Feihu. Want to fight me? With just the two of you? In the court, you think you can take the initiative? Let me tell you, I am the Minister of War. Together, you two can't compare. Gao Feihu was stunned. Wasn't this evidence enough? Any other person would have been thrown into prison for interrogation. Yet, the emperor was dismissing it so lightly? Were the lives of ordinary people inferior to that of the Minister of War? Lu Mo sighed inwardly. This was the situation he had most feared. That's why both the forced marriage and the civilians case were so difficult to handle. Chapter 109. Even the Minister of War has his day. Now, Lin Ji and Gao Feihu have essentially exposed all their cards in advance. It is likely that they pose no threat to Minister of War Zhu Biao. They are ultimately too young and impetuous. Lu Mo silently lamented for the two. Just as everyone thought that Minister of War was safe and sound, they heard Lin Ji speak loudly. Is your Majesty planning to shield the Minister of War? The entire court. Silence so deep that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Did I hear that wrong? Did Lin Ji just question the emperor? Are you out of your mind? Speaking such words in the court. Isn't that seeking death? Even Gao Feihu and Yu Yin were equally shocked. They considered themselves brave. But compared to Lin Ji, they were far behind. The key point is, this is not called bravery. It is called recklessness. Directly accusing Li Jingjin of selfishness, what is the difference from intentionally humiliating the emperor? Even if he is the young general of the northern garrison, that identity is useless in the imperial city. Young general, what are you doing? Yu Yin asked in a low voice. His heart was extremely tense. This matter, if said nicely, is called frank advice. Honest words are bitter to the ear. If said badly, it is insulting the emperor and tarnishing the reputation of the ruler. The crime deserves death. As expected, Li Jingjin's face darkened instantly. He coldly questioned. Bold. Lin Ji, I merely want to thoroughly investigate this matter. You dare to speak wildly. Do you know your crime? Your Majesty, according to the laws of the Great Xia, All suspects should be detained by the Ministry of Justice or the Grand Court of Justice, especially those involved in major cases. I cannot deny that it is indeed possible that someone wants to deliberately harm Minister Zhu, but we should also clear his name. Lin Ji spoke eloquently. I also do not mean to offend the emperor, but in this matter, the case is not yet clear, and Minister Zhu should probably avoid suspicion, temporarily not handling state affairs, until all matters are investigated clearly, and then resume his duties. Li Jingzhen's heart was filled with anger. Sending his right-hand man to prison? You can even think of that. But the laws of the Great Xia were created by the late emperor, and many parts are not allowed to be changed by later generations. Lin Ji did not say anything wrong. For a moment, Li Jingzhen even felt a bit troubled. Seeing this, Minister of War Zhu Biao immediately expressed his stance. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to cooperate with the investigation, but being detained in the Ministry of Justice or the Grand Court of Justice is indeed difficult. This subject has many affairs to handle. If suspended, it may affect the court. He looked at Lin Ji with a smug air. Just you? Want to set a trap for me? The salt I've eaten is more than the rice you've eaten. Go back and guard the ferry for a few more years, then come here and spout nonsense. Hearing Minister Zhu's tone, it seems that you think the court cannot function without you, right? Lin Ji's mouth slightly curled up. In his previous life as a sales manager, he was too clear about the power of language. A tongue can be as sharp as a dragon's sword, killing invisibly. Minister of War Zhu Biao, with deep roots and extensive connections. To confront him head-on, 10 Lin Jis wouldn't be a match. But a truly smart person often knows how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Who can't play dirty? Your tricks harm others and yourself. Today, let the entire court see my high moves. Of course, the Ministry of War ranks first among the 6 ministries. Do you think it's just a saying? Zhu Biao's face showed arrogance and pride. So, Minister Zhu is of extraordinary significance to the Great Xia dynasty? Everyone knows. No need for me to say more. Lin Ji nodded, suddenly bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I accuse Minister Zhu and add another charge. Conspiracy to rebel, overstepping the royal family, ignoring the emperor. What? What is Lin Ji talking about? Did I mishear? The entire court blinked their eyes. Stunned. They had all heard what the two had said. What they discussed were all reasonable matters. Now how could they be charged with conspiracy to rebel? Li Jingzhen was also confused. Lin Ji, you cannot speak nonsense in the court. If you slander a court official, you are equally guilty. Your Majesty, just now Minister Zhu said he is of extraordinary significance to the Great Xia dynasty, right? Everyone silently nodded. That's right. The Minister of War is a heavyweight in the court. In special times, his status can even be comparable to the head of the cabinet and the prime minister. These are positions that are one below 10,000. Lin Ji, speak quickly. Don't beat around the bush. I said what is true. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will definitely argue with you to the end. Zhu Biao spoke with righteous indignation. With the emperor's backing, would he still be afraid of a mere fallen young general of the northern garrison? But in my opinion, the one who is truly of extraordinary significance and irreplaceable to the Great Xia dynasty is only one person, and that is your Majesty. This world can continue to function without anyone, but cannot do without your Majesty. But Minister Zhu claims he has the role of a stabilizing pillar to the Great Xia dynasty. Isn't that implying he wants to be the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty? Isn't this conspiracy to rebel? Zhu Biao's smile instantly froze. He never expected that a simple sentence could be twisted by Lin Ji into so many meanings. The entire court was shocked, but also couldn't help but secretly laugh. It turns out that the reputation of the young general of the northern garrison being versatile in both literature and martial arts is not just for show. His skill in dissecting words and phrases is comparable to the Imperial Academy. Even Li Jingzhen didn't notice Lin Ji flattering him, just felt it made quite a bit of sense. If there is really such a heart, even if it's the Minister of War, what can be done? Li Chengtian can't just hand over his imperial power. The relationship between the ruler and the ministers is originally very subtle. The emperor relies on the civil and military officials to govern the world. These heavyweights rely on the ruler's favor to gain extraordinary status and countless wealth. But the two sides are also wary of each other. Being in a high position, a military officer can control troops, a civil official can form factions. Both will endanger the imperial power. As long as the emperor is not a fool, he will be wary of this. Moreover, if Minister of War Zhu Biao really committed so many crimes, and I turn a blind eye, the protection is too obvious, it will only bring criticism. After a moment of silence, Li Jingjin said meaningfully, Minister Zhu, since you are innocent, then cooperate with the investigation of the Grand Court of Justice and the Ministry of Justice, temporarily put down your affairs. With these words, everyone present was stunned. Everyone's face showed disbelief. They never expected that Lin Ji could persuade Li Jingjin. Zhu Biao's face turned even more ghastly pale. Chapter 110. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Your Majesty, these are just one-sided words from Lin Ji, and I have never done anything to betray your Majesty. As for the so-called intent to rebel, that's absurd. Everyone in this court knows my character. Zhu Biao kept arguing vehemently. He couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. Li Jingjin, who was already furious, now felt like there were flies buzzing around his ears, making him even more irritable. Enough. Didn't I say it already? If you are truly innocent, I will definitely clear your name. The matter hasn't been truly investigated yet, so why can't you cooperate? Even if a prince commits a crime, he is punished the same as a commoner. This matter is settled. No one is to object. With that, Li Jingjin stood up angrily and left. The entire court was in an uproar. Many people were discussing the situation. Goodness! It's like the sun rising in the west. Who would have thought we'd see something like this today? Indeed, the young general really has guts to directly accuse the Minister of War in front of so many people. And now the Emperor is ordering the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court of Judicial Review to imprison him. I've never heard of such a thing in my decades of life. Come on, just watch. The Minister of War will surely come out unscathed, and then what will happen to Lin Ji? You can probably guess how he'll end up. The ministers dispersed, each with their own opinions. Zhou Biao's face was ashen, his back teeth nearly grinding to dust in anger. His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, was fixed on Lin Ji with intense hatred. He had never suffered such a humiliating insult before. You dog. Just wait. One day I will settle this score with you completely. I will flay you alive and tear your flesh. All right. The Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan walked over and patted his shoulder. Minister Zhu, there's no need to be angry. It's just to stay at the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court of Judicial Review. I don't think they'll do anything to you. Revenge can wait. 10 years is not too long. Chao Tianyuan couldn't help but secretly mock. What a careless move for a Minister of War. Fortunately, Chao Tianyuan had only formed a verbal alliance with Zhu Biao. Otherwise, he would have been implicated as well. Outside the palace, Yu Yin and Gao Feihu were ecstatic. They never expected Lin Ji to come out on top and turn the situation around. Young general, you really know how to play. I've been in court for years, and I've never seen anyone get the better of Minister Zhu Biao. Exactly this time, we've finally got our pride back. Yu Yin was particularly excited. As a general, he was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. Zhu Biao hadn't given him any favors. Plus, the Yu family's army had been ridiculed and neglected, so Yu Yin had long harbored grievances. Seeing Zhu Biao in trouble now was like releasing a heavy burden from his heart. But young general, when I saw you so confident in court, did you really know you would succeed? Yu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. No one dared to think such a thing, because it always seemed doomed to fail. It's actually very simple. Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. You just need to change your perspective and think from the other person's point of view, and you'll naturally find a solution. Other person's point of view? The two looked at each other in surprise. They both felt it was quite unexpected. What kind of tactic was this? If you were the Minister of War, after doing these things, what would you be most worried about? Linji asked meaningfully. Of course, being exposed. Gao Feihu blurted out. A high-ranking official allowing criminals to run amok and harm the people. Once these dirty dealings were revealed, it would certainly cause public outrage. Exactly, that's the Minister of War's weakness. Now, what do you think the Emperor is most worried about? The Emperor? The two looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. Among officials, there's a saying, don't try to guess the Emperor's thoughts. Guess wrong and you'll suffer. Guess right, and it might not be a good thing. Presuming the Emperor's will is the first rule of surviving in the court. We really don't know. Stupid, of course. He's worried about someone threatening his position. Linji said meaningfully. Neither Gao Feihu nor Yu Yin were adept at political maneuvering, and the more they listened, the more confused they became. Could it be that the Emperor felt the Minister of War threatened his position? That couldn't be. Even if Zhu Biao had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to rebel. Young General, could you explain it more clearly? We really don't understand. Gao Feihu humbly asked for advice. Although age-wise, he could be Linji's uncle. But in terms of status and intelligence, he couldn't afford to act old. The Minister of War, Zhu Biao, could never threaten the Emperor's position, that's for sure, otherwise, he would have already been removed from office. But if this matter escalates, the Emperor turning a blind eye and trying to cover it up is impossible. What he's most worried about is causing public outrage. The people are the foundation of the country. The Emperor certainly understands this. Back then, to quell public anger, Minister Liu even sent troops to arrest me in the general's mansion. So now, the Emperor certainly won't ignore it. The two suddenly understood. So Linji had grasped the key point. That's why he dared to speak out in court. Amazing! Young General, your intelligence is truly extraordinary. Even if I studied for a few more years, I might not be able to match it. Gao Feihu couldn't help but praise. He had been in court for years and was considered experienced, but he really couldn't see through this point. Linji smiled without saying more. The art of ruling. Only the royal family could learn it in those times. The common people couldn't access it. This indirectly led to relatively simple folk customs in many places, without much intrigue. But in Linji's time, the business world was like a battlefield. Without learning some ruling skills, how could one survive? Young General, I thought you were really as frivolous and unlearned as the rumors said, but now I see you are truly wise. Yu Yin also admired him from the bottom of his heart. If not for Linji today, the humiliation the Yu family suffered would never have been cleared. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. But young General, you are still too young and impetuous. The three turned around simultaneously. Lu Mo walked over slowly. Young General, can we talk in a quiet place? I have important matters to discuss with you. Linji thought for a moment and nodded. Please, Minister Liu, enlighten me. Chapter 111. Interlocking moves, all tactics. The two made their way through the passage in the palace, seeing no one around. Lu Mo sighed deeply. Lu Daoren, you don't seem like a sentimental person. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Linji asked with curiosity. It seemed quite mysterious. Could it be that he wanted to ask something of him? Young General, you know that your actions in court today will make the whole situation extremely complicated. Lu Daoren, can't you just watch Zhu Biao's family run amok? This is the capital, and if even we can't uphold justice, how will the local officials view us? It would only encourage the spread of evil. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. The livelihood of the common people doesn't concern Linji much. But he cannot tolerate such arrogant and overbearing individuals. Indeed, we must investigate every case and apprehend every criminal, which has always been the principle of the Dali Temple. But this time, the criminal is extraordinary. He is the Minister of War. Today, His Majesty's attitude in court, you have seen it. Even though my Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice have been ordered to detain him, it is only a temporary measure. Once the dust settles, Zhu Biao will be free to roam again. And then, he will surely seek revenge on the young general. At the end of the day, Luo Mo feels that he can't uproot Zhu Biao completely. Like the saying goes, the wildfire cannot burn it all, and the spring breeze will bring it back to life. Once these people regain power, it will be a disaster for the good people. So, Lu Daoren, you are worried about my safety? Lin Ji smiled lightly. Then I thank you, Lu Daoren. But I have a flaw. I like immediate retribution. Waiting for Zhu Biao's downfall could take years. However, doing so will put you and others in danger. Luo Mo was very anxious. It made no sense. Wrong, Lu Daoren. Zhu Biao's roots are deep, and it's very difficult to eliminate him in one fell swoop. But now, we should also curb his arrogance, and not let him think he can do as he pleases in the imperial city. As for other matters, I am confident I can handle them. As long as I am alive, Zhu Biao will one day pay for his actions. Lin Ji was full of confidence. He never fights a battle without certainty, including this time, giving Zhu Biao a setback. It was just an opportunity. All brilliant commanders and strategists truly understand his timing. Zhu Biao's detention was the best opportunity. Luo Mo was quite surprised and puzzled. What kind of card could make the young general so confident? That's all I have to say. Young general, take care. After all, there are very few passionate young people like you in the court nowadays. The implication was still that he didn't want Lin Ji to get into trouble. Thank you, Lu Daoren. Even if you hadn't come to find me today, I would have come to find you. What do you mean? Didn't His Majesty say that until the matter is thoroughly investigated, Zhou Biao will be temporarily suspended? So I hope you, Lu Daoren, can investigate it thoroughly. Even if it takes a bit more time, it's not a problem. Luo Mo was very clever. He immediately caught the hidden meaning in Lin Ji's words. I hope so too, but I'm afraid Zhu Biao will be released in a few days. In essence, it was just a formality, to cover up the truth. So what? All I want is for him to be suspended. This was extremely important to Lin Ji. Returning to the general's residence, Lin Ji took a short rest, and then hurried to the dock. Time was pressing. He had to prepare for what was coming. After reporting the military situation at Bailang Pass to Li Jingjin and Lushan, it was time for the martial arts drills with the soldiers of various city defense camps. This was the current highlight. As long as Yu Yin could stand out, Lin Ji would gain unprecedented advantages in the imperial city. At that time, even the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, would not dare to act rashly. Arriving at the dock, all the officials were ready. Lao Zhou, is everyone here? Lin Ji asked the oldest official. Lao Zhou nodded. Young general, all the businessmen from the Lin Trading Company are here. They are in the nearby tavern, and you can go there anytime. All right, you handle the dock matters here. Lao Zhou, and you too, come with me. Lin Ji pointed to two young officials, then headed towards the tavern. In the Great Xia dynasty, the status of merchants was not high. Even many wealthy people would try their best to become yuanwei, wealthy landowners, or have close relationships with local officials. Only in this way could they protect their wealth. Otherwise, any trouble they encountered might lead to bankruptcy. I'm sorry to trouble you today. It's just that time is tight, so I had to call all of you here. Lin Ji nodded. Young general, you're being too polite. If it weren't for the young general, we'd still be squeezed by the 4 major trading companies. How could we have the chance to truly make money? That's right, and since the young general treats us so well, how could we ignore your needs? By the way, young general, what exactly did you call us here for? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously. Such a situation had never happened before, so everyone was quite surprised. This time, our trading company will launch a new product called soap. Soap. Everyone's faces showed surprise. They had never heard of such a thing. In short, it's similar to soapberry. Lin Ji smiled lightly. Introducing new products was always a method he would choose. Chapter 112. Blessing for the People. Previously, Lin Ji had considered that his business sold mainly food products, which indeed had its advantages. In the Great Xia dynasty, food was the fastest way to make money. Food was always paid for in cash. Delays were rare. However, whether it was hot pot or selling sugar, customer loyalty was not high. Anything eaten repeatedly would become tiresome. Even Li Jingjin, who indulged in delicacies daily, couldn't handle it. As a sales manager in his previous life, Lin Ji deeply understood consumer psychology. Young general, do you mean this small item can also wash things? The crowd curiously examined the small square block Lin Ji presented. It didn't seem particularly special. It felt unusually smooth to the touch. This thing is much better than soap pods, Lin Ji said with a meaningful tone. Producing soap wasn't easy. It involved relevant chemical knowledge and required certain raw materials. The Great Xia dynasty was still relatively primitive. In many aspects, it was far behind modern times. Lin Ji had put a lot of effort into developing soap. Although he had failed several times, the outcome wasn't too bad. Really? Someone asked. Of course. When have you ever seen the young general lie to you? Lao Zhou replied earnestly. Even Lin Ji was a bit surprised. Do you know about this? He asked, recalling that soap had never been shown to anyone, and what he had developed was only a prototype. No, Lao Zhou shook his head. Then why are you so confident? Because I believe anything the young general comes up with must be something special. When Hot Pot and Sugar appeared, they helped us make a lot of money. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Was this blind faith? But it was evident. The officials at the ferry port trusted him immensely. He figured that even if he sold them out one day, they would still help count the money. Young general, if these are just for washing clothes and their effect is similar to soap pods, there's nothing special about them. They might not be popular in the market, a merchant said hesitantly. Anything Lin Ji introduced was usually not cheap, but soap pods were almost within everyone's reach, and their cost was minimal. Even ordinary people could grow soap pods to sell to the nobility for a meager income. Hee, not necessarily, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. He then scanned the crowd and pointed at someone. Come out here. The person looked curious. Young general, what is your command? How many days has it been since you washed this shirt? It stinks. Look at how dirty it is, almost falling apart. As the dirty shirt soaked in water, the water quickly turned turbid, not knowing how many days the owner had worn it. The smell was indescribable. It made many people uncomfortable, even covering their noses. The servant, accustomed to dirty work, seemed unperturbed. After the shirt had soaked for a while, he followed Lin Ji's instructions and rubbed soap on the surface of the shirt. Then he started to scrub. This process lasted only about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. When the servant changed the water and rinsed the shirt, everyone's eyes revealed astonishment. No way. That was so fast. My goodness, the effect is amazing. I never imagined the shirt could be this color. This is way better than soap pods. If it can be mass-produced, many people will find washing clothes much easier and simpler. Everyone discussed enthusiastically, seeing the business opportunity, and their excitement couldn't be contained. It was easy to imagine the impact this product would have once it hit the market. Many people would surely flock to it. Young general is indeed wise. Actually, soap can be used not only for washing clothes, but also for washing hands, bathing, or even cleaning dishes, Lin Ji said meaningfully. Soap was of great significance even in the later times. Due to its unique production process, its effects were particularly significant. In modern times, soap was mainly used for washing clothes because many people found it unsuitable for bathing. Shampoos, conditioners, and body washes, in essence, were all similar in principle. But for people nowadays, soap was definitely a refined hygiene product. My goodness, it can be used in so many ways. It's really a headache for ordinary households to clean things properly. If we have this, it will save a lot of trouble. The common people's lives will also be much easier. Most of the merchants here were born into common families, so they understood very well how the common people lived. Soap held even greater significance for them. Next, I will arrange for mass production of this soap, but when it comes to selling, I will need your help. Everyone nodded in agreement. The value of this product was self-evident. Sales were promising. It seemed they would make a fortune again. And it was even easier than selling sugar and hot pot. They just had to handle the sales. But there's one thing, Lin Ji suddenly said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 113. Business must follow principles. Young general, please give us your instructions, we will do our best." The merchants bowed respectfully. All they wanted now was to quickly put the soap on the market for sale. If they didn't lack the knowledge, they would even be willing to make it themselves. When you sell the soap, you must inform all customers of a message. If they are willing to support General Yu Yin of Bailang Pass during the large military exercise in Chongping City, they can get a 20% discount. 20% discount? What does that mean? Some were puzzled. It means that something originally sold for 10 taels of silver now costs them only 8 taels. Linji explained in a straightforward manner. What is a business tactic? This is professionalism. Yu Yin now had a good relationship with him. However, Linji couldn't rely solely on the Yu's army. Moreover, the Yu's army wouldn't be heavily utilized in the court unless Emperor Li Jingzhen saw the extraordinary significance of the Yu's army. And this time, the large military competition in the imperial city was the best opportunity. He would use business tactics to accumulate some popularity for the Yu's army. Although this might not mean much to the officials, but he who gains the people's heart gains the world. Once the support of the citizens of the imperial city for the Yu's army exceeded a certain limit, Emperor Li Jingzhen would find it hard not to notice. Of course, this was just the first step. "Young general, what help would this be for the Yu's army?" Someone curiously asked. "You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I've arranged. Remember, those who are willing to accept the discount must sign their names." Linji wasn't naive. To prevent people from taking advantage of the situation, getting the discount but not fulfilling their part, he had to have a countermeasure. As the old saying goes, one should not harbor ill intentions, but must be wary of others. This is similar to the modern mobile phone registration system. The crowd seemed to understand, yet not quite. Although they didn't fully grasp it, they knew it was a way to make money. "But young general, if the price of the product is discounted by 20%, won't our profit decrease? Why don't we increase the original price by 20% first, and then sell it at an 80% discount? This way, we won't suffer any losses and can still accomplish what the young general needs." A merchant suggested. Linji frowned. He smiled meaningfully. "You're quite the clever one. You get things done and don't lose money, so you want others to work for free for you? If someone doesn't want to enjoy the discount, you'll make them pay 20% more? What's wrong with that?" The person blurted out. "Business should be based on integrity, but what you're doing is clearly the behavior of a dishonest merchant. Today, I'm just warning you. If it happens again, don't blame me for expelling you from the Lin Trading Company." Linji said seriously. Business was his profession. So, of course, he had the most basic professional ethics. If he resorted to these crooked ways, once the common people found out, how could the Lin Trading Company stand in Chongping City in the future? As the saying goes, it's hard to mend a broken mirror, and it's even harder to restore a crumpled paper to its original state. Of course, these issues could be easily resolved in the modern era, but once trust was compromised, it would require a greater cost to repair. The man was flushed with embarrassment. He had been pleased with his own cleverness. Now he was even more embarrassed. "I'm sorry, young general. I know I was wrong." Linji nodded. He turned to look at everyone. "This is also a warning to you. Don't think you can get carried away just because you've made some money. And this time, although we are giving benefits to the people, the profit from soap is very substantial. This matter is not related to everyone, so I am willing to give up 1% of the profit. All discounted soap sales will have 1% of the discount counted on my account." Hearing this, everyone felt deeply ashamed. This was the young general's awareness. They truly paled in comparison. "Young general, without you, how could we have our today?" This matter, although it is the young general's private affair, is also the way of operation of the Lin Trading Company. As members of the company, we naturally have an inescapable responsibility. Rest assured, young general, we will not secretly raise prices, nor will we pocket the difference in the discount. Everyone expressed their stance. Linji nodded. There were some things that didn't need rules. It all depended on one's own awareness. Rules and regulations were to constrain the majority. The Lin Trading Company Linji wanted to build was not just a simple organization for profit. He hoped that everyone here, while making money, could also continuously improve themselves. If someone really violated the rules, a warning for the first time. For the second time, they would be immediately expelled from the company. He could give everyone a chance to correct their mistakes, but there was only one chance. All right, everyone go prepare. Linji waved his hand. Everyone nodded. Soon, all the workers for making soap were gathered. Under Linji's guidance, these people quickly entered the assembly line work. Fortunately, the production of soap was relatively simple compared to other products, and the raw materials had even greater uses. However, since these people didn't know, Linji could completely rest assured. Just 5 days later, soap was already on the market. Many merchants, including shops in the Imperial City, began to sell it. At first, the common people didn't pay much attention to this thing. What is this? A laundry product that's so expensive. The common people live so tightly. Where do they have the spare money to buy this? It's better to buy soap nuts. To be honest, the products from the Lin Trading Company usually don't disappoint, but this time, I really don't want to buy. The people discussed among themselves. Each had their own views. None were willing to be the first to try the new product. In this regard, Linji was very calm. Any new thing when it first comes out will inevitably face criticism. This was unquestionable. But when people truly see the change brought by the new thing, they will immediately accept it. This was a process. Sure enough, just 2 days later, the sales of soap shot straight to the top of all product sales in the Imperial City. People also truly saw the effect of soap. My goodness, this stuff is so good to use. I used to always worry about washing clothes, but now I don't have to worry at all. This soap cleans quickly and effectively. Yeah, compared to spending a lot of money on expensive herbal plants to clean silk, this stuff is obviously more cost-effective. Who said this thing is useless? I think the one who said that is the one who lacks experience. Chapter 114. The fame of soap shocks the court. With the increasing popularity among the common folk, the reputation of soap grew exponentially. Its sales skyrocketed day by day. Similarly, the name of the Yu family army once again stirred up a wave in the Imperial City. Many people learned that the Lin family's business was collaborating with the Yu family army. To secure discounts, many civilians voluntarily expressed their willingness to support the Yu family army. This matter gradually came to the attention of the ministers in the court and eventually reached the Taiji Hall. Your Majesty, a rare item called soap has recently appeared in the Imperial City, the Minister of Works said solemnly. As the head of all infrastructure, he was naturally more sensitive to such news. After personally trying the soap, the Minister of Works was amazed by its miraculous effects. Such a small innovation could potentially influence the entire world. Soap. Li Jingjin raised an eyebrow. As an emperor, he had seen countless treasures, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. What is it used for? It is used for washing clothes and cleaning daily necessities, including bathing, the Minister of Works explained. Minister Huang, is it necessary to discuss such a mundane household item in the court? The Prime Minister Chao Tianyuan said arrogantly. As the lowest-ranking department among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works, despite holding equal official ranks, was still looked down upon by other ministers. They were just a bunch of common workers, making a big fuss over nothing. Minister Chao, you may not know, but this item is now sought after by countless citizens in the Imperial City. Even in your own household, someone might be using it without your knowledge. The Minister of Works remained composed, accustomed to the disdain he faced and not letting it affect him. Chao Tianyuan was momentarily speechless. He didn't know about soap and indeed, someone in his household was using it. He just thought it inappropriate to discuss such trivial matters in court. Minister Huang, this court is a place to discuss national affairs. Why bother the emperor with something as insignificant as soap? The Minister of Works bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, although this item is common, its production is indeed extraordinary. After several inquiries, I have discovered its origin and wish to inform Your Majesty, hoping to transfer this person to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works was responsible for the entire kingdom's infrastructure, from large projects like bridges and city defenses to small matters like overseeing the production of civilian tools and farming implements. The sheer number of trivial tasks was overwhelming. The emergence of soap made him realize that this person might be able to change the lives of ordinary citizens across the kingdom. They could also potentially make breakthroughs in the production of many tools. That would truly be a remarkable talent. Is that so? I am curious to know who could earn such high praise from the Minister of Works, Li Jingjin said with interest. To be honest, it is the current young general guarding the ferry, Lin Ji. This revelation shocked the entire court. More than half of the officials using soap knew it was produced by the Lin family's business. But none had expected it to be Lin Ji himself. Chao Tianyuan furrowed his brows even more. Last time, the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, had heavily invested in trying to bring Lin Ji down, only to backfire and end up in prison himself. Now, Lin Ji had a chance to be promoted? Chao Tianyuan could not accept it. Lin Ji was a thorn in his side, someone he could not stand seeing every day. Your Majesty, I believe this is inappropriate. How so? Li Jingjin asked indifferently. Although this item is miraculous, it is merely a rumor among the common folk. Moreover, Lin Ji is a young general, a hereditary noble. How could he be transferred to the Ministry of Works? Could it be that Minister Huang wants him to serve as an assistant Minister of Works? Chao Tianyuan said with a meaningful tone. Transferring a military officer to a civil position was not uncommon, but it usually involved a lateral move or a demotion by half a rank. Lin Ji, regardless of his position, held a noble title. Even at the ferry, he was in charge. It would be inappropriate to have a general serve as a minor official. If he were to be transferred at the same rank, he would at least be an assistant minister. From overseeing a ferry to becoming an assistant minister of one of the 6 ministries, that was clearly a promotion. Your Majesty, now is the time when our great Xia needs talent. Heroes are not judged by their origins. Moreover, the young general comes from a noble family. Perhaps he is not skilled in leading troops, but if he has talent in manufacturing, why not use him? If he truly possesses the skills of a Liu Ban, it would be a blessing for our great Xia. The Minister of Works quickly expressed his stance. Li Jingjin remained silent. If it were any other person, he would have agreed without hesitation. Being able to create something like soap and earning the approval of the Minister of Works indicated exceptional talent. But it just so happened that this person was Lin Ji. Li Jingjin had no good feelings towards the young general of the Lin family. If not for the formidable reputation of Lin Jinxiu, he would have long expelled him from the imperial city. Especially since the reason for the sudden disappearance of the northern border General Lin Jinxiu remained unclear. The northern border army, which also vanished, was nowhere to be found. If they had been wiped out, the northern tribes would have been in an uproar. Yet, there was no news at all. Li Jingjin even suspected that the northern border General Lin Jinxiu had led a rebellion. If this were true, Lin Ji was more like a hostage. As long as Lin Ji remained in the imperial city, Li Jingjin did not have to worry about Lin Jinxiu. In essence, Li Jingjin was holding Lin Ji captive. As long as Lin Ji was in the imperial city, Li Jingjin need not worry about Lin Jinxiu. But now, to allow Lin Ji into one of the 6 ministries? That was impossible. Minister Huang, have you personally seen this item being made by the young general? Li Jingjin asked with a meaningful tone. The Minister of Works was slightly taken aback. How could he have personally witnessed it? Your Majesty, I have inquired through others. According to the information gathered, it was indeed the young general who developed it. That makes sense. Perhaps there is a mastermind behind Lin Ji? After this matter is clarified, we will decide. Moreover, the imperial city is about to hold a grand military exercise. Since Minister of War Zhu Biao is temporarily suspended, I ask my fellow ministers to assist in the selection of the elite forces of Great Xia this year. The foreign tribes were becoming restless, a constant worry for Li Jingjun. By selecting the strongest generals, they could demonstrate the power of Great Xia to the foreign tribes. We obey your command. The Minister of Works had no choice but to reply. He could only lament that a talent like the young general was hindered by his special identity. Chao Tianyuan wore a triumphant expression. Chapter 115. the emperor sees only interest. In the harem, Li Jingjin returned to his palace. He was still pondering over matters of the court. The disappearance of General Lin Jinxiu, the commander of the northern border, had been unresolved for several months. The northern border was frequently harassed. Li Jingjin had considered several times whether to send a new person to handle military affairs in the north. However, those in the court were truly a bunch of cowards. They would make bold promises in everyday life, but when it came to critical moments, they would falter. Therefore, this grand military competition was also aimed at selecting true strongmen to guard the northern border. Just then, a maidservant came up to change his clothes. Li Jingjin touched the fabric with some surprise. "Why is today's clothing so smooth?" "Your Majesty," the laundry staff said, "they seem to have used soap." "Indeed, this item is truly magical. Not only is it fast and convenient for washing clothes, but the effect is also much better than lye." The maidservant couldn't help but add a few more words. Li Jingjin's face darkened immediately. He had been indifferent to Lin Ji's actions in the court. Unexpectedly, now even the palace was using soap. Who bought the soap? The maidservant was startled. She felt something was amiss. She quickly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I know nothing. I am not aware of the procurement matters. Please, Your Majesty, forgive me." Li Jingjin sighed inwardly. It was true what they said. Gold shines wherever it goes. Lin Ji, left to his own devices, was now stirring up trouble in the capital time and again. All right, you may leave." Li Jingjin waved his hand. The maidservant, feeling like a great burden was lifted, hastily fled. After a moment of silence, Li Jingjin pondered. He muttered to himself, "Have I really underestimated him? If this man truly possesses abilities beyond the ordinary, it would be no bad thing if he could contribute to the great Xia." Even Li Jingjin had a new thought. If one day, Lin Jinxiu really betrayed, and Lin Ji had already taken a high position in the court and become a son-in-law, then he could command Lin Ji to eliminate the traitor Lin Jinxiu, father and son killing each other, and he could reap the benefits. Even if Lin Ji refused, Li Jingjin could resort to force after civility. At that time, he could directly take Lin Ji as a hostage and see if Lin Jinxiu would surrender. Having made up his mind, he felt much better. Then he commanded, "Send someone to summon the Minister of Works to see me."
Yes.
Meanwhile, on the other side, in the general's mansion, Lin Ji was completely unaware of the changes happening in the capital. He was currently immersed in his plans. The popularity of soap also gave him great confidence. Most importantly, the number of people supporting the Yu family army had already reached tens of thousands, which was no small number. In the era Lin Ji originally lived in, this move was called a popularity vote. Popularity was not the key, but the organizers could not ignore it. The champion selected was naturally to promote the prestige of the Great Xia. But if even the people did not support it, wouldn't this champion be criticized by many? At this moment, a servant reported that Gao Feihu, the assistant minister of the Grand Court of Revision, sought an audience. Lin Ji immediately went out to greet him. "Brother Gao, it's been a while since we last met. Why did you think of coming to my general's mansion today?" "It's just because we haven't seen each other for a long time, so I came to visit the young general." Gao Feihu chuckled lightly. "By the way, have you bought soap? Does the young general mean the soap that everyone is scrambling to buy in the market now?" "Of course. Actually, I haven't." Gao Feihu was a bit helpless. Originally, considering the price of soap, it was actually affordable for most ordinary people. Although this item was indeed rare throughout the Great Xia dynasty, but Lin Ji couldn't possibly overcharge, could he? If ordinary people couldn't afford it, only the nobility could? What was the point of this? Lin Ji naturally hoped to make money from the nobility. But how much could a single bar of soap make? It was impossible to sell a bar of soap for 100 taels of silver, right? The nobility had money, but that didn't mean they were foolish. No way, this stuff is really very useful. Lin Ji blinked. After the first batch of soap was produced, Lin Ji directly equipped the people in the general's mansion with it. Good things should be used by themselves first. It was impossible to let down those who were loyal to him. Even Yun Songfeng, when he came to the general's mansion last time, was given a box. It was enough for half a year. Young general, it's not that I'm picky, but I really couldn't buy it. Gao Feihu smiled bitterly. The matters of the Grand Court of Revision were very numerous these days. He often worked late into the night. Naturally, he had no time to deal with these trivial matters. And Gao Feihu's family also tried to buy it on the street. But the soap was sold out too quickly. Every time it was put on the shelves, it was basically sold out within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Even in the folk, the price of soap was inflated threefold. Originally a 20-cent item, now it was 60 cents. It was evident that some people were indeed unscrupulous in doing business. In this regard, Lin Ji was also helpless. He was just the boss of a merchant group. How could he manage this kind of market chaos? The only thing he could do was to prevent it from himself, and resolutely not sell to middlemen. Brother Gao, if you encountered such a situation, you should have told me earlier. We are all on the same side. Why would you need to go to the street to buy it? I could have just sent someone to deliver a box to you. If that's the case, then I truly accept it with gratitude. Gao Feihu clasped his fists in salute. Look at what you're saying, it's too formal. We are all brothers. Why make such a distinction? Besides, when I first arrived in the capital, it was with your help. I am not an ungrateful person. Ha ha ha. Gao Feihu laughed heartily. The young general is really like General Lin. Both are straightforward people. All right, you don't have to flatter me. In short, if you need my help in the future, just call out. Today, you wouldn't have come just to ask for soap, would you? Lin Ji teased. Of course not. Today, I actually came to remind the young general of something. His Majesty has ordered that Minister of War Zhu Biao can leave the prison, and the scheduled time is 7 days later. Although the two cases have not been fully investigated and the evidence has not been collected enough, Zhu Biao has not been reinstated in his position, but I'm afraid this matter will eventually be dropped. Gao Feihu put away his smile, his eyes full of worry. This matter, I have long anticipated the outcome. How could the Minister of War be so easily toppled? Lin Ji was not too surprised. What I'm worried about is that after he comes out, he will definitely seek revenge on the young general. Chapter 116. Grand Military Exercise. Of course, I knew this day would come when I sent him to prison, Lin Ji said with profound meaning. Gao Feihu's eyes showed surprise. Young general, knowing this would happen, why did you still tell the truth in court back then? Isn't that just asking for trouble? In his impression, Lin Ji was a very cautious person. He would never easily bring trouble upon himself. Brother Gao, you don't know, Lin Ji chuckled. If I hadn't given the Minister of War Zhu Biao a scare in court that day, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had these 2 days of peace. But now, the matter has escalated, and the Minister of War Zhu Biao has been temporarily suspended from custody. This is a great humiliation for any official in court, and Zhu Biao will surely retaliate tenfold when he comes out. Don't worry, there are still 7 days left, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. 7 days is enough to turn the world upside down, to change the sun and moon. Who will laugh last is not certain. Gao Feihu's eyes showed surprise. Although he didn't understand, he still chose to trust Lin Ji. Since the young general has prepared, I have nothing more to say, but if the general encounters any threats, I will risk my life to protect the young general. That won't be necessary, Lin Ji patted his shoulder. But there is one thing I do need Brother Gao's help with. I'll have to ask Brother Gao to help me pass on news from the court in the future. You know, I'm just a fairy guard now. I don't have the right to attend morning court, so I'll know things slower than others. He wasn't stupid. Li Jingzhen's attitude towards him was clear enough. If it weren't for Anning Princess, not being the most cherished daughter, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep his identity as the future son-in-law. Going to court uninvited once or twice could be understood. But if he went more often, even with 9 lives, it probably wouldn't be enough. Don't worry, young general. I can inquire about anything you want to know. I'll do my best. As Gao Feihu spoke, he suddenly leaned in mysteriously, blinking. Young general, you might want to visit Minister Liu if you get the chance. After the last incident, Minister Liu's attitude towards the young general has changed. With the help of the Minister of the Grand Court of Revision in the future, things might be easier in court. Of course, the premise was being able to withstand the Minister of War Zhu Biao's retaliation. Otherwise, it was not certain. All right, Linji nodded. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City, news of the grand military exercise between the various military camps was already common knowledge. Combined with the marketing tactics of the Lin Merchant Group, over half of the citizens in the Imperial City supported the Yu family army. Even some members of the royal family were the same. This matter was originally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. But since the Minister of War Zhu Biao was still suspended, this grand event was temporarily managed by the Vice Minister of War and Prime Minister Wang Lin. Upon learning this news, Lin Ji was discussing related matters with Yu Yan. General Yu, it is said that Prime Minister Wang is upright and one of the few honest and clean officials in court. If he presides over the grand military exercise, perhaps it can be handled fairly. To avoid anyone sneaking through the back door, Lin Ji said happily. This was definitely good news for him. Yu Yan nodded. Indeed, I've heard of Prime Minister Wang's reputation even back at the White Wolf Pass. But it's really good luck otherwise. If the Minister of War Zhu Biao were still in office, this grand military exercise would probably have nothing to do with us. Not to mention Lin Ji's accusation. Just the fact that Zhu Zheng's marriage to Yu Luoyu was ruined. Zhu Biao would definitely make things difficult for Yu Yan. This was beyond doubt. Luck? Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. How can there be so much good luck in the world? What others see as luck can also be planned to some extent. Planned? Yu Yan's eyes were full of astonishment. Could it be that the young general could plan the grand military exercise? How could that be? Although it sounded harsh, it was the truth. Lin Ji's rank or title in the Imperial City was definitely not top tier. He could only barely be considered a noble. The grand military exercise was one of the most important matters of the Ministry of War in the Great Xia dynasty. Even the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, did not have the sole right to decide. Young general, that joke is a bit too much. I'm not joking. Do you really think it's just a coincidence? The grand military exercise is about to be held, but just at this time, the Minister of War Zhu Biao was suspended due to forcibly taking a civilian girl and tolerating bandits to harm the people. Lin Ji pondered. Upon hearing this, Yu Yan frowned, his eyes showing surprise. Could it be that all this was planned by the general? Not exactly, but when I found out that your sister was taken by Zhu Biao as a daughter-in-law, I thought it might be an opportunity. Later, I was originally thinking about how to deal with the relationship between the Minister of War and you. But I didn't expect this guy to come knocking on my door. How could I ignore it? Lin Ji's mouth curled slightly. Yu Yan couldn't help but gasp at the revelation. My goodness. He had only heard of divine calculation before, but now he truly witnessed it. Such tactics and decisions, including all the contingencies, were almost predicted to the limit. What is said to be 7 parts effort and 3 parts fate. Lin Ji had done all the effort he could. As for whether they could succeed in the end, it depended on whether the old emperor was willing to help them. General Yu, are you confident in this grand military exercise? After all, this matter is not only about the Yu family army, but also about our safety. Lin Ji said in a low voice. His eyes showed no ripple. The more critical the moment, the calmer he became. Perhaps because of his many years of sales experience, Lin Ji's strength might not be that of a true powerhouse. But in terms of psychological quality, there were few who could surpass him now. Even Li Jingzhen could step aside. After years of struggling in society, encountering all kinds of people and circles, the 3 religions and 9 schools, the nobility, which one had Lin Ji not come into contact with? Yu Yan also had unprecedented confidence. Young general, don't worry. As long as this grand military exercise is fair, we will definitely win. Chapter 117. 3 Parchments. I will certainly not disappoint the young general's expectations. Yu Yan thumped his chest in assurance. His eyes brimmed with determination. He had been stationed at the White Wolf Pass for a solid 4 years. For years were enough to smooth out any sharp edges of arrogance in a person's heart. Now, The opportunity to rise was right before his eyes. Yu Yin would not allow such a golden chance to slip away. You're quite confident, aren't you? As far as I know, the Yu family army only has a mere 2,000 men, which is barely the equivalent of a single battalion compared to all the camps within and around the imperial city, Lin Ji said playfully, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Are you really that confident? The young general may not know, but every man in the Yu family army is worth 10. Even if the camps within and around the imperial city number in the tens of thousands, our Yu family army fears no one. Yu Yin declared with certainty. These years guarding the White Wolf Pass, a remote and strategically insignificant place, the killing techniques we Yu family soldiers have trained in since childhood can only be used against some bandits and outlaws. It's truly a waste of talent. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. They say you don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But this court, it just had to let him. This sledgehammer, go after little chicks. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not just for me, but for all the brothers in the Yu family army, is something we are all excited about. We absolutely cannot miss this chance. Then we'll be looking forward to General Yu's performance in 3 days. Lin Ji chuckled lightly. Before long, 3 days had passed. All the generals participating in this martial competition were notified to attend a meeting at the Ministry of War. Naturally, Wang Lin presided over the meeting. Originally, Lin Ji also had the chance. After all, his title was still that of the young general. What it is, why all the roundabout talk? Young general, I am not clear either. But the princess ordered me to come. I am merely following orders. Sui Bo furrowed his brows. If it were in the past, he would have turned around and left without hesitation. But after so much time spent together, Sui Bo's attitude towards Lin Ji had greatly changed. He now knew that this man indeed possessed unique talents. He looked down on those who indulged in pleasure, but the young general of the northern garrison was definitely not a wastrel or a good-for-nothing. Lin Ji looked up, seeing that the other party was unwilling to leave. He couldn't help but sigh. So you people around the princess are really troublesome? Never giving up until you achieve your goal. Fine, I'll go. Okay? Then he took 3 parchments and headed to the princess's room. This moment, Li Qingyue was playing the guqin. Seeing Lin Ji arrive, she immediately stopped. Men. Compared to all the military camps within and around the capital, it's barely the size of a single battalion, Lin Ji said playfully, with a hint of teasing in his tone. You're so confident? Young general, you don't understand. Every man in the Yu family's army can hold off 10. Even if there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the capital, our Yu family's army is not afraid at all. Yu Yin said confidently. Over the years, while guarding the White Wolf Pass, which is a remote and not strategically important place, the killing techniques the Yu family's army has trained in have only been used on some bandits and local thugs. It's truly a waste of talent. He felt suffocated just thinking about it. It's said that you don't use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken, but this court has me, this ox cleaver, to cut little chicks. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not just exciting for me, but for all the brothers in the Yu family's army as well. We absolutely won't miss this chance. Then I'll be looking forward to General Yu's performance in 3 days. Lin Ji said with a light smile. Soon, 3 days had passed. All the generals participating in this grand military drill were notified to attend a meeting at the Ministry of War. Naturally, Wang Lin was presiding over the meeting. Originally, Lin Ji also had the chance, as he was still titled the young general of the northern garrison. But unfortunately, Lin Ji had no troops under his command. Even if someone invited him, he couldn't do anything about it. It would be too embarrassing to show up empty-handed. Besides, with the Yu family's army participating, Lin Ji had high hopes. After the meeting, all the participating generals led their troops to a mountain about 50 miles outside the capital. This mountain was called the Grey Wolf Mountain. The mountain stretched for over 100 miles, with undulating terrain and lush greenery. The terrain within the mountain was extremely complex. There was also a nearby prairie. It was truly an ideal place for military drills. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, Lin Ji was busy. Just then, Sui Bo arrived. Young general, The princess has urgent business to discuss with you. Please come to her room immediately. Suibo, can't you see I'm busy? Just tell me what it is. Why go through so many hoops? Young general, I don't know either. But the princess ordered me to come, so I'm just following orders. Suibo frowned. If it were before, he would have turned around and left without hesitation. But after spending so much time together, Suibo's attitude towards Linji had greatly changed. He now knew that this person indeed had unique talents. He looked down on those who indulged in pleasure, but the young general of the northern garrison was definitely not a wastrel or a fool. Linji looked up, seeing Suibo unwilling to leave. He sighed. So you people around the princess are really troublesome. You won't stop until you get what you want. Fine, fine. I'll go. Okay. Then he took 3 parchments and headed to the princess's room. At that moment, Li Qingyue was playing the zither. Seeing Linji arrive, she immediately stopped. You're here? Yeah. You said you had something to discuss with me? Linji said casually, fiddling with the parchments. Li Qingyue frowned. Who are these 3 parchments for? Is it for another young lady? What are you talking about? Even if I had someone to give them to, would anyone dare to accept them? With the title of young general, not many people in the capital would dare to get close to me. Linji said with a meaningful talcon. This was not just a casual remark. Ever since he publicly accused the Minister of War Zhu Biao in court, the officials in court had kept their distance from him. This guy was not someone to be trifled with. He dared to provoke anyone. Linji might be tough, but that didn't mean others wouldn't be implicated. No one wanted to bring disaster upon themselves. Then why are you making these parchments? The Princess Anning's eyes were filled with curiosity. You don't know, do you? The Yu family's army is about to head to Grey Wolf Mountain for the military drill. I'm just helping General Yu prepare a few parchments for emergencies, Linji said casually, his mind still pondering if there was anything he had missed. You'd better not get involved in this. Li Qingyue came up and took the 3 parchments. Linji was slightly taken aback. He was quite surprised. What are you doing? It's not good for you. Li Qingyue's calm face showed no emotion, but her eyes revealed concern. I don't understand what you're saying. Young general, let me tell you the truth. Whoever wins this military drill will be sent to the northern border to guard the frontier. If you help the Yu family's army like this, they will take on this duty. Isn't it better to guard the White Wolf Pass than the north? Linji never expected that as a princess, she would be so protective. But these words sounded like they came from an immature child. The Yu family's army has always wanted to serve the country and achieve merit. Going to the north is a good thing for them. But there will be war in the north, and they will die. Do you want to see the Yu family's army die? Li Qingyue pressed on. What's the big deal? War and death are too normal. Every soldier would rather die on the battlefield than hide in the rear and be a coward. Otherwise, why would the Yu family's army care so much about this military drill? Linji said with a smile, not taking it to heart. Give me the parchments. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyue took a step back. You're not doing this for their good, but to harm them. I won't allow you to do this. Princess, aren't you meddling too much? The Yu family's army has no relation to you. How can you decide their future? Linji frowned. Princess Anning always acted arbitrarily. If it were some trivial matter, Linji wouldn't bother pursuing it. Men, after all, shouldn't argue with women over every little thing. But this matter was no small issue. No mistakes could be allowed. Li Qingyue hesitated. Yu Luoyu is like my sister, and I can't stand by and do nothing about her affairs. Hee. Linji couldn't help but tease. Princess, your excuse is really weak. This was not just talk. Ever since he publicly accused the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, in court, the officials in the court had kept their distance from him even more. This guy was not to be trifled with. He dared to provoke anyone. Linji's strong fate did not mean others would not be implicated. No one wanted to bring disaster upon themselves. Then why make these 3 parchments? The Princess of Peace's eyes were filled with curiosity. You don't know, do you? The Yu family army is about to go to Grey Wolf Mountain to participate in the military drill. I'm just helping General Yu prepare a few parchments for emergencies, Linji said casually. His mind was repeatedly pondering, checking if there were any omissions. You'd better not meddle in this. Li Qinghua stepped forward and snatched the 3 parchments. Linji was slightly taken aback. He was quite surprised by this. What are you doing? This won't benefit you. Li Qinghua's cold face showed no emotion, but her eyes revealed concern. I can't understand what you're saying. Young General, to be honest with you, whoever wins in this military drill will be sent to the northern border to guard the frontier. If you help the Yu family army like this, then they will take on this task. Compared to guarding the north, isn't guarding the White Wolf Pass better? Princess, aren't you meddling too much? The Yu family army is not related to you. How can you decide their future? Linji frowned. The Princess of Peace was always headstrong. If it were some trivial matters in the past, Linji wouldn't bother to pursue them. After all, men, why bother arguing with women all the time? But this matter was of great importance. Absolutely no errors could be allowed. Li Qinghua hesitated. Yu Luoyu. I regard her as a sister. I can't ignore her affairs. Linji couldn't help but grin, making fun. Princess, your excuse is really quite flimsy. Chapter 118. Those who know me understand my worries. I don't care what reasons or motives you have, but if you don't want the Yu family army to win in the grand military exercise, you can always go to your father. Why make things difficult for me here? Linji said calmly, his smile gradually fading. But I hope the princess can understand the proper boundaries. Why not just tell him directly? Li Qinghua turned around, her gaze complex. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. Out of 10 things in the world, 8 or 9 do not go as one wishes. Although I have an engagement with him, if he doesn't have me in his heart, why tell him about this affection? Sui Bo was slightly stunned, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Alas, poor lovers in the world. The princess is also a pitiful person. Perhaps it is her extraordinary childhood experiences that make Li Qinghua more sensitive about emotions. Before being certain of Linji's sincerity, Princess Anning would not easily reveal herself. It seemed to preserve the last bit of dignity. Princess, you're just torturing yourself. Look, the young general doesn't even care. If he doesn't, won't all the suffering the princess has endured be in vain? Sui Bo felt heartache, his gaze turning affectionate. So what? I, Li Qinghua, never bow my head. Even if one day Linji wants to cancel the engagement, I will not say half a word more. This is the princess of the great Xia dynasty. Without favor, her status is virtually non-existent, but she still has her own final dignity. Sui Bo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Young general, what kind of virtue do you have to win the princess's heart? Old General Li is truly unfair to the princess, her love path so bumpy. One day later, Yu Yin led the Yu family army in preparation for departure. A personal guard from the general's residence galloped over. General Yu, wait. I am under orders from the young general to deliver 3 pouches, and to inform General Yu that these 3 pouches can help the general stand out in the grand military exercise. Yu Yin heard and said proudly, that won't be necessary. I still have some confidence in my abilities. Years of waiting. Today finally has its use. Yu Yin has already been itching to go. Now, where would he need any pouches? He just wants to lead his brothers to fight and make a name for themselves. Let the military officers inside and outside the capital see. Those guarding the White Wolf Pass are not just waiting for death. They are the once famous Yu family army. I am also under orders from General Zhao. I hope General Yu won't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain back. The guard raised the 3 pouches above his head, looking like he wouldn't leave without a fight. Seeing this, Yu Yin thought for a moment. Better to be respectful than to refuse. Go back and thank your young general for me, and tell him I will return victorious. Then I'll have to drink a good round at the best tavern in the city, and your young general will have to pay the bill. Although they have known each other for less than a month, the two have a mutual respect. Plus, there are many entanglements. Yu Yin now regards Linji as a true brother. Naturally, he doesn't stand on ceremony. I will definitely relay to the young general. I wish General you a smooth journey. The following days, except for the necessary personnel, almost everyone in the capital was sent to the Tsanglong Mountains for the grand military exercise. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Warserlong and Prime Minister Wang Lin could only temporarily reside in the headquarters and were constantly updated on all the details of the drill, and constantly received details of the exercise. That day, Lin Ji was still strolling around the city. Life was quite comfortable. At that moment, a vendor selling makeup and skincare products called out to him. Young General, take a look at this new batch of makeup. They are all top-notch. Brother, did you mistake me for someone else? I'm a real man. What would I do with these things? Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. The vendor chuckled. Young General, I know you don't need them, but you can buy them for the princess. What? Lin Ji found this even more absurd than using them himself. I say, brother, are you really that naive? The princess is the daughter of the exalted emperor. What she uses is the finest from the imperial palace. Your best makeup might not even meet her standards. You can't say that. The vendor was shrewd, pulling Lin Ji back from leaving. Even the finest delicacies get boring. Wanting to try simple meals, makeup is the same. The princess used to the best might want to try these occasionally. Lin Ji blinked. Wow, trying to sell to him in reverse. This pitch really took him by surprise. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Wait, how's the monthly sales of your makeup? This? The vendor looked awkward. What? Can't say? No one buys it. Lin Ji saw through the vendor's dilemma at a glance. You can't say that, young general. This makeup is really good, very popular in Jiangnan. But this is the capital. These products are only considered mid-high, naturally inferior to the imperial ones. Ordinary people can't afford it, and the daughters of high officials look down on it. I'm just trying to make a living. The vendor looked helpless. He needs to eat too. It's because these makeup products are very popular in Jiangnan. That's why he specially took the water route to Chongqing City to sell. But the sales are dismal. Chapter 119. A new source of wealth emerges. Lin Ji listened thoughtfully, while a new plan began to form in his mind. Naturally, only women would use cosmetics like rouge and powder. However, the desire to be beautiful is universal. Ordinary women from common households also wish to adorn themselves in front of the mirror, but they simply don't have the means to do so. Why don't you sell this batch of cosmetics at a low price? Lin Ji suggested. What? The vendor was dumbfounded. Young general, I only wanted to do business with you, but you can't be trying to cheat me. If I sell them cheaply, I'll lose money. It's not a loss. Sell these cosmetics to ordinary people and bring the profits to my Lin family's business. When we launch our own cosmetics, you can be the first to sell them. How about that? Does the young general also do business with women? The vendor blinked in surprise. Women naturally held a lower status than men, so fewer people engaged in women's business. There was even a hierarchy among vendors. Those dealing with the royal family looked down on those dealing with commoners. Those dealing with men looked down on those dealing with women. Those dealing with the capital looked down on those dealing with the provinces, and so on. But who was Lin Ji? He was a modern sales elite with a completely different sales philosophy from all the merchants in the Great Xia. He believed in selling to anyone and everyone, as long as it was profitable and didn't violate principles. After all, money is money, no matter who it comes from. It was seeing the vendor sell cosmetics that gave him a new business idea. The gender ratio in the Great Xia was about 2-to-1, meaning there were tens of millions of women, even excluding minors and those past their prime, as well as those without financial means or status. There were still millions of potential customers. If all these women could buy their own cosmetics, the profits would be immense and unimaginable. Of course, any business that makes money is a good business, especially something like cosmetics, which has very high margins. If you can't sell it, that's a problem with your marketing. Instead of wasting your breath with me, why not try selling to the daughters of noble families? Lin Ji teased. Different business strategies lead to different outcomes. I'd like to, but they don't even glance at it. Are you stupid? Even if these noble ladies can't afford it, what about their maids? Especially those personal maids, many of whom, though born to common families, are naturally beautiful and have a close relationship with their mistresses, making them also potential beauty customers who love to dress up. Young general, you're right. The vendor suddenly understood. No wonder my goods aren't selling. I've been using the wrong approach. Exactly, Linji nodded. You can consider what I said. If you decide, come find me at the Lin family's business. But hurry, time is of the essence. With that, Linji headed home. As a sales manager in his previous life, he had a broad knowledge and some basic understanding of cosmetics production. With a few experiments, he should be able to succeed. That's what he planned to do now. Meanwhile, in the depths of Songlong Mountain, the Yu family army was hidden in the forest. Since the grand military exercise began, each army had been leading a faction, and only by defeating all others could they emerge victorious. Unexpectedly, Yu Yin encountered difficulties from the start. All the armies from within and around the capital were well-equipped and well-supplied, clearly backed by noble families. But Yu Yan's side had nothing, insufficient provisions, and far inferior equipment compared to other elite camps. Thus, the Yu family army had to bide their time, hiding in the deep mountains for a couple of days, waiting for an opportunity. General, I've heard that 3 armies have already been eliminated, reported the deputy commander. Currently, the most likely to win are the Imperial Guards, the Eastern Frontier Army, and the Southern Divine Navy. These 3 armies were among the best in the Great Xia. Originally, there was also the Northern Army led by Lin Jinxiu, but now it was missing. Yu Yin frowned. He had thought he was a sure winner in this military exercise, but he hadn't expected the strength of the armies from various regions to surge after years of guarding the White Wolf Pass. No wonder no one dared to challenge the Great Xia lightly. General, if this continues, our morale will dwindle, and it will be even harder to win, the deputy commander worried. Their current location was one of the poorest in Songlong Mountain, with no villages nearby. If discovered, they wouldn't even have a place to run. Yu Yin sighed. Could it be that the Yu family army's fortunes are waning? Will we never have a chance to restore our glory? Just thinking about it made him feel stifled, but there was no help for it. Other armies were numerous and well-equipped. Surpassing them was not easy. General, before we left, didn't the young general send us 3 scrolls? Why don't we open them now? Maybe there's a solution inside. Don't be ridiculous. Can the young general really win from 1,000 miles away? Yu Yin waved his hand dismissively. He had forgotten about the scrolls since the military exercise began. General, we have nothing to do now and can't find a solution. Why not take a look? Maybe we'll find something useful, the deputy commander suggested tentatively. After all, it can't get any worse than it is now, right? Yu Yin thought it made sense. Could it really get worse? A scroll wouldn't kill everyone. He then took out the 3 scrolls, colored red, yellow, and green. Yu Yin opened the green one. Inside was only a sentence. Follow the river, find a household, and you'll find a way. What does that mean? The deputy commander was puzzled. Yu Yin pondered. Is there a river near Songlong Mountain? There is indeed one main river, with several winding branches, but their direction is unclear. Yu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be a coincidence? Trusting Lin Ji, Yu Yin, despite thinking it unlikely to find a household in such a remote forest, still sent a few fast-footed men to follow the river and search. Chapter 120. Hunter in the Mountains. About an hour later, the 2 scouts sent to reconnoiter returned. General Yu, we found a house by the river about 10 miles away. It looks like a hunter's dwelling, but no one was home when we arrived, so we came back immediately to report. Yu Yin stood up, his eyes filled with surprise. The Songlong Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, with countless ravines, but are sparsely populated. To find someone actually living in the depths of the forest was quite unexpected. General, it's not that strange for a hunter to live here, is it? Could it really be this coincidental? The deputy general probed. Yu Yan's eyes showed deep thought. The first scroll only had 12 characters, but 8 of them had already been confirmed. River, house. Could finding that hunter really help them solve their current predicament? Yu Yan's heart stirred with unease, even a chill down his spine. If this were true, either young General Lin Ji was a master strategist, or there was something mysterious about the Songlong Mountains. In any case, they had to investigate. As for the confrontations with other camps, their chances of victory were slim. You few, gather some brothers who still have good stamina and fast footwork. Follow me to take a look, Yu Yin commanded. General, let me go instead. You are the backbone of our Yu family army. If there's something fishy or a trap, our army can't afford to be leaderless. The deputy general stepped forward, his words firm and resolute. Though the Yu family army was small in number, each member was loyal and patriotic. It was just unfortunate that, if not for their long defense of the White Wolf Pass, their combat skills might have been more honed. Battlefield skills aren't just about training. It's the will and spirit that are tempered through actual combat. Even the best training can't prepare one for the fear of first-time combat. It's all right, since young General Scroll mentioned it. I believe they won't harbor ill intentions towards us, Yu Yin mused. And with so many brothers here, if we all move, the target would be too big and we might be discovered by other camps. Deputy General, stay here and take over my duties temporarily. Lieutenant, come with me. Understood. The Deputy General wanted to say more, but was cut off by Yu Yin. Remember, try to stay hidden. Even if you encounter the enemy, don't act rashly. Wait for my return.
Yes.
Then, Yu Yin led his men towards the hunter's direction. After walking for about half an hour, they saw a distant house. It was built very crudely, apparently from wood and straw. A faint trail of smoke rose from it. General Yu, that's it, a soldier pointed. There's smoke now? Could the owner be back? Yu Yan's heart raced. He then quickened his pace. When they reached the thatched hut, they saw a man in animal skins come out as they were boiling water. His gaze was sharp, his posture upright, not like a hunter who had spent years in the mountains. Are you General Yu of the Yu family army? The hunter asked upon seeing their armor. You know me? Yu Yin was surprised. Hee, General Yu, I've been waiting for you. If you hadn't come today, I would have gone hunting in the mountains tomorrow. The man's smile was profound. The group was puzzled. You sound like someone from Chongping. Why live in such a remote forest? And you don't seem like a hunter. Are you hiding from trouble? Yu Yin cautiously asked. Strange circumstances often have strange causes. Not yet sure of the man's relationship with Lin Ji, Yu Yin remained cautious. General Yu, no need to be so formal. Let's eat first. We can talk after we're full. The hunter brought out 2 roasted chickens and a rabbit from the house. The aroma was enticing. The soldiers had been eating dry rations and drinking dew in the forest for days, now running low on supplies. Some had no choice but to eat grass. Hunting for game required fire, which could easily reveal their position to enemy scouts. Seeing Yu Yan's wariness, the hunter chuckled. General, don't worry. The food isn't poisoned. If you don't believe me, I'll taste it first. He scraped off a piece of meat from the chicken and rabbit and ate it. Yu Yin then relaxed and called his men to eat. They were indeed famished, devouring the food ravenously. It's been so long since I've had such a delicious meal. Same here. It's strange though. The chicken and rabbit are crispy and sweet. I've never tasted anything like it. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Yin suddenly realized. Sweet? He knew of a popular food in Chongping called white sugar. It melted on the tongue and was incredibly sweet. Did you put white sugar on the chicken and rabbit? General Yu, you are indeed sharp. Now you know my identity. The hunter stood up and removed his animal skin, revealing a brocade robe underneath. I am Husan, a merchant from the Lin family business. I came to the Songlong Mountains by order of the young general to meet you and help you in your urgent need. Husan owed his foothold in the capital to Lin Ji's help. Though it meant living in this remote forest, Husan was a man who repaid his debts. The soldiers around were stunned. What? You are from the young general's side. So the young general foresaw we would come here and left the scroll and arranged for someone to wait. My goodness, the young general is incredible. Even from hundreds of miles away, he can plan like this. Such talent is rare in the world. Even Yu Yin was surprised. Now that he confirmed the man's identity and found no threat, he was still puzzled. How did Lin Ji know? Chapter 121. Masterminding the strategy, winning from 1,000 miles away. Yu Yin remembered very clearly. Before leaving, he had sworn solemnly to Lin Ji and boasted that he would definitely win this grand military exercise. But who could have expected an inauspicious start, even falling into a predicament from which it was difficult to extricate oneself? Mr. Hu, since it was the young general who arranged for you to be here, but you are merely a merchant, neither a strategist nor a military advisor, how can you possibly help me with your own strength? Yu Yin asked thoughtfully. Husan did not answer. Instead, he smiled and asked back, I wonder what trouble the general is facing? We are trapped in the mountains, now running out of food, yet unable to find a way to break through the enemy, so I am troubled by this. Yu Yin said somewhat helplessly. The Yu family army had always preferred to fight swiftly, but this grand military exercise was not a real battle, and there were too many forces involved. After suffering 2 losses, the Yu family army dared not confront the enemy head-on. They could only choose to temporarily conserve their strength and keep a low profile. That's right. Husan smiled meaningfully. General and the other brothers, do you really think this roasted chicken and rabbit were hunted by me alone in these mountains? What do you mean by that? Everyone looked at each other. Not hunted in these mountains. Could it be brought in from outside? Impossible. That would only waste more time and energy. General Yu, you are brave and resourceful, all heroes on the battlefield who act decisively, but we are just ordinary commoners. We think about how to survive, and in leading troops to battle, I might not be able to help the general much. But in terms of food, the general need not worry. I have everything here, at least enough to last 10 days to half a month. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They simply didn't believe it. Stop talking nonsense. Even if your room is filled to the brim, it might only be enough for you to eat for a few months. But we have 2,000 people there. All your food might not be enough for us for a day. Yu Yin also nodded meaningfully. Mr. Hu, today's meeting in the mountains, we know the young general is particularly concerned, but this matter is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mr. Hu, there's no need to stay in this deep mountain and suffer. Find a chance to leave. As a general, naturally, he didn't like to beg for help, and he wasn't too convinced that Husan really had a solution. General Yu, is it that you don't believe in me, or don't believe in General Hu? Husan chuckled. Or do you think I went through all this trouble to enter the Songlong Mountains just to treat everyone to a meal? Saying this, he stood up. He then took out a small whistle from his bosom and blew it forcefully. Bird calls immediately echoed through the forest. Everyone was amazed at the sight. This whistle is so magical, mimicking bird calls so realistically. Indeed, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was human. It seems this merchant named Husan has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. While everyone was marveling, suddenly, a few boxes drifted downstream from the river upstream. Husan turned around, looked at the few people meaningfully. General Yu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and your men to help retrieve these boxes from the river. Yu Yin was puzzled, but still complied. When they fished out several boxes from the river, upon opening them, they found them filled with warm clothing and hot food. How could this be? Yu Yin was shocked and incredulous, even more baffled. General Yu, the young general knew that this grand military exercise in the Songlong Mountains was no easy task, and the other camps had ample Hochinbuji, allowing them to march and fight in these mountains for extended periods. But the Yu family army is not supported by any nobles, and the provisions they have would not last more than 7 days. Therefore, the young general ordered me to arrange for people to wait here for 7 days, as long as the general came to us within 7 days. We would do our best to arrange, Husan said, and then came to the boxes. These provisions may not guarantee that the general and all the brothers of the Yu family army can sleep without worry, but at least they can solve the urgent need. If the general has any further need for food, you can blow this whistle. The people we left in the mountains will also do their best to ensure that the general is supplied. This moment, Yu Yin suddenly understood. The so-called secret plan was the real key to his smooth passage through this grand military exercise, although he still didn't know what the remaining two secret plans contained. This first one alone had already shocked him immensely. Lin Ji, young as he was, although never heard to have fought on the battlefield, this man's cunning and strategy were truly unparalleled, rare in the world. Just by strategy, he could win from 1,000 miles away. Wasn't this akin to Zhuge Liang reincarnated? Thinking of this, Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh. I was so boastful when I left, and today, if not for the young general's secret plan, we might have surrendered before even facing the elite troops of those camps. General Yu, don't worry. With the help of the young general, I believe the Yu family army will surely turn the tide, Husan said, patting the dust off his clothes, then bowed slightly. General Yu, my task is completed, and I must leave the Songlong Mountains. Having been away from Chongping City for so long, I don't know how my city's business is doing. Please forgive me. As for the rest, I can't help much, just wish the general a smooth journey. And finally, to win the championship, Husan then blew the whistle again. Not far away, a small boat drifted slowly downstream, finally stopped in front of everyone. This boat was not big, could carry a few people, and also some cargo. But because of its small size, it was not easy to detect. General Yu, farewell, Husan said, and turned aboard the boat, then drifted downstream and disappeared into the distance. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. General, it's really unexpected that the young general of the northern town is truly extraordinary, with so many ingenious plans. Truly admirable. Yes, with the young general's help, we naturally cannot let him down. This time, no matter what, we must win the championship of the grand military exercise. We must not let those outsiders look down on us. Everyone agreed, then carried the boxes and headed towards the temporary camp. Their hearts were filled with confidence. Chapter 122. No way, Brother Ji, are you gay? At the same time, Chongping City. Lin Ji was at the dock handling routine affairs when someone rushed in. Young General, Husan has been taken care of and is heading back to Chongping City. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this. Good. It seems things are finally going smoothly. I hope Yu Yin can regroup. It would be truly great if we can secure the first place in the military drill. Young General, do you really want the Yu army to win the first place? Old Zhou, the official at the dock, asked curiously. What do you mean by that? I got to know Yu Yin because of this reason. And if the Yu army wins the first place in the military drill, it will make things easier for us in the future. Isn't that a good thing? Old Zhou shook his head upon hearing this. Young General, that's not what I meant. But according to the rumors in Chongping City, the winners of the military drill are already predetermined. Because whoever stands out in the military drill is bound to be promoted. I know, Lin Ji blurted out. He had already thoroughly researched this matter. It was unlikely that old Zhou would need to educate him about it. To put it bluntly, the military drill was much like the talent shows from his previous life. How could such things be without some insider information? And the champions, runners-up, and third-place winners would become big stars. Then they would release works, attend events, and make money, rising to become truly wealthy. The champions chosen in the military drill would follow the same pattern. Lin Ji was well aware of this, which was why he was willing to use his own money to help Yu Yin resolve the difficulties they encountered at Songlong Mountain. If the Yu army could truly rise to prominence one day, it would also mean he had a reliable backing under his command. In the Imperial City, as a young general, not being able to command troops was something that would be laughed at by others. On a larger scale, if there were ever a power struggle in the court, how could he protect himself? These were very realistic issues. Lin Ji, originally a sales manager, had a very forward-looking perspective on things. He also understood that many things, although seemingly meaningless now, preparing early was always better than scrambling at the last minute. In short, I'm doing this for my sake and for everyone else. Lin Ji didn't want to explain further. That moment, Yun Tsongfeng arrived. Brother Ji, You're so busy today. Of course. I'm still thinking about creating something new, Linji said with a light laugh. Although he had arranged for someone to help the U army, he himself was not idle, especially after learning about the high profits of cosmetics on the street. No one would ever think they were making too much money. And now Linji was in need of money. He had basically used up most of his savings to support the U army. Sponsoring military supplies was no small matter. For example, the food a soldier needed for a day could cost about 50 coins, and the supplies about 50 coins. Clothing and weapons together cost about 200 coins. These were already extremely cheap. For many elite troops in the Great Xia dynasty, this number didn't even meet the entry level. Even so, 200 coins for one person. 2,000 people a day would need 200 taels of silver, and this was just for one day. If it were 10 or 15 days, the money would flow out like water, not even making a splash. Linji was just starting to rise. He was not a man of great wealth. Of course, he couldn't afford such consumption, so he had to first develop his own cosmetics. Brother Ji, this stuff smells really fragrant and the colors are so bright. What is it exactly? Yun Songfeng asked curiously. As soon as he entered Linji's office, he could smell the overwhelming fragrance. Various scents mixed together, making it seem almost unbelievable. It felt like being in a garden of flowers. I'm working on cosmetics, Linji said meaningfully. Cosmetics? Yun Songfeng widened his eyes. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Brother Ji, why would a man like you be messing with these things? Could it be that you have a preference for men? As he said this, he couldn't help but slowly step back. His expression also became somewhat frightened and panicked. Yun Songfeng might not be able to accept this extremely shocking truth at once. After all, Linji's fiancée was Princess Li Qingyue, who was famous throughout the entire dynasty. Such a beauty by his side, yet he was unmoved, even preferring men. Incomprehensible. Linji looked at Yun Songfeng's flustered appearance. He was speechless. His mouth twitched. He couldn't help but retort, "Why? Are you worried I'll fall for you?" "Don't worry, even if I really like men, I wouldn't go for you." "No, Brother Ji, what have you been through? Why have you changed so much?" Yun Songfeng slightly relaxed. For many normal men, such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. After knowing he was not in danger, Yun Songfeng naturally relaxed a bit, but his gaze still carried concern. "Brother Ji, why don't you see a doctor?" "Don't worry. My father knows the best doctors in the imperial city. They can definitely cure your hidden illness." Get lost. Linji finally couldn't take it anymore. "I'm a true man through and through, and I'll only like women in my life." "Ah." Yun Songfeng blinked his eyes. His gaze was full of surprise. "If that's the case, why is Brother Ji messing with these things meant for women?" "That's because cosmetics are very profitable. You know who has the easiest money to make, right? Women." Linji said meaningfully. Having been a sales manager for several years, he was very adept at these sales tactics. The target consumer group was the most direct and profitable standard for a product. For example, as a man, when you go out to buy things, do you pick and choose? Or do you already know what you want and just go for it? Yun Songfeng tilted his head and thought about it. "Of course, I just go for it. Wandering around on the street is so boring. It's better to buy and then go play." "Right, but if it's a woman out shopping, they tend to look around a bit. Even if they didn't plan to buy anything, they might suddenly want to buy something." Chapter 123. Who misunderstood whom? Linji had a keen grasp of the psychological profiles of his customers. As an outstanding sales manager, if he couldn't even manage this fundamental aspect, he wouldn't have a reason to continue in his profession. Therefore, women don't necessarily buy based on their previous plans. They are more swayed by fresh and appealing products, he mused. If my cosmetics are good enough, they will surely attract countless noble ladies in the capital. He envisioned the fame and expanded production that would follow. Linji's eyes sparkled as he imagined the wealth these products could bring. Unable to become a top tycoon in his previous life, he saw this as a rare opportunity now. "Impressive. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about these things, Brother Ji." Yun Songfeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. But then he tilted his head, pondering, but how do we determine if these cosmetics are good and appealing? Lin Ji's smile faltered, and he sighed deeply. This was why his cosmetics hadn't yet hit the market. No one could provide constructive feedback. All those around him were rough and tough, either harbor officials or merchants who traveled extensively. Who could offer meaningful advice? Alas, you've been in the capital for so long. Do you know any playboys who might have some insights? Surely they have a bevy of women around them who could judge, Lin Ji suggested casually. Brother Ji, you know my situation, Yun Songfeng said helplessly. Though I'm the son of the Minister of Justice, I was often bullied by the sons of noble families and had few friends, let alone acquaintances among women. If this reached the ears of the Minister of Justice, Yun Songfeng might end up with a swollen face. Alas, one regrets the lack of knowledge when it's needed, and the shortage of people when they are, Lin Ji lamented. Hey, Brother Ji, there are two beauties right here in the General's mansion. Princess Anning and Miss You are both stunning. If you ask them for feedback, it would surely be better than those mediocre women, Yun Songfeng suggested. That's different. The cosmetics I'm making are for ordinary people and noble ladies in the capital, Lin Ji said meaningfully. The princess is so high above, how could she care about what I make? Not necessarily. Don't you remember how happy the princess was when you brought back white sugar to the mansion? Yun Songfeng countered. In time, I think the princess is not unfeeling. Perhaps there are just too few people in the palace she can confide in, which is why she seems cold. Since the princess came to the mansion, she has become much more amiable, Yun Songfeng continued, speaking with conviction. Lin Ji eyed him skeptically. How do you know so much? I don't recall you often visiting the mansion. Hee, Yun Songfeng scratched his head. Brother Ji, a few times I came to the mansion looking for you, and you were out. It was the princess who entertained me. I never thought I'd receive such treatment. Maybe the princess would be willing to help you? Lin Ji pondered, unsure how much of what Yun Songfeng said was true. Princess Anning was indeed a beauty, and using these cosmetics would surely enhance her charm. But the problem was, Lin Ji always felt she was unpredictable, sometimes turning hostile for no apparent reason. After much deliberation and seeing no one else around, Lin Ji decided to take Yun Songfeng's advice. All right, I'll take your word for it. But if the princess gets angry, I'll hold you accountable. It was your bad idea. How is that my fault? Yun Songfeng exclaimed, wide-eyed. Brother Ji, that's your family matter. You can't make an outsider responsible. What family matter? What are you talking about? Brother Ji, you've been living together in the mansion for so long, and though you seem respectful to each other, I think you're practically like a real married couple, aren't you? Nonsense, Lin Ji retorted without hesitation. What kind of married couple slept in separate rooms and had no emotional exchanges? Even eunuchs and palace maids in the palace had more warmth. Brother Ji, when are you two going to get married? Hasn't the emperor ever mentioned it? Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. You still don't get it? The emperor probably never intended to marry the princess to me, but he can't go back on his word. The princess living in the mansion is just my idea. If I don't bring it up, maybe the emperor won't either. This was clearly a way to stall. Lin Ji, despite his thick skin, couldn't tolerate this. Fine. If the father of the bride wasn't in a hurry, why should he be? In the worst case, they could part ways. By then, Lin Ji would have grown stronger and wouldn't need Princess Anning's protection, giving him enough confidence. I think the princess is quite good and has feelings for you. Where else can you find such a woman? Yun Songfeng sighed. When did you go blind? Lin Ji asked, his mouth twitching. He truly didn't see any affection from Li Qingyue towards him. She was cold and indifferent, even less friendly than the newcomer Yu Luoyu. All right, I'm tired of talking to you. I'm going back to the mansion to check the situation, Lin Ji said, packing up and leaving. Half an hour later, he returned to the mansion, hesitating before taking a sample of the cosmetics to Li Qingyue's room. What is it? Li Qingyue asked, surprised to see Lin Ji. Here's something for you, Lin Ji said, handing over the cosmetics. What is this? You can think of it as rouge and powder, something for women's adornment, Lin Ji said, too lazy to explain further. Even someone as intelligent as Li Qingyue probably wouldn't understand. Li Qingyue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she tried to stay composed. Why are you suddenly giving me these personal items? No, I just want you to try them, Linji blurted out. Try them? Li Qingyue's tender look vanished instantly. Yes, these are my newly developed cosmetics. I want the princess's help to see how they work. Chapter 124. The Clever Wooden Block. Li Qingyue's face instantly turned cold. She had originally thought that this exceptionally clever wooden block would one day come to his senses. To her surprise, he sought her help. Where did you get this makeup? What if it ruins my face? The makeup I use is the best in the world, so why should I help you? Linji blinked. There was some truth to her words. However, based on his knowledge of modern cosmetics, what he had made would not be inferior to those used by the royal family. As for whether it would harm the skin, that was uncertain. You make a valid point. How about this? I'll first try these on the pigs in the pigsty. If the pigs is that you can talk. Linji couldn't help but grin. That's too much. Li Qingyue rolled her eyes. Then, out of curiosity, she asked, are you making this makeup to gift to someone? Of course not. I'm doing this for business. This set of makeup took a lot of effort. If I wanted to, I could easily find someone else to make it. But I thought you'd like to try it first. Of course, I understand your concerns. Linji said seriously. It was also a gift to Princess Anning. All right, I get it. Li Qingyue understood the situation. You can leave now. Then give me the stuff. Linji extended his hand, blinking. You want me to help you test it? You agreed? Then why are you asking me to leave? Don't you know that girls need privacy when they dress up? You don't even understand this etiquette, yet you dare to call yourself the young general of the north. Li Qingyue said meaningfully, her lips curling imperceptibly. She seemed pleased with her small victory. Tisage, Linji pouted. Women were so troublesome. Just putting on makeup, not changing clothes, what was there to hide? Linji wanted to observe the process to find any flaws or inspiration. However, since the princess had spoken, he couldn't say much. About half an hour later, the door to Princess Anning's room opened again. Li Qingyue walked out slowly. Her already exquisite and beautiful face now glowed under the makeup, looking even more captivating. There was a unique beauty and charm to her. Truly as dazzling as the moon in the sky. Even Linji was quite surprised. Indeed, clothes make the man, and makeup makes the woman. The difference after makeup was completely different. Her complexion and demeanor had greatly improved. Not bad. Princess, you look much prettier this way. Li Qingyue had already looked in the mirror before coming out. She was very satisfied with her makeup, but upon hearing this, she frowned slightly. So, you mean I wasn't pretty before? That's not what I meant. Linji hesitated. Although he didn't quite understand Li Qingyue's thoughts, such a question was too common. Without makeup, you're like the lotus in the pond, beautiful but not flashy. But now, you're like the most beautiful flower in the imperial garden, radiant and captivating. That was the standard answer. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She muttered, smooth talker, just as the rumors say a playboy. Your Highness, I compliment you and get scolded? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Linji stepped forward to closely observe the makeup effect. Indeed, this set of makeup was completely different from what was available on the market. Most cosmetics in the Great Xia dynasty were only for enhancing a woman's complexion. But Linji's understanding of cosmetics came from modern times. Used improperly, they were just ordinary makeup. Used well, they were the icing on the cake. Not everyone was skilled at makeup. This set of makeup was relatively simple to use. As long as one wasn't too clumsy, they would get a good effect. Thinking this, he subconsciously reached out to touch Li Qingyue's face. Li Qingyue was both surprised and embarrassed. What are you doing? Sorry, I was too focused and forgot you're a living person. Linji quickly said with a smile. But your Highness's skin is indeed good. These cosmetics don't do much for you. If you like them, keep them. Are you so perfunctory when giving gifts? Li Qingyue said haughtily. But inside, she was delighted. All right, I'll give you the best things first in the future, okay? It's also a way to thank you for taking care of me these days. Lin Ji teased. Just then, a servant hurried over. Young General, a merchant named Husan is requesting an audience. He's here. Lin Ji pondered. Then he turned to Li Qingyue. Princess, I have some business to attend to, so I'll go first. Use this makeup set again, and if you feel anything uncomfortable or have any suggestions for improvement, let me know. With that, he hurried off. Li Qingyue watched his retreating figure, hesitating to speak. Princess, why not say something? Suibo appeared silently behind Li Qingyue. What are you talking about? What I mean, Your Highness surely understands. The young general is indeed extraordinary and has a bright future. But if the princess has feelings for him and you two are engaged, getting married sooner rather than later would be wise. Li Qingyue sighed. Suibo, I think you should also understand that the engagement between the princess and the young general is just in name. No matter what he thinks, for my father, even if we get married, it would only lead to greater conflict between us. Chapter 125. The Essence of Business. In the general's mansion, in the main hall, Husan sat upright. Lin Ji walked in quickly. Young general. Husan immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. He held Lin Ji in high esteem from the bottom of his heart, no matter what the outside world said. In Husan's eyes, Lin Ji was the great benefactor of his entire family. Without the young general, Husan might not even have food to eat today, much less be able to sit here so decently. Sit, sit. There's no need for such formality between us. Lin Ji waved his hand, indicating for the servants to serve tea. Husan, it must have been tough for you during this time, being a hunter in the Wolf Mountain, right? Young general, you overstate it. Husan bowed respectfully. Although the Wolf Mountain is indeed sparsely populated and very remote, I also had a few days of peace, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and thus, no worries. If it weren't for the urgency to return and report to the young general, I might have wanted to stay in the mountains a few more days. Husan couldn't help but laugh. Only those who have had similar experiences can understand this situation. Ordinary people would just think it's pretentious. But those who have seen the big waves all hope to live a simple life. Because that's the truth. Hee hee, you're young and full of potential. Wouldn't you want to retire? Lin Ji teased. Of course not. My whole family is relying on me for food. Husan replied. Tell me about the situation in the Wolf Mountain. Did you deliver the items to General Yu? Lin Ji turned serious. When he initially wanted to find someone to assist Yu Yin in the Wolf Mountain, he was a bit uncertain, because it wasn't a good job. In the Wolf Mountain, it was remote and barren, with nothing. There might even be wild beasts like jackals, tigers, and leopards, and accompanied by dangers. Money might not necessarily be useful. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Husan volunteered. This solved Lin Ji's urgent problem. For this, he was also very grateful. So when he learned that Husan had returned, he received him immediately. On one hand, to reward him. On the other hand, to know the situation in the Wolf Mountain. He couldn't go himself. Of course, he had to send someone he trusted. Young general, this time's large-scale military exercise is also strange. Although I haven't seen it myself, I've also heard about it from rumors. The military exercises held by the imperial city usually don't last too long, and inviting dozens of armies to participate for the first time is unprecedented. The Yu army is not large in number, and there is a shortage of equipment and provisions. Although the Yu army is exceptionally brave, these hard conditions are indeed lacking. The situation is not optimistic. Lin Ji nodded. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is about what I expected. Yes, when General Yu came to find me, they seem to have been lurking in the forest for a day or two, unable to leave, and too afraid to engage with others. Husan felt a bit heartbroken when he mentioned this. Even General Yu Yin looked very haggard. If it weren't for his prior knowledge, he wouldn't have believed that the sallow-faced, despondent man was the renowned General Yu. Fortunately, General Yu arrived in time, and I handed over all the food to them. I think as long as they continue to move along the river for the next few days, they should not lack food. Hussein reported the general situation. It seems that these 3 silk pouches were not enough. The 2,000 soldiers are indeed a bit rushed, and I can't go bankrupt to protect them. Lin Ji mused thoughtfully. Although the Lin Trading Company has indeed made a lot of money now, and in just 2 or 3 months, its profit growth rate has far exceeded that of the former 4 major trading companies. But not all the money is his. On one hand, he has to pay taxes to the court. On the other hand, he has to share with the brothers at the port, as well as all the bosses and servants in the Lin Trading Company and other people. Lin Ji believes in the shareholding system. If he doesn't cash out now, he will be untrustworthy. The Lin Trading Company wants to go further. It must ensure that everyone is united, instead of each harboring their own thoughts. Young General, don't worry. General Yu is not the kind of person who acts rashly without thinking. Hussein comforted. As far as I know, General Yu and the Yu army have not engaged with anyone these past few days. It seems they are conserving their strength, waiting for the right moment, and avoiding the enemy's strength. Lin Ji's eyes lit up. Indeed, the people from the Yu family are indeed extraordinary. They still have some skills. By the way, are the other 2 people I arranged still there? Of course, with 2 more silk pouches not yet opened, I don't think they would run away prematurely. Hussein said solemnly. But young general, you are really good at predicting things? You've never been to the Wolf Mountain, yet you know so much about it, even able to grasp the situation accurately. If I hadn't gone to the Wolf Mountain this time, I would never have thought it would be such a situation. The Wolf Mountain is still hundreds of miles away from the Imperial City. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people in the Imperial City would not easily go to the Wolf Mountain. It just so happens to be an important location connecting the North and the Central Plains. The continuous mountain terrain is extremely complex, so people only know about the Wolf Mountain from rumors. Few know the details, but unexpectedly, Lin Ji was so familiar with it. Even the location he chose for Hussein was right in the middle of the main river that runs through the Wolf Mountain, exactly where the Yu army was located. Hussein, we're in business. Do you know what the most important thing for a merchant is? Lin Ji patted his shoulder meaningfully. What? Of course, it's information. As the military book says, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. It means that on the battlefield, only by knowing enough about your own information and being able to make effective comparisons and targeted plans, then you can defeat the enemy in one move. The same goes for doing business. Lin Ji spoke eloquently. Now his identity is the young general, but in his previous life, he was a true business elite. The position of sales manager has accumulated a lot of experience for him in the business world. This is why Lin Ji did not immediately go to get close to the forces and officials in the court after coming to the Imperial City. Because he knew he had nothing. These people would not look at him differently. The so-called friendship. In many cases, it is an exchange of interests. Chapter 126. Acting in response to the situation. Hussein seemed to understand but also not, yet he felt that Lin Ji's words made a lot of sense. Indeed, as expected of the young general, truly erudite, he said admiringly. It's nothing really. Anyone can learn, but few have the discipline to study as I did. So if you want to keep growing, don't slack off. Reading more books in your spare time wouldn't hurt, Lin Ji said earnestly. No matter the time or place, people must strive to progress. Only then can they avoid being left behind. Those who indulge in the present and indulge in pleasure may seem carefree and enviable, but often end up paying a price for it. But young general, there's one more thing. I suddenly remembered when General Yu was talking to me, he mentioned their equipment was lagging behind. I'm not sure what exactly is needed for mountain warfare, and I didn't ask in detail. Should we send a batch of equipment to Songlong Mountain as support for General Yu and his men? Rest assured, I've already anticipated that, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of it? But whether they can succeed ultimately depends on their luck, which I can't predict. Planning is human, success is heaven. Even with all efforts, not everyone can succeed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who feel unfulfilled. The remaining one-third luck is crucial but is built on the 7/10 of hard work. Both are indispensable. I believe that with the cooperation of the young general and General Yu, the Yu's army will surely stand out in this military exercise at Songlong Mountain, Husan said resolutely, showing absolute trust in Lin Ji. Meanwhile, Minister of War Zhu Biao had returned to his residence but had yet to regain his official position. Although detained by the Grand Court of Judicial Review and the Ministry of Justice, the appointment and power issuance still required approval from the Ministry of Personnel. This is why once officials make mistakes in court, it usually becomes very troublesome. Plus, it affects many aspects. Truly self-sufficient and uncorrupted officials in the court are few and far between. If it were a minor case, officials usually wouldn't be temporarily suspended because it's too cumbersome. This time, it was because it had alarmed the emperor, making it known throughout the court. "Father, you finally returned." Zhu Biao's son, Zhu Zheng, immediately went out to greet him. "Are they really going to keep me locked up until the year of the monkey and horse?" Zhu Biao said discontentedly, suddenly thinking of the northern fortress's young General Lin Ji. It was because of this man that he had been in prison recently. Although the Grand Court of Judicial Review and the Ministry of Justice treated him with no neglect, it was still an incredible humiliation for him. "By the way, what's the situation in court lately? Any new developments?" "Father, the court has been calm recently," Zhu Zheng said thoughtfully. "But this military exercise is quite grand. It's said that troops from all 4 directions have sent representatives to participate. And the Yu's army is also taking part." Hearing this, Zhu Biao's face darkened. "Those scoundrels! Yu Yan actually dares to lead the Yu's army to participate in the military exercise? If it weren't for his lack of power recently, those Yu's army troops would never return from Songlong Mountain." "Father, Yu Yan isn't the most infuriating. It's still Lin Ji," Zhu Zheng said indignantly. Upon hearing the name, Zhu Biao's eyes flashed with coldness and a hint of murderous intent. To be frank, after serving in court for so many years, only Lin Ji had been so disrespectful. Not only did he disrupt his son's wedding, but he also exposed everything in front of the entire court. Now, the Zhu family has become a laughingstock in court. This grievance is something Zhu Biao cannot swallow. That dog, thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he's the Northern Fortress's young general? Even daring to oppose me in court, truly overestimating himself. Zhu Biao cursed through gritted teeth. "Father, in a few days, you'll be reinstated as Minister of War, and Lin Ji's end will be near. We must arrest him and take our revenge," Zhu Zheng said resentfully. "Not so fast," Zhu Biao interrupted, raising his hand. "I have a better idea." "What is it?" "As I know, the Yu's army's participation in this military exercise seems to be supported by Lin Ji. He wants to use the Yu's army to re-establish his footing in court. This time, I'll make them pay the price. From now on, there will be no Yu's army or Northern Fortress's Lin family in our Great Xia dynasty." In Songlong Mountain, deep within the dense forest, the Yu's army still lay low. But since Husan's arrival, their situation had improved. At least they no longer had to worry about food and clothing, and living hidden in the forest was relatively relaxed. "General Yu, it's been quite a fight in Songlong Mountain lately. These people are really something," the deputy general said with admiration. The reports from the scouts each day were astonishing. Yu Yan also found it incredible. Initially, he was confident about this mission, but now he realized that the elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty were indeed extraordinary, especially the Imperial Guard, Southern Borders Shangyuan Army, and Eastern Borders Shanhai Army, who were truly invincible. Several troops had already fallen under their hands. Since it was a martial exercise, it was mainly for practice, not life-and-death battles. The court also stationed personnel at the foot of Songlong Mountain to immediately take away anyone who surrendered, preventing accidents. After all, Songlong Mountain was vast. "General, the 3 most powerful forces haven't encountered each other yet. Should we continue to lie low here or wait until they exhaust each other before we act?" the deputy general asked curiously. This matter was extraordinary, concerning their future prospects, so they had to be cautious. Yu Yin also fell into deep thought. Chapter 127. The art of war is deception. From a personal perspective, Yu Yin was quite resentful. What were the Imperial Guards, the Divine Navy of the East, and the Far Army of the South? They were nothing special. When the Yu army was sweeping across the land, fighting for the Xia dynasty, these forces were unheard of. Now, times have changed. The Yu army is no longer what it used to be. Instead, these forces have risen to prominence within the Xia dynasty. If it were a fair competition, the Yu army being surpassed by later arrivals could indeed be justified. But the problem lies in the fact that the Yu army hasn't even had the opportunity to showcase its talents. Why should they be considered inferior to these three forces? However, the current situation is extraordinary. It not only concerns their own future prospects, but also includes Lin Ji. Yu Yin knows that Lin Ji has offended the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, for his sake. This time, only by winning the martial contest can they return to the capital and have a chance to confront Zhu Biao. Otherwise, given their previous actions, the Minister of War would never let them off the hook. Let's wait a bit longer. Still wait? The adjutant looked shocked. But even if we do win the martial contest, it's unlikely to make those people genuinely respect us. They might even think we got lucky or cheated our way to victory. Yu Yin shook his head meaningfully. The art of war is deception. In war, only results matter, not the process. To achieve victory, one can resort to any means necessary. This is the survival law of the battlefield. Moreover, haven't you noticed? Actually, young General Lin has already given us a hint. Young General Lin? Both the deputy general and the adjutant looked surprised and puzzled. Yes, the young general sent people to meet us in the mountains, which means he understands our situation. How else could he know? It must be from analyzing the terrain of Canglang Mountain and the strength of the other forces. These past few days, Yu Yin had been pondering this question. Could there really be someone who could predict victory from 1,000 miles away? He found it hard to believe. Because on the battlefield, everything changes in an instant. Although the martial contest differs from actual warfare, there are similarities in certain aspects. So, after much thought, Yu Yin finally understood the underlying strategy. This also deepened his admiration for Lin Ji. So young, and yet with such a clear vision, even able to see through what the martial contest truly meant. General, we really don't understand what you're talking about. Even if the young general is helping us, what does that have to do with the martial contest? That's why I told you to read more books. Now you see how useless it is. Yu Yin smiled wryly. Naturally, those born into the military life want to hone their martial skills. But to become an outstanding commander, one must be both scholarly and martial. Understanding both military books and tactics is essential. Since the young general can openly assist us, doesn't it mean that other forces also have the support of noble families or even important generals in the court? Yu Yin said meaningfully. The decline of the Yu army was closely tied to the court's neglect. And this martial contest has once again made Yu Yin see the underlying reasons. Some things cannot be scrutinized too closely. Otherwise, the results are hard to face. No way. These forces all have support behind them? The adjutant asked incredulously. Indeed, perhaps the martial contest is fundamentally a game of power among various factions in the court. And the reason we never won in the martial contest before is precisely because we had no support in the court. Yu Yin said meaningfully. If it weren't for the young general's help, they wouldn't have lasted this long. So Yu Yin didn't want to disappoint Lin Ji. Temporarily enduring humiliation was acceptable. The real goal was to achieve the final victory. But General, how long do we have to hide here? Are we really waiting until only one team is left? The deputy general looked incredulous. To be honest, he had never fought such a frustrating battle, even in a drill. It might be criticized by others in the future. As for the weapons, many are worn out from long use. Even though the Yu army is indeed formidable, the gap in equipment puts them at a disadvantage. General, where can we get the equipment? The deputy general looked disheartened. He was quite helpless. That's easy. Some forces have already been eliminated. We just need to take their armor and weapons, and that's it. The adjutant blurted out. No, although this is called a martial contest, if we take the equipment from those who have already lost, it changes the nature of things. It could cause conflicts within the camp. Yu Yin didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Ah, General. I remember you said the young general gave you 3 scrolls? We've only seen one. Maybe the other 2 have a solution to this problem. The adjutant suggested tentatively. After all, the situation was not optimistic for them. They had to find a way to solve it. Even trying it out was worth it. Yu Yin thought about it. It made sense. So he took out the green scroll. Opening it, he saw a map inside. Hidden treasures, the essence of the sun and moon. To achieve great things, seek the dragon and explore the tomb. Chapter 128. Difficult situation. General, what does this mean? Both the deputy general and the staff officer revealed incredulous and unbelievable expressions upon seeing the map. Clearly, they were puzzled as to why Linji would place a topographic map in the second pouch. Moreover, this map specifically marked a red dot. Judging from the overall trend of the mountain range and the meandering of the rivers, there was no doubt that this topographic map was of the Tsanglong Mountain where the Yu family army currently resided. I don't know either, but these 16 words he left are quite thought-provoking. To achieve great things, seek treasures and explore? Yu Yin pondered thoughtfully. The biggest difference between military officers and scholars lies in their way of thinking about things. Scholars, having read the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, are more adept at viewing things with a more rational mindset. Military officers, even if they read military books. Military books mostly discuss how to wage war. If viewed from a modern perspective, what military officers learn is how to fight on the battlefield and how to engage in deadly combat with others. Scholars, on the other hand, learn a more diverse range of subjects, including mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, and geography. This is why few can achieve both literary and martial excellence. The difference between a physical education student, a liberal arts student, and a science student is self-evident. To excel in both physical education and the liberal arts and sciences is essentially a sign of genius. Could it be that the young general has left a pile of gold and silver treasures for us here? The deputy general asked curiously. In his view, what else could be considered a treasure? Gold, silver, precious stones, rare treasures. Impossible. What help could these things be to our current situation? Surely we can't use this money to bribe other troops to let us go? That sounds ridiculous. The staff officer pondered. General, in my opinion, why don't we send someone to investigate the situation? This location is about 10 miles of mountain path away from where we are now. If we move quickly, we should be able to return within 2 to 3 hours. Perhaps this is another secret weapon he's left for us, Yu Yin said meaningfully. After experiencing the first pouch, he now understood the significance of what Linji had left for him. Although unsure if the second pouch could change the Yu family army situation, he believed Linji would not do anything in vain. Whatever was hidden at this location, it must be useful to them. In that case, staff officer, take a squad and go to this place. Choose a few clever ones, and make sure to report any situation immediately. Yu Yin issued the order. General, the staff officer is a civilian position, and his footwork isn't enough. Why don't I go instead? The deputy general volunteered. Forget it with your brain. You can only be a general leading horses on the battlefield, and maybe kill a few enemies. Besides, who knows what this spot marked on the map is? If you go there and act recklessly, you might ruin what the young general has left for us. The deputy general looked dissatisfied. He seemed to want to argue further, but his eloquence was no match for the staff officer. All right, you two. No need to argue. The staff officer will go, and you stay here to command the brothers. I feel our decisive battle is not far off. Yu Yin pondered. Now, more than half of the elite troops had passed the selection. The Imperial Guards, the Divine Navy of the East, and the Shangyuan Army of the South were all still in the running. These were merely the strongest 3 armies. There were many secondary ones below. Each was a tough nut for the Yu family army to crack. At this critical juncture, Yu Yin had to tread very cautiously. Otherwise, the price to pay would be unimaginable. Upon receiving the order, the staff officer immediately set off with his men to find the location marked by the red dot. The rest remained to conserve their strength. In the distance, the sounds of battle could already be heard. It seemed that two armies had encountered each other and were fighting fiercely in the mountains. However, this was after all a military exercise, so everyone wore armor and carried weapons with blunt wooden tips. This was to prevent accidental injuries from sharp weapons. After all, they were all soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Ministry of War had always ordered strict training, this was to ensure that soldiers shed blood in peacetime and stayed alive on the battlefield. Nevertheless, they had to be responsible for everyone's lives. They couldn't really let them engage in overly dangerous activities. Yu Yin naturally dared not be careless. He immediately sent someone to investigate. But before the scout returned, the commotion in the distance had already subsided. So fast, the deputy general's eyes were full of disbelief. Either both sides stopped at a draw, or it was a crushing defeat. Yu Yin pondered. As they dared not act rashly, they could only judge by the sound. They were completely unaware of the actual situation on the ground. Soon, the scout returned. General, the battle in the distance was between the Divine Navy of the East, and it was a three-way battle. But it turned out that neither of these two armies was a match for the Divine Navy. At this, everyone around showed shocked expressions. Yu Yan's face grew even more serious. It seemed that the two armies had joined forces to deal with the Divine Navy first. However, the final result was still a counterattack by the Divine Navy. No wonder they are one of the strongest contenders for the championship, holding their own against two armies and finishing the battle so quickly. The deputy general couldn't help but sigh. General, there's one more thing. The scout continued to report. On my way back, I noticed that the Divine Navy soldiers had already begun searching the surroundings and might soon approach our location. Encountering a strong enemy in the forest was not the most terrifying thing. What was truly frightening was being targeted by these ferocious troops. Escaping alone was not difficult, but here, there were 2,000 soldiers. Once they moved, it would surely cause a huge commotion. It was equivalent to exposing themselves. General, what should we do now? If we retreat now, even if the staff officer finds the treasure, he might be caught by the Divine Navy soldiers on his way back. But if we stay here, we are likely to encounter the Divine Navy. Given the current situation, if we meet them, our chances of winning are less than 10%. Chapter 129. Re-equipping. Yu Yin was well aware of their current predicament. Although everyone had eaten their fill and rested well, they were at a disadvantage in both equipment and numbers. The maximum number of troops allowed in a single unit for the grand military exercise was 5,000. Most of the other armies had reached this limit, with some, like the Divine Navy and Shangyuan Army, even splitting their forces into 3 routes. However, the Yu Army only had 2,000 soldiers. Facing such odds, it was highly likely that they would be wiped out. Yu Yin had high aspirations this time, and Linji had placed great hopes in him. How could he afford to lose? After pondering for a moment, he stood up decisively, his gaze firm. Notify everyone. Have all soldiers split into groups of 3 and teams of 10, he ordered. Each group should act independently and retreat in the direction of the generals. Remember, speed is crucial. General, if we do this, won't we be more easily annihilated by the Divine Navy if we encounter them? The deputy general exclaimed, shocked by Yu Yan's command. Don't worry, we still have the supervisors. Even if some brothers are captured, they will be safely returned to the main camp without any problems, Yu Yin said, glancing at the supervisor nearby. Each unit had a supervisor dispatched by the Ministry of War to prevent emergencies during the exercise. In case of any situation, they could use fireworks as a signal to report to the main camp, and reinforcements would arrive. However, supervisors usually didn't interfere otherwise, neither giving hints nor offering strategies. Of course, this was just on the surface. Most supervisors of other armies were related, or even directly involved in strategies. But Yu Yin wasn't familiar with the court and the Ministry of War, so the supervisor had been silent during their time together, except for a brief surprise when they first received food supplies. The deputy general and the soldiers nodded in agreement. "General, since you've made your decision, let's act immediately. Remember, we need to move fast. We might only have the time of one incense stick. If we don't reach the other side of the river, the Divine Navy will catch up," Yu Yin urged. Everyone immediately sprang into action, shedding unnecessary items and heading towards the river. Although the Yu army had been stationed at the White Wolf Pass for years and lacked rich combat experience, Yu Yin was a responsible leader who even trained his men in swimming. So crossing the river posed no significant difficulty. Soon, most confidence. As a leader, he had to maintain confidence at all times to keep his soldiers' morale high. Otherwise, fearing defeat even before the battle began would already mean losing half the fight. "Let's go see what's happening with the generals," Yu Yin gestured, leading everyone deeper into the woods and taking a detour. Guided by the map, they headed towards the marked location. After walking for about 2 hours, they encountered the general who had been sent to scout ahead. The general was elated. "General, this time, we might really turn the tide and even defeat the Divine Navy." "Why do you say that?" Yu Yin frowned, trying to keep his confidence without being overly optimistic. "There's a cave, and it's filled with weapons, armor, and equipment. If our soldiers can wear these, it's not impossible to defeat the Divine Navy," the general explained, excited. In battle, having sturdy armor and sharp weapons was a great advantage. Even ordinary soldiers or minor generals rarely had such opportunities. Now, hearing about the abundance of armor and weapons in the cave, everyone was thrilled. Yu Yin was both surprised and delighted. Only now did he understand why Linji had given him a terrain map. He hadn't expected the young general to foresee everything, providing food when they lacked it and equipment when they needed it. For the first time, Yu Yin felt the relief of having support. "Brothers, this is our chance to prove the Yu army. We must not disappoint the young general's hopes and efforts." "Understood," the soldiers agreed, following the general to the cave. Even though they had heard the news, seeing the array of equipment inside still left them in awe. My goodness, the young general really spared no expense. So much equipment, even the Ministry of Works would need at least a couple of months to make. The deputy general marveled. "General, where did the young general get so many armors and weapons? To put it bluntly, with so much equipment, if the emperor wanted to charge a crime, it could even be used to stage a rebellion," the deputy general added, bewildered. Yu Yin could only smile wryly. "Who can I ask about that?" He also understood why Linji had never mentioned this before, fearing false accusations from those with malicious intent. At that moment, a soldier reported, "General, the Divine Navy has crossed the river and is about to approach us." Everyone tensed up. Chapter 130. The Wealth of the Yu Family Army. Yu Yin, however, was not concerned. "Brothers, even if the Divine Navy arrives now, with these armaments, do you still lack confidence? Don't waste any more time. Put on your armor and take up your weapons immediately. Prepare for battle." "Yes." Following this, 2,000 soldiers of the Yu family army entered the cave in an orderly fashion. Each collected their weapons and armor. Although some of the craftsmanship was rough, they were more than sufficient for the grand military exercise. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, everyone had finished dressing. This moment, a scout reported again, "General, the Divine Navy is not far outside. It's likely they have surrounded the area near this cave. There's no need to fear. Follow me, the general, and break through the encirclement." Yu Yin was full of confidence. In fact, although the Yu family army had rarely seen combat in recent years, and their practical experience was not abundant, as once the elite force of the great Xia dynasty, they had a deep foundation. Yu Yan's daily training of the soldiers was extremely strict. 10 years of sharpening a sword. Today is the opportunity to demonstrate its sharpness. Adjutant, Vice General, each of you leads 600 men, as left and right vanguard. The rest follow me as the central vanguard. Once I charge out first, your left and right wings coordinate opportunely. Remember to seize the moment. Understood. Yu Yan then led the remaining 800 men out of the cave. Not far away, the figures of the Divine Navy soldiers could already be faintly seen. At the same time, the Vice General of the Divine Navy also spotted the Yu family army. General, those are the Yu family army. The commander of the Divine Navy was named Li Donghai, also born into a prestigious family. He strode to the slope and called out loudly, I have long heard of the fame of the Yu family army. Today I finally get to meet them, but I didn't expect the Yu family army to be all bark and no bite, merely a bunch of cowards who hide and dodge. General, is there a need for such mockery? The Vice General was full of astonishment. Even when facing other second-rate troops, he had never seen Li Donghai with such strong competitiveness. What do you know? The Yu family army was once the face of the entire Great Xia dynasty. Now reduced to this, it's truly shameful. How dare they participate in the grand military exercise? Today, I will let the Yu family army know which army is the true elite of the Great Xia dynasty. Li Donghai was full of arrogance. It seemed he did not place the Yu family army in his eyes at all. The Yu family army is here. Today we will fight you. Yu Yan's figure also appeared on another slope. Li Donghai glanced at him, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, I never thought that the once famous Yu family army now only has a few hundred men. What qualifications do you have to fight us? Li Donghai, I know, you are the descendant of the Eastern Border General family, but so what? My Yu family army advances bravely. There is no possibility of retreat. Yu Yan was extraordinary in spirit. He then brandished his weapon. Brothers, follow me. Li Donghai's eyes flashed with disdain. He had originally thought the Yu family army might have some special tactics, but unexpectedly they acted like uncouth fools. It was really laughable. Brothers, let these remnants see the might of our divine navy. Li Donghai also waved his hand. Do not let any of them go. We must capture them all. Yes. Soldiers from both slopes rushed down. Only when they saw the other side clearly did the Vice General exclaim in shock. General, they all wear armor. What? Li Donghai frowned. His eyes were full of disbelief. How could this be? In his impression, although the Yu family army had once been glorious, now relegated to guarding the White Wolf Pass, and the annual military funds provided by the court were pitifully small, basically only enough to maintain daily expenses. How could they afford armor? Are you mistaken? Li Donghai said incredulously. Impossible, General. Look, they are all wearing the standard armor of our Great Xia dynasty, although some are indeed a bit worn. Even our divine navy cannot equip everyone. Damn it! Where did they get so many armaments? Li Donghai gritted his teeth. His heart burned with anger. After capturing them, seize all their armor, take it for our divine navy to use. The grand military exercise has only one bottom line. That is not to take life casually. Apart from that, any other matters, even the generals, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the cabinet will not easily intervene. This has been the maximum effort to simulate actual combat situations. Understood. The great battle was about to erupt. Li Donghai thought he had gained the upper hand. But unexpectedly, everything was within Yu Yan's expectations. Although there was indeed a difference in numbers between the two sides, due to Yu Yan's precise command, the situation was instantly reversed. General, there are Yu family army soldiers on the left and right? What? Li Donghai was furious. This guy only has 2,000 men, yet he dares to split into 3 routes. Doesn't he know what he's doing? General, they've torn a gap in our encirclement. The Yu family army is retreating towards the southeast. Chase, we must capture them. Absolutely not allow them to escape from our encirclement. Li Donghai gritted his teeth. If the Yu family army really escaped unscathed today, even if the Divine Navy wins first place in the end, it would be a great humiliation. The cries of battle resounded through the sky. Soldiers were continuously knocked down, but everyone was not really risking their lives. As long as they gave up resistance, they all stopped. This battle lasted for nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Although the Yu family army successfully retreated, they still lost 300 brothers. All were taken back to the base by the adjutant. On the other side, the Divine Navy lost a full 1,000 soldiers. Even the main commander, Li Donghai, was in a sorry state. "General, the Yu family army has escaped," the vice-general said helplessly. Who would have thought the result would be like this? "Damn it, let them escape." Li Donghai was furious. These guys really have some skill. It seems the Yu family army cannot be underestimated. But General, there's one thing I don't understand. According to the information we received, these Yu family army soldiers have been eating very well these past few days. Roast chicken, roast rabbit, everything, while all our soldiers can only eat dry rations. Moreover, they have so many weapons, so many armors, it's really puzzling. Li Donghai also frowned. When did the Yu family army become so wealthy? Chapter 131. The hot item is something I created. Imperial City. General's residence. Lin Ji received a message by carrier pigeon. The content was about the large-scale military exercise at Songlong Mountain. "Young General, what brings such joy to your face?" Yu Luoyu happened to pass by. Her gaze sparkled, truly beautiful like a secluded orchid in a valley, refreshing to the heart. "Miss you, you've come at just the right time. This letter contains information about your brother Yu Yan's performance in the military exercise." Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. "My brother? What did he say in the letter?" Yu Luoyu immediately became interested. Although they were siblings, since Yu Yan was assigned to guard the White Wolf Pass, they had seen little of each other. This time back in Chongping City, they had barely spent a few days together before he rushed off to participate in the military exercise. Now that Yu Luoyu had learned about her brother, she was naturally very concerned. "Your brother doesn't have the ability to participate in the exercise and write me a letter at the same time," Lin Ji said meaningfully. Then how did the young general come to know?" "I've made some acquaintances among the officials and noble families in the Imperial City recently, so I asked them to pay extra attention to the situation of this military exercise, especially the Yu army," Lin Ji said proudly, smiling. This was the importance of connections. In this era, relationships and connections were even more crucial. Otherwise, no matter how rich or prestigious one was, they still couldn't get things done. According to the letter, General Yu has already encountered the Divine Sea Army for the first time, and this time, the Divine Sea Army didn't gain any advantage. This matter has caused a huge stir in the camp, with many people finding it incredible. "Really?" Yu Luoyu's face was full of surprise. "I've heard wisdom. I believe he's almost used up too by now. When it comes to the final decisive battle, he'll use the third scroll, and he's sure to win." Lin Ji was full of confidence. Yu Luoyu looked at him with even more gentleness and admiration. Ever since she escaped from the Ministry of War's residence last time, Yu Luoyu had always been very grateful to Lin Ji. Unfortunately, she didn't have much ability to repay him, so she had stayed in the general's residence. If Lin Ji needed her help one day, she would do so without hesitation. "If my brother can win this time, the Yu family will surely be able to re-establish itself in the court and no longer need to worry about being neglected by the Ministry of War and the Emperor." Yu Luoyu thought more and more happily. She was very clear about her brother's dreams, and she knew that these years at White Wolf Pass had indeed been difficult for him. "Don't worry, I have great faith in your brother. Even if something unexpected happens, I have a backup plan," Lin Ji said meaningfully. This time, helping the Yu army was a gamble of his entire fortune. Absolutely not to be taken lightly. Only if the Yu army could stand firm in the court, Lin Ji wouldn't be at the mercy of anyone. Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War had already been released. According to the timeline, after the military exercise ended, it would be the time for him to regain his position and military power. By then, there would probably be another bloody battle. "By the way, young general, I heard that there's a new type of cosmetics in the Imperial City recently called lipstick and foundation, which has been selling very well in the market," Yu Luoyu suddenly mentioned. "Why don't you buy some for the princess? I'm sure she'll be very happy." "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Lin Ji was a bit surprised. Was this a sudden shift in topic? No. I heard from Uncle Sway that there was some disagreement between the princess and the young general a few days ago, so I thought I could help resolve it. Yu Luoyu was also very enthusiastic. Moreover, if you can get along well with the princess, the young general won't have to be afraid of someone like Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War in the future. Linji couldn't help but laugh. You really think of everything for me, don't you? But the princess already has that foundation and lipstick. How is that possible? Yu Luoyu's eyes were full of surprise. Why would I lie to you? And those two cosmetics were developed by me. Do you think those ordinary merchants on the market could come up with such things? Linji said meaningfully. Yu Luoyu's gaze towards him changed again. There was even more admiration. Young general, you really are multi-talented. At this rate, you'll probably become the richest person in Chongping City soon. Don't joke around. I've spent all my fortune on your brother. That's why I need to make money with these things. Otherwise, if this continues, we might not even be able to afford food in the general's residence. If you like these cosmetics, I can have Shaolian give you a set. That would be too much. Yu Luoyu was a bit shy, but her eyes couldn't hide her liking. She had heard the women on the street talking about it. She was very eager. However, these cosmetics were really expensive now. Ordinary families couldn't afford them. Although Yu Luoyu was born into a military family, these past few years, the Yu family had declined. Where would they have spare money? What's the big deal? We're all friends. No need to be so formal. How about it? Do you want to go out for a walk? Linji invited. After all, there was nothing to do at the moment. Going out to broaden one's horizons was also a good thing. Sure. Yu Luoyu blurted out. Then she realized she might seem a bit too straightforward. Her cheeks turned red. Linji couldn't help but smile lightly. You're really cute, straightforward, much better than the princess. It was unclear if Li Qingyue had intentionally eavesdropped outside the door, or if it was just bad luck. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Qingyue's figure. Her face was as cold as ice. So the young general is such an open person, always talking behind people's backs? Chapter 132, The Proud Princess. How can you call it gossiping about right and wrong? Isn't the truth what it is? Linji said with a profound smile. He didn't take the matter to heart at all. Princess, how about it? Do you have any interest in going out with us for a stroll? Linji casually teased. His own nature was carefree, so even if he was overheard, he wouldn't feel any unease or panic. Moreover, this statement wasn't a matter of principle. Everyone in the capital knew that Princess Anning had a bad temper. She always wore a cold face. So, Linji was very curious and incredulous about the fact that there were so many admirers of Princess Anning in the capital. These men, had they never eaten pork or seen a pig run? With Li Qingyue's temper, to be honest, taking her home would be no different from taking a deity. Hee, isn't the young general disdainful of me? Why invite me to the streets? Li Qingyue said indifferently, her eyes carrying a hint of anger. Your Highness, the young general didn't mean it that way. Yu Luoyu immediately tried to smooth things over. She had a good relationship with Li Qingyue but couldn't openly side with her. After all, both sides were very important to her. Miss you, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just stating facts. And in my opinion, everyone has flaws, which is understandable. How can one say with their eyes open that the princess is flawless? Those people are the ones who can't be befriended, because you can't hear a single honest word from them, and they might even betray you at any moment. Li Qingyue remained silent, but it was clear she felt there was some truth in what Linji said. This was one of the reasons Princess Anning had a different view of Linji. In this world, Li Qingyue had also experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships, like her father Li Jingjin, who was always indifferent to her. Others, on the contrary, always fawned and flattered her. Even when Li Qingyue knew she had issues, they still praised her to the skies. Over time, she naturally disliked these sycophants. I didn't expect you to be able to say something that makes sense, Princess Anning said meaningfully. Of course, I'm at least a young general. Although I haven't read many books, I have some knowledge, Linji said proudly. Because the era he lived in was somewhat different from the current Great Xia dynasty, many of his views were completely opposite to others. In his impression, he wouldn't categorize people based on their status. Everyone was equal. Of course, the man standing at the pinnacle of imperial power was an exception, which was unavoidable. So, are you coming or not? Interested? Linji continued to ask. Is this how you invite someone? Princess Anning said meaningfully. Your Highness, don't put on airs with us. Besides, I think I'm quite sincere, Linji said calmly. Go if you want, don't if you don't. Li Qingyue was used to too many people trying to please her. Now that she heard Linji didn't seem to consider her very important, she felt a competitive spirit rise. Why should I listen to you? If you don't want me to go, I'll go even more. With that, she turned and went to her room to get dressed. Yu Luoyu was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, what's going on? The young general kindly persuaded you, but you ignored him. Unexpectedly, when the young general said that, the princess seemed determined to go. Is this different from what you usually think of the princess? Linji raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, Indeed, I didn't expect the princess to be like this. Yu Luoyu hesitated, trying to find a word to describe it. You're not going to say she's? No, I absolutely don't mean that. Yu Luoyu waved her hands. But it seemed that word was the most fitting. Actually, it's not called that. It's called being tsundere. Mouth says no, body says yes. Yes. Yu Luoyu nodded repeatedly. That was exactly the word she was thinking of. Young general, you truly are a man of both letters and martial arts, hitting the nail on the head. But it seems you know the princess quite well too? She smiled playfully. Nonsense, we've lived together for so long. Even if it were a dog, I'd know its temper a little, let alone a living person, Linji said with a helpless smile. Because of his own personality and his understanding of Li Qingyue, the princess was actually very lacking in security and very eager for others to value her. As long as this point was grasped, she could be easily handled. After a while, Li Qingyue came out dressed in elegant attire. The three of them left the general's residence. The handsome man and beautiful women became a beautiful sight. Many people on the street turned to look and exclaimed, The young general is truly blessed, going out to play with two beauties, something we probably won't have the fortune to experience in our lifetime. Don't underestimate these two. One is the princess of the current emperor, and the other is said to be the general's sister. Which one of them can you aspire to? Indeed, only the young general, completely different from us ordinary people. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Li Qingyue blushed slightly. Thinking about it, this was the first time she had truly gone out shopping with Linji. She was a bit uncomfortable. In contrast, Yu Luoyu and Linji chatted and laughed, showing great curiosity about many things on the street, looking like a real couple. Princess, it's been a long time since you last went out shopping, hasn't it? Yu Luoyu, seeing Li Qingyue being left out, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Li Qingyue nodded. In the palace, I had limited outings each month, and there were always attendants and guards accompanying me. To stroll freely like this was indeed rare. Now you don't have to worry. With the young general's protection and being under the capital, the princess will certainly be safe. Him? Li Qingyue habitually looked down on him. Who knows who's protecting whom? Hey, you're underestimating people. After all, I'm a man. Besides, Shaolin taught me the family's martial arts. How I dealt with the son of the head of the cabinet last time. Don't you remember? Linji retorted, not backing down. Maybe it was just good luck. Since then, I haven't seen you do anything impressive, Li Qingyue casually teased. TCH, say what you want. If we run into some hooligans later, don't beg me to help you. Chapter 133, Familiar Faces on a Narrow Path. The trio strolled through Chongping City. It was just noon. They arrived at the Zue Xiang Lu restaurant. Unexpectedly, they were immediately noticed upon entering. A plain-clothed man quickly ascended to the second floor's private room. Young master, guess who I saw downstairs? Who else? Can't see ghosts in broad daylight. The speaker was Zhu Zhang, the son of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Young master, I saw the northern general, Linji, downstairs. Not only that, but the princess and Miss Yu are with him. What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng's heart flared with anger. Lin Ji was his arch-nemesis. He not only stole the princess but also disrupted Zhu Zheng's wedding at the Minister of War's residence. Even worse, he caused his father, Minister Zhu Biao, to be imprisoned. New and old grudges, one after another. It was only due to the current sensitive period. Zhu Biao was still under suspension. Zhu Zheng dared not act rashly, so he hadn't sought trouble with Lin Ji. But he never expected to encounter him today at Zue Xianglu. Zhu Zheng stood up to take a look. Indeed, 3 familiar figures were standing downstairs, laughing and talking. Seeing them so cheerful, Zhu Zheng clenched his teeth in anger. His eyes, filled with blood, looked somewhat ferocious. You bastard, I've suffered humiliation because of you, even becoming a laughingstock in the imperial city. Yet here you are, enjoying life with your arms around beauties. If it were just Lin Ji, he wouldn't be so furious. After all, the enmity was already set, and he would settle the score someday. But the problem was the 2 women accompanying this guy were both Zhu Zheng's former favorites. Yet, he missed them both, and they ended up in this scoundrel's hands. Young master, what should we do now? What do you mean? I, Zhu Zheng, in this imperial city, fear no one. No noble dares to disrespect me, so should I avoid a mere Lin Ji? Zhu Zheng muttered under his breath, his fists clenched with bulging veins. But young master, your father instructed that we must not act rashly during this period. If we clash with this guy today and the matter escalates, we'll be at a disadvantage. The servant spoke with trepidation. In fact, he had long wanted to persuade Zhu Zheng to leave. Avoiding a confrontation where enemies meet with fiery eyes, lest they lose control and stir up a huge commotion. But who could have foreseen? Zhu Zheng's hatred for Lin Ji was already extraordinary. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want me to swallow my pride? I've never suffered such a big loss in my life. Zhu Zheng said fiercely. If we can't be tough, we can be sneaky. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. I want to see how capable this guy really is. Don't think that just because you've stayed in the imperial city for a few days, you can act recklessly. This place isn't yours to dominate. With that, he beckoned his servant. The servant immediately leaned in. Do it like this? Upon hearing, the servant was enlightened. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young master, in terms of cunning, you're the best. I couldn't come up with such a brilliant scheme. Can you not flatter? If you can't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhu Zheng slapped him on the head. Hurry up and go. Remember, this must not be discovered. Young master, you don't trust my work? The servant nodded repeatedly and then left the private room. At this moment, in the main hall of Zue Xianglu, General, you're really generous. For your first outing, you're treating us to Zue Xianglu? Yu Luoyu exclaimed. Although born into a military family, Yu's family in the imperial city couldn't even compare to ordinary wealthy households. That's why they were easily bullied. Heh, look at what you're saying. Was I ever unfair to you in the general's residence? Those chefs there were all imperial chefs. Lin Ji teased. Today, order whatever you want. I'll pay. But there's one rule, no waste. Oh. Li Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Stingy is stingy. Why find so many excuses? It's not stinginess. Lin Ji didn't take it to heart. After all, the princess was born in the royal family. The royal family has always emphasized grandeur, using the best and eating the best. They never cared about waste. I mean, we should order only what we can eat. Now, although the Great Xia dynasty is prosperous, there are still many places where commoners can't even afford meat. In times of natural disasters, eating tree roots is common. Lin Ji had a faint memory of the northern border. Although he was the northern general, he didn't suffer much there. But the local commoners were different. Their lives were really tough. Lin Ji never considered himself a savior, but he still tried to do what he could. Wasting food is always shameful. So, rather than letting this food be wasted or thrown away, it's better to leave it for others to eat. But General, even if we do this, how much food is wasted every day by the wealthy families in the imperial city? Yu Luoyu couldn't help but ask curiously. That's someone else's business. I should start with myself. Can't expect everyone to be a scoundrel and make me one too, right? Linji said with a profound smile. He didn't consider himself having the power to rule the world, nor could he change this world. So, he just did his best. Not everyone will have this awareness, but if everyone did, wouldn't that make life even harder for ordinary people? I'll never be stingy with what's necessary, but unnecessary waste should be avoided. The two women couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. They never expected such words to come from Linji, a wealthy merchant and a general. He was also a prominent figure in the imperial city. Yet, his personal conduct was so frugal. Indeed, it was worth learning from. It seems I haven't understood you enough after living together for so long, Li Qingyue said meaningfully. That's normal. If you see through everything about me, what secrets would I have in front of you? While the three were chatting, the manager had already brought the specialty dish of Zue Xianglu, braised beef. 3 guests, please enjoy. Call us if you need anything. Linji nodded, then ordered a few more dishes. The 3 chatted and enjoyed the delicious food. But soon, they felt dizzy. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Li Qingyue vaguely saw a man approaching her. Chapter 134, Sinking in the Sewer. When Linji finally regained consciousness, he found himself tightly bound and locked in a firewood room. In front of him stood 4 or 5 burly men, and among them sat a young man, none other than Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War. Zhu Zheng? You have some nerve, daring to kidnap me, Linji asked, his face unflinching, while subtly testing the strength of his bindings. To his surprise, Zhu Zheng seemed to harbor a deep-seated fear of him, as the ropes were tied extremely securely, leaving no room for escape. Haha, Linji, you didn't expect to fall into my hands one day, did you? Zhu Zheng's face was full of smugness. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. If it weren't for my father still being under suspension and investigation, I wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. I would have taken care of you right there in the restaurant. Hearing this, Linji suddenly realized why the food he had eaten at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion felt so potent. He had initially thought it was due to his recent fatigue, causing him to become weak and easily intoxicated after just a few drinks. Now, it was clear that someone had ulterior motives. Did you drug the wine? Not just the wine, but also the beef and all the other dishes you ate, Zhu Zheng said with a triumphant and arrogant expression. He relished this feeling and couldn't help but want to savor Linji's helplessness for a while longer. So, you and the owner of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion are in cahoots? No wonder, without a patron in the capital, how could they possibly keep their business running? Linji mused to himself. He wasn't overly concerned about his current predicament. With Zhu Zheng and his goons, even if they had him tied up, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. What truly weighed on Linji's mind were the safety and honor of Princess and Yu Luoyu. Why would a regular restaurant owner curry favor with our Zhu family? Such minor matters only require a bit of manipulation, Zhu Zheng said without fear, answering every question. I see. What about the princess and Miss Yu? You needn't worry about those 2 beauties. Zhu Zheng smirked lecherously. They've already been sent to my room. After I finish with them, you can enjoy the pleasure of having them both at your side. Linji's gaze turned sharp. Although Li Qingyue was not his wife, they were betrothed. How could he allow them to be endangered and dishonored because of him? Zhu Zheng, come at me if you have any grievances. What kind of man troubles 2 women? Linji growled, his rare anger showing. Haha, so you're the Northern Garrison's young general, huh? Zhu Zheng approached, slapping Linji's face with impunity. You were quite bold, weren't you? You dared to cause a ruckus in my father's mansion. Try doing that again now. I thought you were some invincible Sun Wukong who could defy the heavens and earth. Turns out, you're just a mere mortal. Zhu Zheng, you'd better think carefully. One is a princess, and the other is the sister of a general. If you dare to dishonor them, you won't get away with it. Lin Ji realized he had overestimated the moral bottom of these shameless scoundrels. For their goals, they would stop at nothing. Lin Ji, do you really think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know that the emperor doesn't care about Li Qingyue's life? Otherwise, why would he have betrothed the princess of peace to you and completed the marriage contract? And that you Luoyu, the daughter of a general? The sister of a general? That Yu Yin is hardly worth the title. He's not even worthy to carry my shoes. Let me be frank, even if Yu Yin returns from the military drills, he won't get off lightly. My father has already figured out a way to deal with him. Do you think he can win the military drills? Impossible. Anyone who dares to offend our Zhu family has only one fate, death. Zhu Zheng's gaze turned vicious and ferocious, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered recently on Lin Ji. What kind of man are you? Why involve them in our dispute? Lin Ji demanded coldly, his heart seething with anger. They both belonged to me originally. It's all because of your appearance that the situation changed. Now, it's just returning to how it should be, Zhu Zhang said, even attempting to strike Lin Ji. But Lin Ji, with his mastery of the Dragon 100 Forms technique, was not someone Zhu Zhang could easily touch. Despite being tied up like a dumpling, Lin Ji still managed to dodge and kick back, sending Zhu Zhang sprawling into a pile of firewood, disheveled and humiliated. Master! The henchman rushed forward to help. You scoundrel! On the brink of death and still daring to fight back? Zhu Zhang straightened his clothes and laughed maniacally. You lot, teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. I want him to watch as I toy with his women. With that, Zhu Zhang turned and left the firewood room, followed by the burly men closing in on Lin Ji. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Ji asked, his face expressionless. Don't be tough. Since the young master said to spare your life, we won't kill you, but some physical pain is unavoidable. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the burly men rushed at Lin Ji. Meanwhile, at the general's mansion, Yun Songfeng entered the gate and happened to meet the steward. Master Yun, are you here to see our young general again today? Yes. That's unfortunate. The young general, along with the princess and Miss Yu, went out. Where did they go? Yun Songfeng blinked. I'm not sure. Is there something urgent, Master Yun? If so, you might have to look for them yourself. Before leaving, I heard they were planning to dine at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion today. Yun Songfeng thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go there myself. Soon, he arrived at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion but found no trace of them. He inquired with the proprietor. You're looking for the young general? They got drunk earlier and were taken away by someone. Drunk? Yun Songfeng thought, puzzled. That was strange. As far as he knew, Lin Ji's tolerance for alcohol was extraordinary. Last time, they had drunk 2 jars together without any issues. Who took them away? I'm not sure, but it's strange. It seems the son of the Minister of War was also dining at our place. I remember the people who took the young general away were the servants of that Minister Zhu's son. Oh no. Yun Songfeng's face changed dramatically. Chapter 135. Kill him. Zhu Zhang entered the room. This was not the residence of the Minister of War. It was a villa he owned on the outskirts of the city. At this moment, Princess Li Qingyue and Yu Luoyu were lying on the bed, still unconscious. Zhu Zhang approached them with a lecherous expression, his eyes gleaming with lust. Such beautiful women, spending every day with Lin Ji. What a waste on that scoundrel. The more he thought about it, the more determined Zhu Zhang was to humiliate Lin Ji. Didn't he like rescuing beauties? This time, he would make Lin Ji watch as he ravaged these 2 women. Zhu Zhang felt a surge of wicked desire within him, growing more impatient by the second. Just as he was about to remove Li Qingyue's clothes, she slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the situation before her, she was filled with shock and anger, sitting up abruptly. Zhu Zhang, what are you doing? Your Highness, isn't it obvious? Zhu Zhang smirked greedily. I've heard that your Highness resides in the general's mansion, yet you have had no intimate contact with Lin Ji. Isn't that like being in a cold palace? I can't bear to see such a beauty as your Highness being neglected every day. As he spoke, He brazenly reached out to touch Li Qingyue's face, only to be slapped away. Zhu Zheng, have you lost your mind? Just the son of the Minister of War, yet you dare to disrespect me. If I tell my father about this, your entire family will be wiped out. Li Qingyue was both shocked and furious, her face pale. She couldn't understand how things had suddenly turned out this way. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, it seems you haven't realized your situation yet? Zhu Zheng laughed out loud. Do you really think the Emperor would punish me? To be honest, you're just a princess, and the Emperor doesn't even have enough affection for you. But my father holds the military power of the entire Xia dynasty. If our Zhu family were to be executed, the entire Xia dynasty would fall into unprecedented crisis. Do you think the Emperor would risk the entire dynasty for just a single princess? Li Qingyue clenched her teeth at these words, though she knew they were true. She was well aware of her place in Emperor Li Jingzhen's heart. Compared to the throne and the nation, she was insignificant. Moreover, Li Jingzhen had many other daughters besides her. Zhu Zheng, if you take another step closer, I'll call for help. Li Qingyue knew she couldn't afford to compromise now, or she would suffer a humiliation she could never recover from. Call for help? Do you know where you are? Zhu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his tone full of disdain. The palace? Or the general's mansion? I'll tell you. This is my place. You can scream your throat raw, and it won't make a difference. As he spoke, his face twisted with malice. Your Highness, I advise you to submit to me. Don't make things worse for yourself. Get away. You scoundrel. Li Qingyue pushed him away forcefully, which infuriated Zhu Zheng. He slapped her back onto the bed. Damn it. You prefer punishment to a polite request, huh? Do you really think you're still a high and mighty princess? Today, I'm going to see just how much of a temper you have. Before he could finish, he brutally tore open Li Qingyue's collar, revealing her fair skin. Tears of humiliation streamed down Li Qingyue's face. She never imagined that one day she would suffer such disgrace. Even if she survived today, she would never be able to face anyone again. That's right. If you can't resist, you should learn to enjoy it. Zhu Zheng laughed maniacally, his eyes greedy and vicious. As that disgusting face drew closer, Li Qingyue closed her eyes in despair, even preparing to bite her tongue to end her life. She would never allow anyone to tarnish her purity. At the critical moment, the door to the room was kicked open. Zhu Zheng's mood was instantly ruined, and he turned to curse furiously. Who the hell dares to interrupt my business? Don't you want to live? Hee hee, it's probably you who doesn't want to live, came a voice that left Zhu Zheng stunned. Standing at the door was Lin Ji, who had been bound and thrown into the woodshed earlier, now unscathed. You. Zhu Zheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just a few thugs and some ropes? You really think I'm like you? Lin Ji scoffed. One must always have some survival skills when venturing out. Lin Ji's sleeve always concealed a small, exquisite knife, just in case. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. As for those burly men, they may have had the advantage in numbers and size, but they were no match for Lin Ji. Suddenly, Lin Ji's smile vanished as he saw Li Qingyue lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray, utterly devastated. In an instant, Lin Ji seemed to transform, radiating an intimidating aura. He moved swiftly, appearing before Zhu Zheng in the blink of an eye. Before Zhu Zheng could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, then was thrown against the wall, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. Are you all right? Lin Ji approached the bed, his heart stirred by the sight of her pale skin and tear-stained face. In the months they had known each other, he had never seen Li Qingyue so pitiful. Gently, he tidied her clothes. Kill him, Li Qingyue whispered tremulously, tears streaming from her eyes. Lin Ji's heart ached again. Even the usually dignified princess was, at her core, a fragile woman. Now, after suffering such humiliation, all her pretenses had crumbled. Lin Ji gently embraced Li Qingyue, comforting her. Don't worry, I'll handle everything today. Then he glanced at Luoyu beside them. The girl still hadn't woken up, perhaps due to insufficient resistance or the strong effect of the drug. It was better this way. Fewer people witnessing this scene meant fewer likely Qingyue falling apart. Promise me, you must kill him. Li Qingyue clung to Linji, still engulfed in immense fear. I promise, Linji nodded. He knew that no amount of words would suffice now. Only a definitive answer could reassure Li Qingyue. Seeing the princess slightly calmed, Linji turned to look at Zhu Zhang, who was struggling to get up. You really have a big heart. I admire that, Linji said. Chapter 136. Shameless Zhu Zhang. Damn it, I didn't expect you little brat to actually have some skill to escape from the firewood room. Zhu Zhang struggled to stand up, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in pain, looking somewhat ferocious. I don't want to waste words with you now. Just tell me how you want to die, Linji said indifferently, his voice ice cold. Anyone familiar with him would know that Linji was at the peak of his anger. When someone is absolutely calm, it means they have already decided to kill everything in front of them. Haha, so you know some martial arts and think you can act tough in front of me? Let me tell you, this is my territory. Not only you, these two women, no one will get out of here alive. Zhu Zhang laughed arrogantly. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his vision blur. Linji's figure moved, appearing in front of Zhu Zhang in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Zhu Zhang by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Zhu Zhang's face contorted in pain, struggling frantically, but it was all in vain. The disparity in strength between them was like that of a strong man and a child. Linji's gaze was cold to the extreme, his voice filled with a terrifying chill. Zhu Zhang, I didn't originally intend to kill you, but you don't know your place. If you were just targeting me, that would at least show you're a man. But you dared to covet the princess and misuse beauty. You are a heinous criminal. You deserve to die. Before the words finished, Linji exerted force with his wrist. He didn't plan to kill Zhu Zhang outright, but wanted him to experience fear as he approached death and to repent for his actions as his life ebbed away. Zhu Zhang struggled desperately, trying to pry Linji's hand away, but it was all futile. Soon, his face turned purple, his eyes bulging, looking as if he might die at any moment. Let me go. His voice, weak as a mosquito's buzz, emerged from his throat. Linji tilted his head, a cold smile curling his lips. Do you know you're wrong? You think being the son of the Minister of War allows you to act recklessly in the Imperial City? Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of your actions. At that moment, the door to the room was kicked open again, and several guards rushed in. Seeing Zhu Zhang's state, they were shocked and enraged. Master! In the blink of an eye, the first two drew their swords and slashed at Linji. Linji instantly let go, stepping back as Zhu Zhang fell to the ground. The guards behind quickly stepped forward to help Zhu Zhang. Master, are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Zhang coughed violently, taking a long time to recover. The guards surrounded the room, preventing Linji from launching another surprise attack. Master, are you okay? The guards were full of concern. Their orders were to protect Zhu Zhang. If anything happened to the Minister of War's son, they had no way to explain themselves back at the ministry. Seeing Zhu Zhang was unharmed, they finally relaxed. You bastards, why are you only here now? If you had come a moment later, I would have been dead. Zhu Zhang cursed. Everyone around nodded, looking guilty. Sorry, Master, we were late in our protection. Please forgive us. I order you to kill this man. I want him to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Zhu Zhang, coming back to his senses, resumed his arrogant demeanor. Linji couldn't help but sneer. I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're even better at using your father's influence than he is. Have you forgotten how you begged me to let you go just now? You were as humble as a dog, no, even worse than a dog. Recalling what had just happened, Zhu Zhang, from birth to now, had never suffered such humiliation. He was now beyond endurance. You bastard, let me tell you. The biggest mistake you made was not killing me just now. Now, I'll show you my methods. Attack! Zhu Zhang roared in fury. The guards around him stood up again, their faces fierce. Young general, isn't this going too far? Hee hee. I originally thought the Minister of War and his son were bad enough, but I didn't expect you lot to know what they've done and still aid and abet them? Who's really going too far? Linji said indifferently. Although he had only exchanged a few moves with the first two guards, from their demeanor, speech, and actions, he could tell they were from the military, likely holding significant positions in the barracks. To willingly serve as guards for the Minister of War's son was truly self-degradation. Young General, can't we resolve such a big matter with words? Do you only know how to eat with that mouth of yours? The leading guard spoke with righteous indignation, seemingly blaming all the fault on Lin Ji. Even a clay figure has 3 points of fire, let alone Lin Ji. He no longer wanted to explain further. He coldly looked at the crowd. Originally, we were also colleagues. Since today you cannot tell right from wrong, let's fight. Let's see who has the harder skills. Young General, since you won't surrender, don't blame us for being impolite. Men, attack. Several guards immediately charged. Lin Ji calmly defended himself. Although the fight was intense, it was a stalemate for the time being. Zhu Zheng watched anxiously from the side, unable to help but curse. You useless bunch, can't you do anything right? You can't even handle one Lin Ji. If a few of you aren't enough, let's see if you can handle dozens. Come, call all the guards. Today, I'll settle this with this guy. Let's see whose life is longer, whose life is harder. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of avenging his humiliation. As the guards and Lin Ji maneuvered in the narrow room, neither side gained the upper hand. Moreover, more guards, receiving the news, rushed in from outside, adding up to over 100, all formidable and strong, completely surrounding the room. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Lin Ji knew he couldn't stay here long. With so many people, even a human wave tactic would exhaust him to death. He was also well aware that his family's martial art, the divine dragon elephant skill, had not yet reached its peak, making it impossible to handle so many opponents. Hashtag chapter 137. Competing in numbers, eh? Get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, Lin Ji's imposing presence forced back several people around him. The other guards couldn't help but show astonishment in their eyes. Wow, the young general of the northern garrison truly lives up to his reputation. Even in such a dire situation, he remains calm and composed, not showing any signs of weakness. Especially with that overwhelming aura. It's like a tidal wave crashing over everyone present. Each person within it can feel the terror and power of the young general of the northern garrison. You useless fools, what are you standing around for? Attack him. I don't believe he can handle all of you alone. Zhu Zheng wore a smug expression. The more miserable he saw Lin Ji, the happier he became, as if he wanted to completely destroy the man in front of him. Lin Ji, in turn, dared not hold back at all, unleashing his true strength. Despite the intense clashes, where guards kept falling, others quickly took their place, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Seeing the situation growing more desperate, Lin Ji had already sustained several injuries. Zhu Zheng, gloating, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Did you really think your skills could match mine? Did you think your martial prowess makes you invincible? Let me tell you, Lin Ji, today you've fallen into my hands, and we'll settle old and new grudges together. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come on. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just cut your tendons and leave you crippled for life. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already tortured Lin Ji 1,000 times in his mind. Lin Ji, inwardly anxious, knew this wasn't going to work. If he were alone, escaping would be a breeze. But behind him were Yu Luoyu and Princess Anningli Qingyue. No matter what, he had to protect their safety and ensure that let's go out and meet this Yun Songfeng. But as the two just reached the main gate, they were stunned by the sight before them. The entire estate was surrounded by people, and they didn't look like officials. Various weapons were on display, from clubs and sickles to hoes and even kitchen knives. Yet, each person exuded an extraordinary aura. Leading them was Yun Songfeng, the son of the Minister of Justice. Yun Songfeng, what are you doing? Zhu Zheng was shocked, never expecting such a scene. Cut the crap. Hand over Brother Ji. Yun Songfeng shouted. Others echoed. Hand over our president. Don't think being the son of the Minister of War makes you special. Believe it or not, we can tear down your house. Exactly. If the young general has any trouble, we'll make you pay tenfold. These were members of the Lin clan's trade association. Yun Songfeng, upon learning that Lin Ji and the princess had been taken away by Zhu Zheng, sensed something was amiss. But he didn't have many connections in court. After pondering, he went to the Lin clan's trade association to gather people. They all owed Lin Ji their gratitude. So how could they stand by when the young general was in trouble? Plus, being ordinary folk made their actions easier. Just as Sui Bo was searching for the princess, he also had her royal guards disguised as commoners join the effort. After all, as royal guards, they couldn't openly confront the son of the Minister of War. Thus, Yun Songfeng led hundreds of people to surround Zhu Zheng's villa in the suburbs. Seeing this, Zhu Zheng panicked. He only had a few dozen or so men under his command. Competing in numbers was definitely not his strong suit. Nonsense. Yun Songfeng, what are you talking about? I have no idea. You want to be Lin Ji's lackey? Go find him yourself. What does it have to do with me? And you want me to hand over Lin Ji? He's not here. Now get lost. After all, being the son of the Minister of War, he was used to being arrogant. Even with the overwhelming numbers against him, Zhu Zheng still refused to back down, not wanting to lose face. Fine, you say Brother Ji isn't here, then let us search. If he's not, we'll leave immediately. Yun Songfeng showed no intention of backing down. The son of the Minister of Justice was no longer the same as before. Back then, even the son of a Ministry of Revenue official could bully him into submission. But since Lin Ji arrived in the capital, Yun Songfeng had found a strong backing. In just a few months, things had changed significantly. Apart from true royalty, most young masters no longer intimidated him as they once did. Do you think you're the only one with a backer? I have one too. And it's the renowned young general of the northern garrison. How dare you? Zhu Zheng was anxious. There was no way he'd let these people in. This is my private residence. Do you know what kind of crime it is to trespass on the private property of a government official's family? Screw you. Don't try to intimidate me with these excuses. Yun Songfeng shouted. The Minister of War might get sacked after this. What kind of government official's family are you then? Although trespassing on someone's private property could indeed be pursued by the court, Yun Songfeng believed that as long as Lin Ji was inside, he'd be in the right and had nothing to fear. Brothers, I think Zhu Zheng is just hiding something. Let's break in together and rescue the young general. Yun Songfeng raised his arm, and the crowd behind him surged forward. Zhu Zheng turned pale with fright, backing away and ordering the dozen or so guards around him to close the gates. No matter what, don't let them in. Chapter 138. Not a single one will be spared. Although the guards were quick on their feet, each of them felt incredibly unlucky. Why did they have to deal with Zhu Zheng of all people? They were only about 10 in number. The other side had several hundred. Not to exaggerate, they could really tear the roof off this house. Even though the guards reacted very quickly, they were still like ants trying to stop a chariot. Under the leadership of Yun Xianhu, everyone smashed through the door and entered. They searched the entire courtyard. Soon, Yun Songfeng spotted Lin Ji's figure in a room in the backyard. At this moment, Lin Ji was being attacked by countless guards, and it looked like he was at his last gasp, on the verge of collapse at any moment. His vision was even becoming blurred. Zhige! Yun Songfeng was shocked and furious. I'm here to save you. Although his martial arts were not strong, in this critical moment, he couldn't care about anything else. But someone was faster than him. It was the princess's personal guards. Each had drawn their long swords from their waists. In an instant, they had reached the door of the room. These guards never dreamed that so many people would suddenly appear. They were caught off guard. Princess? When the personal guards reached the door, they saw Li Qingyue sitting on the bed, disheveled and disheveled. They could probably guess what had happened. Immediately, they were filled with rage. Although Li Qingyue was not well received by princely Jingzhen, and did not receive much affection. These personal guards knew very well that the princess was very kind, and she had never mistreated them. Now, seeing the son of the Minister of War, Zhu Zheng, commit such a monstrous act, they were furious. Brothers, kill them all. Not a single one will be spared. At this moment, these personal guards no longer hid anything. They took off their outer garments. The guards of Zhu Zheng were dumbfounded at this sight. Imperial guards? You are aiding the tyrant, breaking the law knowingly. Unforgivable. Kill. In an instant, the room was filled with the smell of blood. Countless guards fell into pools of blood. Even in death, they couldn't understand how imperial guards suddenly appeared. Princess? Zhige. Yun Tsongfeng and the personal guards rushed into the room at the same time. Feng Zi, it's you. Lin Ji's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Zhige. Zhige. Songlong Mountain. Yu Yin stood on a hilltop, overlooking the entire mountain range. Since the last encounter with the Divine Navy, the Yu family army had gradually gained confidence. Although their numbers were indeed few, and they had lost several hundred brothers in that battle, but this was already commendable. The enemy had a full 5,000 men, more than double their number. Even so, the Divine Navy had not gained any advantage. It also made Yu Yin feel a sense of pride. Elite? Huh? I'm here to fight the elite. General Yu, do you intend to continue lying low here, waiting for the right moment? At this moment, the supervisor suddenly walked over. What? Do you want me to fight them head-on? Or do you think I have that strength? Yu Yin said meaningfully. The position of supervisor was appointed by the Ministry of War. So each team participating in the military exercise had specifically approached the Ministry of War before the start, hoping to be assigned a familiar staff officer. This would make it much more convenient during the exercise. Even the supervisor could provide them with a lot of information. In essence, it was direct cheating. The Yu family army did not have such a network of connections in the court, so the supervisor was truly unfamiliar with them. But after such a long time of interaction, their relationship seemed to have evolved from initial unfamiliarity to occasional casual conversation. After all, in the deep mountains and old forests, the only people to talk to were those around you. To be honest, I really didn't expect the Yu family army to last until now, the supervisor said meaningfully. When you decided to participate in the military exercise, everyone in the Ministry of War thought it was a joke. At least the Yu family army once followed the late emperor to conquer the world and made countless achievements. To be laughed at like this by colleagues in the court is truly disheartening. Yu Yin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Yu family army, the court is like this. Those princes and nobles, famous families, to grasp power, of course, they have to eliminate the different. Or in the eyes of these people, there is only interest. People without interest, things that are not sincere, are not worth using for them. Yu Yin turned to look at the supervisor with surprise. I didn't expect you to understand so much. It seems that making you a supervisor is indeed a waste of talent. To be honest, I served as a captain in the court. I was in charge of patrols in the West City. If it weren't for the Zhang Tianhai incident, I wouldn't have been sent here as a supervisor. In essence, it was demotion. Yu Yin nodded. Indeed, coming to such a place is truly suffering. It's been almost half a month, wandering in the deep mountains and old forests. I'm afraid life in the capital would be more comfortable. General Yu, it seems you haven't understood what I really want to say, the supervisor said meaningfully. Yu Yin frowned. Please enlighten me. The supervisor took a step forward. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the magnificent mountains and rivers. General Yu, the Yu family army will not be able to win in this military exercise. What do you mean? Before we set off, Minister Zhu Zhan of the Ministry of War specifically sent someone to tell me that I must report every move of the Yu family army to the headquarters. Moreover, I've heard that there are people in the headquarters trying to set traps for you. You've managed to last until now, but you definitely won't last until the final round. Yu Yin was quite surprised. His eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that there would be dark deals in the military exercise. But thinking about it carefully, it was normal. After all, he had offended Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. Although the other party had not yet regained power, with Zhu Biao's connections, manipulating the military exercise was simple. But why would the supervisor tell him this? Yu Yin couldn't figure it out. After a long silence, he asked meaningfully, "So, the supervisor is also on the side of the Minister of War? Telling me this is for me to admit defeat in advance?" The supervisor heard this and smiled lightly. "General Yu is indeed a smart person. Actually, how the Yu family army fares is not important to me. I agreed to the Minister of War's request because it would allow me to resume my original position. And in practice, I won't do anything excessive against my conscience. I just need to report your itinerary to the headquarters." Chapter 139. The brave, fearless in adversity. I never expected you to persist until now, and even find food and equipment. You truly have the strength to compete with top-tier teams, the military supervisor remarked, causing Yu Yin to chuckle. "If that's the case, I must thank you for your praise. However, General Yu, I am also from the military, so I understand why you are so determined." The supervisor's tone shifted. "But knowing something is impossible and still doing it is against the natural order. The Yu family army was once renowned in our great Xia dynasty. I advise General Yu not to struggle pointlessly, lest you find yourself sinking into the mire and unable to extricate yourself." Yu Yin finally understood. The other party wanted him to back down from the challenge. "Do you think it's reasonable to say such things to a military commander?" The supervisor seemed to have anticipated everything and showed no surprise. "General, whether you think I am a sycophant of the Ministry of War or a fickle person, I don't care. In my view, after this grand military exercise, we will likely never meet again. But I truly don't want to see the Yu family army ensnaring itself, ultimately failing to protect even these 2,000 brothers." The implication was clear. Since Minister Zhu of the Ministry of War was determined to deal with them, he would stop at nothing. The Yu family army's abilities would be hard-pressed to counter such efforts. Yu Yin fell silent, gazing into the distance thoughtfully. After a long pause, he turned back. "Thank you for your good intentions, but this is the only chance for the Yu family army to regain its honor. The 2,000 brothers under my command eagerly await the day when the Yu family army's banner will once again fly over the land of Great Xia. How can I give up?" The supervisor was slightly taken aback by this. "Moreover, someone once told me that doing things with a clear conscience is what matters, and even what dreams are. If one does not have the resolve to risk their life, it is an insult to the concept of dreams. In other words, the Yu family army is no longer something I can change. It is a collective effort of all the brothers, even at the cost of their lives." This was what Linji had told him. Not just empty words, but something Linji was genuinely doing. Yu Yin had once asked why. Now that Linji was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, earning a lot of money daily, he chose to involve himself in the court's politics. Linji's answer was straightforward. He wanted to vindicate the Northern Border Army. His father was gone, the unit disbanded, but they were not traitors. Even if they died, they were loyal to the nation. He wanted to prove to those in the court who pointed fingers that their words were foolish. "So, supervisor, if you don't want to get into trouble, you are free to leave, and we won't say a word," Yu Yin said with conviction. The supervisor was silent for a long time before slowly asking, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "I think not just the general, but all your brothers have families and loved ones. Is it worth it? Isn't it better to stay at the White Wolf Pass and receive your salary? Why risk your life on the battlefield when you can live in comfort?" Yu Yin replied with conviction. "What's the difference between that and the court officials who only vie for power and profit?" The supervisor couldn't help but admire. Indeed, a commander of the Yu family army was extraordinary. He now had a new understanding of the Yu family army. No wonder they were once the most valued unit by the late emperor. Such depth and spirit were not common among ordinary armies. "General, you speak truly," the supervisor said. "Then, General, lead your men and leave this place quickly." The supervisor's expression suddenly changed. "What? Yu Yin was momentarily stunned. Although I am the supervisor, there are other spies in the forest, sent by the main camp. Though nominally to protect the teams and prevent accidents, they are actually gathering information. If I'm not mistaken, the spy who followed us earlier should have returned to the main camp to report, and soon, the Divine Navy, Shangyuan Army, and even the Imperial Guards will be on their way. If General Yu truly wants to win this grand military exercise, staying here now would be leading the charge. The supervisor said meaningfully. Yu Yin suddenly understood and realized. He clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, brother. All soldiers, listen up. Pack up immediately and retreat into the mountains. The supervisor watched the busy crowd with a playful smile. The Yu family army, can you create a miracle? What opportunities has the one behind you left for you? Perhaps this time, the balance of power in the court will undergo a dramatic change. Whether you can achieve it depends on your abilities. Chongping City, General's Mansion. Lin Ji slowly awoke, feeling sore all over. Young General, you're awake? A beautiful face appeared before him. Yu Luoyu helped him sit up, full of joy. Why am I here? Lin Ji frowned, feeling pain in several places. Looking around, he recognized the familiar surroundings of the general's mansion. He vaguely remembered encountering something. Suddenly, Lin Ji remembered, right? What about the princess? Is she all right? He tried to get out of bed but was stopped by a sharp pain. Young general, don't worry. The princess is fine, just a bit shaken. She needs a few more days to recover. Yu Luoyu quickly reassured, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Young general, luckily you were there. Otherwise, the princess and I would have fallen victim to the villains. Yu Luoyu was one of the luckiest, having been unconscious the entire time. After being rescued and brought back to the general's mansion, she pieced together the events from others' accounts. She was shocked that Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War, dared to commit such a brazen act and was grateful that Lin Ji had risked his life to protect them. It's nothing, Lin Ji said, relieved to hear Li Qingyue was unharmed. He lay back down. It's my fault for involving you both. He had been smart all his life but had been caught off guard this time. He had played with eagles all his life, only to be pecked by a sparrow in the end. Chapter 140. A gentleman awaits his revenge for 10 years. Lin Ji never expected that he would one day fall into Zhu Zheng's trap. This guy was indeed bold enough. He dared to make his move right in the restaurant. It's also my fault for being too careless, otherwise such a thing wouldn't have happened, Lin Ji said. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark, Yu Luoyu replied without any blame. Moreover, it was because of my matter that the young general got involved with Zhu Zheng in the first place. Her face showed a look of guilt. If not for that, the young general wouldn't have encountered so many troubles afterwards. You don't need to blame yourself. The Minister of War Zhu Biao and I were never on the same side. There might have been conflicts sooner or later, Lin Ji said with a light laugh, wincing in pain as he moved his wound. Young general, why don't you rest first? We can talk when you recover. Yu Luoyu's face was full of heartache. If not for Lin Ji, she would have fallen into the hands of the villains again. Counting it, he had saved her twice. But all she could do was offer words of comfort, which seemed so useless. Just then, Shaolin walked in with medicine. Young master, this is the best medicine the city's best doctor prescribed for you. It will help your wounds heal faster. It's all right, you don't know how strong my physique is? Lin Ji said with a light laugh. Now he only had some superficial wounds. With the protection of the Divine Dragon 100 Forms technique, even in such a disadvantageous situation, he could hold on. But the consequence was exhaustion. Lin Ji didn't faint because of severe injuries. It was purely due to complete depletion of strength. Young master, it seems I have to follow you when you go out in the future, otherwise if this happens again, I'll be really worried. Shaolin's face was full of worry. From beginning to end, she never expected things to turn out like this. Moreover, Lin Ji would practice martial arts whenever he had time. His strength was formidable. So under normal circumstances, Shaolin wouldn't follow. Yet this time, trouble arose. It was just my carelessness. Zhu Zheng is too despicable. I'll be more careful in the capital in the future, Lin Ji comforted. He didn't want Xiao Yin to feel guilty because of his matters. At that moment, the butler walked in. Young General, Yun Gongzi requests an audience. Fengzi? Lin Ji suddenly remembered that when the situation was urgent, it was Yun Songfeng who brought people to help him out, allowing him to retreat unscathed. Otherwise, they would have been trapped and unable to extricate themselves. Lin Ji could have easily escaped if he wanted. With his skills, Zhu Zheng's men couldn't have stopped him. But Yu Luoyu and Li Qingyue were still in that scoundrel's hands, so Lin Ji fought to the end. I was also about to look for him. Let him in, Lin Ji said. Seeing this, Xiao Yin and Yu Luoyu left the room. A moment later, Yun Songfeng rushed in. Brother Ji, how are you? His anxious expression showed genuine concern. Ouch! Why are you so clumsy? You're touching my wound right away? Want me to feel more pain, huh? Lin Ji was about to answer when Yun Songfeng grabbed his arm, almost making him cry out in pain. Yun Songfeng looked apologetic. Sorry, I was just too worried about your safety. I know, in the capital, you're one of the few people I can trust. If not for you this time, I wouldn't have been able to return to the general's mansion. You did well. Managed to gather so many people for help in such a short time? Lin Ji teased. Hee hee, they also did it out of respect for you, Brother Ji. If it were my matter, they probably wouldn't have agreed. But I really didn't expect such a big trouble. Zhu Zheng, the son of the Minister of War, is too reckless. Absolutely lawless. I have to tell my father about this. He must be severely punished. Don't rush, Lin Ji waved his hand. Do you really think that just because the Minister of War has been suspended, the Zhu family has fallen? There are still many people in the capital willing to be their lackeys. But when you brought so many people, I remember the guards even killed someone. Where's Zhu Zheng? Yun Songfeng shook his head. That guy is like an eel. When I led people in, he had already escaped before we could even make a move. We searched the entire residence area afterwards, but couldn't find Zhu Zheng's trace. Later, we heard he had fled back to the Minister of War's mansion. I even sent someone to inquire, but they said Zhu Zheng had gone far away. Lin Ji's eyes flickered with gloom. He remembered clearly. Li Qingyue had only made one request to him, to kill Zhu Zheng. Who would have thought that this guy had the heart but not the guts, committing evil deeds and then running away? Maybe he hasn't left Chongping City, just hiding somewhere. I don't know about that. Yun Songfeng shook his head. His face was filled with indignation. But this matter can't just end like this. Even if the son escapes, the father must bear responsibility. I don't believe there's no one in the capital who can uphold justice. You don't need to get involved in this. Since it was caused by me, it should naturally be handled by me. It wouldn't be good to implicate your father. Lin Ji said thoughtfully. It was clear that this matter was extraordinary. Zhu Zheng had committed heinous crimes, intending to humiliate the princess. Even if we put it aside, the Zhu family were just ministers in the court, mere employees of the emperor. As the saying goes, even hitting a dog requires looking at its master. If Li Jingzhen learns about this matter, he definitely won't let it go lightly. No one can predict what kind of measures Zhu Biao will take. Lin Ji couldn't even be sure if he could escape unscathed. He didn't want to implicate those who genuinely helped him. But Brother Ji, this matter can't just end like this. Yun Songfeng was shocked, finding it inconceivable. Who said it's over? I have to find someone to settle the score for these injuries, don't I? However, during this time, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to help manage the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. Don't cause any other trouble. I really can't handle it. Lin Ji teased. Don't worry about that. Although I don't have much talent, managing a Chamber of Commerce is more than enough. After all, there aren't many troubles. Yun Songfeng said with a silly smile. His eyes were filled with gratitude. In the entire Chongping City, apart from his father, only Lin Ji treated him the best. Don't mention managing the Lin Chamber of Commerce. Even if it's going up the Mountain of Blades or down the Sea of Fire, Yun Songfeng wouldn't hesitate or fear. Chapter 141. The Meaning of Revenge. The two then discussed some matters concerning the Chamber of Commerce. Yun Songfeng eventually left. Lin Ji lay in bed, lost in thought. There was no way he would let Zhu Zheng's incident go unaddressed. But now was a crucial period for the Yu family army's grand military exercises. If he made a commotion in court, it could backfire. As the saying goes, a moment of impatience spoils great plans. Even if he wanted to settle accounts with Zhu Zheng, now was not the time. Just as he was pondering this, the door to the room was pushed open again. Lin Ji looked up and saw that it was Sui Bai who had entered. Sui Bai, what brings you here? Rarely do you see me lying in bed. So you came to gloat and mock? Lin Ji said self-deprecatingly. Their relationship had always been lukewarm. Plus, Lin Ji's attitude towards Li Qingyue had made Sui Bai, though he didn't say it, quite dissatisfied. To Lin Ji's surprise, instead of mocking him, Sui Bai knelt down on one knee and saluted with a fist. This was the highest military salute. Subordinate pays respects to the young general. Sui Bai, what are you doing? Please get up quickly. Lin Ji was quite surprised and instinctively tried to help him up, but his condition made it difficult. The young general need not get up. This bow is for the princess. What do you mean by that? Seeing this, Lin Ji didn't stand on ceremony and lay back down. If not for the young general, the princess would have had no face to live in this world. Although the emperor has always been indifferent to the princess, I have followed her for many years and have long considered her as my own niece. I don't want anything to happen to the princess. I never expected that the young general would risk his own safety to protect the princess. This is the true spirit of a man. Sui Bai spoke with conviction, his eyes filled with admiration. So today, I have no intention of mocking. I truly admire the young general's courage. The young general is nothing like the rumors outside. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at this unexpected turn. After a moment of silence, he sat up. Sui Bai, after all, you are my elder. I cannot bear to see you kneeling like this. You keep saying you are grateful. Do you want to shorten your life now? Sui Bai quickly stood up. Young general, there's one more thing I came for today, to bid farewell. Bid farewell? Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. Yes, I once swore to protect the princess's safety. This time, the son of the Minister of War, Zhu Zheng, committed such heinous crimes. I cannot bear it any longer. Sui Bai's eyes were filled with determination. He knew that with the Minister of War Zhu Biao's status, protecting his son would be easy. Even if the emperor was enraged by this, he wouldn't really execute Zhu Zheng. But everything in the world is governed by a sense of justice. Sui Bai could not tolerate such a scoundrel living in the world. If I kill Zhu Zheng, it will surely shock the court, and the emperor might even punish me. So from now on, I may no longer be able to protect the princess. Please, young general, take over and protect her. It was clear from his tone that he was determined to die, even willing to die with Zhu Zheng. Lin Ji couldn't help but admire him. Though their relationship wasn't particularly close, it was clear from this incident that Sui Bai was indeed a loyal and righteous man. Even knowing he was going to die, he showed no sign of backing down. Are you planning to go alone to settle accounts with Zhu Zheng? Lin Ji frowned. Yes, though I am not a top-notch expert, my skills are more than enough to deal with Zhu Zheng. I leave the princess in the young general's care. With that, Sui Bai turned to leave. Wait. Lin Ji struggled to sit up, despite the pain. Does the princess know about this? I did not inform the princess. She would surely try to stop me. Sui Bai said, his voice tinged with sadness. Perhaps it was because he was about to part with his beloved niece that he felt reluctant. But in life, there are some things that must be done. Once a decision is made, there's no turning back. What should I say if she asks me about it later? Lin Ji continued. With the young general's intelligence, I believe you can handle it easily. I can't handle it. Lin Ji said dismissively. You go out to play the hero, succeed and gain fame, even praised by countless people. Even if you fail, if this gets out, you'll still be a hero in the eyes of the people. But now you leave all the mess to me? What's that about? Just because I'm a good person? There's no such logic in the world. Lin Ji said meaningfully, his eyes fixed on Sui Bai. Sui Bai was quite surprised by this and turned around. Young general, I just started to have a better impression of you. Can't you even agree to this small request? It's not that I don't want to, but what does it count as if you just go to seek trouble? What do you mean by that? Sui-bai raised his eyebrows, instinctively defending his dignity. I ask you, even if you kill Zhu Zheng, you'll have to flee for your life. Is that considered revenge? Isn't it? Sui-bai couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of confusion. Of course not. Revenge is to see the enemy fall into the abyss and watch calmly and gracefully from the side. Linji said proudly. The meaning of revenge is to resolve a personal grudge, but by doing this, you sacrifice your own life, living in exile for the rest of your days. In my opinion, this is not revenge. It's just giving in to the enemy and hurting yourself. Life is a purgatory, filled with suffering. Letting the enemy off the hook while you suffer is a reversal of priorities. Young general, in your opinion, does that mean we don't take revenge and wait for his comeuppance? Linji shook his head. I don't mean that. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later, but 10 years is too long. I can't wait that long. But now is not the time for us to act rashly. If one day we can replace the Minister of War and kill his son, not only will the Emperor not say a word, but he might even applaud. Chapter 142. Unexpected Gains. This was Linji's way of doing things. Why did killing Zhu Zheng provoke such a furious reaction from the Emperor? Even Sui-bai, knowing he would not end well? At the root of it all, it was due to the unique status of the Minister of the Ministry of War, Zhu Biao. If it were an ordinary person, seeking personal revenge would at most result in being locked up in prison. Perhaps there would even be a chance for commutation of sentence. Young general, are you saying you intend to replace Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War? Sui-bai's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. No one in the entire court dared to utter such words. No, but to ensure I remain invincible. When the Emperor needs me enough, the position of Minister of War will no longer be irreplaceable for him. Linji said earnestly. For many people, the reason someone or something is so important is because of their irreplaceability, and when someone can take their place, the original person becomes less significant. This concept is actually one that modern business deals with. Many people can't understand it, but as emperors throughout the ages, they also don't want anyone to monopolize the power of the court. Once someone's power in the court becomes too great, the emperor hopes to establish a new force. Nicely put, it's to cultivate young talents and rising stars. Bluntly put, it's to have someone replace them. Thus, both sides can balance and check each other. Sui-bai was a bit confused. This was beyond his comprehension. Linji felt a bit helpless. I can't explain it to you in a few words. You just need to know that one day, we will see Zhu Zheng pay for what he has done. We will also wash away today's humiliation, but not at the cost of your life. Young general, are you serious? Sui-bai still found it hard to believe. Minister Zhu Biao's position in the court was too solid. The main reason was that he controlled the majority of the military power. Any movement of the million troops of the great Xia dynasty needed his approval. So, any general's promotion or demotion, how to gain the emperor's favor, largely depended on Minister Zhu Biao. Although on the surface Zhu Biao was just a civil official, all the military officers in the court treated him with respect. Even Emperor Li Jingjin knew this. So when he learned about Zhu Biao's actions against the people and Linji, he only suspended him, saying it needed investigation. Now, some time has passed. This matter will eventually be swept under the rug. Why would I lie to you? Do I really seem like such an untrustworthy person to you? Linji said meaningfully. Because I promised Princess that I would kill Zhu Zheng, so there's no room for negotiation on this matter. Sui-bai remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly nodded. All right, young general, I believe you. You are a man of your word. Saying that, he went to the bedside, grabbed Linji's arm. In an instant, he felt intense pain. Linji was dumbfounded. No way, so quick to repay kindness with enmity? Young general, don't overthink it. I just want to see if I can help your injuries heal faster. You know about these things? Linji blinked in surprise. According to Xiaolian, The best doctor in the city was called. Even he said it would take at least 2 or 3 months to recover. Could it be that Sui-bai had some extraordinary abilities? To be honest, my family originally specialized in pharmacology. My ancestors were imperial physicians, but because I had talent in martial arts and was favored by a senior and a general in the army when I was young. Otherwise, I would have followed in my family's footsteps. Sui-bai said with a light laugh. The saying goes, injuries to tendons and bones take 100 days to heal. Although Lin Ji's injuries were not serious, he would still need to rest for a long time. With the tense situation in Chongqing City, he was at risk of danger at any moment. Lin Ji naturally hoped to recover soon. Only then could he be mentally prepared to deal with various troubles. After looking for a while, Sui-bai said seriously, "Young general, have you heard of the bone washing and marrow refining technique of the Shaolin Temple?" "I know it. It's a secret of the Shaolin Temple. Why do you suddenly mention this?" Lin Ji asked curiously. "To be honest, when I was young, I had a fortuitous encounter and received the true teachings of a Shaolin monk. I understand the bone washing and marrow refining technique. If the young general practices this, not only will his strength improve, but his injuries will also heal quickly. In as little as 10 days, or as long as half a month, he will be as good as new." Hearing this, Lin Ji's eyes filled with surprise. He never expected such an unexpected gain. After the incident with Zhu Zhang, Lin Ji realized his own inadequacies. If he could be like a top-tier expert, confident in any perilous situation, wouldn't that be a good thing? At least he wouldn't fall into such a predicament again. Lin Ji knew this time it was purely luck. Otherwise, he really would have fallen victim to Zhu Zhang's schemes. "I didn't expect Sui-bai to be a hidden master?" Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. "You even know the bone washing and marrow refining technique of the Shaolin Temple. It seems the title of a palace master is well-deserved." Sui-bai felt a bit awkward. Probably didn't expect Lin Ji to praise him so bluntly. The method is different for everyone. If these techniques fall into the hands of others or are practiced by those with ill intentions, it would be a bad thing. So, I usually never tell outsiders. "So you consider me one of your own? Then I guess I can't be cold to you. Or people will say I don't respect the elderly." "Young general, it seems your injuries aren't that serious. At least you still know how to joke." Sui-bai seemed to have a bit of a temper from this. He secretly did something mischievous. "Ouch! It hurts. Sui-bai, you're repaying kindness with enmity." "What, young general? I'm just helping you relax your muscles and blood to recover faster. There's no such thing as not suffering to gain benefits in this world." "Damn, you're clearly taking revenge." Lin Ji pounded the bed frantically. It hurt more than before he was injured. The people outside the room looked at each other. What's going on? Did the princess's personal guard and the young general get into a fight? Impossible. The young general saved the princess's life after all. And this sound, it's a bit seductive. Chapter 143. The Dark Horse Emerging from the Shadows. Songlong Mountain. While the imperial capital was in a state of turmoil, the grand military exercise was also approaching its final stages. At this moment, only 4 teams remained. In the headquarters, the Minister of War, the Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan, and a group of military officers and officials sat in the conference hall. "Gentlemen, the grand military exercise is almost over, and we have been staying here for quite some time, which has been hard on all of us," Chao Tianyuan said in a very official tone. "Upon our return to the capital, I will surely report to the Emperor and recommend rewards for everyone based on their merits." "You are too kind, Your Excellency Chao." "The real hard work this time was from Your Excellency Chao. It was not necessary for you to come to this remote wilderness, but unfortunately, Minister Zhu was suspended from his duties due to unforeseen circumstances," the Minister of War said with a wry smile. As the head of the Ministry of War, Zhu Biao's suspension at this critical moment was quite troublesome. Fortunately, the Emperor showed understanding and sent Grand Secretary Chao Tianyuan to assist. "We are all serving the Emperor, and there is no need to distinguish between you and me. Now, let's discuss the situation of the military exercise," Chao Tianyuan said, turning to a nearby officer. The officer nodded, stood up, and began his report. Your Excellency Chao, Minister of War, the 4 remaining armies are the Shangyuan Army, the Divine Sea Army, and the Imperial Guards. Hearing this, everyone nodded in approval. This was not unexpected. These 3 armies were all elite forces. The Imperial Guards, in particular, were tasked with protecting the imperial capital and the emperor's safety, so they were not ordinary troops. The Shangyuan Army and the Divine Sea Army were battle-hardened, having fought in countless campaigns. They were forged in blood and sweat, as tough as steel. So, almost everyone believed that the final champion would be chosen from these 3 armies. However, the reporting officer paused for a moment. Chao Tianyuan was quite surprised. Didn't you say there were 4 teams? There are only 3 mentioned. Who was the last one? Your Excellency, the last army might be a bit unexpected. It is the garrison of Bailang Pass, also known as the Yu Family Army. The Yu Family Army? Chao Tianyuan frowned upon hearing this. Could it be the General Yu Yin, whose family's daughter married the son of the Minister of War last time? Yes, that's correct. The officer nodded. That's quite strange. The armies participating in this military exercise are the best in the nation. Although the Yu Family Army was once renowned, it has long since fallen to the status of a third-rate force. How could it still persist until now? Chao Tianyuan found this situation amusing. In so many military exercises, this was the first time a dark horse had emerged. Yes, the Yu Family Army, with only 2,000 men, has managed to persist until now, which is indeed baffling. However, there are rumors that they received help from the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji. What? Chao Tianyuan was stunned upon hearing this. He found it incredulous. You mean to say that the Yu Family Army received help from Lin Ji? It's just a rumor. The officer seemed cautious, speaking very conservatively. Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes, thinking I, as the Grand Secretary, don't understand military affairs? Chao Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. Leaving aside his personal grievances with Lin Ji, the location of this military exercise, Songlong Mountain, was only disclosed to the leading officers at the last moment. In other words, no one else knew about it. Moreover, once all the participating armies entered Songlong Mountain, the area was sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter freely. Lin Ji was far away in Chongping City. How could he possibly help the Yu Family Army? And in this dense forest, even their own headquarters staff might not be able to locate these armies. How could Lin Ji achieve this? I dare not, Your Excellency. The reporting officer immediately bowed. However, according to the information we gathered from the other teams, the Yu Family Army was initially ill-equipped. But after spending some time in the forest, they all managed to wear armor and wield weapons, which is truly baffling. There are also rumors that they had excellent meals every day, with roasted chicken, rabbit, and fish, as if someone was following them and cooking for them. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Having a kitchen corps with the army was not unusual. But this military exercise did not last long, and the number of kitchen corps was not large. If they were brought along, they would only be a burden. So, the court uniformly adopted dry rations, and if they ran out, they could forage locally. But without a kitchen corps, how could ordinary soldiers prepare such delicious meals? Chao Tianyuan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. This is quite interesting. Are you suggesting that Lin Ji, from 1,000 miles away in Chongping City, can still command and strategize, helping the Yu Family Army overcome crises? Why can't the others do the same? Are they all useless? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Seeing the situation, the Minister of War stepped forward to ease the tension. Your Excellency Chao, please don't take it to heart. The reason he reported this matter is precisely because of the grudge between Your Excellency and General Lin. Now, Lin Ji is close to the Yu Family Army. If they win, it might not be good. So, with Your Excellency's command, we can find a way to eliminate the Yu Family Army first to prevent any embarrassment in the future. Chao Tianyuan shot a glance at the Minister of War. What do you mean by that, Minister of War? Leaving aside whether the Yu Family Army can last until the end and become the champion, Am I such a petty person that I would mix personal grudges with official duties? With so many people present, including many military officers and even generals, if he really did such a thing, he would surely be criticized and leave a bad impression. Even if Chao Tianyuan wanted to act, he wouldn't do it so openly. Moreover, he believed that even with Lin Ji's help, what could the 2,000-man Yu family army do? They probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of the remaining 3 armies. Your Excellency Chao, do you really not need to? The Minister of War continued to ask. No need. The Minister of War's lips curved into a meaningful smile. He had been waiting for Chao Tianyuan's words. Chapter 144. Lin Ji's true ace in the hole. No one could have anticipated that the Ministry of War had already been infiltrated by Lin Ji. Despite the fact that Zhu Biao currently holds the reins of power in the Ministry of War, ever since his imprisonment due to the incident involving Lin Ji and the harm done to the common folk, the majority of authority has been transferred to the Vice Minister of War. The Vice Minister holds a position just below the Minister of War within the ministry. Because of this, the Vice Minister's power is actually quite substantial. Typically, individuals who reach this rank are on the cusp of becoming the Minister of War. It's just a matter of time. For this reason, Lin Ji would never let go of the crucial position of Vice Minister. He had already made multiple preparations in advance. This time, Lin Ji's confidence in the grand military exercise stems from a critical ace up his sleeve. At this moment, the Vice Minister of War, upon hearing that the Chief Minister Chao Tianyuan did not wish to overly complicate matters with the Yu family army, was naturally overjoyed. He continuously probed, Lord Chao, if the Yu family army were to really win, would you intervene? Chao Tianyuan displayed a formidable confidence, even disdainfully stating, what makes them think they can stand against me? Do they believe that by aligning with the young general, they can act with impunity? In my view, that's just a joke. Chao Tianyuan did not take the matter to heart. Even in such a crucial discussion, it held no fear for him. He would never dream that the Vice Minister of War had long been swayed by Lin Ji, and all his actions were paving the way for the Yu family army. If that's the case, Lord Chao truly upholds justice. When I return to the capital, I will surely testify to His Majesty about everything that has transpired here at Songlong Mountain. I believe His Majesty will not only uphold justice, but also reward Lord Chao for all your efforts. Even the crafty old foxes in the court would be momentarily swayed by such praise. Chao Tianyuan was visibly pleased. Hee, if that truly happens, then I am much obliged to the Vice Minister. Rest assured, from now on, we shall be good friends, and I will certainly assist you in all your endeavors. Chao Tianyuan was not as foolish as Minister Zhu Biao of War. He was well aware that everything he did now must be diligently pursued, even if it was to deal with the Yu family army and the northern garrison's young General Lin Ji. He could not be too overt. Otherwise, he might be caught in a trap himself, possibly repeating Zhu Biao's fate. For this reason, Chao Tianyuan had to establish a fair and just image in front of everyone. This was naturally to gain more support and to execute his schemes without a trace. That would be best. In the future, I hope Lord Chao will continue to guide me in the court. The Vice Minister said with profound meaning. It must be said that this man was indeed very adept at navigating the bureaucratic world, even understanding how to maneuver and pivot. On this point alone, he was more formidable than many who had survived in the court for decades. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Yen led the remaining soldiers of his army, hiding in the forest. Now only 4 armies remained. General, given the current situation, we have no hope of winning. Both the Divine Navy and the Shangyuan Army, even the Imperial Guards, possess formidable combat power and rich battle experience. The Deputy General said with a grave expression, his gaze filled with solemnity. The current situation had already exceeded their expectations. Before this, although the Yu family army had lofty ambitions, they had never imagined they would last this long. After all, this was the finals. For them, it was already an exceptional performance. During this period of the grand military exercise, the Yu family army had only truly faced off against the Divine Navy. But the situation now was more arduous than they had imagined. If they could not find a way to defeat these three strongest armies, they would have no chance of ultimately winning. Yu Yan's gaze also showed solemnity. Having reached this point, he was well aware that the majority of their success was due to Lin Ji's help. Those two scrolls were crucial, not only solving their food issues, but also their equipment problems, even allowing them to contend with the three champion-recruited armies. However, the so-called dark horses do not always last until the end, as they inevitably face the siege of these three armies. In terms of numbers, strategies, and combat experience, the Yu family army did not hold an advantage. The most critical issue was their inability to resolve the current predicament. Yu Yan was extremely anxious. Even the military advisor couldn't help but say, "General, reaching this point has indeed been very difficult for us. For the Yu family army, it is already commendable. Even if we lose, I don't think it matters much. At least we have upheld the dignity of the Yu family army." Yu Yan shook his head at this. "Have you forgotten? Our goal this time is to compete for the championship. If we fall here, I will never be content." Under normal circumstances, if the Yu family army lost, it would be lost. They did not hold a particularly strong position in the court. But the fact was that the Yu family army had reached this point entirely due to Lin Ji's help. Whether for himself or for the young general, Yu Yan could not choose to give up. "General, since you are so determined, why not try opening the last scroll? Perhaps it holds the key to victory," the military advisor said with profound meaning. This single sentence directly awakened Yu Yan. It made sense. He still had one scroll left unopened, and this last scroll might very well determine their fate. Yu Yan was not foolish. In fact, he was very intelligent. He was well aware of the significance of the three scrolls Lin Ji had left for him. Since the first solved the food issue and the second the equipment issue, the third might very well resolve their current predicament. This was absolutely crucial for the Yu family army, because the young general had once said, no matter what, he would help them achieve victory. Chapter 145. Strategizing, going all out. Perhaps it was absolute trust in Lin Ji, or maybe all that had happened recently served as a wake-up call for Yu Yan. Relying solely on his own strength, or even the strength of the Yu army, there was no way to break through in this grand military exercise. But they had another option, the young general. Young General Lin Ji provided them with ample courage and confidence, even elevating them to unprecedented heights. Yu Yan understood that he was not fighting alone. Behind him stood thousands of Yu army soldiers and the support of Lin Ji. He could not afford to fail, and success was destined. This was their only chance. "All right, let's open the scroll and see what it says inside," Yu Yan said, seeming to muster great resolve before unrolling the scroll. To his astonishment, it contained only a few words: maximize gains and minimize losses to ensure success. "What does that mean?" the strategist couldn't help but ask curiously. As Yu Yan's advisor, the strategist's role was naturally to devise plans. But he couldn't fathom the meaning of these words. Yu Yan also fell into a long silence, unsure how to respond for a while. After a considerable pause, the strategist suddenly realized, it seems the final scroll left by the young general is the key to victory. "How so?" Yu Yan asked, intrigued. "Think about it, General. What does maximize gains and minimize losses mean? It's human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm. The other three armies also want to win. So, strategizing means allying with the weakest to counter the strongest, or uniting the strongest to eliminate the weakest. In essence, you need to be a provocateur to better control the situation." Yu Yan suddenly understood. This tactic was indeed insidious, but the key was that it was highly effective. If they were to confront the other three armies head-on, even in this terrain, in terms of tactics and strategy, he might not necessarily prevail. Whether it was the Divine Navy, the Shangyuan Army, or the Imperial Guards, they were all highly experienced. The current state of the Yu army made it impossible to compete with them. But one thing they could do was to sow discord among these three armies, letting them destroy each other, and then reap the benefits. "But, General, this sounds impossible. All three armies are targeting us," the deputy general exclaimed, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. "Exactly, that's the crux. In the eyes of these three armies, we are very weak and pose no threat. This very situation, if we align with any one of them to eliminate the others, they won't suspect us and might even think we lack backbone. But for victory, what does such a thing matter? The strategist said decisively. Initially, he didn't have high hopes for the U army. In his view, the U army was a force with no chance of winning. Though once renowned, now in terms of numbers, equipment, and other aspects, it was far inferior to other armies. Yet, this army, which no one had high expectations for, had managed to reach the finals. It was indeed puzzling and unbelievable. The strategist didn't belong to any faction or force. So now, he seemed to be anticipating a miracle. If a miracle did occur, he would surely go down in history in the Great Xia dynasty, even being the first to witness it. This held extraordinary significance for any military person. Yu Yin suddenly understood. The young general is quite cunning. Perhaps that's the unique aspect of the young general, the strategist said meaningfully. When the young general arrived in Chongping alone, he has now established himself here and even founded his own trade association. This time, the young general has invested all his resources to help us succeed. How can we let him down? After pondering, Yu Yin also understood the implications. He then immediately decided, all right, I'll go meet the Shangwen army's commander. Now in the finals, although the Songlong Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, the four armies were almost all gathered in the same place, just separated by a mountain. What? General, such a risky task? Let me do it. The deputy general stepped forward to show his loyalty. Although the Yu army was not numerically superior, one thing was certain. Their morale was unwavering. Everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves at critical moments for the benefit of the entire army. Don't joke. How can this task be left to you? I must go myself, otherwise, the Shangyuan army will think we have no sincerity and might suspect ulterior motives, Yu Yin said seriously. After all, this was a do-or-die gamble. Whether they succeeded depended entirely on his abilities. Lin Ji had paved the way for everything. The final outcome depended on his capabilities. General, are you really making this decision? This is incredibly dangerous, the strategist said with concern, his eyes showing seriousness. Don't worry, I believe the Shangyuan army won't take the Yu army seriously. Even if I go alone, they won't be wary, Yu Yin said confidently. Even if he had no confidence in his heart, he had to show enough confidence in front of all the soldiers. Morale was always more important than anything else. If the morale of an army was shattered, the consequences would be extraordinary. Even the fighting strength could be halved. In that case, I'll accompany the general, the strategist said solemnly. Yu Yin was slightly startled, his eyes full of surprise. Why are you involved in this? You're just a referee. True, but now I'm tied to the Yu army, and I also hope you succeed. Chapter 146, The Renowned Shangyuan Army. Watching the steadfast gaze of the military supervisor, Yu Yin felt a deep sense of admiration. In a flash, he even felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Supervisor, why do you have such faith in me now? Or rather, why do you have such high expectations for me to succeed? To be honest, the Yu army once held a formidable reputation, and now to have fallen to a third-rate force is indeed lamentable. The military supervisor was also quite candid. Moreover, there's another point. I want to see if, with the help of the young general, you can emerge victorious this time. Before this, the military supervisor's impression of Lin Ji was not particularly good. Soldiers always revere the god of war. As the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji came alone to the capital after the entire northern garrison went missing. Although he managed to steady his footing from the initial struggle, what Lin Ji did was engage in trade. As a young general, he should have first vindicated his army. But Lin Ji did not do so. This made many soldiers in the capital look down on him. However, during this grand military exercise, the military supervisor saw Lin Ji's capabilities. He finally realized that Lin Ji's reason for engaging in commerce and seeking wealth was because both military operations and battles require money and expenses. The saying goes, food and fodder must precede the troops. But where does the food and fodder come from? Is it really just through the state collecting taxes from the people? Although this is a long-standing practice, if an army has sufficient financial resources to purchase, it can also have better equipment. Naturally, the common people would prefer to be bought from rather than extorted. For this reason, the military supervisor was full of curiosity about Lin Ji. If Lin Ji could really emerge victorious in this grand military exercise, he would become a true legend as the mastermind behind it. So that's how it is, Yu Yin said with a profound smile. Is it because of the young general? Yes, if we can return to Chongping City and you can emerge victorious, I must find an opportunity to visit this extraordinary person, the military supervisor said with conviction. At such a young age, to have such abilities, to make decisions from afar and plan invisibly, was truly incredible and astonishing. All right, then I can't let you down, Yu Yin nodded. He then arranged the remaining military affairs with his deputy. Afterwards, he led the military supervisor to the Shangyuan army camp. The camps of the two sides were now very close. They only needed to cross a hill to see the camp. The Shangyuan army was different from the Yu army, with a force of 6,000, and so far, they had only lost 1,000 men. Even among the final 4 remaining armies, they still held an absolute numerical advantage. Thus, they boldly set up camp in the mountains, even cooking meals. Unbeknownst to them, anyone seeing this scene would think the Shangyuan army's situation was the best. After all, the Yu army soldiers were eating meat with not even a shred of green vegetables, which was indeed a bit distressing. The two quickly descended the hill. Before they even reached the camp's edge, they were stopped. A scout from the Shangyuan army jumped out from the grass. Who goes there? Military camp. No unauthorized entry. I am Yu Yin, a general of the Yu army, here to see the general of the Shangyuan army. This is our military supervisor from the Yu army, Yu Yin said without a trace of servility. Having come alone, he was prepared for everything. To put it bluntly, even if the Shangyuan army acted unreasonably and captured him, the Yu army need not worry about being leaderless. The deputy would take over as general and command the entire army. What? The scout's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He never expected that the one who had come was a general of the Yu army. What are you doing here? Are you trying to spy on military secrets? Yu Yin and the military supervisor couldn't help but exchange a smile at this. Brother, are you not clear on the situation? If we wanted to spy on military secrets, why would I come myself? Wouldn't it be better for one of my soldiers to come? Hearing this, the scout seemed to find it reasonable. Then what are you here for? I've come to see your general. I hope you can make an announcement. Our general is not someone you can see just because you want to. You are an enemy general now. This scout was quite confident and showed no intention of compromise. Although people in the military camp need not pay too much attention to the outside world, everyone in the military camp is still a soldier. To be completely shut out like this would make anyone unhappy. Yu Yin naturally frowned, but considering he was here to play a trick today, he couldn't just tear his face off with the other side. Brother, we are both soldiers of the great Xia dynasty. This is just a grand military exercise. We are merely opponents, not real enemies. If you don't report this to your general today, don't blame me if something goes wrong later. At this, the scout's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed he found the words reasonable. Wait here for a moment. I'll go report, the scout said and walked forward. The military supervisor also wanted to follow, but Yu Yin stopped him. Don't act rashly. Why are you so cautious? The military supervisor's eyes were full of surprise. Haven't you noticed that there's a bright spot over there? Yu Yin pointed to a tree not far away. The sun was shining on the leaves, which were also reflecting light. But among these reflections, there was a particularly abnormal bright spot. However, hidden among many reflections, it was hard to notice at first glance. It was only now that the military supervisor noticed that there was a person crouching in the tree, holding a bow and arrow aimed at them. If we make any unusual movements, they might not hesitate to act, Yu Yin said with conviction. Although the tips of all weapons used in the grand military exercise were not made of steel, to ensure a kill, a piece of iron was usually tied to the head of the arrow, and this iron was coated with paint. Once hit, it would be immediately judged as dead. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the other side was aiming at them with a real combat bow and arrow. After all, the Yu army was the primary target to be eliminated by the 3 remaining armies. I didn't expect General Yu to have such keen eyes. The military supervisor's eyes showed surprise. From the beginning of the grand military exercise until now, he had only seen Yu Yin act once. Chapter 147. Yu Yin requests an audience with General Shang Yuanjun. It was the Divine Navy that pursued them that time. Yu Yin, with only 2,000 men, managed to break through the encirclement. It was indeed hard to believe. Of course, the equipment and the condition of all the soldiers played a significant role. If not for Lin Ji's prior preparations, the Yu family army might not have been able to escape so easily. And this time, the supervising officer truly witnessed the strength of a Yu family army general. No wonder the Yu family army once became the elite force of the great Xia dynasty. It must have its own skills. General, you are indeed cautious. But if that's the case, why did you come here in person? You know this is extremely dangerous. Isn't this like walking into a trap? Wrong. Yu Yin shook his head. This is to show my sincerity to the other side. Do you think if I sent a deputy general, the Shang Yuanjun would still notify them? To put it bluntly, the deputy general might not even meet the Shang Yuanjun's generals before getting into a fight with these people. Of course, the final result would most likely be capture or death. The supervising officer nodded with a serious expression. The two did not take another step forward. They waited for nearly a stick of incense time. 2 fully armed soldiers walked out from the camp. Are you General Yu? Indeed. Our general invites you in. The 2 soldiers gestured with a welcoming gesture. Yu Yin, with the supervising officer, walked into the Shang Yuanjun's camp without fear. This was also his first time truly seeing the Shang Yuanjun's camp. In the camp, all the soldiers rested, patrolled, and performed duties in an orderly manner. It was undeniable that as the current elite force of the great Xia dynasty, the pressure from the Shang Yuanjun was extremely terrifying. Just the soldiers' gazes made one's back feel inexplicably cold. Yu Yin was no ordinary person. He bore the halo of the Yu family army. How could he be intimidated by such a scene? The 2 quickly entered the tent. A burly man was sitting at the end. Several deputy generals and staff officers stood beside him. His imposing manner was evident. General Yu? The general of the Shang Yuanjun raised an eyebrow. His tone was full of disdain. Yes, Yu Yin of the Yu family army greets General Huang of the Shang Yuanjun. Yu Yin bowed and performed the highest military courtesy. This time, he was not here to fight with the other side. To make the other side listen to what he had to say. From the beginning, he needed to lower the other side's guard. These were all things Lin Ji had told him. Yu Yin originally thought these were meaningless. But until this moment, he realized that everything was within Lin Ji's calculations. General Yu is indeed particular. Huang Tianba sneered disdainfully. But we are now opponents. Do you not fear being captured by my army today? At that time, the Yu family army will become the laughingstock of the world. Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he remained unmoved. He smiled faintly. General Huang is joking. The Yu family army was never your match. Even if you capture me today, I have nothing to say. What do you mean by this? Huang Tianba's eyes revealed surprise. Even the deputy generals and staff officers beside him were extremely surprised. None of them had expected Yu Yin to say such things. As a military general, the most important thing is dignity and status, and all those who engage in warfare value their spirit the most. But this man in front of them, what he said and did, was simply unbelievable. Even more so, it was inexplicable. Although the Yu family army is indeed not up to par in the entire Great Xia dynasty, Yu Yin is indeed a general. To be so servile, it really makes people look down on him. Huang Tianba said disdainfully. I never thought the famous general of the Yu family army would be like this. Truly disgraceful. I wonder how you managed to reach the final round, thinking that their 3 armies were grouped with such a force. Chapter 147. Yu Yin requests an audience with General Shang Yuanjun. That time, they were pursued by the Divine Navy. Yu Yin, with only 2,000 men, managed to break through the encirclement. It was indeed inconceivable. Of course, the equipment and the condition of all the soldiers also played a significant role. If not for Lin Ji's prior preparations, the Yu army might not have escaped so easily. This time, the supervisor truly witnessed the strength of a Yu army general. No wonder the Yu army once became the elite force of the great Xia dynasty. It must have had its own capabilities. General, you are indeed cautious. But if that's the case, why did you come here personally? You know this is fraught with danger. Isn't this practically walking into a trap? You're wrong. Yu Yin shook his head. The purpose of this is to show our sincerity to the other side. Do you think if I sent a deputy, the Shang Yuanjun would even be notified? To put it bluntly, the deputy might not even have seen the Shang Yuanjun's generals before getting into a fight with these people. The likely outcome would be capture or death. The supervisor nodded seriously. The two stopped advancing and waited for nearly a stick of incense's time. Two fully armed soldiers emerged from the camp. Are you General Yu? Indeed. Our general invites you in. The two soldiers gestured with a welcoming motion. Yu Yin, accompanied by the supervisor, walked into the Shang Yuanjuan's camp without fear. This was his first time truly seeing the Shang Yuanjuan's camp. Inside the camp, all the soldiers rested, patrolled, and performed their duties in an orderly manner. Undoubtedly, as the current elite force of the great Xia dynasty, the pressure from the Shang Yuanjun was extremely formidable. Just the soldiers' gazes made one's back chill. Yu Yin was no ordinary man. He carried the mantle of the Yu army. How could he be intimidated by such a scene? The two quickly entered the tent. A burly man sat at the end, flanked by several deputy and staff generals. His imposing presence was evident. General Yu? The Shang Yuanjuan's general raised an eyebrow, his tone full of disdain. Yes, General Yu Yin of the Yu army greets General Huang of the Shang Yuanjun. Yu Yin bowed, performing the highest military courtesy. This visit was not about fighting. To make the other side listen, he needed to lower their guard from the start. This was all advice from Lin Ji. Yu Yin initially thought it was meaningless, but now he understood it was all part of Lin Ji's plan. General Yu is indeed particular, Huang Tianba sneered, but we are now opponents. Coming here alone, aren't you afraid of being captured by my army? Then the Yu army would become the laughingstock of the world. Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he remained composed, smiling faintly. General Huang is joking. The Yu army was never your match. Even if you capture me today, I have nothing to say. What do you mean? Huang Tianba's eyes showed surprise. Even the surrounding deputy and staff generals were taken aback. No one expected Yu Yin to say such a thing. As a military general, one's dignity and status are paramount. All soldiers value their pride. Yet this man's words and actions were beyond belief. Though the Yu army was indeed inferior in the great Xia dynasty, Yu Yin was still a general. Such subservience was despicable. Huang Tianba scoffed, I never thought you, Yu Yin, would be such a despicable man. My Shang Yuanjun may want to win, but we don't need such underhanded tactics. His words were righteous and stirring. Huang Tianba continued, I didn't expect the famous General Yu of the Yu army to be like this. Truly shameful. I wonder how you managed to reach the finals. Thinking of their three armies being grouped with such a force was a disgrace. Yu Yin did not refute, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, our Yu army was fortunate to participate in the grand military exercise and survive until now, all thanks to luck. Unlike General Huang's Shang Yuanjun, which is invincible and unstoppable. In my view, the Shang Yuanjun will undoubtedly be the champion. This flattery made Huang Tianba immensely pleased. Implicitly, it meant the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards were inferior to his army. The rivalry among these three armies was fiercer than imagined. So, why did you come to my Shang Yuanjuan's camp? Huang Tianba asked, puzzled. To be honest, I believe our Yu army is inferior, so I don't want to be enemies with the Shang Yuanjun. I'm sure General Huang doesn't even consider us a threat. Yu Yan's words were a trap. If Huang Tianba denied Yu Yan's statement, It would imply the Shang Yuanjun was on the same level as the Yu army. If he didn't deny it, Yu Yan's next actions would proceed smoothly. Indeed, I thought Yu Yan, would be a man of substance. Now I see I was mistaken. Huang Tianba shook his head, disappointed. Yes, but General Huang, you know our Yu army has been declining year by year. This time, we participated in the military exercise to get some rewards from the court. Otherwise, my men might not even have enough to eat. I heard the top 3 in this military exercise will receive rewards from the court. I wonder if General Huang would give me this chance. You mean you want me to let you off? Huang Tianba narrowed his eyes, guessing the other's intention. But if it were just this, why would Yu Yan come in person? I don't dare ask General Huang to spare me. I just want to help General Huang eliminate the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards. Then, with only the Yu army and the Shang Yuanjun left, how could we dare to resist General Huang? The champion would naturally fall to General Huang. Yu Yan said this earnestly. At this, Huang Tianba frowned. Yu Yan, I never thought you would be such a despicable man. My Shang Yuanjun wants to win, but we don't need such tricks. His words were righteous and stirring. Yu Yan did not refute at all. He even nodded repeatedly. Indeed, our Yu family army was fortunate enough to participate in the grand military exercise and survive until now, all thanks to luck. Unlike the Shang Yuanjun led by General Huang, which is unstoppable and invincible, in my opinion, the Shang Yuanjun will surely be the final champion. This series of flattering words made Huang Tianba feel extremely happy. Isn't this implying that the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guard are not as good as his army? The rivalry among these 3 armies is much more intense than imagined. To prove their strength, they are also determined to compete for victory in this grand military exercise. If that's the case, then why did you come to my Shang Yuanjun's camp? Huang Tianba asked puzzledly. To be honest, I believe that the Yu family army I lead is really not up to par, so I don't want to be enemies with the Shang Yuanjun. I believe General Huang certainly wouldn't put us in his eyes. Yu Yan said with a meaningful smile. This question is a trap. If Huang Tianba denies Yu Yan's statement, then in the eyes of outsiders, wouldn't the Shang Yuanjun and the Yu family army be birds of a feather? But if Huang Tianba does not deny, what Yu Yan will do next will be extremely smooth. Indeed, I used to think Yu Yan, would be a figure, but now I see I was wrong. Huang Tianba shook his head. His eyes were full of disappointment. Yes, but General Huang, you should also know that our Yu family army has been getting worse year by year. This time, we came to participate in the grand military exercise, hoping to get some salary from the court. Otherwise, the brothers under my command might not even have enough to eat. I heard that the top 3 in this grand military exercise have the chance to receive the court's reward. I don't know if General Huang is willing to give me this opportunity. Are you saying you want me to let you off? Huang Tianba narrowed his eyes. He vaguely guessed the other party's intentions. But if it's just this matter, why would Yu Yan come in person? I dare not expect General Huang to let me off. I just want to help General Huang get rid of the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guard. At that time, if only the Yu family army and the Shang Yuanjun are left, how would we dare to compete with General Huang? The championship will naturally fall into General Huang's hands. Yu Yan said seriously. As soon as these words came out, Huang Tianba frowned. Yu Yan, I never thought you would be such a despicable person. Although my Shang Yuanjun wants to win, we don't need to use such underhanded tricks. He spoke with righteousness and vigor. Chapter 148. The True Strategist. Yu Yan did not give up either. General Huang, I know you are an upright gentleman, but such things are not necessarily a good thing on the battlefield. Do I need you to teach me how to fight? You are just a general of the Yu family army, a small military position, not worth mentioning in front of me. Huang Tianba dismissed him with disdain. General Huang, I am not talking about you, but about the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards. What do you mean? Huang Tianba was taken aback. He seemed a bit confused. General Huang, among the 3 major armies, your camp has the largest number of troops. Not only that, but your combat effectiveness is also the strongest. This is not only known to me, but also to the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards. And if they want to win, I think they must first defeat the Shangyuan army. If these two armies join forces, they will have a total of 8,000 men. I'm afraid that even if the Shangyuan army is strong, it will not have the advantage in numbers and terrain. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Tianba's face changed dramatically. In fact, this was also what he was worried about. These 2 days, he had been resting here to gather information. On the other hand, he was also preventing the alliance between the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards. Once these two armies formed an alliance, the Shangyuan army would have no chance of winning. "General, what Yu Yin said seems to make some sense," the strategist of the Shangyuan army whispered. "What kind of sense?" "In my opinion, no matter how they join forces, our Shangyuan army will kill one if they come one, and two if they come two," the deputy general said arrogantly. He seemed to be a haughty and arrogant person. Most of the people in the Shangyuan army were like this. On one hand, it was because the name of the Shangyuan army was too loud. On the other hand, it was also because they really had the skills. Being arrogant with talent was not uncommon since ancient times. You only know how to fight. Do you think this military exercise is really that simple? If we can win, we will be able to fight in the north, which is a great opportunity to make a name and establish merit. The strategist couldn't help but curse. The most important point, if they want to fight in the north. Since General Lin Zhenxiu of the northern garrison had disappeared for a long time, whoever it was, they would surely act as the northern garrison general. With a full 200,000 troops under their command, their status would be equivalent to a marshal. This was one of the reasons why various armies were fighting so fiercely. Going to battle would inevitably result in casualties. But this was their only way to rise in rank. Otherwise, they would only be able to be a mediocre general in the military camp for the rest of their lives. No chance of making a breakthrough. General Huang, and as Yu Yin himself said, they are not to be feared. As far as I know, they currently only have 1,000 men, plus our 6,000. In terms of numbers, we can balance with the other two armies. Moreover, once the battle starts, we can let the Yu family army charge first, so we can even benefit from the situation. The strategist's words completely piqued Huang Tianba's interest. After a long silence, he slowly nodded. "Yu Yin, I can agree to you. But don't play any tricks with me. I think you have seen the strength of the Shangyuan army now. If you dare to cause trouble, you will bear the consequences." Of course. Yu Yin nodded repeatedly. After confirming the alliance, he left with the supervisor. When they walked out of the camp, the supervisor finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Yu Yin with a strange expression. "General Yu, I never thought you were such a smooth talker. That speech, I would never be able to say it." He couldn't understand how a general could be so humble. Didn't they need to maintain their dignity? That's why I came alone. As for that speech, it wasn't something I thought of, but something the young general gave me before we set out. I never thought those things would be used, but now under the current situation, it seems the young general had already planned all the paths for us. Yu Yin sighed. Perhaps because he had been away from the court for too long, or maybe because he had not led troops for too long. Yu Yin found that he was indeed quite rusty in many aspects. If it weren't for Lin Ji's help, he probably wouldn't have lasted until now. The supervisor widened his eyes. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. He also had a new understanding of Lin Ji. Was it also the young general who told you to find General Huang of the Shangyuan army? Yu Yin nodded with a complex expression. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Before the military exercise began, Lin Ji had specifically talked to him about this matter, especially many generals. It seemed they had spent a lot of money to gather information. And among the three most powerful armies, the Shangyuan army General Huang Tianba was the easiest to approach. This person's character was proud, arrogant, and self-righteous. He was determined to win this military exercise. With a little provocation and persuasion, he would surely be able to be used. The supervisor couldn't help but show a look of admiration. This young general is truly extraordinary, able to plan so thoroughly. Perhaps he is the true strategist for you, General. Indeed, if I can really turn things around and become the champion this time, I must thank him greatly when I return. Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ji had helped him several times. The matter of Yu Luoyu had already helped twice, especially this military exercise, which allowed him to last until now and even have a chance to win. It was truly incredible. Let's go. The results should come out in a few days, and a big show will truly begin. Yu Yan's mouth curved upward. His gaze was extremely firm. Chongping City, General's residence. Lin Ji was stretching his arms, exercising in the courtyard. It had been half a month since he was set up by Zhu Zhang. It was undeniable that Master Sui's method of cleansing and transforming the body was truly effective. Now all his injuries had completely healed. Not only that, but his strength had even slightly improved. Lin Ji even wanted to meet Zhu Zhang again to test his skills. However, since that incident, the guy had completely disappeared without a trace. It was probably because Zhu Biao was afraid the matter would get out of hand. So he hid his son. As for Princess Li Qingyue, she did not report the matter to Li Jingzhen afterward. Lin Ji had also asked Master Sui about it. When did the princess's temper become so good? Unexpectedly, the answer he got was that Li Qingyue did not want to get into bigger trouble, so she did not report it. Insulting the princess was a great crime. Could such a grievance be endured? Chapter 149. Li Qingyue's Feelings. Lin Ji was stretching his body. Xiaolian walked over. Young master, you've recovered so quickly. Not only can you get out of bed, but now you can move around. This is all thanks to your good care, Lin Ji said with a light smile. If it weren't for you feeding me all those delicacies and concocting soups with ginseng and cordyceps every day, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. When Xiaolian learned of Lin Ji's injury, she was furious. She almost stormed the Ministry of War's residence to tear the roof off. Don't underestimate this girl. Don't underestimate this girl. Her skills are top-notch in the entire general's residence. Even the personal guards admire her greatly. She might just be able to pull it off. If it weren't for Lin Ji stopping her in time, the whole city of Chongping would have been turned upside down. Xiaolian felt even more guilty. So, during this period, she took care of Lin Ji's daily life every day. Hee, young master, do you really think I'm not a martial artist? Xiaolian said with a light smile. Seeing Lin Ji now lively and energetic, the worry that had been hanging over her heart was finally relieved. Even a master like Xiaolian didn't expect the young general to recover so quickly. As the saying goes, long illness makes a good doctor. Every martial arts master, once reaching a certain level, knows a bit about how to heal injuries, because they have all gone through this stage. According to Xiaolian's estimate, it would take at least 2 months to recover. Unexpectedly, it only took half a month to be able to get out of bed and fully recover. The only possibility was that Lin Ji's own cultivation played a role. Plus, he knew that Master Sui had passed on the method of cleansing marrow and transforming the body to Lin Ji. As the saying goes, those who follow the right path receive much help, while those who stray receive little. That's probably what it means. You little girl, you're getting more and more cunning? You have no respect when talking to me? Is it because I'm too good to you? Lin Ji teased, looking at Xiaolian's playful expression. Hee, young master, you never act like a master in front of me anyway. Besides, this incident itself isn't your fault. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have already executed that bastard on the spot. I would have made him suffer 1,000 times over. Xiaolian was indignant, clenching her little fist. To any outsider, this wouldn't seem threatening. Only those who know her strength understand. Don't underestimate the small fist. The power isn't light. Ordinary people can't withstand it. By the way, there's something I don't understand. Can you help me think about it? Is there really something young master doesn't understand? Xiaolian was a bit surprised. What's the big deal? Even though I know I'm handsome and charming, I'm not a god. I can't know everything in the world. Lin Ji blurted out. This shameless statement directly amused Xiaolian. For some reason, since the young general came to Chongping City, she found that Lin Ji seemed to have changed. Although he still spoke lightly and exaggeratedly, He was far less annoying than before. Moreover, Xiaolian felt that the current young general was better than before. This might not be a bad thing. Sure, it's my honor to help young master with worries and troubles. What exactly is it that young master doesn't understand? I'm just curious about one thing. You should also know the princess's temper, right? Xiaolian nodded. Of course, we've been living together in the general's residence for so long. How could I not know? In your opinion, what kind of person is the princess? Lin Ji asked thoughtfully. The princess is noble and aloof. Although she rarely speaks, she's actually a very good person. I think after getting along with her for a long time, I don't find anything wrong with her. But according to your thoughts, if someone offends the princess, do you think she would deal with them? Lin Ji continued to ask, his eyes curious. Look at what you're saying. Who in the world would dare to offend the princess? Xiaolian blurted out, then realized her mistake. Just not long ago, the son of the Ministry of War, Zhu Zheng, did such a heinous act, didn't he? Young master, I didn't mean that. I understand. I just can't figure out why Li Qingyue didn't report it to the emperor afterward but kept silent. Don't you find it strange? Hearing this, Xiaolian couldn't help but chuckle. I thought it was something serious. So it's this, young master, you really don't know? That's why I'm asking you. Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of confusion. I think the princess might not want to cause you trouble. Cause me trouble? Lin Ji was even more puzzled. What does this have to do with causing me trouble? I remember hearing the princess mentioned by chance during the time you were bedridden. She hates Zhu Zheng to the core. But the princess also said that your situation in the imperial city isn't good right now. If you really fall out with the Ministry of War, it might even affect the emperor's position. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but turn to look at the room where Li Qingyue lived. His heart was slightly touched. He never expected that this high-ranking princess would consider him so much. It's really incredible. Are you serious? I'm not the princess's belly worm, but I think girls are more or less the same. If they really care about someone, they won't be afraid even if they encounter danger. Xiaolian said this, her cheeks slightly flushed. If it were before, she protected Lin Ji purely out of duty. She was adopted and trained into a martial arts master by General Lin Jinqiu since she was a child. Naturally, she should repay him. But now, Xiaolian's mindset has changed. She is obviously willing to protect Lin Ji more actively. In fact, with Lin Ji's current strength, under normal circumstances, she doesn't need to intervene. Even with the incident involving the son of the Ministry of War, it was indeed too unexpected. At that time, Lin Hao had to risk his life to protect Yu Xiangsha and Princess Li Qingyue. You're not saying the princess likes me, are you? Lin Ji blinked, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Although they do have an engagement, from the beginning, he knew that Princess Li Qingyue never had a good opinion of him. They were originally just a political marriage. Now Xiaolian is saying that the other party likes him? This is even more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Isn't that a good thing? Xiaolian said, somewhat lost in thought. Chapter 150. The Yu family army wins. To be fair, Xiaolian now understands the irreplaceable place her young master holds in her heart. She also knows that Lin Ji and Princess Ning are a perfect match. As a lowly servant girl, she dares not even dream of a title. All she hopes for is to stay by Lin Ji's side, forever and always serve her beloved young master. Now hearing Lin Ji ask such a question, she can only suppress her disappointment, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Young master, if Princess Ning truly has feelings for you, wouldn't that be a good thing for both of you? With a proper wedding, your married life would be even happier and more fulfilling. Come on. Lin Ji shook his head non-committally. With her temper, I really can't handle it. If he's in a good mood, he might humor her a bit. But Princess Ning is always in a bad mood. If Lin Ji is in a bad mood one day, does he have to endure and humor her? He doesn't think he can do that. Compared to her, I find it much more comfortable having you around every day. As he said this, Lin Ji patted Xiao Lian's head. Xiao Lian's heart was instantly filled with joy, but she couldn't help saying, "I think the princess still treats you well, young master. If she hears you talking like this, won't she be very sad?" Lin Ji turned to look at Li Qingyue's room. He did not answer, but he was lost in thought. That night, the kitchen prepared a bowl of cordyceps soup and sent it to Li Qingyue's room. When did the general's kitchen become so good? Princess Ning asked curiously, looking at the nourishing soup. This was specially ordered by the young general to help the princess soothe the nerves and nourish the qi. Li Qingyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He knew Lin Ji was probably doing this for what happened before, but it had been over half a month, and he was only thinking of it now. It seemed a bit too deliberate. The next day, Lin Ji received news from Mount Songlong. Young General, great news. Lin Ji walked out from the hall. It was the official from the ferry, Old Zhou. He couldn't help but complain. "You're already old. Why are you still so restless? Like a 20-year-old lad?" Hee, if I were 20, being able to make a fortune and get promoted with the young general would be the peak of life. All right, stop rambling. Tell me, what is it? After a bit of banter, they got to the point. Old Zhou immediately got serious. Young General, a letter from Mount Songlong was delivered to the ferry. We were puzzled about who would send a letter at this time. So we asked the messenger, who said that the Yu family army won the top spot in the military drill at Mount Songlong. They will soon return to the capital and pay an audience with the emperor. What? Lin Ji couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was the thing he had been most worried about recently. Since he was injured, he couldn't get much information. He didn't know what was happening to the Yu family army at Mount Songlong. Now hearing that Yu Yin won the top spot and became the champion, he was over the moon. Great, I can't wait to see what the court will be like this time, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. The Yu family army standing firm in the court would be the most important step for him. From now on, no one would dare treat him as they did before. Even the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, would be the same. When are they coming back? Lin Ji immediately opened the letter. It turned out to be from the Vice Minister of War, written to him. It detailed the entire battle situation. The Yu family army, in alliance with the Shangyuan army, fought against the Divine Navy and the Imperial Guards. All three armies suffered heavy losses. The Yu family army took advantage of the situation and took the lead. The news shocked many back at the headquarters. The Grand Secretary, Chao Tianyuan, couldn't even imagine it. Now he couldn't change the result. He could only watch the Yu family army become the dark horse legend of this year's military drill. Thinking about the expressions of those officials who usually looked down on him, Lin Ji felt extremely satisfied. Old Zhou, go. Today gather all the shopkeepers from the ferry and the entire Chamber of Commerce. Tell them the young general is treating. We must celebrate properly, even if it means renting out the entire Drunken Fragrance Tower. Old Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Young general, you said it. We won't hold back if we're eating for free. Don't worry, the young master can still afford a meal. Remember to inform everyone today, especially those who contributed to the Mount Songlong matter. They absolutely cannot be absent. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Minister of War's residence, Zhu Biao was discussing official business with several officials from the court. Minister Zhu, your suspension period is almost over. You'll definitely be reinstated in a few days. Yes, this time the situation was really unexpected. Who would have thought that rascal Lin Ji would really frame you? Exactly, then we must teach him a lesson. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in the capital now? They all talked disdainfully. They had all had conflicts with Lin Zhenxiu, the northern border general, to varying degrees. Now that the northern border army had disappeared entirely, the Lin family had fallen to the lowest point. It was supposed to be a time for these people to gloat, but unexpectedly, Lin Zhenxiu's son, Lin Ji, had stirred up a storm in the court, even making it public knowledge. Even the Minister of War couldn't escape it. Hearing this, Zhu Biao's eyes flashed with coldness. He snorted coldly. Linji, huh? I said. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Not only did he get me suspended, now he's forced my son to flee and not dare return to the capital. I must settle these two accounts with him. He didn't care how outrageous Zhu Zheng's actions were in the Li Qingyue incident. He was just biased. He even argued that if it weren't for Lin Ji, his son wouldn't have ended up like this. As for the Yu family army, does that Yu Yin think he's something? Just returning to the capital to report? He even dared to complain in front of the emperor? This time I'll make him suffer. Various grudges surged up. Zhu Biao was even more eager to act. It seemed he couldn't wait to deal with these small fry. Based on his position and qualifications, he didn't need to quarrel with Lin Ji. But Zhu Biao just couldn't swallow this grievance. He was determined to let them know what the consequences of offending him were. Chapter 151. Returning to the capital, making a name in the court. At this moment, Zhu Biao's steward rushed in hastily. Master, something has happened. He hesitated, clearly feeling it inappropriate to speak in front of the other officials. It's all right, they are all trustworthy, Zhu Biao waved his hand. Master, news from Songlong Mountain reports that the Yu family army has won the championship in this competition. What? This revelation shocked everyone present. They could hardly believe that the Yu family army, of all forces, had emerged victorious. This was beyond imagination. Not to mention that nearly 20 armies participated in this grand military exercise. The Yu family army, in terms of numbers, equipment, and overall strength, was at best in the middle to lower tier. Even if they had somehow managed to fight to the end, the Divine Navy, Shangyuan Army, and the Imperial Guards were formidable opponents. The Yu family army should have had no chance of winning. Is this news reliable? Where did you get it from? Zhu Biao asked urgently. This was no trivial matter. Any army that won the championship in the military exercise would surely be heavily utilized by the court. With the Northern Army missing and the northern border in constant turmoil, everyone knew this was an excellent opportunity to make a name for oneself. Though going to the north would mean war, it also meant the possibility of replacing Lin Zhenqiu as the next northern general. That position was one of the highest in military authority, second only to the four great marshals of the Great Xia dynasty. Master, this news was sent by the Grand Secretary Chao in a hurry, the steward said helplessly, merely a messenger in this matter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. Zhu Biao paced back and forth, unable to believe that the Yu family army could have staged such a comeback. The key was that Yu Yin was not particularly capable either. What had gone wrong to allow the Yu family army to stand out in such a competitive environment? Lord Zhu, do you think Lin Ji might be behind this? An official stood up and asked tentatively. Lin Ji? Yes, I heard that the Yu family army was very close to Lin Ji before leaving the capital, and many people from the Lin Trading Company suddenly left just before the military exercise began. Could these be mere coincidences? Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Could it really be Lin Ji? But how could he have managed it? Songlong Mountain was 1,000 miles away from the capital, and Lin Ji had never left Chongping City. Relying on him seemed like a tall tale. I don't know, but in any case, we must prevent the Yu family army from going to the northern border to fight. That would be handing the military authority back to Lin Ji. Zhu Biao could not tolerate such a small fry, rising to the same level as Lin Zhenqiu. Lord Zhu, rest assured. His Majesty will surely discuss this matter in front of the entire court. We will all stand by your side. The Yu family army will never rise to prominence. The officials conspired, their eyes filled with sinister smiles. They all appeared respectable on the surface, but were ruthless behind the scenes, caring little for others. 10 days later, all officials and generals from the Songlong Mountain military exercise returned to the capital. The next day, upon learning the results, Emperor Li Jingzhen convened a grand assembly of the entire court. Everyone, the results of this military exercise were quite unexpected. I never thought the Yu family army would be the victor. During this morning court session, Yu Yin and Lin Ji were both present. Hearing this news, Yu Yin couldn't help but stand tall and proud. For years, he had been utterly disappointed by the reality and the conduct of officials in the court, feeling that his life might just be mediocre. But never had he expected that this military exercise would become a turning point in his life, allowing the Yu family army to once again stand on the stage of the Great Xia dynasty. I have always said that our Great Xia dynasty needs to cultivate elite forces. The Yu family army, though long inactive, has now proven themselves worthy of praise despite the surprise. Emperor Li Jingjin was not fully aware of the relationship between Yu Yin and Lin Ji, merely pleased to see the resurgence of the Yu family army. But then, someone stepped out from the ranks. Your Majesty, while the Yu family army may have won this military exercise, I believe it was purely by chance. The Yu family army consists of only about 2,000 men. Are we to rely on just 2,000 men for our Great Xia dynasty? To put it bluntly, these 2,000 men might not even see the enemy before being shot down by a hail of arrows. Indeed, another general stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe the Yu family army's victory was due to luck, not capability. I hope Your Majesty will see clearly. Yu Yan's face changed, filled with anger. These people were shameless. They criticized the Yu family army when they lost, and now claimed it was luck when they won. It seemed no matter the outcome, he would never be seen in a positive light. Your Majesty, I am willing to dedicate my life to the Great Xia dynasty, Yu Yin said, struggling to find words. As a military man, his eloquence was not particularly strong. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. Yu Yin, at his age, was still so inarticulate. It was truly frustrating. Emperor Li Jingjin was also unimpressed by Yu Yan's words. Loyalty was easy to profess, but mere words were not enough to deal with the turmoil at the northern border. Could the Great Xia dynasty afford to be embarrassed? General Yu, are their accusations true? How did you win at Songlong Mountain? Yu Yin hesitated. How else could he have won, but with the help of the northern general's son, Lin Ji? But how could he mention Lin Ji's name in front of the entire court? It was akin to cheating in the imperial examinations. Yu Yin, why don't you answer my question? Emperor Li Jingjin frowned. Chapter 152. Debating with the Ministers. Just as Yu Yin was unsure how to respond to Li Jingjin's question, a voice suddenly emerged. Lin Ji slowly stepped out from the crowd. Your Majesty, General Yu's victory must be due to his excellent strategy, Lin Ji said. In a remote place like that, where few people are seen, how could the Yu's army possibly cheat? Lin Ji's words were well-crafted. He neither confirmed nor denied, leaving everyone to speculate. If you claim cheating, provide evidence. If you deny it, the victory seems justified. Yu Yin suddenly understood. Your Majesty, I have studied military tactics extensively. Although I am not well-versed in many court rules, I am very familiar with battlefield matters. Despite our constant disadvantage, it was due to the opportunities provided by the Shangyuan army that I was able to secure the victory. Nonsense, a minister retorted. With just 2,000 men from the Yu's army? Even if they launched a surprise attack, they would never be a match for the Shangyuan army. Your Majesty, I believe there is definitely something fishy about this. This statement was immediately echoed by many, all of whom were closely associated with the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. They were adamant about not allowing the Yu's army to regain a foothold in the court. Powerless and without influence, they should be guarding the White Wolf Pass. To think they want a share of the court's power? It's laughable. Gentlemen, do you have any evidence to support your claims? Lin Ji calmly asked them. Fishy? So many people in the grand military drill did not question the result, and even the Chief Secretary Chao Tianyuan confirmed it multiple times before reporting to Your Majesty. Are you saying that both the Chief Secretary and the Emperor were deceived? Is it that only a few of you are the smartest in the entire Great Xia dynasty? Lin Ji's words were firm. In his previous life, he was a sales manager with excellent communication skills. Debating with ministers in the court was a piece of cake for him. Despite their pretentious airs, many officials were actually incompetent, relying on family connections and nepotism to secure their positions. This was why Lin Ji had never considered advancing in the court. A bunch of fools, only good at flattering the emperor and forming cliques for personal gain. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? The first minister who spoke out, flustered by Lin Ji's challenge, exclaimed. What are you pointing at? Lin Ji frowned, confident. Even without a valid point, he would be aggressive, let alone now when he was in the right. Let me tell you, you are just a fifth-rank civil official, while I inherit the title of the young general of the North, which is at least a fourth-rank official position. By rank, you should bow to me. Are you allowed to spout nonsense in the court of the great Xia dynasty? Lin Ji's words were firm and well-articulated, leaving no room for rebuttal. The minister was left speechless, unable to argue back, so he turned to complain to the emperor. Please, your majesty, vindicate me. Li Jingzhen's face remained grim throughout. Especially when he saw Lin Ji's brazen behavior in the court, he was even more displeased. Yes, you have inherited Lin Jinqiu's title, but your official rank in the court is only a fourth-rank level. Guarding the harbor is a minor role, even inferior to a county magistrate. Lin Ji, I am questioning you, Yin. Why do you keep interrupting? Your Majesty, I mean no disrespect. It's just that these people's words are too much. Lin Ji remained calm, shifting all blame to the minister's accusing Yu Yin, showing utmost respect to Li Jingzhen throughout. Ready to play dirty? Let's see who can outdo whom today. Lin Ji thought with a determined air, unconcerned. He had anticipated unrest in the court today, and had come prepared with Yu Yin to deal with those who only cared about their own interests and nepotism. Of course, Lin Ji's identity was somewhat special, so he couldn't directly support Yu Yin. He had to choose this indirect approach. Lin Ji, I know you are concerned about who will take over the Northern Army, Li Jingzhen said meaningfully. But this is the court, not a place for idle talk. Li Jingzhen was inwardly displeased. From the debate, it was clear that Lin Ji was deeply involved in this matter. Yet, no one in the court could find any evidence or flaws. He turned to Chao Tianyuan. Minister Chao, as the chief organizer of this grand military drill, what is your assessment of the Yu's army's performance? Chao Tianyuan hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he slowly said, Your Majesty, no army violated the rules in this military drill. Everyone operated within the rules, and the Yu's army indeed performed exceptionally well. Chao Tianyuan couldn't admit his involvement. If the Yu's army had cheated, it was too late to bring it up now. The military drill was over. To raise it now would only show their incompetence in handling the situation. This statement left the entire court in shock. They never expected Chao Tianyuan to praise the Yu's army. Minister of War Zhu Biao could no longer hold back. Your Majesty, although the Yu's army won this military drill, General Yu has always been in charge of guarding the White Wolf Pass and lacks experience in leading troops. Going to the north would be difficult to stabilize the current situation there. He was determined not to let the Yu's army rise again, or allow Yu Yin to gain military authority. Yu Yin glared at him. Having returned from Mount Songlong, he knew what Zhu Zheng, the Minister of War's son, had done. To think this man would slander him in court, old grudges and new grievances fueled his anger. Minister Zhu, are you saying that all the soldiers of the Yu's army are useless? Chapter 153, The Emperor's Wrath. Zhu Biao wore an air of arrogance. He crossed his arms behind his back, raising his neck. General Yu, as far as I know, since you took office, the Yu family army has only participated in 3 battles. 2 of them were to quell bandits near Bailing Pass, and the other was to resolve local disputes. You tell me, how can an army like yours, which has always been outnumbered and inexperienced, break through from so many armies in the grand military exercise and ultimately win the championship? How can such an easy thing exist in this world? Don't tell me that armies like the Shangyuan, Shanhai, and the Imperial Guards, which are considered the best, are inferior to your 2,000 Yu family soldiers. Minister of War Zhu Biao was an old fox in the court. Every word and action was calculated. The reason he deliberately poured oil on the fire here was to force Yu Yin to reveal the truth. Moreover, Zhu Biao had already guessed that the behind-the-scenes mastermind was likely Lin Ji. Once exposed, no matter what you have done, you will eventually get into trouble because of it. Zhu Biao had just regained his official position and power. Naturally, he couldn't be too high-profile. Minister Zhu, don't go too far with your words. Yu Yin was furious, glaring with anger. His fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the presence of the court officials and the Emperor Li Jingjin, he really wanted to punch him right then and there. Despite looking like a decent person, the words he spoke were utterly detestable, too hateful. What? Did I hit a nerve? Seeing this, Zhu Biao secretly rejoiced, even more disdainful. If you really had the ability, why would you be so angry? You. Stop slandering people here. Yu Yin was furious, seeing that he was constantly provoked by Zhu Biao, but he had no idea how to respond. At that moment, Lin Ji suddenly spoke. Minister Zhu, how much do you know about this grand military exercise? Zhu Biao was slightly taken aback, then disdainfully said, As the Minister of War, of course, I know everything clearly. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask the Emperor, what is the crime of Minister Zhu inquiring about the grand military exercise during his suspension? If there is no crime, does that mean he has ulterior motives? These words stunned everyone. Even Zhu Biao was quite surprised. The reason why the grand military exercise was kept secret from the public, mainly because it involved the majority of the armies of the Great Xia dynasty. If the strength of these armies were all leaked, even known by other foreign tribes, it could become a key point for attacking the Great Xia dynasty. Even the court would have no secrets in front of outsiders. Lin Ji, don't spout nonsense here. Zhu Biao was furious. Do I spout nonsense? Is there something in Minister Zhu's heart? I think Minister Zhu himself is very clear. Why are you so concerned about General Yu winning the championship this time? Could it be that you already knew who would win the championship? Doesn't that mean there's an inside job in the grand military exercise? Minister of War, you are clearly stealing from yourself. Lin Ji spoke with conviction. It made sense. He knew too well that it was impossible to reason with these people. To fight evil, one must be even more evil. Always maintaining a general demeanor would only be taken advantage of by villains. In Lin Ji's eyes, Zhu Biao was far from a gentleman. At most, he was a petty person in power. Seeing the argument between the two sides getting more and more intense, Li Jingjin roared in anger. Enough! This is the court, not a marketplace. How can you behave like this? Since the Yu family army has won the championship, as witnessed and reported by the Vice Minister of War and Minister Chao Tianyuan, it will be handled accordingly. No one is allowed to complain further. Your Majesty. Zhu Biao was extremely shocked. He never expected Li Jingjin to actually allow the Yu family army to receive the reward. That's enough, Minister Zhu. Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough? Now Li Jingjin could see. Continuing to argue wouldn't do any good. If it became a laughingstock spread across the world, how could the Great Xia court have a foothold? The entire court of officials could only remain silent. Zhu Biao turned his head with a look of resentment towards Lin Ji, grinding his teeth in anger. Lin Ji stood tall, his mouth curling into a faint smile. In terms of verbal sparring, would he be afraid of someone like Zhu Biao? If it weren't for this being a dignified place, he would have already greeted Zhu Biao's ancestors with all sorts of vulgar language. With such a person, there was no need to talk about principles and bottom lines. Use whatever has the most impact. After the court session, Li Jingjin stormed towards the harem in anger. Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you so angry? His favorite concubine Yang came out, her eyes full of concern. Damn it! This Lin Ji is getting more and more out of control. Li Jingjin couldn't help but slam the table and curse. He had never had any good feelings for Lin Ji. This young general of the northern fortress had been behaving himself recently, but today in court, he was clearly going against everyone, even disregarding himself. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Li Jingjin didn't want the Yu family army to receive the glory of this championship, nor did he wish to send them to handle the border war in the north. Lin Ji, on the other hand, directly pushed everyone to the edge, forcing him to have to do so. Is it because of that young general of the northern fortress? Concubine Yang said gently, even more eagerly massaging Li Jingjin's shoulders. Why be angry over such a small fry, Your Majesty? He is under the protection of his father, Lin Zhenxiu, and now in the court, he is just a mediocre official. Darling, you don't know. This guy is reckless. Only by sending him to guard the ferry can he behave. If he were assigned another position, his wings would have hardened to the point where even I couldn't control him. Just thinking about it. Chapter 153, Emperor's Fury. Zhu Biao wore an arrogant expression, his hands clasped behind his back, his chin held high. General Yu, as far as I know, since you took command, the Yu family army has only participated in 3 battles, he declared. 2 of them were to quell banditry near Bailing Pass, and the other was to resolve local disputes. Tell me, how can an army with such limited numbers and experience break through in a grand military exercise, emerge from so many forces, and ultimately win the championship? How can such a thing be so easily accomplished in this world? He sneered, don't tell me that the Shangwen army, the Divine Navy, and the Imperial Guards, these elite forces, are inferior to your 2,000-man Yu family army. Minister of War Zhu Biao was a seasoned veteran in the court, always calculating in his words and actions. He intentionally stoked the flames here, intending to force Yu Yin to reveal the truth. Zhu Biao had already guessed that this matter was likely related to Linji. Once it came to light, no matter what deeds were done, trouble would inevitably follow. Zhu Biao had just regained his official position and power and naturally couldn't afford to be too high-profile. Minister Zhu, don't go too far. Yu Yin fumed, his eyes blazing with anger, his fists clenched tightly. If not for the presence of the court officials and Emperor Li Jingjin, he would have loved to throw a punch at Zhu Biao. The man looked respectable, but his words were utterly detestable. Touched a nerve, have I? Zhu Biao thought to himself, secretly pleased, his disdain evident. If you truly had the ability, why would you be so angry? Yu Yin was furious. Seeing Zhu Biao constantly provoking him, he didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Lin Ji suddenly spoke. Minister Zhu, how much do you know about this grand military exercise? Zhu Biao was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. As the Minister of War, of course, I know everything about it. Is that so? Lin Ji retorted. Then I'd like to ask the Emperor, what is the crime of Minister Zhu for inquiring about the military exercise during his suspension? If there is no crime, does that mean he has ulterior motives? The statement left everyone stunned, including Zhu Biao, who was quite surprised. The military exercise was kept secret for a reason. It involved most of the armies of the Great Xia dynasty. If their strength were to be exposed, it could become a key point for foreign invasions, leaving the court with no secrets. Lin Ji, don't spout nonsense here. Zhu Biao bellowed in fury. Am I spouting nonsense? Minister Zhu, do you have something to hide? I think you know very well why you're so concerned about General Yu winning the championship. Could it be that you already knew who would win, which means there was an inside job? Minister of War, you are clearly stealing from your own. Lin Ji argued forcefully, his points well-founded. He knew it was impossible to reason with these people. To fight evil, one had to be even more cunning. Always maintaining a noble demeanor would only allow one to be outmaneuvered by villains. In Lin Ji's eyes, Zhu Biao was far from a gentleman. He was merely a petty man who had gained power. As the argument escalated, Li Jingjin roared in anger. Enough. This is the court, not a marketplace. How can you behave like this? He decreed, since the Yu family army's victory has been witnessed and reported by the Vice Minister of War and Minister Chao Tianyuan, it will be handled accordingly. No one is to object further. Zhu Biao was shocked. He never expected Li Jingjin to actually allow the Yu family army to receive the reward. Your Majesty. That's enough, Minister Zhu. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Li Jingjin saw that continuing the debate would only lead to trouble. If it became a laughingstock spread across the world, the Great Xia court would have no standing. The court officials remained silent, while Zhu Biao glared venomously at Lin Ji, grinding his teeth in anger. Lin Ji stood tall, a faint smile on his lips. He wasn't afraid of Zhu Biao in the slightest when it came to verbal sparring. If not for the dignified setting, he would have already unleashed a torrent of vulgar language to insult Zhu Biao's ancestors. With such a person, there was no need to adhere to principles or boundaries. Whatever was most damaging would suffice. After the court session, Li Jingjin stormed towards the harem, his anger unabated. "Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you so furious?" The beloved Yang Guifei greeted him, her eyes full of concern. "That scoundrel Linji is becoming more and more unruly." Li Jingjin slammed the table in frustration. He had never had any good feelings towards Linji. Although the young general had been relatively quiet recently, today in court, he was clearly defying everyone, even himself. It was obvious that Li Jingjin didn't want the Yu family army to receive the honor of the championship or be sent to handle the northern border affairs. Lin Ji, however, pushed everyone to the brink, forcing him to act accordingly. "Is it because of that young general of the northern garrison?" Yang Guifei said gently, tenderly massaging Li Jingjin's shoulders. "Your Majesty, why be angry over such a minor figure? He's merely under the protection of his father, Lin Zhenxiu, and holds a modest position in the court." "You know nothing, my dear. This fellow is reckless. It's only by assigning him to guard the ferry that he might behave. If given any other position, he'd surely become unmanageable," Li Jingjin fumed. The mere thought of it made him seethe. When Lin Zhenxiu commanded the northern garrison, he often ignored the court's orders, claiming that a general's orders are exempt when away from the capital. At one point, the court needed to reassign military positions, and Li Jingjin issued 3 edicts via 800 Li Express Courier. Lin Zhenxiu simply replied that the border was still at war and he couldn't leave, effectively blocking the orders. Li Jingjin was furious, his royal wrath kindled. If not for relying on Lin Zhenxiu to guard the northern border, he would have stripped him of his military power and executed him. Yet, the northern garrison troops only listened to Lin Zhenxiu. At that moment, a eunuch nearby spoke up. "Your Majesty, I've heard of the young general's actions. When Lin Zhenxiu commanded the northern border army, he often ignored the court's orders. And he even called it, a general's orders are not subject to the courts when stationed far away. At that time, the court had important matters to adjust the positions of all generals." Li Jingjin issued 3 imperial edicts with 800-mile urgent delivery, but Lin Zhenxiu, with the sentence of the border is still at war, can't leave, directly blocked them. At that time, Li Jingjin was furious, his royal countenance enraged. If it weren't for relying on this guy to guard the northern border, he would have ordered to strip him of his military power and execute him. But those northern border army fellows only listened to Lin Zhenxiu. At this moment, a eunuch beside him suddenly said, "Your Majesty, this servant has heard of the young general's conduct." Chapter 154. Lin Ji must be eliminated. Li Jingjin furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that this fellow has caused some trouble? "Your Majesty, causing trouble might be too strong a word, but this young general has amassed quite a fortune in Chongping City, despite having no military authority." The eunuch spoke in a hushed tone. Amassed quite a fortune? Li Jingjin's heart skipped a beat. Could he be so bold as to ignore the law and embezzle public funds? After all, he was merely guarding a ferry crossing. How much could he possibly skim off the top? "Your Majesty, I've heard that the young general has established a trade guild in the city, and now over 80% of the merchants are working under them. And after the fall of the 4 major trading houses, there are practically no other guilds that can compete with them." "What?" Li Jingjin pondered deeply. This matter could be seen as either significant or trivial. If Lin Ji really shifted his focus to business and became a merchant, that might not be a bad thing. However, if he truly gained control over the entire economic lifeline of the capital, that would be extraordinary. As is well known, for a nation to truly prosper, besides possessing strong military capabilities that deter foreign tribes, it must also have sufficient economic strength. Only then can it ensure that the people live a good life. In fact, before this, the profits made by the 4 major trading houses were not insignificant. But most of that money eventually flowed into the national treasury of the court. Now, what Lin Ji contributes to the national treasury is merely the basic amount. The money from the Lin Trading Guild is probably just a drop in the ocean. What exactly does this Lin Ji want to do? "Your Majesty, do you think this might be the same tactic used by Lin Zhenxiu?" Concubine Yang suddenly asked. Tactic? Yes, ever since General Lin disappeared in the northern border region, there has been no news of him, and it's precisely at this time that he sent his son to the capital. Now, the young general is gradually expanding his influence in the capital, even establishing his own guild. What if someday father and son? Concubine Yang trailed off, but the meaning was clear. It was about working from within and outside to replace the Li family of the Great Xia dynasty. Throughout history, all emperors have been wary of military commanders, especially those with exceptionally strong military power. And Lin Zhenxiu almost embodies all these traits. He commands troops in the border regions. The Northern Army is loyal to him and possesses formidable combat power. His sudden disappearance has always puzzled Li Jingzhen. Now, thinking about Lin Ji's actions, it's hard not to see some clues. Your words make sense, concubine. It seems we cannot allow Lin Ji to stay in the capital any longer. But your Majesty, the young general has an engagement with Princess Anning. If he is not allowed to stay in the capital, it might lead to rumors and criticisms. The eunuch cautiously suggested. Throughout history, imperial eunuchs interfering in politics has been a taboo for all emperors. The words of concubine Yang and the eunuch have, to some extent, influenced the court. Although they know the consequences would be dire if discovered, they still choose to whisper in the emperor's ear. Clearly, Lin Ji is like a thorn in their side. Most importantly, this young general has taken away what was once theirs. Humph, I am an emperor. Do you think I can't handle a mere young general? Li Jingzhen's gaze hardened. He helped the Yu family's army, hoping they could establish themselves in the court to help him, right? Fine. I'll send them to the northern border to fight. Let's see if they can return alive. In the general's residence, Lin Ji hummed a tune and strolled back leisurely. Accompanying him was Yu Yin. Young general, I truly thank you today. If not for you, I would have been torn to shreds by those court officials. Yu Yin spoke with genuine admiration. Although commanding troops was his forte, navigating the court and dealing with these people was truly taxing, and he had no experience in it. It's a small matter. I did so much for you during the military drills, and now just a few casual words in the court didn't take much effort. Lin Ji said indifferently. The outcome was as he had anticipated. When it comes to tactics, there are few in the court who could match him. Speaking of which, I must thank the young general again. Were it not for you, it would be hard for the Yu family's army to regain its former glory. Yu Yin said solemnly, even bowing in salute. General Yu, you've said this more than 20 times since you returned. Is it really necessary to be so courteous? Besides, I did this not just for you, but also for myself. Lin Ji was very straightforward. You know my situation in the court. Look at today. How many of the officials were willing to help me? So, only if you establish yourself in the court can I avoid being manipulated at will. Especially the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Yes, a gentleman seeks revenge 10 years not too late. One day, I will make Zhu Biao and his scoundrel son pay. Yu Yin said indignantly, his eyes blazing with anger. Just then, Yu Luoyu and Princess Anning approached. Brother, how was today's court session? Did the emperor praise you? Praise? Yu Yin let out a bitter laugh. He nearly took away our championship, let alone praise. How could that be? Princess Anning also asked curiously. Yu Yin then recounted the entire incident. The Minister of War is too much. What he did to me is one thing. But now he's causing trouble for my brother in front of the whole court. He's clearly taking revenge. Yu Luoyu said indignantly. Because of all these incidents, she has no good feelings for the Zhu family. But being of low status, she didn't want to add any more worries for her brother. So she didn't get involved too much. But she didn't expect Zhu Biao to push his luck, harassing them at every turn. That's how it is in the court. Fortunately, the young general helped, or I really wouldn't know what to do. Yu Yin looked at Lin Ji with deep gratitude. As a man of the Yu family, he has always been proud. Even as just a commander of White Wolf Pass, he would not easily submit to others. But after this incident, Yu Yan was utterly impressed by Lin Ji. Such wisdom and the ability to plan from afar truly astounded him. At least in Yu Yan's impression, he had never seen anyone so formidable. Wait, what did you just say about my father's reaction? Princess Li Qingyue suddenly asked softly. Chapter 155. Returning to the border with an imperial edict? Your emperor father has never had a good impression of me anyway. Today in court, he probably felt guilty about the matter, so he didn't discuss it much, Lin Ji said indifferently, taking a seat on a stone bench. The reason his position in the imperial city was so awkward was primarily due to the pressure from the court. If it were just the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, targeting him, dealing with such a person would be a breeze. But there was also Li Jingzhen above him. One couldn't just ignore the emperor's words. Yu Luoyu comforted him. It's all right, young general. You are a dragon lying in wait. Although the position at the ferry isn't very prestigious, I believe your rise to prominence is just a matter of time. Why worry about others' opinions? Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly added, Princess, I didn't mean it that way. Before he could finish, Li Qingyue interrupted, pulling Lin Ji up and leading him to the study. What's the matter? I need to talk to you. The Yu sisters looked at each other, puzzled. Lin Ji, feeling good after confronting Zhu Biao in court, teased, Why the rush? We're not even married yet. I don't mind, but do you really care so little? Li Qingyue, however, was serious. Is what General Yu said true? Pretty much. The Minister of War and his ilk clearly don't want the Yu army to win. Lin Ji shrugged. Princess, why are you so concerned about this? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to General Yu? I don't mind, but you should at least tell your emperor father about it. Lin Ji, what are you talking about? I'm really going to get angry. Li Qingyue's brows furrowed, her face cold. Lin Ji sighed. All right, what do you really want from me? If what you say is true, my father will likely be furious. Shouldn't be. Even if the Yu army winning is unexpected, we haven't broken any laws or done anything wrong. Why should we be punished? Lin Ji blinked, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. You're usually so smart. Why can't you see this? My father is human, with all the emotions and desires of a man. He can dislike me, and he can dislike you. But I'm his daughter, unlike you, who is Lin Zhenxiu's son. What's the connection? Lin Ji grew more confused. Suebo wasn't always my personal guard, so he knows more than I do. He says my father never liked your father much. When your father disappeared, my father was actually quite pleased. Even when you came to the imperial city, he saw you more as a hostage. Now that you stand out so much, do you think my father won't worry? Li Qingyue knew Li Jingzhen well. He was suspicious and arrogant, believing himself the smartest in the world. If Lin Ji threatened his position, even just a hint of it, he would do everything to crush it. But if that's the case, why hasn't your emperor father ever considered annulling our engagement? Lin Ji asked, blinking. Simple. First, I'm not important to him. Second, he doesn't want to appear untrustworthy in the eyes of the world. Li Qingyue stated plainly. So, young general, you should consider your own situation, not the Yu army's troubles. Lin Ji pondered, finally realizing, wait, are you helping me figure out a solution? He suddenly grinned. I never thought the famous Princess Anning would care so much about my safety. It's quite flattering. Li Qingyue was almost speechless with anger. You still have the nerve to joke around? Why not? I'll face the enemy if they come, and I'll handle the water if it rises. I've been to the gates of hell a few times. If your emperor father wants to execute me, I'll just flee. It's just that the princess will have to endure the hardships of travel. Li Qingyue, exasperated, laughed at Lin Ji's optimism. Just then, the butler hurried in. Young general, princess, someone from the palace is here. For me? Li Qingyue asked casually. No, it seems they're looking for the young general. They're delivering an imperial edict. The word edict sent a chill down their spines. Just as they feared, Li Jingzhen had acted quickly. Lin Ji was about to step out when Li Qingyue stopped him. Have you thought this through? If needed, I can go to the palace and plead with my father. Lin Ji smiled gently. Don't worry, princess. I don't want you to beg for me. Your emperor father won't treat you kindly either." With that, he calmly walked out of the study. Li Qingyue was slightly stunned, her eyes softening. "Linji, why are you always so smart, even a bit arrogant? If I offered to help, why would I care about face?" In the courtyard of the general's mansion, an imperial eunuch stood arrogantly. Linji approached quickly. "Young general, receive the edict." "Go ahead and read it." "Young general, you need to kneel to receive the edict," the eunuch said haughtily. These palace servants were truly snobbish, always knowing who they could afford to offend. "All right," Linji said lazily. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor's decree states that the young General Linji is quick-witted and a talented youth. With the urgent situation in the north, Linji is ordered to take command in the north. Do not delay the battle. This is the decree." Linji blinked in confusion. "Send me to the border to lead the troops? Why didn't they say how many men I'm supposed to command?" The eunuch smirked. "Young general, with your great abilities, do you need the court's help? Besides, you're so renowned on the border. What need is there for the court's assistance?" Linji inwardly cursed. This emperor was truly shameless. Sending him alone to the border to fight? What was the difference from sending him to die? Chapter 156. Happiness for some, sorrow for others. "Your Highness, the situation at the border is chaotic. Am I supposed to go alone? Without any reinforcements, how am I supposed to quell the northern unrest?" Linji asked directly, his tone revealing his dissatisfaction with the other party's attitude. He didn't want to make a fuss, but the condescending, mocking demeanor was bound to irk anyone. "Young general, I am merely here to deliver the decree. I am not privy to any other matters," the eunuch replied, handing over the imperial decree before turning to leave with his entourage. Linji stood there, deep in thought. Indeed, according to his initial plan, it was the Yu family army that was supposed to go to the border to establish merit. However, the crux of the issue was that he had originally envisioned the Yu family army going together with other forces. Now, it seemed, only he and the Yu family army were going, adding up to no more than 2,000 men. What could these men do at the border? Even if they were all elite, it was not certain they could win, let alone the complex situation at the border. Generalizations were impossible. At that moment, Li Qingyue emerged. "What's with that troubled look? What exactly did my father decree?" Seeing her, Linji couldn't help but smile wryly. "I really didn't expect your father, the emperor, to be so ruthless. This time, he's directly sending me back to the border." "What?" Li Qingyue's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as she picked up the decree to read it. Only after confirming Linji's words did she feel helpless. This time, the border might be fraught with danger. Recalling how Xiao Lian had once told her about how she and Linji had come to Chongping City, she knew this return would not be any easier. "No, you can't go back with so many people. I'm going to beg my father to change the decree," Li Qingyue said, turning to head towards the palace. But Linji stopped her. "Princess, is it me who's naive or you? What do you mean?" Li Qingyue frowned. "After all, your father is an emperor, and the decree has already been issued. The court must be in an uproar by now. Do you really think you can go to the palace and get him to change his mind? One's word is as weighty as 9 ding, a metaphor for an emperor's decree. No matter how absurd the order or how severe the consequences, it is usually carried out to the end. In the past, there was the incident of the beacon fire joke at the capital. All the generals and lords knew it was the Zhou Youwang's reckless act, but they also believed the emperor wouldn't toy with them like that. The final outcome proved otherwise. "So, going there won't help and might just get you scolded," Linji said with a smile. "But it's nice to know the princess cares so much about me. It makes all our time together worthwhile." "Then what will you do?" Li Qingyue's eyes were filled with worry and concern. "Of course, return to the border." "You really are going?" "Absolutely," Linji said with a meaningful smile. Even if Emperor Li Jingzhen hadn't issued the decree, he would have wanted to return to the border when the time was right. After all, his father, General Lin Zhenxiu of the Northern Border Army, had mysteriously disappeared. Countless soldiers of the Northern Border Army were also missing. This matter had to be resolved. It couldn't just be brushed aside. Since Emperor Li Jingjin had issued the decree first, Lin Ji had no choice but to go back, though he was now more confident than before. Having learned the Dragon 100 manifestations technique and the bone marrow cleansing method, few could get close to him. You don't have to worry too much. Although the Yu family army hasn't been on the battlefield for many years, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Didn't they prove that in the military drill? Don't think I don't know, Li Qingyue said with a hint of resentment. General Yu and his men only won because of your support behind the scenes. But this time, going back to the northern border is different. Those people really can take your life. You know about that? Lin Ji blinked. Miss Yu told me, and she has high praise for you. Li Qingyue turned her face away, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. If that's the case, then you should know that helping the Yu family army this time wasn't just about giving them advice. The equipment they now possess is no less than any army in the Great Xia dynasty. All the money I invested in the capital was put to good use. Lin Ji said seriously. The Lin trading house was also one of his sources of confidence. Seeing this, Li Qingyue knew that the situation was set. There was probably no way to make any more changes. Well, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Let's take it one step at a time. As news of Lin Ji's departure from the capital spread, the officials in the court were in a frenzy, each reacting differently. Those who disliked him were overjoyed, gloating. Haha, now let's see what kind of trouble Lin Ji can stir up. It's his own fault. Who asked this bastard to be so arrogant all the time? This time, he really kicked a steel plate. He should have been sent back from where he came long ago. Chongping City is no place for him to mess around. The emperor has been merciful enough to him. If it were me, I'd have him imprisoned. Among the happiest were those led by the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. They had long seen Lin Ji as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate him. This decree from Emperor Li Jingjin had truly fulfilled their wishes. Zhu Biao, however, was not content with just this and was already plotting how to ensure Lin Ji never returned. On the other hand, figures like Gao Feihu, Yun Songfeng, and the officials at the dock did not want Lin Ji to leave. Young General, is there no way to mitigate this situation? Yes, when you came from the northern border to Chongping City, you faced numerous obstacles. Now that you've finally established yourself, the Emperor sends you back with just a word. All the effort you've put in here would be wasted. Seeing Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu so anxious and concerned, it was clear that they genuinely cared for Lin Ji. As the saying goes, distance tests a horse's strength and time reveals a person's heart. Peaks birth false followers, dusk witnesses true believers. Yun Songfeng and Gao Feihu were indeed sincere in their support for Lin Ji. Hashtag chapter 157, setting out north. Everyone, I know you don't want me to leave, but I, Lin Ji, was destined to live an extraordinary life, Lin Ji said with a profound smile. Departure isn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe this time, returning to the north will help me find my father. Upon hearing this, both men fell silent. General Lin had been missing for so long with no news. In their eyes, Lin Ji's words were purely self-comforting. If he could be found, wouldn't he have been found by now? At that moment, the dock official Lao Zhou couldn't help but ask, Young General, what will happen to the Lin family's business after you leave? We can't manage such a large enterprise. Lin Ji patted Lao Zhou and Yun Songfeng on the shoulder meaningfully. After I leave, the business will naturally be entrusted to the two of you. You are the ones I trust the most. Building this business was not easy. Although I'm leaving, Princess will still be in the capital. Even if the market people don't give you face, they will still consider the princess. I don't expect you to expand the business greatly, just don't let it collapse. Don't let me return to find the Lin family's business has changed hands. The two men immediately straightened their chests, promising confidently, Young General, don't worry. We will handle this for you. We will do everything to ensure the Lin family's business doesn't fail. That's the best. As the time to leave the capital approached, Lin Hao, after attending the farewell banquet held by everyone, began to prepare. Initially, he had arrived in the capital with nothing but his servant. Now, despite accumulating some wealth, he could only take some money with him. Observing the current state of the general's residence, Lin Ji felt a poignant sense of melancholy. You can't take anything with you when you're born or when you die. I wonder why some people, once in power, spend their entire lives in intrigue and scheming. Because they are always driven by greed and insatiable. A voice suddenly came from behind Lin Ji. He turned around to see Sui Bo approaching. Speaking of which, one of my gains from coming to Chongping City is meeting an elder like you. Although their first meeting wasn't pleasant, over time, they discovered each other's strengths and became good friends. Young General, I've spent most of my life as a guard and can't say those polite words. This weapon is my family's heirloom sword. My father used it in battle. Now, I present it to the young general, hoping for your triumphant return. Sui Bo handed over a sword with a simple yet ancient texture. The sword, with its intricate yet unadorned patterns, gleamed with a cold light when unsheathed. What a fine weapon! Such a valuable gift, I really can't accept it. How about waiting until I return victorious, and then you can use it to welcome me back? Lin Ji said with a light laugh. Without merit, one should not accept gifts, especially someone else's family heirloom. What if it got lost at the border? Young General, this is a token of Princess's goodwill. Princess? Isn't this your family heirloom? Princess originally wanted to give you a personal dagger for emergencies, but the treasures in the palace, as you can imagine, are mostly flashy without substance. So, I exchanged the dagger for my family's sword, which at least can be used in battle. In other words, this gift was a blessing from both the princess and her servant. Lin Ji pondered and, after a moment of silence, decided to accept it. In that case, I humbly accept. When I return victorious, I will return it with both hands. Of course. Sui Bo nodded. I remember the promise you made to me. To kill Zhu Zheng? Don't worry, if the opportunity arises, I will definitely eliminate him. One reason Lin Ji wasn't keen on leaving Chongping City was this. However, with the current situation, he had no choice. But he never forgot this matter and wouldn't let Zhu Zheng off. 3 days later, at the city gate of Chongping City, the Yu family army had assembled. Lin Ji, accompanied by Xiao Lian, rode towards the city gate, ready to depart. As they reached the outskirts, they found many vendors on both sides. What's going on? Why is it so lively? Lin Ji asked, puzzled. Master, they are all from the Lin family's business. Hearing you are being transferred back to the northern border, they came to see you off. Oh. Lin Ji looked closely and recognized some familiar faces. Young General, how can you leave like this? Haha, isn't it good that I'm leaving? No one will nag you anymore. You can do business as you please. That's not how it is. If not for young General teaching us how to do business, how could we make so much money? Moreover, if not for the establishment of the Lin family's business, we would still be bullied by the 4 major businesses, never able to rise. The crowd was reluctant to part, presenting various gifts prepared in advance, from food and supplies for the journey to fabrics, all expressions of their goodwill. Lin Ji was deeply moved. Sometimes, he really didn't want to deal with the people in the court, who were mostly ungrateful, driven only by profit. In contrast, these common folk were much more sincere, always remembering kindness. Dear friends and elders, I have received your goodwill. Please take these things back. Lin Ji said solemnly, even though I'm leaving Chongping City, the Lin family's business remains. So, you don't have to worry about being bullied. But doing business always requires integrity. As long as everyone is honest, business will only get better. If I ever can't make it in the northern border, I'll definitely come back to rely on all of you. This brought laughter and lightened the sorrowful atmosphere of parting. There's no never-ending banquet under heaven. Please return, everyone. I must set off now. Chapter 158. Arrogant Bandits. The following days passed uneventfully. Lin Ji and the Yu family army left the imperial city and headed towards the northern border. The journey was peaceful, and traveling with the main force indeed provided a sense of security. However, it wasn't until they left the imperial city that Lin Ji had the opportunity to see the conditions of the common people. Especially after leaving the jurisdiction of the imperial city, the living conditions of the people had noticeably declined. There were even more beggars on the roadside. Linji had been too preoccupied with his own survival and that of Shaolin to pay attention to these things when he first traveled to the imperial city. Under the facade of this peaceful and stable world, there are countless people living like dogs. They say the emperor is wise, but it's just so, Linji sighed, sitting on horseback. Indeed, when I was stationed at Bailang Pass, I saw many more tragic situations than this, Yu Yin said meaningfully. Not just the northern border, but the western border as well. Bailang Pass often sees refugees from the western border who have fled to escape war or natural disasters and can only survive in such a demeaning way. I wonder when the world will truly be at peace. Linji couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, a commotion came from ahead. The two exchanged glances and immediately sent someone to investigate. The scouts soon reported back, "Young General, there are bandits robbing people ahead. They've captured over 10 civilians. It seems they are all travelers. Under broad daylight. How dare they be so brazen?" Yu Yin exclaimed indignantly. "You General, when you see injustice, you must act." "We have to handle this," Linji said with a smile. "But we are on a military mission. Would it be against regulations to intervene?" Yu Yin hesitated, being a military officer with imperial orders. A general's orders are not bound by military regulations when far from the capital. We are hundreds of miles away from the imperial city. Can Emperor Li Jingjin really control us? Linji said disdainfully. Moreover, our duty is to protect the Great Xia dynasty. These civilians are also part of the Great Xia dynasty. When they are in danger, how can we turn a blind eye? Hearing this, Yu Yin overcame his final hesitation and turned to give orders to his soldiers. "Brothers, there are bandits ahead causing trouble. This is an opportunity to earn merit. Remember, ensure the safety of all civilians." "Yes." The Yu family army then split into 3 groups, advancing towards the bandits in a pincer formation. Meanwhile, at a narrow pass on a hillside, the area was surrounded by bandits. These vicious bandits numbered over 100, each looking fierce and menacing. The trapped civilians were in a state of panic. A burly man with a thick beard, carrying a wolf-tooth club, strolled down and surveyed the crowd. "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. To pass through here, leave your toll. You all better be honest and hand over all your money. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Your Majesty, please spare us. The money I have is for my son's treatment. If you take it, my son will die." An old man pleaded, clutching his bundle tightly. But the bandits showed no mercy. A henchman rushed forward to forcibly take the old man's bundle. "You old fool. Holding on tight, aren't you? Want money more than your life, huh?" He kicked the old man to the ground. "Please, have mercy. Please," the old man cried, kneeling on the ground in despair, but the bandits remained unmoved. Opening the bundle, they found only some scattered silver and looked disdainfully at it. "With so little money, you think you can cure your son? Dream on. Better off giving it to us to drink and feast." Such inhuman words would infuriate anyone who heard them. Suddenly, a young, handsome gentleman stood up from the crowd, indignantly saying, "Even thieves have a code. You know that money is for his family's treatment, yet you still rob him. Now you even complain it's too little. Why not just return it to him and do a good deed?" The bearded leader, holding his wolf-tooth club, sized up the gentleman. "What does a pretty boy like you know? This place is under my control. Even the king of hell passing by here would have to add 2 more years to my life in the book of life and death. Curing? It's not like it'll cure anyway. Why waste the money?" "You are truly shameless," the young gentleman fumed. "I see you're not bad-looking, pretty boy. Where are you from?" the bearded man asked, narrowing his eyes. "Chongping City." "Oh, from the imperial city? Sounds like you have some background. Hand over the money, or suffer the pain of the flesh." "Dream on," the young gentleman retorted with 2 words. "You bunch of shameless scoundrels. Each deserves to be killed. I will never give you my money." Saying this, He stood up and gave the little money he had to the old man. Sir, you should leave quickly. Don't waste time here. Your son is waiting for you at home. Thank you, the old man said tearfully, nodding repeatedly. As he took the bundle and was about to leave, the bearded man stopped him. Wait, hand over the money. You've already robbed him once. Now you want to rob him again? Isn't that too much? The young gentleman shouted. His voice, however, sounded unexpectedly clear. Don't you dare play the hero here. I'll deal with you later. The bearded man pushed the young gentleman's hat off, revealing a cascade of thick, black hair and the true appearance of the young gentleman. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but show surprise. The bearded man was also taken aback, then grinned maliciously. So, you're a woman? No wonder something felt off. The woman looked flustered, but tried to stay composed. So what if I'm a woman? Does that mean I can't teach you a lesson? Chapter 159. You Luayu actually followed along? Of course you can. Not only can you teach me a lesson here, but you can also return to my mountain stronghold and teach me a lesson on my bed. The bearded man wore a wicked grin. The woman's face turned pale. She then coldly scolded, You shameless scoundrel. Enough with the nonsense. You want to help this old man, don't you? I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to come back with me and be my wife, I'll let everyone here go today. The bearded man said triumphantly, as if he had already won. Dream on. The woman's face turned livid with anger. Her eyes blazed with fury. Heh, let me tell you, don't refuse a respectful drink only to accept a punishment. Today, you have to agree, whether you want to or not. A beauty like you, I wouldn't meet even once in 8 lifetimes. Today, I ran into you, and I won't let you slip away from my grasp. The bearded man's heart itched more and more as he looked at her. This woman was truly beautiful, and her aura was otherworldly. The bearded man had been robbing along this road for several years. He had seen the daughters of wealthy families, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as the woman before him. Don't even think about it. With your kind, you'll probably get struck by lightning one day. The woman cursed loudly, her anger boiling over. You insolent wench. You don't want face, do you? Men, bind her and take her back to the stronghold. The bearded man waved his hand. 2 underlings immediately rushed forward. They were about to tie her up. The woman retreated in fright, her face filled with panic. Just as the situation was at its most critical moment, a loud shout rang out from a distance. In broad daylight, there are still those who dare to act recklessly. Do they not put this great dynasty in their eyes? Who's speaking? The bearded man was both startled and furious. Turning his head, he saw a figure standing on a hill not far away. Where did this bastard come from, daring to interfere with my affairs? Has he eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Ha ha ha. The other person laughed loudly. I haven't eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, but I've seen plenty of trash like you who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Why not take on the officials if you have the guts? Robbing the government granaries would be much more profitable than robbing these commoners. Screw you. The bearded man's anger grew even more. They weren't afraid of death, but they weren't looking to die either. Who could rob the government granaries? A few minutes and the army could wipe out all of their 100 or so men. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll rob you too. Oh, let's see if you have the appetite to swallow me. The other person continued to taunt, his condescending posture and arrogant tone. From beginning to end, he didn't seem to take these bandits seriously. The bearded man felt an unprecedented insult. Bastard! Today, I'll see how tough your wings are, daring to challenge me. Men, go and capture that guy. I'll skin him alive today. Yes. Several bandits, upon hearing the order, immediately charged up the slope with their weapons. The bearded man's face showed a smug expression. But in the next moment, an unexpected situation occurred that no one had anticipated. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the hilltop. At the same time, rocks began rolling down. The bandits who charged up were hit by these rocks, dazed and disoriented. The bandits at the pass were shocked. Boss, they seem to be prepared. Damn it, I don't believe I can't handle this bunch. The bearded man, wielding a mace, was about to confront them. But the person on the hilltop had already descended first. And what the bandits didn't expect was that, from all directions, there were soldiers. All of them in armor, holding weapons. Boss, they're not ordinary people, they're soldiers. What? The bearded man finally came to his senses. But it was too late. Even if he wanted to flee in a hurry, there was no way out. The soldiers pouring down from the hill captured all the bandits. Any who dared to resist were killed without hesitation. The young man on the hill slowly descended. He came before the bearded man. You've got some nerve, huh? Robbing in broad daylight? And targeting so many commoners? Tired of living, are you? Who are you? I admit I've fallen into your hands today. The bearded man hung his head in defeat. He no longer had any of his previous arrogance. But he couldn't understand how the soldiers had suddenly been alerted. Such a situation hadn't occurred before. Listen carefully. I am Lin Ji, the young general of the northern garrison. It wasn't someone else who had come. It was the Yu army. Today, running into me is your misfortune. All of you will be sent to the nearest government office for legal punishment. The commoners heard this and were grateful. They knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. Thank you, young general. In the crowd, Lin Ji seemed to hear a familiar voice. Turning his head, he noticed the woman who had disguised herself as a man earlier. Miss Yu? How are you here? She was Yu Luoyu, the sister of Yu Shan. Young general, what a coincidence to meet here. Yu Luoyu joyfully approached. Cut the act. Shouldn't you be in Chongping City? How did you end up in this wilderness, and you call it a coincidence? Lin Ji squinted his eyes. Judging by your attire, you seem to be in a hurry to go somewhere. But why didn't you mention it to me before? Yu Luoyu didn't know how to explain for a moment. Just then, Yu Yin also walked over. The deputy reported the situation. Yu Yin nodded. He spoke very sternly. Send all these bandits to the nearest government office. Old Yu, come over here. There's someone you know. Lin Ji waved his hand. Yu Yin was surprised. He found it even more bizarre. How could there be someone he knew in such a remote place? When he approached, he found it was his sister. Luoyu, how are you here? Brother, Yu Luoyu lowered her head. Yu Yin looked at her attire and immediately understood. He smiled wryly, helpless. You stubborn girl. How did you follow us here? What? You knew she was coming here? Lin Ji was astonished. Yu Yin said helplessly. Before we set off, my sister said she wanted to go north with us. I didn't agree. This northern expedition is for war, not for fun. I didn't expect her to set off alone. How dangerous is that? Chapter 160. Seeing ghosts in the daytime? Lin Ji looked at Yu Luoyu with some surprise. To his surprise, this girl, who appeared delicate and weak, was so decisive in her actions. She didn't even leave a way out for herself. Young general, look at how this situation has turned out. Yu Yin was at a loss for words. Going out to fight battles. How could they bring along a woman? And it was inconvenient in the military camp. I'll send someone to escort her back to the imperial city. No, brother. This time you're heading north, fraught with dangers. I couldn't bear to leave you, so that's why I followed you. Yu Luoyu immediately begged Lin Ji with her pitiful eyes, hoping he could plead for her. Stop fooling around. It's precisely because of the dangers that we want you to stay in the imperial city. That place is no place for you. It's said that the soldiers in the military camp are rough men. Not because they are inherently so, but because the harsh conditions force them to be that way. Staying at the White Wolf Pass was relatively better. There was already a garrison there, and it was in the Central Plains, so the diet, environment, and living conditions were relatively better. But things were completely different in the north. First of all, they couldn't be sure they would always be in the military camp. If they went beyond the border to fight, the environment would be even harsher. Even ordinary soldiers might not be able to endure it, let alone a delicate girl like Yu Luoyu. But brother, think about it. The son of the Ministry of War, Zhu Zhang, hasn't been caught yet. He even dared to force himself on me and the princess. Now that you and the young general have left the imperial city, What if that guy comes looking for trouble again? This? Yu Yin was momentarily speechless. This excuse really hit home. Yu Luoyu's situation in the imperial city might not be any better. There were many arrogant nobles and official sons in the city who bullied others. The princess, of course, was different. She was noble and had bodyguards. That incident was purely an accident. Yu Luoyu didn't have such privileges. At most, she had the name of the Yu family army, but a scoundrel like Xu Zheng, who even dared to lay hands on the princess, how could Yu Yin, just a small general, deter him? He was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Lin Ji slowly said, "How about this, let her come along. I'll have Xiao Lian take care of her, of course, on the condition that Miss Yu doesn't mind." No. Yu Luoyu waved her hands repeatedly, overjoyed. Being able to go to the border with her brother and Lin Ji was far more exciting for her than staying in the imperial city. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but exchange a wry smile. This girl really hasn't experienced hardship. Don't be too happy too soon. If you can't stand the hardships at the border, don't blame us for not indulging you. Don't worry, young general. I definitely won't hold you back. And with Miss Xiaolian protecting me, what could happen to me? Yu Luoyu smiled radiantly. Truly like a flower blooming in the mountains. Bright and sunny. Refreshing. After a short rest, everyone packed up and set off again. They also brought the bandits to the nearest government office. As for how they would be dealt with, it depended on the local magistrate. The next half-month, the Yu family army and Lin Ji continued to head north. The scenery along the way became increasingly desolate. Upon reaching the northern border of Yuzhou, all one could see was yellow earth. Many fields were abandoned. This was the true northern landscape. Even Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh. I've long heard that the people in the north are suffering, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly shocking. This is still relatively good. If there's a severe drought or locust plague, you won't even see a single intact bark on the trees along the road. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Although he had crossed over and was already in Chongping City, the original owner's memories were still retained in his mind. He naturally knew more about the situation in the north. Xiao Lian nodded beside him. I remember a few years ago, the north experienced a severe drought. Many people couldn't afford to eat, and exchanging children for food, selling sons and daughters, were common occurrences. So tragic. Yu Luoyu was stunned. Although she was a commoner, she had grown up in the imperial city. Compared to the poor people in many places, she didn't know how much better off she was. Naturally, she couldn't understand the cruelty and helplessness of it all. Actually, I was sold by my father at the time, but luckily, I met General Lin. Otherwise, I would either be someone's concubine or already dead on the streets. Xiao Lian said with a bitter smile. The world is harsh, and personal fate seems insignificant. Many people can't even protect themselves, let alone others. It seems we must bring peace to the northern people this time. If there's a war on top of this place really won't be livable. Yu Yin said meaningfully. Yes, this northern expedition of ours will likely be very difficult. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Then he led the group towards Yuzhou City. At the city gate, the guards stopped them. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? Do you have the pass to go through the border? Don't you recognize me? Lin Ji stood tall, full of pride. After all, he was the young general of the north. Although this title wasn't very useful in the capital and often brought trouble, it still had some weight in the north. You? The guards at the city gate tilted their heads and looked at him several times. Suddenly, it dawned on them. You? Aren't you the young general of the north, Lin Ji? Lin Ji glanced meaningfully at Yu Yin and his people. See? This is the prestige of this young general in the northwest border. Everyone knows him. Yeah, have you ever seen a ghost cast a shadow in the sunlight? Which ghost would dare to appear in daylight? Lin Ji was exasperated. Several soldiers scrutinized Lin Ji from head to toe a few times. Only then did they come to their senses. They tentatively asked, Young general, are you really human? Nonsense, if I'm not human. Does that make you a dog? Lin Ji snapped. The men were filled with both surprise and joy. Great. Young general is back. it seems we really are saved. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and report to the prefect." The squad leader immediately dispatched his men to the city to report. Meanwhile, he warmly welcomed Lin Ji and his group into Yuzhou City. The Yu family army was temporarily stationed in the barracks. It was impossible to bring them all from Chongping City, and with so many people, they couldn't all enter the city. The sight was truly majestic. On the way to the prefect's residence, the Yu siblings couldn't help but tease, "Young general, you do have quite the reputation, but why do the soldiers here think you've died and turned into a vengeful spirit? Could it be some local rumor? If that's the case, then young general, you're really in a sad state. Not even dead yet and people are already mourning you." Exactly. I've never seen anything so funny. This trip to the north has really opened my eyes. Brother, how can you say I gained nothing from this journey? The siblings, usually silent, were quite adept at teasing Lin Ji. All right, it's just being mistaken for a ghost. If you had the same experiences as me, you'd be treated the same. He was referring to the assassination attempts he encountered on his way to the capital. It was likely this had spread throughout Yuzhou City. So many people thought Lin Ji had died on the way. Now, after such a long time, Lin Ji suddenly appearing in Yuzhou City naturally startled them. But it's strange, even if the soldiers in the barrow. So the prefect of Yuzhou has to conscript able-bodied men. Any man of age, unlucky enough, gets conscripted into the army. So don't be fooled by the guards at the city gate. They might have been farmers tilling the fields a few days ago. Xiao Yin said matter-of-factly. This revelation left Yu Yin and Lin Ji astonished. The former was surprised that Xiao Yin, a servant, was so well informed about the situation at the northern border. The latter was shocked to learn that his hometown had fallen into such disrepair. It had become a laughingstock in the court. Truly a pity. I think the prefect of Yuzhou will be very happy to hear that the young general is back. Xiao Yin grinned slyly. No one understood the reason. After about half an hour of walking, they arrived at the prefect's residence. At this moment, Prefect Yang was already waiting. He even personally came out to welcome them. It's worth noting that the position of prefect was even higher than General Lin Jinxiu's northern garrison general. He was a true provincial official, representing the emperor to govern. He was the highest administrative official of the northern border. Both military and local affairs were subject to his command. Such a grand welcome showed his high regard for Lin Ji. As soon as they met, Prefect Yang warmly greeted them. "Young general, I have heard about what happened in Chongping City. I thought you would settle there and not return to our remote place. To think we can still meet. I am truly delighted." His expression was genuine. The Yu siblings were taken aback. A prefect treating Lin Ji so respectfully was beyond their imagination. Although they knew Lin Ji was well regarded, many officials in the court didn't take him seriously. Seeing a third-rank official act so ceremoniously was astonishing. "Prefect Yang, it's been a long time. I've missed you too. Now that the emperor has ordered me to return to the north to take charge, I naturally cannot refuse." Good. Prefect Yang nodded repeatedly. He even made an inviting gesture. "Please come in. I will host a banquet to welcome you. Today, I will treat you all." Entering the prefect's residence, the group found that a feast had already been prepared. The spread was impressive. Chicken, duck, fish, delicacies, and everything in between. Not to mention, there was 20-year-old Huadia wine. A prefect was indeed extraordinary. Such a spectacle was something the Yu siblings had never seen before. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Is the young general so well known in the northern border? Even the highest official gives him face. How different from Chongping City. It's truly baffling. Brother, do you think there's something wrong with these people? Could it be that the young general is deliberately putting on a show for us? Impossible. Do you think the prefect would go along with a charade? Yu Yin shook his head decisively. He also felt strange. After taking their seats, Lin Ji introduced everyone. When Prefect Yang learned that Yu Yin was a general of the Yu family army, he was overjoyed. "I've long heard of the Yu family army's prowess. Now that I've met General Yu in person, it truly lives up to its reputation. With both of you guarding the northern border, no foreign tribe could set foot in our great Xia dynasty. That's right. The Xiongnu have been wreaking havoc at the northern border for years. It's time they knew the strength of our great Xia dynasty. Lin Ji said with conviction. I wonder how many troops the young general has brought back? Chapter 162. The 7-Day Pact. As the governor's question hung in the air, the officials around him strained their ears, eager for the answer. Their concern was palpable, perhaps because this grand gathering was primarily to gauge the military strength. Lin Ji, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, confidently extended 2 fingers with a smile. 200,000 men? Yang the governor exclaimed in shock, his face lighting up with joy. With such a force, any foreign invasion could be repelled, let alone the mere Huns. The sheer numerical superiority would be enough to crush them. No, Lin Ji shook his head. 20,000? Yang's brow furrowed slightly. While not a massive number, it was sufficient to ensure the safety of Yuzhou. Coupled with weapons and provisions, even if the Huns massed their forces, the original garrison could be counted on, adding up to around 50,000. It was manageable, especially with Yu Yin, a descendant of the Yu family, stepping up. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ji shook his head again. The room fell into confusion, faces exchanging bewildered glances. If it wasn't 200,000 or 20,000, could it possibly be 2 million? The entire Xia dynasty only had 1 million strong. So where could such a force materialize from? Young general, you wouldn't be saying 2,000, would you? Yang's voice carried an ominous tone, his expression complex. Exactly, Yang the governor is indeed sharp. No wonder you're the governor of Yuzhou, Lin Ji praised, patting his shoulder and sipping his wine leisurely. The dining table fell silent. The faces of the Yuzhou officials were grim, especially the governor's, contorted as if he had swallowed a bitter melon. After a long pause, Yang suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Lin Ji. You scoundrel, Lin Ji! Not only do you come here to freeload, but now you mock me. Do you think this is your home? Sir, Yuzhou was indeed the young general's home, the Sima whispered. So what? Now that General Lin and the Northern Army are missing, the general's residence in Yuzhou has been desolate for ages. He doesn't even have the right to live there. Yang fumed. Yu Yin and others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Yang had suddenly turned hostile. Mentioning the arrival of 2,000 troops shouldn't warrant such a reaction. Yang the governor, isn't that too harsh? Even if General Lin is missing, young general is the rightful heir of the Lin family. Why can't he reside there? Yu Luoyu protested. What does a little girl like you know? A deserter is akin to a traitor. Where has Lin Jinxiu disappeared to, along with the Northern Army? Do you know what that implies? Yang lectured, pounding the table. Yu Luoyu was rendered speechless, while Yu Yin remained ganga, unsure of how to intervene. Lin Ji, however, continued to enjoy his meal, unfazed by the Yuzhou officials' reactions. Still eating? Aren't you afraid this might be your last meal? Yang snapped, his tone impatient. Yang the governor, didn't you say this banquet was to welcome me? I haven't even finished my meal yet. Are you already kicking me out? Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile, looking up. This meal is for those who are useful. What use are you? And what's wrong with being the renowned young general of the northern garrison? Yang laughed disdainfully. Spare me. You can fool outsiders, but I know your true nature. How many in Yuzhou have cursed you behind your back? Lin Ji remained composed, his smile unwavering. Times change, governor. After a few months, it's unwise to judge me by old standards. Even Yu Yin and his sister, along with Xiaolian, were astonished. They knew Lin Ji's temper well. How could he endure such ridicule? Save it. Even if we were apart for 3 years, you'd still be the same. In that case, let me take these 2,000 troops out for a spin. We'll see the results then. Spin? Maybe you're just planning to escape. Don't pretend in front of me. Yang was skeptical of Lin Ji's words. It was no secret that Lin Ji's reputation in Yuzhou had been less than stellar. Yang the governor, you know very well if I can leave Yuzhou's borders. Give me 7 days. If I prove my worth, perhaps we won't need to be at odds. Yang's expression turned haughty. That's your own choice. I didn't force you. Of course. If I fail, I'll bear all consequences. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 163. Did you think the governor was a good man? After leaving the governor's mansion, Yu Luoyu was filled with indignation. This Governor Yang is really too much. At first, I thought he was a good man, but I didn't expect his words to be so unacceptable. Xiaolian, standing beside her, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Actually, about this governor, I always found him a bit incomprehensible from the start. How so? The Yu siblings looked at her with curiosity in their eyes. Based on my previous experiences in Yuzhou, Governor Yang isn't exactly a good official, and he's quite cunning. General Lin once warned me to be careful of Governor Yang. Although I don't understand why, I still believe General Lin wouldn't harm me, Xiaolian said earnestly. Although she was skilled in martial arts, her humble background had deprived her of any opportunity to study. Even though General Lin and the Lin family had arranged for someone to teach her some characters, she was clearly no match for someone like Governor Yang, a seasoned political player. So, it seems he was putting on an act all along, right? But why would he do that? And the drastic change in his attitude is just too confusing. Yu Luoyu looked at Yu Yin with a puzzled expression. Unfortunately, her brother, who was also a military man, had a significant gap compared to those in the court who wielded pins. Don't you get it? He's trying to push us up to be used as pawns, Linji said, resting his head on his hands with a leisurely expression. This statement surprised the others. Used as pawns? Where did that come from? Yeah, he never asked us to do anything from start to finish. Linji couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It was undeniable that these three were too naive. Fortunately, they had ended up in Yuzhou, a remote and desolate place. Without him, they would have likely been played to death in the royal city. Why would he treat us so respectfully from the beginning? And you saw the scale of this banquet, which is already excessive. Even in the royal city, ordinary officials wouldn't dare to indulge in such extravagance. As a third-rank official of the court, the governor of Yozhou's lavish lifestyle here shows he's practically a local emperor. In fact, this point had already been noticed by the others. That's why they were so surprised to see the governor treat Linji so well. Now it seemed, was it all just an illusion? Young general, what's the connection between his hospitality and what you're saying? Firstly, my reputation in Yuzhou isn't good. In my memory, I'm not close with this governor of Yuzhou. Why would he treat me with such grandeur? Even if, for argument's sake, he had some connection with my father, there's no need to be so eager, even making a big show of it. Linji said meaningfully. He knew very well what his situation was like here. The local people hated him to the core. What the governor was doing was practically inviting resentment. Young general, the more you talk, the more confused I get. And why did you suddenly set up that military pledge? Yu Yin looked utterly bewildered, like a simple-minded giant, completely unaware of the game between Lin Ji and the governor. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. My great general Yu, it seems you still need some polishing. What do you mean? I ask you, since the northern border army disappeared, how has the situation in Yuzhou been? There have been frequent raids by foreign Xiongnu, causing great annoyance to the border residents, Yu Yin replied. Isn't that obvious enough? Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. This situation had led to the governor of Yuzhou frequently being impeached by those in the court. As the top official in charge of the border region, he was utterly unprepared and helpless against such provocations. Even a fool like Li Chengtian would have to inquire about it. Governor Yang's reluctance to go to the royal city was merely because he wanted to be a local emperor in Yuzhou. But if he couldn't protect the place, Li Jingjin would surely send someone else, possibly dividing the governor's power. This was what he was most worried about. And just at this moment, I was ordered to lead troops to Yuzhou. To him, I'm a savior. He naturally hopes to stabilize his position here in Yuzhou through this, to refute the doubts of those in the court. When I told him I only had 2,000 men, he was naturally displeased. Lin Ji said this with an air of certainty, not caring at all. If Governor Young wasn't such a cunning old fox, he would have found it strange. And if I take on this matter and lose, I'll bear all the blame. When the court punishes, he can just wash his hands of it. Even if we win, it's beneficial to Governor Young without any harm. The Yu siblings finally understood. So that's how it was. It turned out to be a trap. Then, young general, why did you agree? Now we're really being pushed into a corner, always on the brink of disaster. Do you think we have a choice? Linji said helplessly. The court didn't send us reinforcements, hoping we'd perish on our own in the north. The governor of Yuzhou put on that act, not caring about us. In other words, if we want to survive and eventually return to Chongping City, we have to use every means possible to defeat the enemy and secure our footing. At this point, his gaze had become very calm, without a ripple. Linji was very clear that his fate was being manipulated because he had no say. This trip to the northern border was the best opportunity. Although his reputation might not be good, the prestige and authority of the northern border army and his father still remained. With Yu Yin, a knowledgeable general, as his right-hand man, why couldn't he carve out a path through the enemy lines? By then, the Lin family's business in Chongping City would be thriving, and he would have enough authority and military power here. Who in the world would dare to manipulate his fate again? Great tasks are bestowed upon those destined for greatness. First, they must endure hardship and toil. Linji had once thought about gradually gaining strength without drawing attention. Chapter 164. Return to the Northern Frontier General's residence. But those officials in the court are truly shameless. Even a slight improvement on my part was met with a swift kick to the Northern Frontier. There was no turning back now. Linji had no other choice. Behind him was a precipice. To escape the fate of being manipulated, he had to forge ahead against the current. As for whether he could ultimately succeed, there was no need to ponder that question. Once a decision was made, why worry about failure? So, our current situation is precarious. Don't blame me for leading you down a one-way path, Yu Yin said, looking at the carefree Linji, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Everyone said this young general was a playboy, yet from him, Yu Yin saw the qualities of a true hero. He knew how to bide his time, never retreated, and showed no hesitation. Even Yu Yin himself couldn't match that. General, you're being too formal. You saved my sister and the Yu family army. I have no reason not to follow you through fire and water. Moreover, the Yu family army's situation in the court isn't optimistic. This trip to the northern frontier is also an opportunity to prove ourselves. I believe that as long as the governor of Yuzhou doesn't make things too difficult for us, even if we die, the brothers will have no complaints. The core spirit of the Yu family army was to die on the battlefield. A true man should be wrapped in horsehide, not cowering in one place, serving as a doorman. Linji couldn't help but laugh. Yu Yin, you need to change that headstrong nature of yours. If you ever become the supreme general of our great Xia dynasty, you'll be seen as an easy target. Hee, isn't that what you're here for, General? Yu Yin replied with a light smile. With someone as cunning as you by my side, do I need to worry about being outwitted? You not outwitting others is already a blessing. The four chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the Northern Frontier General's residence. Since Lin Jinxiu's disappearance and Lin Ji's southward journey, the place had become quite dilapidated. Even the plaque outside the residence was peeling. The once renowned Lin general, who had defended the northern frontier, now lived in such a decrepit residence. It was truly a sight to behold. The deepest emotions were felt by Lin Ji and Xiao Yin. It was as if they were in a dream, feeling the passage of time. General, I believe you will restore the former glory of the Northern Frontier General's residence, Xiao Yin said earnestly. Lin Ji tousled her hair gently. You don't need to comfort me. I'm different from before, and with you by my side, if I were that fragile, I wouldn't have survived in the capital. As they were about to enter, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Who are you? This is the general's residence. No trespassing allowed. Lin Ji turned around and saw an old man. Xiao Yin exclaimed in surprise, Old butler, I didn't expect you to still be here. Young master. The old man dropped the bamboo basket he was holding, and some rotten vegetables fell out. Lin Shu, it's me. I'm back. Lin Ji said softly, memories of the past resurfacing. This old man was the butler of the Northern Frontier General's residence, serving the Lin family for over 20 years. He was almost like a relative to Lin Ji. When the Lin family fell, Lin Ji was forced to go south, and all the servants in the residence were dismissed. So, upon returning, Lin Ji didn't expect to see any familiar faces. Yet, the old butler had remained, guarding the residence. The butler, with tears streaming down his face, walked over with difficulty, scrutinizing Lin Ji. His voice choked with emotion. "Young master, you're back. They said you met bandits on the road and lost your life. I never believed it. Thankfully, heaven has eyes, allowing me to see the young master again." The butler nearly knelt, but Lin Ji quickly supported him. "Lin Shu, I'm fine. I was in the capital all this time and didn't know you stayed here. If I had known, I would have brought you to the capital. What's so good about that place?" The butler said indifferently. "I just want to stay in Yuzhou, guarding your and the general's old home." His words were deeply moving. The Yu siblings were also moved to tears. Such a master-servant bond was rare. Seeing the butler's unsteady stance, Lin Ji helped him into the residence. Everything was unchanged, except for the slightly worn appearance, with clear signs of being cleaned. It was evident the butler had been managing the entire residence alone. The residence was large, and for an old man to manage, it was no small feat. It showed the butler's unwavering loyalty to the Lin family. After sitting down, Lin Ji recounted his experiences in the capital. The butler, hearing this, was indignant. Those court officials are truly no good. The general didn't want to return to the capital, but now that they think he's missing, they take advantage of the situation to bully you, young master. When the general returns, he will make those scoundrels pay. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Lin Shu, we don't know when my father will return. But now that I'm back in Yuzhou, those court matters don't concern me much. How have you been getting by these past few months?" Lin Ji glanced at the rotten vegetables in the basket beside him, guessing the situation. With all the servants dismissed, staying here meant no salary, though the living quarters were fine. Daily expenses had to be covered. If anyone fell ill, they probably couldn't afford treatment. "Young master, I've saved some money over the years, so I've managed to get by," the butler said without hesitation. "I even thought, as long as there's no confirmation that the general is dead, I'll wait for him here. After all, I'm old, and no one else would want me. If the general doesn't return, I'll spend the rest of my days here." Lin Ji was deeply touched. He knew the butler was trying to comfort him. If there were enough savings for a comfortable life, why eat rotten vegetables every day? The butler was loyal, and Lin Zhenxiu had never treated him poorly. Yet, who could have predicted such an outcome? Chapter 165. The Loyal and Devoted Elder Steward. "Uncle Lin, you can rest assured. From now on, as long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry." Lin Ji spoke with utmost seriousness. For him, a transmigrator, many people did not evoke deep emotions. But after living here for so long, Lin Ji understood even better. Those who are loyal to him should not be treated poorly. In times of adversity, those who genuinely treat you well are always trustworthy. These people have been unwavering in their support. How could Lin Ji ever betray them? "Young master, what exactly is the purpose of your return to Yuzhou City this time?" the elder steward retorted. But his eyes were also filled with deep emotion. "I am here on orders from the court to pacify the border." "What?" The elder steward was dumbfounded. "Young master, you should leave immediately." "Why?" Lin Ji was a bit surprised. From the moment he entered the general's residence until now, it had been less than an hour. And already, the elder steward was urging him to leave? This was quite different from the previous heartfelt display. "Young master, you don't know the current situation at the border. The Yuzhou prefect has only a few tens of thousands of men. The Huns have been probing the border continuously, trying to gauge the attitude of the great Xia dynasty. The officials at court don't care at all. The Yujo prefect himself lacks the ability to lead troops in battle, and his subordinates have no outstanding generals. They've lost several battles in a row. They're almost out of resources. On the other hand, the morale of the Huns is soaring, and they could launch a major attack at any time. By then, Yujo City will certainly fall. The elder steward was extremely anxious. Although seeing the young master made him very happy, Yujo City was now a pit of fire. Many people are already preparing to head south. Young master, why would you jump into this pit of fire? Linji smiled meaningfully upon hearing this. Uncle Lin, if Yujo City were truly peaceful, I wouldn't want to come here at all. What do you mean? The elder steward was confused. He couldn't understand what Linji was saying. A hero emerges in troubled times. In the court, if I want to stand firm, I don't know how many people will be watching me. But here, it's different. Since I am entrusted with the Emperor's command, even if the Emperor doesn't send troops, I can recruit soldiers and horses here myself. The Yujo prefect won't interfere too much, and seeing me recruit troops, he will be very happy and supportive. How can I miss such a rare opportunity? The elder steward grew more and more anxious as he listened. Young master, things are not as simple as you think. Don't you remember how the general suffered a crushing defeat, leading to Lin Zhenxiu's disappearance without a trace? To this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. He didn't want Linji to repeat the same mistake. Young master, you are the sole heir of the Lin family. If you were to die on the battlefield, the Lin family's lineage would truly be cut off. If you were to descend to the underworld, how could I, an old servant, face the general with any dignity? In the elder steward's heart, he also regarded Lin Ji as his own nephew. The bond between them was like that of family, not just a simple master-servant relationship. Lin Ji understood the elder steward's good intentions. He calmly waved his hand. Uncle Lin, you underestimate me. This time, returning to Yujo City, I want everyone in the world to see that the Lin family is not just my father who can dominate a region. I, Lin Ji, am also not a useless waste. Moreover, the Yu family army is here to escort me. Why should I be afraid? Seeing that Lin Ji had made up his mind, the elder steward knew there was no way to persuade him. He could only sigh inwardly. All right, young master, wherever you are, I will be. As long as I have a breath left, no one will be able to harm you. Lin Ji was once again deeply touched. The elder steward had truly done everything for him. Despite having no blood relation, he was so loyal. People are indeed very strange. Some are not brothers, but closer than brothers. Some brothers end up betraying each other, fighting for supremacy. At that moment, the elder steward's face suddenly showed signs of pain. Lin Ji immediately showed concern. Uncle Lin, what's wrong? It's nothing, just that it's past mealtime and my stomach is a bit painful. Have you eaten, young master? Should I go to the kitchen to cook? Saying this, the elder steward planned to pick up the pile of rotten vegetables. We've eaten. I see. The elder steward probably thought Lin Ji and his companions were disdainful of these rotten vegetables, which were not fresh at all. He felt a bit embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Ji pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket. Xiaolian, accompany Uncle Lin to the street to have a good meal, then buy some daily necessities, and pick out some good fabric for him. Uncle Lin's clothes are worn out and should be replaced. No. Young master, I really don't have any money. If we have this silver, it should be kept for the young master's daily expenses. The elder steward spoke sincerely.